This God, borrowed from the Leipziger Allgemeine Zeitung's motto, 100 precisely because of his existence as a trinity, has no effect on the Jew Rothschild but produces quite magical effects on German youth. Restored to health, youth speaks a warning. And the fertile seed of inspiration sprouts up in myriad splendid names, p. 5-6. Rothschild's verdict on the German poets is different. The song the spirits had us sing, you call it hunger for fame and food. p6. Although youth is speaking a warning and its myriad splendid names are sprouting up, their splendor consisting in the very fact that they never get further than mere inspiration, although the bugles bravely sound for battle and the heart beats so loud at night, the foolish heart, it feels the stress of a celestial impregnation. p7. That foolish heart, that Virgin Mary, although youth like a somber soul, by Karl Beck, be published by Engelmann, Leipzig, 1840, at odds with God and with itself. p8, for all that and all that, Rothschild maintains the armed peace which, as Beck believes, depends on him alone. A free rendering of 2 lines from Ludwig I of Bavaria's, Florens. Ed. An allusion to Karl Beck's tragedy Saul ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 237. The newspaper report that the Holy See has sent Rothschild the Order of the Redeemer provides our poet with the chance to demonstrate that Rothschild is no redeemer. Similarly, it could just as well have been the occasion for the equally interesting proof that Christ, Redeemer though he was nevertheless not a knight of the Order of the Redeemer. You, a Redeemer? p11. And he then proves to him that unlike Christ he never wrestled in bitter night, he never sacrificed proud earthly power for a merciful gladdening mission to you entrusted by the Great Spirit. p11. It must be said of the Great Spirit that it does not exhibit much spiritual sagacity in its choice of missionaries and has approached the wrong man for acts of mercy. The only great thing about it is its block capitals. Rothschild's paucity of talent as a redeemer is amply demonstrated to him by means of 3 examples: how he reacted towards the July Revolution, the Poles, and the Jews. Up rose the dauntless scion of the Franks, p12, in a word, the July Revolution broke out. Were you prepared? Did your gold resound happy as the twittering of larks in welcome to the springtime stirring in the world? Which made young again those yearning hopes sleeping deeply buried in our breasts, and brought them back into the living world. p12. The springtime that was stirring was the springtime of the bourgeoisie, to whom gold, Rothschild's gold as much as any other, does indeed resound happy as the twittering of larks. To be sure, the hopes which at the time of the Restoration were sleeping deeply buried not only in the breast but also in the Carbonari vents 101 were at that time made young again and brought back into the living world, and Beck's poor man was left to pick up the crumbs. But as soon as Rothschild had convinced himself that the new government had firm foundations, he was happy enough to set his larks twittering at the usual interest rates, of course. Just how completely Beck is entangled in petty bourgeois illusions is shown by the saintly status Lafitte is accorded in comparison with Rothschild. Close nestling beside your much coveted halls is a burgher's dwelling of holy repute, p13. 238 Friedrich Engels. In other words, Lafitte's dwelling. The inspired petty bourgeois is proud of the bourgeois character of his house compared with the much coveted halls of the Hotel Rothschild. His ideal, the Lafitte of his imagination, must naturally also live in true bourgeois simplicity. The Hotel Lafitte shrinks into a German burgher's dwelling. Lafitte himself is depicted as a virtuous householder, a man pure in heart. He is compared with Mucius Scaevola and is said to have sacrificed his fortune in order to put mankind and the century. Is Beck perhaps thinking of the Paris siècle, back on their feet again? He is called a youthful dreamer and finally a beggar. His funeral is touchingly described. Accompanying the funeral cortege marched with muffled tread the Marseillaise, p14. Alongside the Marseillaise went the carriages of the royal family, and right behind them M. Sauzet, M. Duchatel and all the Ventre 02 and Loup Service * of the Chamber of Deputies. How the Marseillaise really must have muffled her tread, though, when Lafitte led his compeer, see the Duke of Orleans, in triumph to the Hôtel de Ville after the July Revolution and made the striking statement that from now on the bankers would rule. In the case of the Poles, criticism goes no further than that Rothschild did not show enough charity to the émigrés. The attack on Rothschild is here reduced to the level of a small-town anecdote and quite loses the appearance of an attack on the power of money in general which is represented by Rothschild. We all know how the bourgeoisie has welcomed the Poles with open arms and even with enthusiasm wherever it is in power. An example of this compunction: enter a Pole, begging and praying. Rothschild gives him a silver coin. The Pole, trembling with joy, accepts the silver coin and speaks his blessing on you and your line P1, 5. A predicament from which the Polish committee in Paris has so far on the whole saved the Poles. The whole episode with the Pole only serves to permit our poet to strike an attitude: but I hurl back that beggar's happiness contemptuously into your money bag, avenging thus mankind offended. P16. A century ed. Potbellies and profiteers ed. See, the French word has a double meaning: firstly, kinsman; secondly, a complice ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 239. Such a bullseye at the money bag, requiring much practice and skill in throwing. Finally, Beck insures himself against proceedings for assault and battery by acting not in his own name but in that of mankind. As early as P9, Rothschild is taken to task for accepting a patent of citizenship from Austria's fat imperial city, where your much harassed fellow Jews pay for their daylight and their air. Beck really believes that with this Viennese patent of citizenship Rothschild has obtained the blessings of freedom. Now, on P19, he is asked, "Have you set your own people free that ever hopes and meekly suffers?" Rothschild ought then to have become the redeemer of the Jews. And how ought Rothschild to have said about this? The Jews had chosen him as king because his gold weighed the heaviest. He should have taught them how to despise gold, how to suffer deprivation for the world's sake. P21. He ought to have wiped their memories clean of selfishness, cunning and the practice of usury. In short, he ought to have appeared in sackcloth and ashes as a preacher of morality and atonement. Our poet's daring demand is the equivalent of requiring Louis Philippe to teach the bourgeoisie of the July Revolution to abolish property. If either were so insane, they would lose their power forthwith, but the Jews would not wipe their memories clean of haggling, nor the bourgeoisie theirs of property. On P24, Rothschild is criticized for bleeding the bourgeoisie white, as though it were not desirable that the bourgeoisie should be bled white. On P25, he is said to have led the princes astray. Ought they not to be led astray? We have already evidence enough of the fabulous power Beck attributes to Rothschild. But he goes on in a crescendo. Having indulged on P26 in fantasies as to all the things he, Beck, would do if he were proprietor of the sun, that is, not even the 100th part of what the sun is doing without him, it suddenly occurs to him that Rothschild is not the only sinner, but that other wealthy men exist besides him. However, you occupied in eloquence the teacher's chair, attentively the rich sat as your pupils, your task, to lead them out into the world, your role, to be their conscience. They have gone wild and you looked on, they are corrupted and yours is the blame. P27. 240 Friedrich Engels. So Lord Rothschild could have prevented the development of trade and industry, competition, the concentration of property, the national debt and agiotage, in short, the whole development of modern bourgeois society, if only he had had somewhat more conscience. It really requires toute la désolante naïveté de la poésie allemande * for one to dare to publish such nursery tales. Rothschild is turned into a regular Aladdin. Still not satisfied, Beck confers on Rothschild the dizzy grandeur of the mission. The whole world's sufferings to assuage. P28, a mission which all the capitalists in the whole world are not remotely capable of fulfilling. Does our poet not realize then that the more sublime and awe-inspiring he attempts to appear, the more ridiculous he becomes? That all his criticisms of Rothschild are transmuted into the most slavish flattery? That he is extolling Rothschild's power as the most cunning panegyrist could not have extolled it? Rothschild must congratulate himself when he sees what a monstrous form his puny personality assumes as reflected in the mind of a German poet. After our poet has so far versified the romantic and ignorant fantasies of a German petty bourgeois concerning what is within the power of a big capitalist if only he were a man of goodwill, after he has puffed up the fantasy of this power as far as it will go in the puffed-up dizzy grandeur of his mission, he gives vent to the moral indignation of a petty bourgeois at the discrepancy between ideal and reality, in an emotional paroxysm which would give rise to fits of laughter even in a Pennsylvanian Quaker. Alas, alack, when in long night, December 21st, I pondered with a fevered brow. Then did my locks rear up on end. Methought I was at God's own heartstrings tugging, a bellman at the fire bell, p. 28, which must surely have been the last nail in the old man's coffin. He thinks the spirits of history have thus entrusted him with ideas, which he is not permitted either to whisper or proclaim aloud. In fact, he comes to the desperate decision to dance the can-can in his grave, but when in mouldering shroud I lie, my corse shall shake with joyful tremors, when down to me, the corse, the tiding comes that victims on the altars smoke, p. 29. All the utterly depressing naivete of German poetry ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 241. I begin to find young Karl disturbing. 3. Thus ends the song about the House of Rothschild. There now follows, as is customary with modern lyric poets, a rhymed reflection on this canto and the role the poet has played in it. I know your mighty arm can chastise me till the blood does flow, p. 30. In other words, he can give him 50 of the best. The Austrian never forgets the birch. In the face of this danger, a feeling of exaltation gives him strength. At God's command and without fear, I sang full freely what I knew, p. 30. The German poet always sings to command. Of course, the master is responsible and not the servant, and so Rothschild has to face up to God and not to Beck, his servant. It is indeed the general practice of modern lyric poets, 1. To boast of the danger they think they are exposing themselves to in their harmless songs, 2. To take a thrashing and then commend themselves to God. The song to the House of Rothschild closes with a few stirring sentiments about the aforementioned song, which is here slanderously described in the following terms: free it is and proud, it may command you, tell you the things by which in faith it swears, p. 32. That is, by its own excellence, as instanced in this conclusion. We fear that Rothschild may take Beck to court, not on account of the song, but on account of this piece of perjury. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 74, September 16, 1847. Oh, scatter the golden blessing. The rich are called upon to give support to those in need, until your industry for wife and child security insured, p. 35. A quoted ironically from Schiller's tragedy Don Carlos, Act I, Scene 6 ed. 242 Friedrich Engels. And all this is to happen, that you may keep your virtue as a burgher and a man, p. 35. Summa summarum, a good Philistine * Beck is thereby reduced to his ideal serving man and maid. The poet takes as his theme two souls most pleasing to God and describes in an exceptionally dull fashion how they only come to share a chaste marriage bed only after many years of cheese paring and moral living. To kiss? Shame would overcome them. To dally? Oh, so discreetly. Flowers, there were indeed the flowers on the frosted pane, a dance on crutches, oh God, a poor butterfly in winter, half in the bloom of childhood, half in withered age, p. 50. Instead of concluding with this, the one good verse in the whole poem, he then sets them crowing and quivering, and all for joy over their few chattels, that at their own hearth their own settles stand, a cliché uttered not ironically but with heartfelt tears of pathos. Nor will he have done at that. God alone is their Lord, who bids the stars shine in the darkness and observes with a kindly eye the slave who breaks his chains, p. 50. And with this any point in the ending is happily blunted. Beck's indecision and lack of self-confidence constantly reveal themselves in the fact that he spins out every poem for as long as he can, and can never complete it until some piece of sentimentality has betrayed his petty bourgeois outlook. The Kleistien hexameters appear to be deliberately chosen so as to subject the reader to the same boredom as the two lovers bring upon themselves by their craven morality during their long period of trial. The Jewish second-hand dealer. There are some naive, appealing bits in the description of the Jewish second-hand dealer, e.g., the week flies by, 5 days only the week allows you for your work. Bestir yourself, don't pause for breath. In German there is a pun on the words, Burger Burger, Man Man. Burgersman Philistin ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 243. Earn your daily bread. Saturdays the Father does forbid you. Sundays are forbidden by the Son p. 55. But later Beck succumbs completely to that kind of blathering about the Jews which is typical of the liberal young Germans. 103 The poetry dries, so entirely that one might think one was listening to a scrofulous speech in the scrofulous Saxon Assembly of Estates. You cannot become a craftsman, nor an alderman of the Mercers' Guild, nor tiller of the soil, nor professor, but a career in medicine is open to you. This finds poetical expression as follows: a working trade they would deny you to a field to till. You may not from the teacher's chair offer discourse to the young. You may heal the country's sick p. 57. Could one not in the same way versify the collected statutes of Prussia and set Herr Ludwig of Bavaria's verse to music? Having declaimed to his son, you must labor and be grasping, always covetous of property and gold p. 57. The Jew consoles him with, your honesty endures forever pages 57 to 58. Lorelei. This Lorelei is none other than gold. Then did turpitude flood in upon all purity of spirit, drowning all things sound p. 64. This deluge of the spirit and drowning of all things sound is a most depressing mixture of the banal and the bombastic. There follow petty tirades against the evil and immorality of money. Its, love's, quest is money and precious stones and never hearts nor parity of souls, no simple hut for dwelling p. 67. If money had done no more than discredit this German quest for hearts and parity of souls and Schiller's meanest hut with its space for a happy loving pair, 3. Its revolutionary effects would deserve recognition. An allusion to Schiller's poem Der Jungling am Bach. Ed. 244 Friedrich Engels. Drum Song. In this poem our socialist poet once more shows how through being trapped in the German petty bourgeois misery, he is constantly obliged to spoil what little effect he achieves. A regiment marches off with its band playing. The people call upon the soldiers to make common cause with them. The reader is glad that the poet is at last summoning up courage. But oh dear! We finally discover that the occasion is merely the emperor's name day and the people's words are only the improvised and unspoken reverie of a youth watching the parade. Probably a gymnasium boy, thus dreams a youth with burning heart p. 76. Whilst in the hands of Heine the same material, with the same point, would contain the most bitter satire on the German people. In Beck's case all that emerges is a satire on the poet himself, who identifies himself with the powerlessly rapturous youth. In Heine's case, the raptures of the bourgeoisie are deliberately high-pitched, so that they may equally deliberately then be brought down to earth with a bump. In Beck's case it is the poet himself who is associated with these fantasies and who naturally also suffers the consequences when he comes crashing down to earth. In the case of the one the bourgeoisie feels indignation at the poet's impertinence, in the case of the other reassurance at the attitudes of mind they have in common. The Prague Uprising 104 in any case presented him with an opportunity to work up material of a quite different character from this farce. The Emigrant. I broke a bough from off a tree. The keeper made complaint. The master bound me to a post. And dealt me this grave injury p. 86. The only thing missing here is the complaint delivered in similarly versified form. The wooden leg. Here the poet tries his hand at narrative and fails in a really pathetic fashion. This complete inability to tell a story and create a situation, which is evident throughout the book, is characteristic of the poetry of true socialism. True socialism, in its vagueness, provides no opportunity to relate the individual facts of the narrative. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 245. To general conditions and thus bring out what is striking or significant about them. That is why the true socialists shy away from history in their prose as well. Where they cannot avoid it, they content themselves either with philosophical constructions or with producing an arid and boring catalogue of isolated instances of misfortune and social cases. Furthermore, they all lack the necessary talent for narrative, both in prose and poetry, and this is connected with the vagueness of their whole outlook. The potato. Tune, Morgenrot, Morgenrot. Sacred bread. You that came in our distress. You that came at heaven's bidding. Into the world, that men might eat. Farewell, for now you are dead. P. 105. In the second verse he calls the potato, that little relic left to us from Eden, and describes potato blight. Among angels the plague rampages. In the third verse Beck advises the poor to put mourning on, you, the poor. Go and put mourning on. You now have need of naught, alas, all you own is gone, weep, who still have tears to shed. Dead in the sand lies your God, O melancholy land. Yet let these words speak comfort to you, never did Redeemer perish who did not later rise again. P. 106. Weep, who still have tears to shed, with the poet. Were he not as bereft of energy as his poor man is of wholesome potatoes, he would have rejoiced at the substance acquired last autumn by that bourgeois god, the potato, one of the pivots of the existing bourgeois society. The landowners and burghers of Germany would have done themselves no harm by having this poem sung in the churches. For this effort Beck deserves a garland of potato blossom. 246 Friedrich Engels. The Old Maid. We shall not look more closely at this poem since it drags on interminably, extending over full 90 pages with unspeakable boredom. The Old Maid, who in civilized countries is mostly only a nominal occurrence, is in Germany admittedly a significant social case. The most common kind of socialist self-complacent reflection is to say that all would be well if only it were not for the poor on the other side. This argument may be developed with any conceivable subject matter. At the heart of this argument lies the philanthropic petty bourgeois hypocrisy which is perfectly happy with the positive aspects of existing society and laments only that the negative aspect of poverty exists alongside them, inseparably bound up with present society, and only wishes that this society may continue to exist without the conditions of its existence. Beck develops this argument in this poem often in the most trivial possible way, for example, in connection with Christmas, O day that gently edifies men's hearts, you would be gentler still and doubly dear did there not lodge in poor children's hearts whose orphan gaze surveys the festive rooms of their rich playmates, envy, and the seeds of sin, along with rabid blasphemy. Yes, more sweetly would the children's merry cheer sound to my ears in the Christmas candle light, if only in damp caverns destitution were not shivering on putrid straw. P. 149. There are, by the way, occasional fine passages in this amorphous and interminable poem, for example the description of the lumpen proletariat, who day by day unwearyingly hunt garbage in the fetid gutters, who flit like sparrows after food, mending pans and grinding knives, starching linen with stiff fingers, pushing breathless at the heavy cart, laden with but scarcely ripened fruits, crying piteously, "Who'll buy, who'll buy?" Who fight over a copper in the dirt, who at the cornerstones each day sing praise to the God in whom they believe, but scarcely dare hold out their hands, begging being against the law, who with deaf ears, beset by hunger. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 247. Pluck the harp and blow upon the flute. Year in, year out, the same old tune. Beneath each window, at each gate. Setting the nursemaids' feet a dance. But hearing not the melody themselves. Who after dusk illuminate the city. But have no light for their own home. Who shoulder burdens and split firewood. Who have no master, and who have too many. Who dash to pray, procure, and steal. and drown with drink the vestige of a soul, pages 158 to 160. Beck here rises for the first time above the usual morality of the German bourgeoisie by putting these lines in the mouth of an old beggar whose daughter is asking for his permission to go to a rendezvous with an officer. In the above lines he gives her an embittered picture of the classes to which her child would then belong. He derives his objections from her immediate social position and does not preach morality to her, and for this he deserves credit. Thou shalt not steal. The virtuous servant of a Russian, whom the servant himself characterizes as a worthy master, robs his apparently sleeping master during the night in order to maintain his old father. The Russian follows him surreptitiously and looks over his shoulder just as he is penning the following note to the same old man: "Take this money. I have stolen. Father, pray to our Redeemer that he may one day from his throne allow forgiveness to his servant. I will labor and earn money, and from my palias chase fatigue, till I can pay my worthy master back the money I have stolen." p. 241. The virtuous servant's worthy master is so moved by these awful revelations that he cannot speak, but places his hand on the servant's head in blessing. But the latter's life had left him and his heart had broken with terror. p. 242. Can anything more comical be committed to paper? Beck here descends lower than Kotzebue and Ifland. The servant's tragedy surpasses even the middle-class tragedy. 248. Friedrich Engels. New Gods and Old Sorrows. In this poem, Range, the Friends of Light, 105, the New Jews, the barber, the washerwoman, and the Leipzig citizen with his modicum of liberty are often effectively lampooned. At the end, the poet defends himself against the Philistines who will criticize him for it, although he too the song of light sang out into the storm and night. p. 298. He then himself propounds a doctrine of brotherly love and practical religion, modified by socialism and founded on a kind of natureism, and thus enlists one aspect of his opponents against the other. So Beck can never let matters rest until he has spoiled his own case, because he is himself too much entangled in German misery and gives too much thought to himself, to the poet, in his verse. With the modern lyrical poets in general, the bard has reverted to a fabulously trimmed, heroically posturing figure. He is not an active person situated in real society, who writes poetry, but the poet, hovering in the clouds, these clouds being none other than the nebulous fantasies of the German bourgeoisie. Beck constantly drops from the most heroical bombast into the soberest of bourgeois prose styles, and from a petty warlike wit against present conditions into a sentimental acceptance of them. It is constantly occurring to him that it is he himself de quo fabula narrator *. That is why his songs are not revolutionary in effect, but resemble 3 doses of salts to calm the blood. p. 293. The conclusion to the whole volume is therefore most appropriately provided by the following weak wail of resignation: "When will life upon this earth be bearable, O God? In longing I am doubly strong and hence in patience doubly wearied." p. 324. Beck has incontestably more talent and at the outset more energy too than most of the German scribbling fraternity. His great lament is the German misery, amongst whose theoretical manifestations also belong Beck's pompously sentimental socialism and young German reminiscences. Until social conflicts in Germany are given a more acute form by a more distinct differentiation between classes and a momentary acquisition of political power by the bourgeoisie, there, about whom the story is being told. Ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 249. Can be little hope for a German poet in Germany itself. On the one hand, it is impossible for him to adopt a revolutionary stance in German society because the revolutionary elements themselves are not yet sufficiently developed, and on the other, the chronic misery surrounding him on all sides has too debilitating an effect for him to be able to rise above it, to be free of it and to laugh at it, without succumbing to it again himself. For the present the only advice we can give to all German poets who still have a little talent is to emigrate to civilized countries. 2. Karl Grun, Über GGTHE vom menschlichen Standpunkt, Darmstadt, 1846. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 93, November 21, 1847. Herr Grun relaxes after the exertions of his Soziale Bewegung in Frankreich und Belgien by glancing at the Laco/social movement in his native land. For the sake of variety, he decides to take a look at the human aspect of the elderly Goethe. He has exchanged his 7-league boots for carpet slippers, donned his dressing gown and stretches himself, full of self-satisfaction, in his armchair. We are not writing a commentary, we are only picking out what is there for all to see, p. 244. He has made things really snug for himself. I had put some roses and camellias in my room, and mignonette and violets by the open window, p. 3. And above all, no commentaries. But here, the complete works on the table and a faint scent of roses and mignonette in the room. Let us just see where we get to. Only a rogue offers more than he has. Pages 4, v. For all his nonchalance, Herr Grun nevertheless performs deeds of the stoutest heroism in this book. But this will not surprise us when we have heard him himself say that he is the man who was on the point of despairing at the triviality of public and private affairs, p. ill, who felt Goethe's restraining hand whenever he was in danger of being submerged by extravagance and lack of form, ibid, whose heart is full with the sense of human destiny, who has listened to the soul of man though it should mean descending into hell. p. 4. Nothing will surprise us any more after learning that previously he had once addressed a question to Feuerbach art. In German there is a pun on the words Bewegung movement and still stand lack of movement ed. 25-0 Friedrich Engels. Man, which was indeed easy to answer but which nevertheless appears to have been too difficult for the man in question, p. 277, and when we see how Herr Grun on p. 198 leads self-awareness out of a cul-de-sac, on p. 102 even plans to visit the court of the Russian emperor and on p. 305 cries out to the world with a voice of thunder, anathema upon any man who would proclaim new and permanent social relations by law. We are prepared for anything when Herr Grun undertakes on p. 187 to take a closer look at idealism and show it up for the gutter snipe it is, when he speculates on becoming a man of property, a rich man of property, to be able to pay the property tax, to obtain a seat in the Chamber of Representatives of mankind, to be included in the list of jurymen who judge between what is human and what is not. How could he fail to achieve this, standing as he does, on the nameless ground of the universally human? p. 182. He does not even tremble before the night and its horrors, p. 312, such as murder, adultery, robbery, whoring, licentiousness and puffed-up pride. It is true that on p. 99 he confesses he has also known the infinite pang of man as he discovers himself at the very point of his own insignificance. It is true he discovers himself before the public eye at this point on the occasion of the lines, "You compare but with the spirit in your mind, not Maya." To be precise, as follows. These words are as when thunder and lightning occur together, with the earth opening up at the same time. These words are like the veil of the temple being rent in twain and the graves being opened, the twilight of the gods is upon us and the chaos of old is come again, the stars collide, in an instant a single comet tail incinerates our little earth, and all that exists is henceforth but billowing smoke and vapor. And if one imagines the most atrocious destruction, it is all but as nothing against the annihilation contained in these 11 words. Pages 235, 236. It is true, at the furthermost frontier of theory, namely on p. 295, Herr Grun has a sensation of icy water running down his back, real terror quivers through his limbs, but he overcomes all this with ease, for after all he is a member of the great order of Freemasons of mankind. p. 317. Take it all in all, with such qualities Herr Grun will perform valiantly on any field of battle. Before we proceed to his productive examination of Goethe, let us accompany him to some of the secondary areas of his activity. Firstly to the field of the natural sciences, for according to p. 247 the understanding of nature is the sole positive science and at the same time nonetheless the fulfillment of humanistic, vulgo, human, man. Let us carefully collate the positive pronouncements Herr Grun makes concerning this sole positive science. He does not actually go into the subject at all extensively, he merely lets fall a few remarks while pacing his room, so to speak, in the interval between daylight and darkness, but the miracles he performs are nonetheless the most positive for that. In connection with the Système de la Nature 106 ascribed to Holbach, he reveals: "We cannot here expound how the system of nature breaks off halfway, how it breaks off at the point where freedom and self-determination had to break out from the necessity of the cerebral system, p. 70. Herr Grun could indicate the precise point at which this or that breaks out from the necessity of the cerebral system, and man would thus be slapped on the inside of his skull as well. Herr Grun could give the most certain and most detailed information on a point which has hitherto escaped all observation, in other words the productive processes of consciousness in the brain. But alas! In a book on the human aspect of Goethe we cannot expound this in detail. Dumas, Playfair, Faraday, and Liebig have hitherto innocently subscribed to the view that oxygen is a gas which has neither taste nor smell. Herr Grun, however, who of course knows that the prefix oxy- means sharp to the taste, declares on p. 75 that oxygen is sharp-tasting. In the same way, on p. 229 he contributes new facts to acoustics and optics, by postulating a purifying uproar and brightness. He places the purificatory power of sound and light beyond all doubt. Not content with such dazzling contributions to the sole positive science, not content with the theory of inward slaps, on p. 94 Herr Grun discovers a new bone. Werther is the man who has no vertebra, who has not yet developed as subject. Until now it had been mistakenly thought that man had some 24 vertebrae. Herr Grun reduces these numerous bones not just to the normal singular form but goes on to discover that this one and only vertebra has the remarkable property of making man subject. The subject Herr Grun deserves an extra vertebra for this discovery. 252 Friedrich Engels. Finally, our casual naturalist summarizes his sole positive science of nature as follows. Is not the core of nature mankind at heart? 3. The core of nature is mankind at heart. At the heart of mankind is the core of nature. Nature has its core at mankind's heart, p. 250. To which we would add, with Herr Grun's permission, mankind at heart is the core of nature. At heart the core of nature is mankind. At the heart of mankind nature has its core. With this eminently positive piece of enlightenment we leave the field of natural science, and turn to economics, which unfortunately, according to the above, is not a positive science. Regardless of this, Herr Grun, hoping for the best, proceeds extremely positively here too. Individual set himself against individual, and thus universal competition arose, p. 211. In other words, that obscure and mysterious conception German socialists have of universal competition came into being, and thus competition arose. No reasons are indicated, no doubt, because economics is not a positive science. In the Middle Ages base metal was still bound by fealty, courtly love, and piety. The 16th century burst this fetter, and money was set free, p. 241. McCulloch and Blanky, who have hitherto been under the misapprehension that money was bound in the Middle Ages by deficient communications with America and the granite masses that covered the veins of base metal in the Andes, B. McCulloch and Blanky will be addressing a vote of thanks to Herr Grun for this revelation. Herr Grun seeks to give a positive character to history, which is likewise not a positive science, by juxtaposing the traditional facts and a series of facts of his imagination. On p. 91, Addison's Cato stabbed himself on the English stage a century before Werther, thereby testifying to a remarkable weariness of life. For by this account, he stabbed himself when his author, who was born in 1672, was still a babe in arms. 107 On p. 175 Herr Grun corrects Goethe's Tag und Urheberschaft to the effect that the freedom of the press was by no means declared by the German governments in 1815 but only promised. So the Horrors retailed to us by the Philistines of the Sauerland and elsewhere concerning the 4 years of press freedom from 1815 to 1819, are all just a dream, how at that time the press exposed all their dirty linen and petty scandals to the light of day, and how finally the federal decrees of 1819-108 put an end to this reign of terror by public opinion. Herr Grun goes on to tell us that the free imperial city of Frankfurt was not a state at all but no more than a piece of civil society, p. 19. Germany, he says, has no states of any kind, and people are at last beginning to realize increasingly the peculiar advantages of this stateless condition of Germany, p. 257, which advantages consist especially in the cheapness of flogging. The German autocrats will thus be obliged to say, La société civile, c'est moyen, although they fare badly in this, for according to p. 101, civil society is only an abstraction. If, however, the Germans have no state, they have instead a massive bill of exchange on truth, and this bill of exchange must be realized, paid up and changed for jingling coin, p. 5. This bill of exchange is no doubt payable at the same office where Herr Grun pays his property tax, to obtain a seat in the Chamber of Representatives of Mankind. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 94, November 25, 1847. The most important positive things he enlightens us about concern the French Revolution, on whose significance he delivers a special digression. He begins with the oracular utterance that the contradiction between historical law and rational law is indeed important, for both are of historical origin. Without wishing in any way to belittle Herr Grun's discovery, which is as new as it is important, that rational law too arose in the course of history, we would diffidently venture the observation that a quiet encounter in the quiet of his chamber with the first volumes of Buch's Histoire Parlementaire should show him what part this contradiction played in the Revolution. Herr Grun, however, prefers to give us an extensive proof of the evil nature of the Revolution, which eventually boils down to the one, ponderously massive complaint against it, that it did not examine the concept of man, p. 195. Indeed, such a grievous sin of omission is unforgivable. If only the Revolution had examined the concept of man, there would have been no question of a 9th Thermidor or an 18th Brumaire 109, Napoleon would have contented himself. AJM Civil Society ed. 254 Friedrich Engels. With his general's commission and maybe in his old age written drilling regulations from the human aspect. We further learn, in the course O*fr Enlightenment, about the significance of the Revolution, that basically there is no difference between deism and materialism, and why not? From this we see with some pleasure that Herr Grun has not yet quite forgotten his Hegel. Cf. for example Hegel's Geschichte der Philosophie, 3, pages 458, 459 and 463, second edition. Then, likewise to enlighten us about the significance of the Revolution, a number of points about competition are made, of which we anticipated the most important above. Further, long excerpts from the writings of Holbach are given, in order to prove that he explained crime as having its origin in the state. The significance of the Revolution is similarly elucidated by a generous anthology from Thomas More's Utopia, which Utopia is in turn elucidated to the effect that in the year of 1516 it prophetically portrayed no less than present-day England, p. 225, down to the most minute details. And at last, after all these views and considerants, on which he digresses at length over 36 pages, the final verdict follows on p. 226, the Revolution is the realization of Machiavellianism. An example which is a warning to all those who have not yet examined the concept of man. By way of consolation for the unfortunate French, who have achieved nothing but the realization of Machiavellianism, on p. 73 Herr Grun dispenses one little drop of balm. In the 18th century the French people was like a Prometheus among the nations, who asserted human rights against those of the gods. Let us not dwell on the fact that it must presumably have examined the concept of man after all, nor on the fact that it asserted human rights not as against those of the gods but those of the king, the aristocracy, and the clergy, Let us pass over these trifles and veil our heads in silent grief, for something human has happened to Herr Grun himself here. Herr Grun, you see, has forgotten that in previous publications, cf. for instance the article in volume I of the Reneskjahrbucher * die Soziale Bewegung etc., he had not merely expatiated upon and popularized a certain argument concerning human rights that is to be found in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, but with the truest plagiaristic zeal had even carried it to nonsensical extremes. He has forgotten that there he had pilloried human rights as the rights of A.K. Grun, Politik und Sozialismus. Ed. See Marx's On the Jewish Question, present edition, Volume 3, pages 160-68, ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 255. The Epicyre, 3 the Philistin, etc., here he suddenly transforms them into human rights, the rights of man. The same thing happens to Herr Grun on pages 251 and 252, where the right with which we were born and which, alas, is universally ignored, from Faust, is turned into your natural right, your human right, the fight to translate one's ideas into practice and enjoy the fruits of one's labors, although Goethe opposes it directly to law and rights, which are passed on from generation to generation like an everlasting disease, in other words the traditional law of the Ancien Regime, with which only the innate, ageless, and inalienable human rights of the revolution, but by no means the rights of man conflict. This time, it is true, Herr Grun had to forget his previous point, so that Goethe should not forfeit his human aspect. Herr Grun has however not yet completely forgotten what he learned from the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher and other publications of the same tendency. On p. 210 he defines the freedom in France at that time, for example, as the freedom of unfree, common beings. This non-being has arisen from the common being on pages 204 and 205 of the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher 0 and from the translations of these pages into the current language of German socialism of that time. Arguments which make abstract of philosophy and contain expressions from law, economics, etc., are incomprehensible to the true socialists, who therefore have the general habit of condensing them in the twinkling of an eye into a single brief catch-phrase, studded with philosophical expressions and then committing this nonsense to memory for use on any conceivable occasion. In this way, the legal common being in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher has been transformed into the above philosophico-nonsensical general being, political liberation, democracy, has acquired its philosophical short formula in liberation from the unfree general being, and this the true socialist can put in his pocket without having to fear that his erudition will prove too heavy for him. On p. XXVI Herr Grun exploits what is said in the Holy Family about sensationism and materialism in a manner similar to that which he uses in respect of the above-mentioned quotations from Holbach and their socialist interpretation, the hint contained in that publication that links with the socialist movement of the present day are to be found in the materialists of the 18th century, including Holbach. Let us pass on to philosophy, for which Herr Grun has a thoroughgoing contempt. As early as p. 7 he informs us that he has no further use for religion, philosophy, and politics, that these three have existed and will never rise again from their dissolution and that from all of them and from philosophy in particular he will retain nothing more than man himself and the social being capable of social activity. The social being capable of social activity and the above-mentioned human man are, it is true, sufficient to console us for the irreversible downfall of religion, philosophy, and politics. But Herr Grun is far too modest. He has not only retained humanistic man and various beings from philosophy, but he is also the proud possessor of a considerable, if confused, mass of Hegelian tradition. How could it be otherwise, when several years ago he knelt in reverence on a number of occasions before the bust of Hegel? We shall be asked not to introduce such scurrilous and scandalous personal details, but Herr Grun himself confided the secret to the man from the press. We shall not at this juncture say where. We have already quoted Herr Grun's sources with chapter and verse so frequently that we may for once request a like service of Herr Grun. To give him at once further proof of our kind intentions towards him, we will confide to him the fact that he took his final verdict in the free will controversy, which he gives on p. 8, from Fourier's trait de l'association, section du libre arbitre. Only the idea that the theory of free will is an aberration of the German mind is a peculiar aberration on the part of Herr Grun himself. We are at last getting closer to Goethe. On p. 15 Herr Grun allows Goethe the right to exist. For Goethe and Schiller are the resolution of the contradiction between pleasure without activity, i.e., Wieland, and activity without pleasure, i.e., Klopstock. Lessing first based man on himself. One wonders whether Herr Grun can emulate him in this acrobatic feat. In this philosophic construction, we have all of Herr Grun's sources together. The form of the construction, the basis of the whole thing, is Hegel's world-famous stratagem for the reconciliation of contradictions. Man based on himself is Hegelian terminology applied to Feuerbach. Pleasure without activity and activity without pleasure, this contradiction on which Herr Grun sets Wieland and Klopstock to play the above variations, is borrowed from the complete works of M. Osses Hess. The only source which we miss is literary history itself, which has not the remotest inkling of the above hodgepodge and is therefore rightly ignored by Herr Grun. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 257. Whilst we are on the subject of Schiller, the following observation of Herr Grun's should be apposite. Schiller was everything one can be, insofar as one is not Goethe, p. 311. Beg pardon, one can also be Herr Grun incidentally. Our author is here ploughing the same furrow as Ludwig of Bavaria. Rome, thou art lacking in Naples' gifts, she in those that thou layst claim to, were but the two of you one, it had been too much for the earth. 3. This historical construction prepares the way for Goethe's entry into German literature. Man based on himself by Lessing can continue his evolution only in Goethe's hands. For to Herr Grun belongs the credit of having discovered man in Goethe, not natural man, begotten by man and woman in the pleasures of the flesh, but man in the higher sense, dialectical man, the caput mortuum in the crucible, in which God the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost have been calcined, the cousin germain of homunculus in Faust. In short, not man as Goethe speaks of him, but man as such, as Herr Grun speaks of him. Who is man as such, then, of whom Herr Grun speaks? There is nothing in Goethe that is not human content, p. 16. On p. XXI we hear that Goethe so portrayed and conceived of man as such as we wish to realize him today. On p. XXII, Goethe today, and that means his works, is a true compendium of humanity. Goethe. Is humanity fulfilled? Page XXV. Goethe's literary works are. The ideal of human society, p. 12. Goethe could not become a national poet because he was destined to be the poet of all that is human, p. 25. Yet, according to p. 14, our nation, that is, the Germans, is nevertheless supposed to discern its own essence transfigured in Goethe. This is the first revelation about the essence of man, and we may trust Herr Grun all the more in this matter because he has no doubt examined the concept of man with the utmost thoroughness. Goethe portrays man as Herr Grun wishes to realize him, and at the same time he portrays the German nation transfigured. Man is thus none other than the German transfigured. We have confirmation of this throughout. Just as Goethe is not a national poet but the poet of all that is human, so too the German nation is not a national nation, but the nation of all that is human. For this reason we read on p. 16 again, Goethe's literary works, emanating from life, neither had nor have anything to do with reality. Just like man, just like the Germans. And on p. 4, at this very time French socialism aims to bring happiness to France. A Ludwig I of Bavaria, Florens, paraphrased, ed. B. Distillation product, distillate ed. 258 Friedrich Engels. German writers have their eyes on the human race. While the human race is for the most part accustomed to having them not before their eyes but before a somewhat opposite part of the anatomy. On innumerable occasions Herr Grun therefore expresses his pleasure at the fact that Goethe wanted to liberate man from within, e.g., p. 225, which truly Germanic form of liberation has so far refused to emerge from within. Let us duly note this first revelation then: man is the German transfigured. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung number 95, November 28, 1847. Let us now observe how Herr Grun pays homage to the poet of all that is human, the human content in Goethe. We shall thereby best discover who man is, of whom Herr Grun is speaking. We shall find that Herr Grun here reveals the most secret thoughts of true socialism, which is typical of the way his general craving to outshout all his cronies leads him rashly to trumpet out to the world matters which the rest of the band prefer to keep to themselves. His transformation of Goethe into the poet of all that is human was incidentally facilitated for him by the fact that Goethe himself had a habit of using the words man and human with a special kind of emphasis. Goethe, it is true, used them only in the sense in which they were applied in his own day and later also by Hegel. For instance, the attribute human was bestowed on the Greeks in particular as opposed to heathen and Christian barbarians, long before these expressions acquired their mystically philosophical meaning through Feuerbach. With Goethe especially they usually have a most unphilosophical and flesh and blood meaning. To Herr Grun belongs the credit of being the first to have turned Goethe into a disciple of Feuerbach and a true socialist. We cannot of course speak of Goethe himself in any detail here. We would just draw attention to one point. In his works Goethe's attitude to contemporary German society is a dual one. Sometimes he is hostile towards it, he attempts to escape from what he finds repulsive in it, as in Iphigenie and above all throughout the Italian journey. He rebels against it as Götz, Prometheus, and Faust. He lashes it with his bitterest satire as Mephistopheles. But then sometimes he is on friendly terms with it, accommodates himself to it, as in the majority of the Zaimsenian and many prose writings. He celebrates it, as in the Maskenzug, even defends it against the oncoming movement of history, as particularly in all the writings in which he comes to speak of the French Revolution. It is not just some German socialism in verse and prose 259. Aspects of German life which Goethe accepts in contrast to others which are repugnant to him. More frequently it is a question of the different moods he is in. There is a continuing battle within him between the poet of genius who feels revulsion at the wretchedness of his environment, and the cautious offspring of the Frankfurt patrician or the Weimar privy councillor who finds himself compelled to come to terms with and accustom himself to it. Goethe is thus at one moment a towering figure, at the next petty, at one moment an obstinate, mocking genius full of contempt for the world, at the next a circumspect, unexacting, narrow Philistine. Not even Goethe was able to conquer the wretchedness of Germany, on the contrary, it conquered him, and this victory of wretchedness over the greatest of Germans is the most conclusive proof that it cannot be surmounted at all from within. Goethe was too universal, too active a nature, too much a man of flesh and blood to seek refuge from this wretchedness in a Schillerian flight to the Kantian ideal. He was too keen-sighted not to see how ultimately such a flight amounted to no more than the exchange of a prosaic form of wretchedness for a grandiloquent one. His temperament, his energies, his whole mental attitude disposed him to the practical life, and the practical life he found around him was wretched. This dilemma of having to exist in an environment which he could only despise, and yet being bound to this environment as the only one in which he could be active, this dilemma always faced Goethe, and the older he became, the more the mighty poet withdrew to Gerlasse * behind the insignificant Weimar minister. Unlike Born and Menzel, we do not criticize Goethe for not being liberal but for being capable of occasional Philistinism as well, not for being unsusceptible to any enthusiasm for German freedom but for sacrificing his spasmodically erupting and truer aesthetic instinct to a petty bourgeois fear of all major contemporary historical movements, not for being a man of the court but for being capable of attending with such solemn gravity to the pettiest affairs and menus plaisir. Of one of the pettiest of the little German courts, at the time when a Napoleon was flushing out the great Augean stable that was Germany. We criticize him not from a moral or from a party point of view, but at the very most from the aesthetic and historical point of view, we measure Goethe neither by moral nor by political nor by human standards. We cannot here involve ourselves in a description of Goethe's relationship to his Tired of the Struggle ed. B. L. Born, Pariser Brief, W. Menzel, Die Deutsche Literatur ed. C. Little Entertainments, involving supplementary expenditure, ed. 2 IHJD. 26-0 Friedrich Engels. Whole Age, his literary precursors and contemporaries, his process of development and his station in life. We therefore restrict ourselves simply to noting the facts. We shall see in respect of which of these aspects Goethe's works are a true compendium of humanity, humanity fulfilled and the ideal of human society. Let us first of all take Goethe's critique of the existing society and then move on to the positive description of the ideal of human society. In view of the wealthy content of Grund's book, it goes without saying that in either area we are only highlighting a few points of characteristic brilliance. As a critic of society, Goethe does indeed perform miracles. He condemns civilization, pages 34 to 36, by giving voice to a few romantic complaints that it blurs everything that is characteristic and distinctive about man. He prophesies the world of the bourgeoisie, p. 78, by depicting in Prometheus Tautbonement the origin of private property. On p. 229 he is judge over the world, the minus of civilization. But all these things are mere trifles. On p. 253 Herr Grun quotes catechization, reflect, my child. From whom have you these talents? You cannot have them from yourself, you know why, Father gave me everything and who gave them to him, my grandfather no. From whom could he, your grandfather, receive them? Well, he just took them. Hurrah! Trumpets Herr Grun at the top of his voice, la propriété, c'est elle va prud'homme in person. Zero Leverrier can go back home with his planet and surrender his medal to Herr Grun, for this is something greater than Leverrier, this is something greater even than Jackson and his sulfuric ether fumes. For the man who condensed Proudhon's theft thesis, which is indeed disquieting for many peaceful members of the bourgeoisie, to the innocuous dimensions of the above epigram by Goethe, the only reward for him is the grand cordon of the Legion of Honor. The Burger General presents more difficulties. Herr Grun gazes at it for a while from every side, makes a few doubtful grimaces, which is unusual for him, and begins to cogitate. True enough, somewhat wishy-washy, this does not amount to a condemnation of the revolution, p. 150. Wait. Now he has it. What is the object at? Quite simply ed. B. Property is theft ed. See an allusion to P.J. Proudhon, Chu Scek la propriété, ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 261. Issue. A jug of milk 110. And so, let us not forget that here once again, it is the property question that is being brought to the fore, p. 151. If two old women are quarreling beneath Herr Grun's window over the head of a salted herring, may Herr Grun never find it too much trouble to descend from his room with its fragrance of roses and mignonette to inform them that for them too it is the property question that is being brought to the fore. The gratitude of all right-thinking people will be the best reward for him. Deutsche Brieselert Zeitung No. 96, December 2, 1847. Goethe performed one of the greatest feats of criticism when he wrote Werther. Werther is not by any means merely a sentimental love story, as those who have hitherto read Goethe from the human aspect believed. In Werther the human content has found so fitting a form that nothing can be found in any of the literatures of the world which might even remotely deserve to be set beside it, p. 96. Werther's love for Lottie is a mere instrument, a vehicle for the tragedy of the radical pantheism of emotion. Werther is the man who has no vertebra, who has not yet become a subject, p. 93 p. 94. Werther shoots himself not from infatuation but because he, that unhappy pantheistic spirit, could not come to terms with the world, p. 94. Werther depicts the whole rotten condition of society with artistic mastery, it seizes the wrongs of society by their deepest roots, by their philosophico-religious basis, which basis everybody knows to be of more recent origin than the wrongs, by the vague and nebulous understanding. Pure, well-ventilated conceptions of true human nature, and above all vertebra, hair-grun, vertebra, would be the death of that state of wretchedness, those worm-eaten, crumbling conditions which we call bourgeois life. p. 95. An example of how Werther depicts the rotten condition of society with artistic mastery. Werther writes, Adventures. Why do I use this silly word? Are false bourgeois relationships, they are the real adventures, they are the real monstrosities. 3. This cry of lamentation from a lachrymose emotionalist at the discrepancy between bourgeois reality and his no less bourgeois illusions about this reality, this faint-hearted sigh which derives solely from a lack of the most ordinary experience, is given out by Herr Grun on p. 84 as incisive social criticism. Herr Grun even asserts that the despairing agony of life which the above words express, this J.W. Goethe, Brief aus der Schweiz, written in the form of excerpts from letters supposedly found among the papers of the main character of Die Leiden der Jungen Werthers, ed. 10*. 262 Friedrich Engels. Unhealthy urge to turn things on their head so that they should at least acquire a different appearance. Ultimately dug for itself the burrow of the French Revolution. The Revolution, previously the realization of Machiavellianism, here becomes merely the realization of the sufferings of young Werther. The guillotine of the Place de la Révolution is only a pale imitation of Werther's pistol. By the same token it is self-evident, according to p. 108, that in Stella II Goethe is dealing with social material, although here only the most disreputable circumstances, p. 107, are depicted. True socialism is much more broad-minded than our Lord Jesus. For where two or three are foregathered they need not even do so in its name, then it is in the midst of them and there is social material. Like its disciple Herr Grun, it generally bears a striking resemblance to that kind of dull-witted, self-satisfied nosy Parker who makes everything his business but gets to the bottom of nothing, p. 47. Our readers will perhaps remember a letter Wilhelm Meister writes to his brother-in-law III in the last volume of the Lehrjahr, in which, after a few rather trite comments on the advantages of growing up in well-to-do circumstances, the superiority of the aristocracy over the narrow-minded bourgeoisie is acknowledged and the subordinate position of the latter as well as of all other non-aristocratic classes is sanctioned on the grounds that it is not possible to change it for the present. It is said that only the individual is able in certain circumstances to attain a level of equality with the aristocracy. Herr Grun remarks apropos of this. What Goethe says of the preeminence of the upper classes of society is absolutely true if one takes upper class as identical with educated class, and in Goethe's case this is so. pp. 264-65. And there let the matter rest. Let us come to the much discussed central point, Goethe's attitude to politics and to the French Revolution. Here Herr Grun's book provides an object lesson in what it means to endure through thick and thin. Here Herr Grun's devotion gives a good account of itself. So that Goethe's attitude towards the revolution may appear justified, Goethe must of course be above the revolution and have transcended it even before it took place. As early as p. XXI we therefore learn. Goethe had so far outstripped the practical development of his age that he felt he could only adopt towards it an attitude of rejection, a defensive attitude. A Werner ed. J.W. Goethe, Wilhelm Meister's Lehrjahr, Book 5, Cap. 3 ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 263. And on p. 84, apropos of Werther, who, as we saw already, embodies the whole revolution in look and /history shows 1789, Goethe shows 1889. Similarly on pages 28 and 29 Goethe is obliged in a few brief words radically to dispose of all the shouting about liberty, since back in the 70s he had an article printed in the Frankfurter Gelehrte Anzeigen which does not at all discuss the liberty which the shouters are demanding, but only engages in a few general and fairly sober reflections on liberty as such, the concept of liberty. Furthermore, because in his doctoral dissertation Zero Goethe propounded the thesis that it was actually the duty of every legislator to introduce a certain form of worship, a thesis which Goethe himself treats merely as an amusing paradox, inspired by all manner of small-town clerical bickering in Frankfurt, which Herr Grun himself quotes. Because of this the student Goethe discarded the whole dualism of the Revolution and the present French state like an old pair of shoes, pages 26 and 27. It would appear as if Herr Grun has inherited the student Goethe's worn-out shoes and used them to sole the 7-league boots of his social movement with. This of course now sheds a new light for us on Goethe's statements about the Revolution. It is now clear that being high above it, having disposed of it as long as 15 years previously, having discarded it like an old pair of shoes and being 100 years in advance of it, he could have no sympathy with it and could take no interest in a nation of shouters for liberty, with whom he had settled his accounts way back in the year 73. Herr Grun now has an easy time of it. Goethe may turn as much trite inherited wisdom into elegant distiches, he may philosophize upon it with as much Philistine narrow-mindedness, he may shrink with as much petty bourgeois horror from the great ice floes which threaten his peaceable poet's niche, he may behave with as much pettiness, cowardice, and servility as he will, but he cannot carry things too far for his patient gloss writer. Herr Grun lifts him up on his tireless shoulders and carries him through the mire, indeed he transfers the whole mire to the account of true socialism, just to ensure that Goethe's boots stay clean. From the campaign in Frankreich to the Nader like Tochter, Herr Grun takes on responsibility, pages 133 to 170, for everything, everything without exception, he shows a devotion. In the Germed. J. W. Goethe, Alexander von Jakober Belohnung und Strafen nach Türkischen Gesetzen. Ed. C. J. W. Goethe, De Legislatoribus. Ed. 264 Friedrich Engels. Which might move a Butches to tears. And if all this does not help, if the mire is just too deep, then a higher social exegesis is harnessed to the task. Then Herr Grun p. 137 paraphrases as follows: the sad destiny of France, let the mighty think on it, but verily the lowly should ponder it more. The mighty perished, but who defends the multitude from the multitude? The multitude was tyrant to itself. 3. Who defends, shouts Herr Grun for all he is worth, with italics, question marks and all the vehicles of the tragedy of the radical pantheism of emotion p. 93, who, in particular, defends the unpropertied multitude, the so-called rabble, against the propertied multitude, the legislating rabble. p. 137. Who in particular defends Goethe against Herr Grun. In this way Herr Grun explains the whole series of worldly-wise bourgeois precepts contained in the Venetian epigram. They are like a slap in the face delivered by the hand of Hercules, which only now, after the danger is past for the Philistine, appear to us to smack home really tolerably now that we have a great and bitter experience, bitter indeed for the Philistine, behind us, p. 136. From the Belehrung von Mainz. Herr Grun would not wish to pass over the following passage for anything in the world. On Tuesday, I hastened, to pay homage to His Highness, and had the great good fortune to wait upon the Prince, my ever gracious Lord, etc. p. 147. The passage in which Goethe lays his humble devotion at the feet of Herr Rietz, the King of Prussia's gentleman, cuckold, and pimp of the bedchamber, Herr Grun does not think fit to quote. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 97, December 5, 1847. Apropos of the Burger General and the Ausgewandert we read. Goethe's whole antipathy towards the revolution, whenever it was expressed in literary form, was concerned with the eternal lament at seeing people driven out from circumstances of well-deserved and well-accustomed property, which intriguers and envious men, etc., then usurped, this same injustice of robbery. His peaceful, domesticated nature became indignant at this violation of the right of property, which, being arbitrarily inflicted, made destitute refugees of whole masses of people, p. 151. Let us without more ado put this passage to the account of man whose peaceful, domesticated nature feels so much at ease in. A. J. W. Goethe, Vincianist epigram. Ed. B. Friedrich William II ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 265. Well-deserved and well-accustomed, to put it bluntly, well-earned circumstances of property that it declares the tempest of the revolution which sweeps away these circumstances sans facon to be arbitrary and the work of intriguers and envious men, etc. In the light of this it does not surprise us that Herr Grun finds the purest pleasure, p. 165, in the bourgeois idle Hermann und Dorothea, its timid, worldly-wise small townsfolk and lamenting peasants who take to their heels in superstitious fear before the sans-culotte army and the horrors of war. Herr Grun even accepts with relief the pusillanimous role which is assigned at the end, to the German people. It befits not a German to be at the head of a movement fleeing in terror, nor to waver first this way, then that. Herr Grun is right to shed tears of sympathy for the victims of cruel times and to raise his eyes to heaven in patriotic despair at such strokes of fate. There are enough ruined and degenerate people anyway, who have no human heart in their bosoms, who prefer to join in singing the Marseillaise in the Republican camp and perhaps even make lewd jokes in Dorothea's deserted bedchamber. Herr Grun is a decent fellow who waxes indignant at the lack of feeling with which for instance a Hegel looks down on the little, dumb flowers which have been crushed underfoot by the onrush of history and mocks at the litany of private virtues of modesty, humility, love of one's fellow men and charity which is held out against the deeds of world history and those who perform them. Herr Grun is right to do this. He will no doubt receive his reward in heaven. Let us conclude these human remarks on the revolution with the following. A real humorist might well take the liberty of finding the convention itself infinitely ridiculous, and until this real humorist is found, Herr Grun meanwhile provides the necessary instructions, pages 151, 152. Herr Grun similarly sheds some surprising light upon Goethe's attitude towards politics after the revolution. Just one example. We already know of the profound resentment man feels in his heart towards the liberals. The poet of all that is human must of course not be allowed to go to his rest without having specifically had it out with them, without having pinned an explicit memorandum on Messrs. Welcker, Itzestein, and their cronies. This memorandum are: A.J.W. Goethe, Hermann und Dorothea, 9. Gesang, Urania, ed. B.G.W.F. Hegel, Vorlesungen über die Philosophie der Geschichte, Einleitung ed. 266 Friedrich Engels. Self-satisfied nosy Parker unearths in the following of the Zamzinian, p. 319 all that is just the same old tripe, do acquire some savvy. Don't be forever just marking time, but make some progress. Goethe's verdict: nothing is more repulsive than the majority, for it consists of a few strong leaders, of rogues who accommodate themselves, of weaklings who adapt themselves, and the mass jogging along behind without having the faintest idea what it wants. 3. This verdict, so typical of the Philistine, whose ignorance and short-sightedness are only possible within the narrow bounds of a petty German principality, appears to Herr Grun as the critique of the later, i.e. modern, constitutional state. B. How important it is one may discover for instance in any chamber of deputies you care to choose, p. 268. According to this, it is only out of ignorance that the belly of the French chamber looks after itself and its like in such an excellent manner. A few pages later, on p. 271, Herr Grun finds the July Revolution misbegotten, and as early as p. 34, the Customs Union 111 is sharply criticized because it makes yet more expensive the rags the unclothed and the shivering need to cover their nakedness, in order to make the pillars of the throne, the liberal-minded money masters, whom everyone knows to be opposed to the throne throughout the Customs Union, somewhat more resistant to decay. Everyone knows how in Germany the Philistines always bring out the unclothed and shivering whenever it is a question of combating protective tariffs or any other progressive bourgeois measure, and man joins their number. What light does Goethe's critique of society and the state, as seen through Herr Grun's eyes, now shed on the essence of man? 1. Firstly, man, according to p. 264, exhibits a most marked respect for the educated estates in general and a seemly deference towards a high aristocracy in particular. And then he is distinguished by a mighty terror of any great mass movement and any determined social action, at the approach of which he either scuttles timidly back into his fireside corner or takes to his heels with all his goods and chattels. As long as it lasts, such a movement is a bitter experience for him. Scarcely is it over than he takes up a dominant position at the front of the stage and with the hand of Hercules delivers slaps in. AJW Goethe, über Naturwissenschaft im Allgemeinen, Einzelne Betrachtungen und Aphorismen ed. B. The German original has, Gesetzestate.ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 267. The face which only now appeared to him to smack home really tolerably, and finds the whole business infinitely ridiculous. And throughout he remains wholeheartedly attached to circumstances of well-deserved and well-accustomed property. Apart from that he has a very peaceful and domesticated nature, is undemanding and modest and does not wish to be disturbed in his quiet little pleasures by any storms. Man is happy within a restricted sphere, p. 191, as the first sentence of Part 2 has it, he envies no one and gives thanks to his Maker if he is left in peace. In short, man, who, as we have already seen, is German by birth, is gradually beginning to turn into the spit image of a German petty bourgeois. What actually does Goethe's critique of society as conveyed by Herr Grun amount to? What does man find in society to take exception to? Firstly, that it does not correspond to his illusions. But these illusions are precisely the illusions of an ideologizing Philistine, especially a young one, and if Philistine reality does not correspond to these illusions, this is only because they are illusions. For that very reason they correspond all the more fully to Philistine reality. They differ from it only as the ideologizing expression of a condition in general differs from that condition, and there can therefore be no further question of them being realized. A striking example of this is provided by Herr Grun's commentary on Werther. Secondly, man's polemic is directed against everything that threatens Germany's Philistine regime. His whole polemic against the revolution is that of a Philistine. His hatred of the liberals, the July Revolution and protective tariffs is the absolutely unmistakable expression of the hatred an oppressed, inflexible petty bourgeois feels for the independent, progressive bourgeois. Let us give two further examples of this. Everyone knows that the guild system marked the period of efflorescence of the petty bourgeoisie. On p. 40 Herr Grun says, speaking on behalf of Goethe, in other words, of man, in the Middle Ages the corporation brought together one strong man in defensive alliance with other strong men. The guildsmen of those days are strong men in the eyes of man. But in Goethe's day the guild system was already in decay, competition was bursting in from all sides. As a true Philistine, Goethe gives voice to a heart-rending wail at one point in his Memoirs 3 which Herr Grun quotes on p. 88, about the rot setting among the petty bourgeoisie, the ruination of well-to-do families, the decay of family life associated with this, the loosening of domestic. AJW Goethe, Aus meinem Leben, Teil 2, Book 7 ed. 268 Friedrich Engels. Bonds and other petty bourgeois lamentations which in civilized countries are treated with well-deserved contempt. Herr Grun, who scents a capital criticism of modern society in this passage, can so little moderate his delight that he has its whole human content printed in italics. Let us now turn to the positive human content in Goethe. We can proceed more quickly now that we are on the track of man. Before all else let us report the glad tidings that Wilhelm Meister deserts his parental home and that in Egmont the citizens of Brussels are demanding privileges and liberties for no other reason than to become men, p. 17. Herr Grun has detected affinities with Proudhon in the elderly Goethe once before. On p. 320 he has this pleasure once again. What he wanted, what we all want, to save our personalities, anarchy in the true sense of the word. On this topic Goethe has the following to say. Now why should anarchy have for me such attraction in modern times? Each lives according to his lights. And that is profit for me as well, 3 etc. Herr Grun is beside himself with joy at finding in Goethe that truly human social anarchy which was first proclaimed by Proudhon and adopted by acclamation by the German true socialists. This time he is mistaken, however. Goethe is speaking of the already existing anarchy in modern times, which already is profit for him and by which each lives according to his lights, in other words of the independence in sociable intercourse which has been brought about by the dissolution of the feudal system and the guilds, by the rise of the bourgeoisie, and the exclusion of patriarchalism from the social life of the educated classes. Simply for grammatical reasons there can therefore be no question of the Herr Grun's beloved future anarchy in the higher sense. Goethe is here not talking at all about what he wanted but about what he found around him. But such a little slip should not disturb us. For we do have the poem, Eigentum. I know that nothing is mine own save the idea that peacefully secretes itself from my spirit, and every instant of happiness which destiny beneficent gives me to savor fully. A.J.W. Goethe, Zamzini N. 4 ed. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 269. If it is not clear that in this poem property as it has existed up to now vanishes into smoke, p. 320, Herr Grun's comprehension has come to a standstill. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 98, December 9, 1847. But let us leave these entertaining little exegetical diversions of Herr Grun's to their fate. They are in any case legion and each invariably leads on to others still more surprising. Let us rather resume our search for man. Man is happy within a restricted sphere, as we have read. So is the Philistine. Goethe's early works were of purely social, i.e. human, character. Goethe clung to what was most immediate, smallest, most domesticated, p. 88. The first positive thing we discover about man is his delight in the smallest, domesticated still life of the petty bourgeoisie. If we can find a place in the world, says Goethe, as summarized by Herr Grun, where to rest with our possessions, a field to provide us with food, a house to shelter us, is that not a fatherland for us? And, exclaims Herr Grun, how these words express our deepest thoughts today. p. 32. Essentially man is dressed in a redingote à la propriétaire and by that too reveals himself as a thoroughbred épicier. 3. The German bourgeois, as everyone knows, is a fanatic for freedom at most for a brief moment, in his youth. That is characteristic of Man too. Herr Grun mentions with approval how in his later years Goethe damns the urge for freedom which still haunts Götz, that product of a free and ill-bred boy, and even quotes this cowardly recantation in extenso on p. 43. What Herr Grun understands by freedom can be deduced from the fact that in the same passage he identifies the freedom of the French Revolution with that of the free Switzers at the time of Goethe's Swiss journey, in other words, modern, constitutional and democratic freedom with the dominance of patricians and guilds in medieval imperial cities and especially with the early Germanic barbarism of cattle-rearing Alpine tribes. The Montagnards of the Bernese Oberland even have the same name as the Montagnards of the National Convention. A grosser ed. Play on words, Montagnards literally mountain dwellers, this was also the name taken by the Jacobins, the representatives of the Mountain Party in the convention during the French Revolution ed. 270 Friedrich Engels. The respectable bourgeois is a sworn enemy of all frivolity and mockery of religion, man likewise. If Goethe on various occasions expressed himself in a truly bourgeois manner on this topic, Herr Grun takes this as another aspect of the human content in Goethe. And to make the point quite credible, Herr Grun assembles not merely these grains of gold, but on p. 62 even adds a number of meritorious sentiments of his own, to the effect that those who mock religion, are empty vessels and simpletons, etc. Which does much credit to his feelings as man and bourgeois. The bourgeois cannot live without a king he loves, a father to his country whom he holds dear. Nor can man. That is why on p. 129 Karl August is for Goethe a most excellent prince. Stout old Herr Grun, still enthusing for most excellent princes in the year 1846. An event is of interest to the bourgeois insofar as it impinges directly on his private circumstances. To Goethe even the events of the day become alien objects which either add to or detract from his bourgeois comforts and which may arouse in him an aesthetic or human but never a political interest, p. 20. Herr Grun thus finds a human interest in a thing if he notices that it either adds to or detracts from his bourgeois comforts. Herr Grun here confesses as openly as possible that bourgeois comforts are the chief thing for man. Faust and Wilhelm Meister provide Herr Grun with an occasion for special chapters. Let us take Faust first. On p. 116 we are told, only the fact that Goethe came upon a clue to the mystery of the organization of plants enabled him to complete his delineation of humanistic man, for there is no way of escaping human man, Faust. For Faust is brought to the peak of his own nature, just as much as by natural science. We have already had examples of how that humanistic man, Herr Grun, is brought to the peak of his own nature by natura. Science. We observe that this is inherent in the race. Then on p. 231 we hear that the bones of brute and human skeletons in the first scene signifies the abstraction of our whole life, and Herr Grun treats Faust in general exactly as though he had the revelation of St. John the theologian before him. The macrocosm signifies Hegelian philosophy, which at the time when Goethe was writing this scene, 1806, happened to exist only in Hegel's mind, or at most in the manuscript of the Phenomenology which Hegel was then working on. What has chronology to do with human content? The depiction of the moribund Holy Roman Empire in the second part of Faust Herr Grun, p. 240, imagines without more ado to be a German socialism in verse and prose 271. Depiction of the monarchy of Louis XIV, in which, he adds, we automatically have the Constitution and the Republic. Man naturally of himself has everything that other people first have to provide for themselves by dint of toil and exertion. On p. 246 Herr Grun confides to us that the second part of Faust has become, with regard to its scientific aspect, the canon of modern times, just as Dante's Divine Comedy was the canon of the Middle Ages. We would commend this to natural scientists who have hitherto sought very little in the second part of Faust, and to historians, who have sought something quite other than a canon of the Middle Ages in the Florentines' Pro-Ghibelline poem. 112 It seems as though Herr Grun is looking at history with the same eyes as Goethe, according to p. 49, looked at his own past. In Italy Goethe surveyed his past with the Iswa the Belvedere Apollo, eyes which pour comme de Malha * do not even have eyeballs. Wilhelm Meister is a communist, i.e. in theory, on the basis of aesthetic outlook. p. 254. On nothing does he set great store, and yet the whole wide world is his. p. 257. Of course, he has enough money, and the world belongs to him, as it belongs to every bourgeois, without his needing to go to the trouble of becoming a communist on the basis of aesthetic outlook. Under the auspices of this nothing on which Wilhelm Meister sets great store, and which, as we see from p. 256, is indeed an extensive and most substantial nothing, even hangovers are eliminated. Herr Grun drains every cup to the lees, without ill effect, without a headache. So much the better for man who may now quietly worship Bacchus with impunity. For the day when all these things shall come to pass, Herr Grun has meanwhile already discovered the drinking song for true man in On Nothing Do I Set Great Store. This song will be sung when mankind has arranged its affairs in a manner worthy of itself, but Herr Grun has reduced it to 3 verses and expunged those parts unsuitable for youth and man. In Wilhelm Meister Goethe sets up the ideal of human society. Man is not a teaching but a living, acting and creating being. Wilhelm Meister is this man. The essence of man is activity, an essence he shares with any flea, pages 257, 258, 261. Finally the Wolverwantschaften. This novel, moral enough in itself, is moralized even more by Herr Grun, so that it almost seems as the final misfortune ed. B.J.W. Goethe, Vanitas. Vanitatum Vanitas. Paraphrased, ed. 272 Friedrich Engels. though he were concerned to recommend the Walverwandtschaften as a suitable textbook for schools for young ladies. Herr Grun explains that Goethe distinguished between love and marriage, so that for him love was a search of marriage and marriage was love found and fulfilled, p. 286. By this token, then, love is the seer choi love that has been found. This is further elucidated to the effect that after the freedom of youthful love, marriage must come about as the final relationship of love, p. 287. Exactly as in civilized countries a wise father first allows his son to sow his wild oats for a few years and then finds him a suitable wife as a final relationship. However, whilst people in civilized countries have long passed the stage of regarding this final relationship as something morally binding, whilst on the contrary in those countries the husband keeps mistresses and his wife retaliates by cuckolding him, the Philistine once again rescues Herr Grun. If man has had a really free choice, if two people base their union on their mutual rational wishes, there is no mention here of passion, flesh and blood. It would require the outlook of a libertine to regard the upsetting of this relationship as a trifle, as not so fraught with suffering and unhappiness as Goethe did. But there can be no question of libertinism with Goethe, p. 288. This passage qualifies the timid polemic against morality which Herr Grun permits himself from time to time. The Philistine has arrived at the realization that there is all the more reason for having to turn a blind eye to the behavior of the young, since it is precisely the most dissolute young men who afterwards make the best husbands. But if they should misbehave themselves again after the wedding, then no mercy, no pity on them, for that would require the outlook of a libertine. The outlook of a libertine. Libertinism. One can just picture man as large as life before one, as he places his hand on his heart, and overflowing with pride exclaims, "No. I am pure of all frivolity, of fornication and licentiousness. I have never deliberately ruined the happiness of a contented marriage. I have always practiced fidelity and honesty and have never lusted after my neighbor's wife. I am no libertine." Man is right. He is not made for amorous affairs with beautiful women, he has never turned his mind to seduction and adultery. He is no libertine, but a man of conscience, an honorable, virtuous, German Philistine. He is, l'épicier pacifique, fumant sa pipe au fond de sa boutique, il craint sa femme et son ton arrogant. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 273. De la maison il we laisse l'empire. Au moindre signe obéit sans mot dire. Etvit in zikoku. Bateau, content. 3. Parny, goddamn, chant 3. There remains just one observation for us to make. If above we have only considered one aspect of Goethe, that is the fault of Herr Grun alone. He does not present Goethe's towering stature at all. He either schemes hurriedly over all works in which Goethe was really great and a genius, such as the Romanesque Elegy of Goethe the Libertine, or he inundates them with a great torrent of trivialities, which only proves that he can make nothing of them. On the other hand, with what is for him uncommon industry he seeks out every instance of Philistinism, petty priggery and narrow-mindedness, collates them, exaggerates them in the manner of a true literary hack, and rejoices every time he is able to find support for his own narrow-minded opinions on the authority of Goethe, whom he furthermore frequently distorts. History's revenge on Goethe for ignoring her every time she confronted him face to face was not the yapping of Menzel nor the narrow polemic of Born. No, just as Titania in the land of fairy magic found Nick Bottom in her arms, b. So one morning Goethe found Herr Grun in his arms. Herr Grun's apologia, the warm thanks he stammers out to Goethe for every Philistine word, that is the bitterest revenge which offended history could pronounce upon the greatest German poet. Herr Grun, however, can close his eyes in the awareness that he has not disgraced his destiny of being a man, p. 248. Written in 1846 and early 1847, printed according to the newspaper, first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the first Zeitung NOS 73, 74, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, and Time 98, September 12 and 16, November 21, 25 and 28, December 2, 5 and 9, 1847. A. The peaceful tradesman. Smoking his pipe at the back of his shop. He fears his wife and her domineering tone. He leaves to her the government of the house, without a word he obeys her slightest signal, thus he lives, cuckolded, beaten, and content ed. B. J. W. Goethe, Warnung, Zeigles Epigrammatisch, ed. Friedrich Engels. The Economic Congress 113. It is well known that here there are several lawyers, officials, doctors, rentiers, merchants, etc., who, under pretense of an association pour le libre-échange, à l'instar de Paris, 3 give one another instruction in the elements of political economy. For the last 3 days of the past week these gentlemen were swimming in bliss. They held their great congress of the greatest economists of all countries, they enjoyed the ineffable delights of hearing the truths of economics expounded, no longer from the mouths of a Monsieur Jules Bartels, a Le Hardy de Cialio, a Fader or other unknown celebrities, no, but from the mouths of the leading masters of the science. They were enraptured, enchanted, divinely happy, transported to the 7th heaven. Less enraptured, however, were the masters of the science themselves. They had come prepared for an easy battle, and the battle was very hard for them. They believed that they had only to come, see, and conquer, and they conquered only in the voting, whereas they were decisively defeated in the discussion on the 2nd day, and only by means of intrigues did they avoid a new and still more decisive defeat on the 3rd day. Even if their divinely happy public noticed nothing of all this, they themselves could not but feel it painfully. We attended the Congress. From the very beginning we had no particular respect for these masters of science, whose principle, Association for Free Trade, after the example of Paris, ed. Pun fader, from fade, dull, insipid, fader, name of a participant in the Economic Congress ed. The Economic Congress 275. Learning consists in continually contradicting one another and themselves with the greatest equanimity. But we confess that this Congress robbed us of the last tiny vestige of respect we might have had for those with whose writings and speeches we were less well acquainted. We confess that we were astounded to have to hear such platitudes and insipidities, such universally familiar trivialities. We confess that we had not expected these men of science to be incapable of telling us anything more valuable than the first elements of economics, which might well be new for children of 7 or 8, but which must be presumed to be common knowledge for adults, and in particular for members of associations pour le libre-échange. However, the gentlemen knew their public better than we. The Englishmen comported themselves best at the Congress. They had the greatest interest in the matter. They have the opening up of the continental markets at heart. For them the question of free trade is a matter of life and death. They showed this clearly enough, too. They, who nowhere speak anything but their English, condescended, in the interest of their beloved free trade, 3 to speak French. One could clearly see how powerfully the matter affected their purses. The Frenchmen performed in the manner of pure ideologists and scientific dreamers. They did not even distinguish themselves by any French esprit or originality of conception. But at least they spoke good French, and that is something one seldom hears in Brussels. The Dutchmen were tedious and professorial. The Dane, Herr David, was quite incomprehensible. The Belgians for the most part played the role of passive listeners, or at any rate never transcended the limits of their national industry. Contrafacon *1 and finally the Germans, with the exception of Weerth, who, however, spoke more as an Englishman than a German, formed the party honteuse of the whole Congress. The palm would have fittingly been theirs, if a Belgian had not after all conquered it for his nation. First day. General discussion. Belgium opened it with M. Fader, who, in his entire behavior, in his deportment and language, brought before us the whole of that strutting foppishness which gives itself such repulsive airs in the streets and promenades of Brussels. M. Fader peddled nothing but empty phrases, and hardly raised himself to the most elementary economic truths. Let us not detain. English in the original ed. B. Imitation ed. 276 Friedrich Engels. Ourselves with him for as long as he detained us with his outpourings of dishwater soup. M. Wolowski, professor etc. in Paris, mounted the rostrum. A smug, rhetorical, superficial, Frenchified Polish Jew, who has managed to combine in himself the bad qualities of all three nations with none of the good. M. Wolowski whipped up huge enthusiasm by means of a previously arranged, sophistically surprising speech. Unfortunately, however, this speech was not M. Wolowski's property, it was patched together from the Sophie SMES economics of M. Frederick Bastiat. This was naturally something the Brussels claqueurs could not know. M. Wolowski regretted that a German protectionist would be opposing him and that the French protectionists had allowed the initiative to be taken from them in this way. For this he was punished. When concluding his speech, M. Wolowski became comical in the highest degree. He came to speak of the working classes, to whom he promised golden mountains from free trade, and in whose name he made a hypocritically furious attack on the protectionists. Yes, he exclaimed, working himself up into a rhetorical falsetto, yes, these protectionists, ces gens qui n'ont rien là qui bat pour les classes laborieuses. 3 Here he pounded himself on his round little belly. These protectionists are the people who prevent us from fulfilling our most heartfelt wishes and help the workers out of their poverty. Unfortunately, his whole fury was too artificial to make any impression on the few workers who were present in the gallery. Herr Rittinghausen from Cologne, the representative of the German fatherland, read out an infinitely tedious essay in defense of the protective system. He spoke as a true German. With the most pitiful grimaces in the world he lamented Germany's sorry condition and its industrial impotence, and he downright beseeched the Englishmen that they might, after all, allow Germany to protect itself against their superior competition. Why, he said, gentlemen, you wish to give us freedom of trade, you wish us to compete freely with all nations, when we still have guilds almost everywhere, when we may not even compete freely among ourselves. M. Blanqui, professor, deputy, and progressive conservative from Paris, author of A Wretched Economic History 1 * and other inferior books, principal pillar of the so-called École Française of Economics, answered Herr Rittinghausen. A well-fed, standoffish man with a face in which hypocritical severity, unctuousness, and philanthropy. These people with nothing here which beats for the toiling classes. Ed. B. A. Blanqui, Histoire de l'économie politique en Europe ed. The Economic Congress 277. Are repulsively blended. Knight of the Legion of Honor, Celavier sans dire. 3 M. Blanqui spoke with the greatest possible volubility and the least possible wit, and this, naturally, was just the thing to impress the Brussels free traders. What he said is moreover 10 times less significant than what he has previously written. Let us not detain ourselves with these empty phrases. Then came Dr. Bowring, radical member of Parliament and heir to the wisdom of Bentham, whose skeleton he owns. 114 He is himself a kind of Bentham skeleton. It was noticeable that the elections were over. Mr. Bowring no longer found it necessary to make concessions to the people, but spoke instead in the manner of a genuine bourgeois. He spoke fluent and correct French, with a strong English accent, and emphasized the effect of his words with the most vehement and droll gesticulations that we recall ever having seen. Mr. Bowring, the representative of the highly interested English bourgeoisie, declared that at last the time had come for all egoism to be cast aside and for each to establish his own prosperity on that of the others. Naturally, the old economic truth cropped up that one can do more business with a millionaire and therefore make more out of him than out of the possessor of a mere $1,000. Finally, there was yet another inspired him to set Envoyé du Ciel, the smuggler. After him spoke M. Duchateau, president of the Valenciennes Association pour la Protection du Travail National, defending, as a result of M. Wolowski's provocation, the French protective system. He repeated, with great calm and lucidity, the well-known principles of the protectionists, in the quite correct opinion that these were sufficient to make the whole Congress bitter for the free trade gentleman. He was undoubtedly the best speaker of the day. Mr. Ewart, Member of Parliament, answered him, in almost incomprehensible French, with the stalest and most platitudinous shibboleths of the Anti-Corn Law League, long since known by heart to almost every street urchin in England. We mention M. Campan, a delegate from the Free Trade Society of Bordeaux, merely for the sake of the record. What he said was so insignificant that we can no longer recall a single word of it. Colonel Thompson, Member of Parliament, reduces the question to a simple story. In a certain town there exist cab drivers who make a journey for 1v2 francs. Now an omnibus is introduced, which that goes without saying ed. Be this ambassador from heaven ed. See Association for the Protection of National Labor ed. 278 Friedrich Engels. Makes the same trip for 1 franc. Thus the cab driver would say that V2 franc per trip is withdrawn from trade. But is that true? Where does the 7 franc go to? Aha! The passenger will buy something else for it, perhaps pies, cakes or the like. Thus the half franc enters trade after all, and the consumer gets more satisfaction from it. Here we have the case of the protectionists, who defend the cab driver, and that of the free traders, who wish to introduce the omnibus. The only thing that the good Colonel Thompson forgets is that competition soon eliminates this advantage of the consumer, and takes from him for one thing exactly what he gains on another. The final speaker was M. Dunoyer, a councillor of state in Paris, author of several books, among others De la Liberté du Travail, in which he accuses the workers of producing far too many children. He spoke with the vehemence proper to a councillor of state, and moreover very insignificantly. M. Dunoyer is a well-nourished ventriloquist with a bald skull and the red, forward-thrusting face of a dog. He is evidently accustomed to brook no contradictions, but is by no means as terrifying as he would like to be. M. Blanqui said of his cheap invective against the proletariat, M. Dunoyer dit auxiliary pupils les mêmes vérités austères qu'au dernier siècle les Voltaire et Rousseau defiant auxiliary princes. With this the general discussion was closed. We shall report on the discussion of the individual questions on the second and third days in the next issue. 115. Written between September 19 and 22, printed according to the newspaper. 1847. Published in English for the first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 76, September 23, 1847. Abelli, Ponch ed. M. Dunoyer tells the same hard truths to the people as did the Voltaires and Rousseaus to the princes in the last century. Ed. Karl Marx. The Protectionists, the Free Traders, and the Working Class. 116. The protectionists have never protected small industry, handicraft proper. Have Dr. List and his school in Germany by any chance demanded protective tariffs for the small linen industry, for handloom weaving, for handicraft production? No, when they demanded protective tariffs they did so only in order to oust handicraft production with machines and patriarchal industry with modern industry. In a word, they wished to extend the dominion of the bourgeoisie, and in particular of the big industrial capitalists. They went so far as to proclaim aloud the decline and fall of small industry and the petty bourgeoisie, of small farming and the small peasants, as a sad but inevitable and, as far as the industrial development of Germany is concerned, necessary occurrence. Besides the school of Dr. List there exists in Germany, the land of schools, yet another school, which demands not merely a system of protective tariffs, but a system of import prohibition proper. The leader of this school, Herr V. Gillich, has written a very scholarly history of industry and trade, which has also been translated into French. Herr V. Gillich is a sincere philanthropist. He is in earnest with regard to protecting handicraft production and national labor. Well now, what did he do? He began by refuting Dr. List, proved that in List's system the welfare of the working class is only a sham and a pretense, a ringing piece of hollow rhetoric, and then, for his part, he made the following proposals: 1. To prohibit the importation of foreign manufactured products. A.G. Gillich, Geschichtliche Darstellung des Handels, der Gewerbeunde de Ackerbauster. B. de Tensten Handel Treibenden Staaten unserer Zeit ed. 280 Karl Marx. 2. To place very heavy import duties on raw materials originating abroad, like cotton, silk etc., etc., in order to protect wool and nationally produced linen. 3. Likewise on colonial products, in order to replace sugar, coffee, indigo, cochineal, valuable timbers etc., etc., with national products. 4. To place high taxes on nationally produced machines, in order to protect handicraft production against the machine. It is evident that Herr V. Gillich is a man who accepts the system with all its consequences. And what does this lead to? Not merely preventing the entry of foreign industrial products, but also hindering the progress of national industry. Herr List and Herr V. Gillich form the limits between which the system moves. If it wishes to protect industrial progress, then it at once sacrifices handicraft production, labor. If it wishes to protect labor, then industrial progress is sacrificed. Let us return to the protectionists proper, who do not share the illusions of Herr V. Gillich. If they speak consciously and openly to the working class, then they summarize their philanthropy in the following words: it is better to be exploited by one's fellow countrymen than by foreigners. I do not think the working class will be forever satisfied with this solution, which, it must be confessed, is indeed very patriotic, but nonetheless a little too ascetic and spiritual for people whose only occupation consists in the production of riches, of material wealth. But the protectionists will say, so when all is said and done we at least preserve the present state of society. Good or bad, we guarantee the laborer work for his hands, and prevent his being thrown onto the street by foreign competition. I shall not dispute this statement, I accept it. The preservation, the conservation of the present state of affairs is accordingly the best result the protectionists can achieve in the most favorable circumstances. Good, but the problem for the working class is not to preserve the present state of affairs, but to transform it into its opposite. The protectionists have one last refuge. They say that their system makes no claim to be a means of social reform, but that it is nonetheless necessary to begin with social reforms in one's own country, before one embarks on economic reforms internationally. After the protective system has been at first reactionary, then conservative, it finally becomes conservative progressive. It will suffice to point out the contradiction lurking in this theory, which at first sight appears to have something seductive, practical, and rational to it. A strange contradiction. The system of protective tariffs. The protectionists, the free traders and the working class 281. Places in the hands of the capital of one country the weapons which enable it to defy the capital of other countries. It increases the strength of this capital in opposition to foreign capital, and at the same time it deludes itself that the very same means will make that same capital small and weak in opposition to the working class. In the last analysis that would mean appealing to the philanthropy of capital, as though capital as such could be a philanthropist. In general, social reforms can never be brought about by the weakness of the strong, they must and will be called to life by the strength of the weak. Incidentally, we have no need to detain ourselves with this matter. From the moment the protectionists concede that social reforms have no place in their system and are not a result of it, and that they form a special question, from this moment on they have already abandoned the social question. I shall accordingly leave the protectionists aside and speak of free trade in its relationship to the condition of the working class. Written in the second half, printed according to the 1848 of September 1847 edition, first published in Zwei Reden über die, published in English for the first free Handels und Scouts Alfred von Karl Time Marx, Ham, 1848. Friedrich Engels. The Free Trade Congress at Brussels. On the 16th, 17th, and 18th of September, there was held here, Brussels, a Congress of political economists, manufacturers, tradesmen, etc., to discuss the question of free trade. There were present about 150 members of all nations. There assisted, on the part of the English free traders, Dr. Baring, MP, Col. Thompson, MP, Mr. Ewart, MP, Mr. Brown, MP, James Wilson, ESQ, editor of The Economist, etc., from France had arrived M. Wolowski, professor of jurisprudence, M. Blanky, deputy, professor of political economy, author of a history of that science, 3 and other works, M. Horace, son of the celebrated economist 5, M.Ch. Dunoyer, member of the Privy Council, author of several works upon politics and economy, and others. From Germany there was no free trader present, but Holland, Denmark, Italy, etc., had sent representatives. Señor Ramón de la Sagra, of Madrid, intended to come, but came too late. The assistance of a whole host of Belgian free traders need hardly be mentioned, it being a matter of course. Thus the celebrities of the science had met to discuss the important question whether free trade would benefit the world. You will think the discussions of such a splendid assembly, discussions carried on by economical stars of the first magnitude, must have been interesting in the highest degree. You will say that men like Dr. Baring, Colonel Thompson, Blanky and Dunoyer, must have pronounced speeches the most striking, must have produced arguments the most convincing, must have represented all questions under a light the most novel and surprising imaginable. Alas! Sir, if you had been present, you would have been piteously undeceived. A. Blanky, Histoire de l'économie politique en Europe ed. Jean-Baptiste Say ed. The Free Trade Congress at Brussels 283. Your glorious expectations, your fond illusions would have vanished within less than an hour. I have assisted at innumerable public meetings and discussions. I heard the League pour forth their anti-Corn Law 117 arguments more than 100 times, while I was in England, but never, I can assure you, never did I hear such dull, tedious, trivial stuff, brought forward with such a degree of self-complacency. I was never before so disappointed. What was carried on did not merit the name of a discussion, it was mere pothouse talk. The great scientific luminaries never ventured themselves upon the field of political economy, in the strict sense of the word. I shall not repeat to you all the worn-out stuff which was brought forward on the first 2 days. Read 2 or 3 numbers of the League or the Manchester Guardian, and you will find all that was said, except, perhaps, a few specious sentences brought forward by M. Wolowski, which he, however, had stolen from M. Bastiat's, chief of the French Free Traders, pamphlet of Sophie Smes Economics. Free traders did not expect to meet with any other opposition, but that of M. Rittinghausen, a German protectionist, and generally an insipid fellow. But up got M. Duchateau, a French manufacturer and protectionist, a man who spoke for his purse, just as Mr. Ewart or Mr. Brown spoke for theirs, and gave them such a terrible opposition, that on the second day of the discussion, a great number, even of free traders, avowed that they had been beaten in argument. They took, however, their revenge at the vote. The resolutions passed, of course, almost unanimously. On the third day, a question was discussed which interests your readers. It was this: will the carrying out of universal free trade benefit the working classes? The affirmative was supported by Mr. Brown, the South Lancashire free trader, in a lengthy speech, in English. He and Mr. Wilson were the only ones who spoke that language, the remainder all spoke French. Dr. Baring, very well. Colonel Thompson, tolerably. Mr. Ewart, dreadfully. He repeated a part of the old League documents, in a whining tone, very much like a Church of England parson. After him got up Mr. Weirth, of Rhenish Prussia. You know, I believe, this gentleman, a young tradesman whose poetry is well known and very much liked throughout Germany, and who, during several years' stay in Yorkshire, was an eyewitness of the condition of the working people. He has a great many friends amongst them there, who will be glad to see that he has not forgotten them. As his speech will be to your readers the most interesting feature of the whole Congress, I shall report it at some length. He spoke as follows: 118. 284 Friedrich Engels. Gentlemen, you are discussing the influence of free trade upon the condition of the working classes. You profess the greatest possible sympathy for those classes. I am very glad of it, but yet I am astonished not to see a representative of the working classes amongst you. The moneyed classes of France are represented by a peer, those of England by several M.P.s, those of Belgium by an ex-minister, and even those of Germany by a gentleman who gave us a faithful description of the state of that country. But where, I ask you, are the representatives of the working men? I see them nowhere, and, therefore, gentlemen, allow me to take up the defense of their interests. I beg to speak to you on behalf of the working people, and principally on behalf of those 5 millions of English working men, amongst whom I spent several of the most pleasant years of my life, whom I know and whom I cherish. Cheers. Indeed, gentlemen, the working people stand in need of some generosity. Hitherto they have not been treated like men, but like beasts of burden, nay, like merchandise, like machines. The English manufacturers know this so well, that they never say, "We employ so many workmen, but so many hands." The moneyed classes, acting upon this principle, have never hesitated a moment to profit by their services as long as they require them, and then turn them out upon the streets, as soon as there is no longer any profit to be squeezed out of them. Thus the condition of these outcasts of modern society has become such, that it cannot be made worse. Look wherever you like, to the banks of the Rhone, into the dirty and pestilential lanes of Manchester, Leeds, and Birmingham, on the hills of Saxony and Silesia, or the plains of Westphalia. Everywhere you will meet with the same pale starvation, the same gloomy despair, in the eyes of men who in vain claim their rights and their position in civilized society. Great sensation. Mr. Weir then declared his opinion to be, that the protective system in reality did not protect the working people, but that free trade, and he told it them plainly and distinctly, although he himself was a free trader, that free trade would never change their miserable condition. He did not at all join in the delusions of the free traders, as to the beneficial effects of the carrying out of their system upon the working classes. On the contrary, free trade, the full realization of free competition, would force the working people as much into a keener competition amongst themselves as it would make capitalists compete more selfishly against each other. The perfect freedom of competition would inevitably give an enormous impulse to the invention of new machinery, and thus supersede more workmen than even now were daily superseded. It would stimulate production in every way, but for this very reason it would stimulate overproduction, overstocking of markets, and commercial revulsions, just in the same measure. The free traders pretended that those terrible revulsions would cease under a system of commercial freedom. Why, just the contrary would be the case, they would increase and multiply more than ever. Possible, nay certain it was, that at first the greater cheapness of provisions would benefit the work people, that a lessened cost of production would increase consumption and the demand for labor, but that the Free Trade Congress at Brussels 285 advantage very soon would be turned into misery. The competition of the working people amongst themselves would soon reduce them to the former level of misery and starvation. After these and other arguments, which appeared to be quite novel to the meeting, for they were listened to with the greatest attention, although the Times reporter deigns to rid himself of them with the impudent but significant sneer Chartist commonplace 3, Mr. Weir concluded as follows. And do not think, gentlemen, that these are but my individual opinions, they are the opinions, too, of the English working men, a class whom I cherish and respect, because they are intelligent and energetic men. Indeed, cheers, by courtesy, I shall prove that by a few facts. During full 6 years, the gentlemen of the League, whom we see here, courted the support of the working people, but in vain. The working men never forgot that the capitalists were their natural enemies, they recollected the League riots of 1842, 119 and the masters' opposition against the 10 Hours Bill. It was only towards the end of 1845, that the Chartists, the elite of the working classes, associated for a moment with the League, in order to crush their common enemy, the landed aristocracy. But it was for a moment only, and never were they deceived by the delusive promises of Cobden, Bright, and Co., nor did they hope the fulfillment of cheap bread, high wages, and plenty to do. No, not for a moment did they cease to trust in their own exertions only, to form a distinct party, led on by distinct chiefs, by the indefatigable Duncombe, and by Feargus O'Connor, who, in spite of all calumnies, here Mr. Weir looked at Dr. Bowring, who made a quick, convulsive movement, who, in spite of all calumnies, within a few weeks will sit upon the same bench with you in the House of Commons. In the name, then, of those millions who do not believe that free trade will do wonders for them, I call upon you to seek for some other means to effectively better their condition. Gentlemen, I call upon you for your own interests. You have no longer to fear the Emperor of all the Russias, you dread not an invasion of Cossacks, but if you do not take care you will have to fear the eruption of your own workmen, and they will be more terrible to you than all the Cossacks in the world. Gentlemen, the work people want no more words from you, they want deeds. And you have no reason to be astonished at that. They recollect very well, that in 1830 and 31, when they conquered the Reform Bill for you in London, when they fought for you in the streets of Paris and Brussels, that then they were courted, shaken hands with, and highly praised, but that when a few years after they demanded bread, then they were received with grape shot and the bayonet. Oh! No, no. Yes, yes. Busancaeus, lions. I repeat, therefore, to you, carry your free trade, it will be well, but think, at the same time, about other measures for the working classes, or you will repent it. Loud cheers. Immediately after Mr. Weir, up got Dr. Bowring to reply. Gentlemen, said he, I can tell you that the Hon member who has just sat down has not been elected by the English working people to represent them in this Congress. On the contrary, the English people generally have given us their suffrages for this purpose, and, therefore, we claim our places as their true representatives. He then went on to show the beneficial effects of free trade, as proved by the increased importation of articles of food into England. A Free Trade Congress in Brussels in the Times, September 20, 1847 ed. 286 Friedrich Engels. Since the introduction of last year's tariff. 3. So many eggs, so many cwt of butter, cheese, ham, bacon, so many heads of cattle, etc., etc., who could have eaten all that if not the working people of England? He quite forgot, however, telling us what quantities of the same articles have been produced less in England since foreign competition has been admitted. He took it for granted that increased importation was a decisive proof of increased consumption. He never mentioned wherefrom the working people of Manchester, Bradford, and Leeds, who now walk the streets and cannot get work, wherefrom these men got the money to pay for this supposed increase of consumption and free trade comforts, for we never heard of the masters making them presents of eggs, butter, cheese, ham, and meat, for not working at all. He never said a word about the present depressed state of the trade, which in every public paper is represented as really unexampled. He seemed not to know that all the predictions of the free traders since the carrying of the measures have proved just the reverse of reality. He had not a word of sympathy for the sufferings of the working classes, but, on the contrary, represented their present gloomy condition as the brightest, happiest, and most comfortable they could reasonably desire. The English working people, now, may choose betwixt their two representatives. A host of others followed, who spoke about every imaginable subject upon earth, except upon the one under discussion. Mr. M. Adam, MP for Belfast, spun an eternally long yarn upon flax spinning in Ireland, and almost killed the meeting with statistics. Mr. Akersdijk, a Dutch professor, spoke about Old Holland and Young Holland, the University of Liege, Walpole, and de Witt. M. van de Castile spoke about France, Belgium, and the Ministry. M. Ascher, of Berlin, about German patriotism and some new article he called Spiritual Manufacture. M. Dentex, a Dutchman, about God knows what. At last, the whole meeting being half asleep, was awakened by M. Wolowski, who returned to the question and replied to Mr. Weirth. His speech, like all speeches delivered by Frenchmen, proved how much the French capitalists dread the fulfillment of Mr. Weirth's prophecies. They speak with such pretended sympathy, such conteing and whining of the sufferings of the working classes, that one might take it all for good earnest, were it not too flagrantly contradicted by the roundness of their bellies, by the stamp of hypocrisy deeply imprinted on their faces, by the pitiful remedies they propose, and by the unmistakably striking contrast between their words and their deeds. Nor have they, i.e., the lifting of heavy duties on imported corn in 1846 ed. The Free Trade Congress at Brussels 287. Ever succeeded in deceiving one single working man. Then, up got the Duc de Harcourt, peer of France, and claimed, too, for the French capitalists, deputies, etc., present the right of representing the French working people. They do so in the same way as Dr. Bowring represents the English Chartists. Then spoke Mr. James Wilson, repeating most brazen-facedly the most worn-out League arguments, in the drowsy tone of a Philadelphia Quaker. You see from this, what a nice discussion it was. Dr. Marx, of Brussels, whom you know as by far the most talented representative of German democracy, had also claimed his turn to speak. He had prepared a speech, which, if it had been delivered, would have made it impossible for the congressional gents to vote upon the question. But Mr. Weirth's opposition had made them shy. They resolved to let none speak, of whose orthodoxy they were not quite sure. Thus, Messrs. Wolowski, Wilson, and the whole precious lot spoke against time, and when it was 4 o'clock, there were still 6 or 7 gentlemen who wanted to speak, but the chairman closed the discussion abruptly, and the whole set of fools, ignorants, and knaves called a Congress of Political Economists, voted all votes against one, the poor German fool of a protectionist aforesaid. The Democrats did not vote at all that free trade is extremely beneficial to the working people, and will free them from all misery and distress. As Mr. Marx's speech, although not delivered, contains the very best and most striking refutation of this barefaced lie, which can be imagined, and as its contents, in spite of so many hundred pages having been written pro and con upon the subject, will yet read quite novel in England, I enclose you some extracts from it. Speech of Dr. Marx on protection, free trade, and the working classes. There are 2 sects of protectionists. The first sect, represented in Germany by Dr. List, who never intended to protect manual labor, on the contrary, they demanded protective duties in order to crush manual labor by machinery, to supersede patriarchal manufacture by modern manufacture. They always intended to prepare the reign of the moneyed classes, the bourgeoisie, and more particularly that of the large manufacturing capitalists. They openly proclaimed the ruin of petty manufacturers, of small tradesmen, and small farmers, as an event to be regretted, indeed, but quite inevitable, at the same time. The second school of protectionists, required not only a Charles de Broukere ed. 288 Friedrich Engels protection, but absolute prohibition. They proposed to protect manual labor against the invasion of machinery, as well as against foreign competition. They proposed to protect by high duties, not only home manufactures, but also home agriculture, and the production of raw materials at home. And where did this school arrive at? At the prohibition, not only of the importation of foreign manufactured produce, but of the progress of the home manufacture itself. Thus the whole protective system inevitably got upon the horns of this dilemma. Either it protected the progress of home manufactures, and then it sacrificed manual labor, or it protected manual labor, and then it sacrificed home manufactures. protectionists of the first sect, those who conceived the progress of machinery, of division of labor, and of competition, to be irresistible, told the working classes, at any rate if you are to be squeezed out, you had better be squeezed by your own countrymen, than by foreigners. Will the working classes forever bear with this? I think not. Those who produce all the wealth and comforts of the rich, will not be satisfied with that poor consolation. They will require more substantial comforts in exchange for substantial produce. But the protectionists say, after all, we keep the state of society as it is at present. We ensure to the working man, somehow or other, the employment he wants. We take care that he shall not be turned out of work in consequence of foreign competition. So be it. Thus, in the best case, the protectionists avow that they are unable to arrive at anything better than the continuation of the status quo. Now the working classes want not the continuation of their actual condition, but a change for the better. A last refuge yet stands open to the protectionist. He will say that he is not at all adverse to social reform in the interior of a country, but that the first thing to ensure their success will be to shut out any derangement which might be caused by foreign competition. My system, he says, is no system of social reform, but if we are to reform society, had we not better do so within our own country, before we talk about reforms in our relations with other countries? Very specious, indeed, but under this plausible appearance, there is hid a very strange contradiction. The protectionist system, while it gives arms to the capital of a country against the capital of foreign countries, while it strengthens capital against foreigners, believes that this capital, thus armed, thus strengthened, will be weak, impotent, and feeble, when opposed to labor. Why, that would be appealing to the mercy of capital, as if capital, considered as such, could ever be merciful. Why, social reforms are never carried by the weakness of the strong, but always by the strength of the weak. But it is not at all necessary to insist on the Free Trade Congress at Brussels 289. This point. From the moment the protectionists agree that social reforms do not necessarily follow from, and that they are not part and parcel of their system, but form quite a distinct question, from that moment they abandon the question, which we discuss. We may, therefore, leave them in order to review the effects of free trade upon the condition of the working classes. The problem, what will be the influence of the perfect unfettering of trade upon the situation of the working classes, is very easy to be resolved. It is not even a problem. If there is anything clearly exposed in political economy, it is the fate attending the working classes under the reign of free trade. All those laws developed in the classical works on political economy, are strictly true under the supposition only, that trade be delivered from all fetters, that competition be perfectly free, not only within a single country, but upon the whole face of the earth. These laws, which A. Smith, say, and Ricardo have developed, the laws under which wealth is produced and distributed, these laws grow more true, more exact, then cease to be mere abstractions, in the same measure in which free trade is carried out. And the master of the science, when treating of any economical subject, tells us every moment that all their reasonings are founded upon the supposition that all fetters, yet existing, are to be removed from trade. They are quite right in following this method. For they make no arbitrary abstractions, they only remove from their reasoning a series of accidental circumstances. Thus it can justly be said, that the economists Ricardo and others know more about society as it will be, than about society as it is. They know more about the future than about the present. If you wish to read in the book of the future, open Smith, say, Ricardo. There you will find described, as clearly as possible, the condition which awaits the working man under the reign of perfect free trade. Take, for instance, the authority of Ricardo, authority than which there is no better. What is the natural normal price of the labor of, economically speaking, a working man? Ricardo replies, wages reduced to their minimum, their lowest level. Labor is a commodity as well as any other commodity. 123 Now the price of a commodity is determined by the time necessary to produce it. What then is necessary to produce the commodity of labor? Exactly that which is necessary to produce the sum of commodities indispensable to the sustenance and the repairing of the wear and tear of the laborer, to enable him to live and to propagate, somehow or other, his race. We are, however, not to believe that the working man will never be elevated above this lowest level, nor that he never will be depressed below it. No, according to this law, the working classes will be for a time more. 290 Friedrich Engels. Happy, they will have for a time more than the minimum carat, but this surplus will be the supplement only for what they will have less than the minimum at another time, the time of industrial stagnation. That is to say, that during a certain space of time, which is always periodical, in which trade passes through the circle of prosperity, overproduction, stagnation, crisis, that, taking the average of what the laborer received more, and what he received less, than the minimum, we shall find that on the whole he will have received neither more or less than the minimum, or, in other words, that the working class, as a class, will have conserved itself, after many miseries, many sufferings, and many corpses left upon the industrial battlefield. But what matters that? The class exists, and not only it exists, but it will have increased. This law, that the lowest level of wages is the natural price of the commodity of labor, will realize itself in the same measure with Ricardo's supposition that free trade will become a reality. We accept everything that has been said of the advantages of free trade. The powers of production will increase, the tax imposed upon the country by protective duties will disappear, all commodities will be sold at a cheaper price. And what, again, says Ricardo? That labor being equally a commodity, will equally sell at a cheaper price, that you will have it for very little money indeed, just as you will have pepper and salt. And then, in the same way as all other laws of political economy will receive an increased force, a surplus of truth, by the realization of free trade, in the same way the law of population, as exposed by Malthus, will under the reign of free trade develop itself in as fine dimensions as can possibly be desired. Thus you have to choose: either you must disavow the whole of political economy as it exists at present, or you must allow that under the freedom of trade the whole severity of the laws of political economy will be applied to the working classes. Is that to say that we are against free trade? No, we are for free trade, because by free trade all economical laws, with their most astounding contradictions, will act upon a larger scale, upon a greater extent of territory, upon the territory of the whole earth, and because from the uniting of all these contradictions into a single group, where they stand face to face, will result the struggle which will itself eventuate in the emancipation of the proletarians. Written at the end of September 1847, reprinted from the newspaper first published in the Northern Star No. 520, October 9, 1847, with an editorial note. From our German correspondent. Friedrich Engels. The Communists and Karl Heinzen 124. First article. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 79, October 3, 1847. Brussels, September 26. Today's number of the DUSKBR Isler Zeit contains an article by Heinzen III in which, under the pretext of defending himself against a trivial accusation by the editors, he embarks on a long polemic against the communists. The editors advise both sides to drop the polemic. In that case, however, they ought only to reproduce that part of Heinzen's article in which Heinzen really defends himself against the accusation of having attacked the communists first. Even if Heinzen has no paper at his disposal, that is no reason for placing one at his disposal for the publication of attacks which the editors of the paper themselves consider stupid. Incidentally, no greater service could have been rendered to the communists than has been rendered through the publication of this article. Sillier and more narrow-minded criticisms than those Heinzen here makes of the communists have never been made of any party. The article is the most dazzling vindication of the communists. It proves that if they had not already attacked Heinzen, they would be obliged to do so at once. At the very outset Herr Heinzen presents himself as the representative of all the non-communist German radicals. His intention is to debate with the communists as one party with another. He is entitled to demand, he announces with the greatest assurance, what must be expected of the communists, what must be demanded of them, what the duty of real communists is. He published as a statement in the polemic column with a note by the editors. Entitled Karl Heinzen und die Kommunisten. Ed. 1826. 292 Friedrich Engels identifies his differences with the communists in all respects with those the German Republicans and Democrats have with them, and speaks of we in the name of these Republicans. Who is Herr Heinzen, then, and what does he represent? Herr Heinzen is a former liberal, lower-ranking civil servant who in 1844 was still enthusiastic about legitimate progress and the wretched German constitution, and who at best confessed in a confidential whisper that a republic might be desirable and possible, of course in the far distant future. Herr Heinzen was wrong, however, about the possibility of legal resistance in Prussia. The bad book he wrote on the bureaucracy 3, even Jacob Venedig wrote a far better book about Prussia years ago, compelled him to flee the country. Now the truth dawned on him. He declared legal resistance to be impossible, became a revolutionary and naturally a republican as well. In Switzerland he made the acquaintance of that savant Syrian Ruge, who taught him the little philosophy he has, consisting of a confused hodgepodge of Feuerbachkian atheism and humanism, reminiscences of Hegel and rhetorical phrases from Stirner. Thus equipped, Herr Heinzen considered himself mature and inaugurated his revolutionary propaganda, leaning on Ruge to the right and Freiligrath to the left. We are most certainly not criticizing Herr Heinzen for his transition from liberalism to bloodthirsty radicalism. But we do maintain that he has made this transition as a result of merely personal circumstances. As long as Herr Heinzen was able to put up legal resistance, he attacked all those who admitted the necessity of a revolution. Scarcely was legal resistance rendered impossible for him when he declared it to be impossible absolutely, without taking into account that for the present this resistance is still perfectly possible for the German bourgeoisie, which is constantly putting up a highly legal resistance. Scarcely had the way back been cut off for him when he declared the necessity of an immediate revolution. Instead of studying conditions in Germany, taking overall stock of them and deducing from this what progress, what development, and what steps were necessary and possible, instead of obtaining for himself a clear picture of the complex situation of the individual classes in Germany with regard to each other and to the government, and concluding from this what policy was to be followed, instead, in a word, of accommodating himself to the development of Germany, Herr A.K. Heinzen, Die Preußische Bürokratie ed. J. Venedig, Preußen und Preußenthum ed. C. Serious Scholar ed. The Communists and Karl Heinzen 293. Heinzen quite unceremoniously demands that the development of Germany should accommodate itself to him. Herr Heinzen was a violent opponent of philosophy as long as it remained progressive. Scarcely had it become reactionary, scarcely had it become the refuge of all waverers, weaklings, and literary hacks, when Herr Heinzen did himself the disservice of joining it. And worse still, fate would have it that Herr Ruge, who himself has been a mere proselyte all his life, has found his only proselyte in Herr Heinzen. Herr Heinzen is thus condemned to provide Herr Ruge with the consolation that at least one person believed he had penetrated his verbal edifices. For what end is Herr Heinzen actually working then? For the instant establishment of a German republic combining American and 1793 traditions with a few measures borrowed from the communists, and looking very black, red and gold. 125 As a result of its industrial lethargy, Germany occupies such a wretched position in Europe that it can never seize an initiative, never be the first to proclaim a great revolution, never establish a republic on its own account without France and England. Any German republic that is supposed to be created independently of the development of the civilized countries, any German revolution that is supposed to be carried out on its own and, as happens in Herr Heinzen's case, leaves the real development of classes in Germany totally out of consideration, any such republic or revolution is nothing but black, red, and gold daydreaming. And in order to make this glorious German republic even more glorious, Herr Heinzen garnishes it with Feuerbachkian, Rougified humanism, and proclaims it as the kingdom of man which is almost at hand. And the Germans are supposed to make something of all this topsy-turvy daydreaming? But how does the great agitator Herr Heinzen conduct his propaganda? He declares the princes to be the chief authors of all poverty and distress. This assertion is not only ridiculous but exceedingly damaging. Herr Heinzen could not flatter the German princes, those impotent and feeble-minded puppets, more than by attributing to them fantastic, preternatural, demonic omnipotence. If Herr Heinzen asserts that the princes can do so much evil, he is thereby also conceding them the power to perform as many good works. The conclusion this leads to is not the necessity of a revolution but the pious desire for a virtuous prince, for a good Emperor Joseph. In any case, the people know far better than Herr Heinzen who their oppressors are. Herr Heinzen will never transfer to the princes the hatred which the serf feels for the feudal lord and the worker for his employer. But of course Herr Heinzen is working in 29 for Friedrich Engels. The interests of the landowners and capitalists when he puts the blame for the exploitation of the people by these two classes not on them but on the princes, and the exploitation by the landowners and capitalists is after all surely responsible for 19/20 of all the misery in Germany. Herr Heinzen calls for an immediate insurrection. He has leaflets printed 3 to this effect and attempts to distribute them in Germany. We would ask whether blindly lashing out with such senseless propaganda is not injurious in the highest degree to the interests of German democracy. We would ask whether experience has not proved how useless it is. Whether, at a time of far greater unrest, in the 30s, hundreds of thousands of such leaflets, pamphlets, etc., were not distributed in Germany and whether a single one of them had any success whatever. We would ask whether any person who is in his right mind at all can imagine that the people will pay any attention whatever to political sermonizing and exhortations of this kind. We would ask whether Herr Heinzen has ever done anything else in his leaflets except exhort and sermonize. We would ask whether it is not positively ridiculous to trumpet calls for revolution out into the world in this way, without sense or understanding, without knowledge or consideration of circumstances. What is the task of a party press? To debate, first and foremost, to explain, to expound, to defend the party's demands, to rebut and refute the claims and assertions of the opposing party. What is the task of the German democratic press? To demonstrate the necessity for democracy by the worthlessness of the present government, which by and large represents the nobility, by the inadequacy of the constitutional system that brings the bourgeoisie to the helm, by the impossibility of the people helping itself so long as it does not have political power. Its task is to reveal the oppression of the proletarians, small peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie, for in Germany these constitute the people, by the bureaucracy, the nobility, and the bourgeoisie, how not only political but above all social oppression has come about, and by what means it can be eliminated. Its task is to show that the conquest of political power by the proletarians, small peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie is the first condition for the application of these means. Its task is further to examine the extent to which a rapid realization of democracy may be expected, what resources the party can command and what other parties it must ally itself with as long as it is too weak to act alone well, and has Herr Heinzen done even one of these things? AK Hein-N. Tuch a Revolution. Gesammelte ed. The Communists and Karl Heinzen 295. No. He has not put himself to so much trouble. He has revealed absolutely nothing to the people, in other words to the proletarians, small peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie. He has never examined the position of the classes and parties. He has done nothing but play variations on the one theme, fight M, fight M, fight M. And to whom does Herr Heinzen address his revolutionary sermonizing? First and foremost to the small peasants, to that class which in our day and age is least of all capable of seizing a revolutionary initiative. For 600 years, all progressive movements have issued so exclusively from the towns that the independent democratic movements of country people, Wat Tyler, Jack Cade, the Jacquerie, the Peasants' War 126, were firstly always reactionary manifestations and were secondly always crushed. The industrial proletariat of the towns has become the vanguard of all modern democracy. The urban petty bourgeoisie and still more the peasants depend on its initiative completely. The French Revolution of 1789 and the most recent history of England, France, and the eastern states of America prove this. And Herr Heinzen hopes the peasants will fight now, in the 19th century. But Herr Heinzen also promises social reforms. Of course, the indifference of the people towards his appeals has gradually forced him to. And what kind of reforms are these? They are such as the communists themselves suggest in preparation for the abolition of private property. The only point Herr Heinzen makes that deserves recognition he has borrowed from the communists whom he attacks so violently, and even that is reduced in his hands to utter nonsense and mere daydreaming. All measures to restrict competition and the accumulation of capital in the hands of individuals, all restriction or suppression of the law of inheritance, all organization of labor by the state, etc., all these measures are not only possible as revolutionary measures, but actually necessary. They are possible because the whole insurgent proletariat is behind them and maintains them by force of arms. They are possible, despite all the difficulties and disadvantages which are alleged against them by economists, because these very difficulties and disadvantages will compel the proletariat to go further and further until private property has been completely abolished, in order not to lose again what it has already won. They are possible as preparatory steps, temporary transitional stages towards the abolition of private property, but not in any other way. Herr Heinzen, however, wants all these measures as permanent, final measures. They are not to be a preparation for anything, they are to be definitive. They are for him not a means but an end. They 296 Friedrich Engels are not designed for a revolutionary but for a peaceful, bourgeois condition. But this makes them impossible and at the same time reactionary. The economists of the bourgeoisie are quite right in respect of Herr Heinzen when they present these measures as reactionary compared with free competition. Free competition is the ultimate, highest, and most developed form of existence of private property. All measures, therefore, which start from the basis of private property and which are nevertheless directed against free competition, are reactionary and tend to restore more primitive stages in the development of property, and for that reason they must finally be defeated once more by competition and result in the restoration of the present situation. These objections the bourgeoisie raises, which lose all their force as soon as one regards the above social reforms as pure mesures de salut public, as revolutionary and transitory measures. These objections are devastating as far as Herr Heinzen's peasant socialist black, red, and gold republic is concerned. Herr Heinzen of course imagines that property relations, the law of inheritance, etc., can at will be altered and trimmed to shape. Herr Heinzen, one of the most ignorant men of the century, may, of course, not know that the property relations of any given era are the necessary result of the mode of production and exchange of that era. Herr Heinzen may not know that one cannot transform large-scale land ownership into small-scale without the whole pattern of agriculture being transformed, and that otherwise large-scale land ownership will very rapidly reassert itself. Herr Heinzen may not know what a close relationship exists between today's large-scale industry, the concentration of capital and the creation of the proletariat. Herr Heinzen may not know that a country as industrially dependent and subservient as Germany can never presume to undertake on its own account a transformation of its property relations other than one that is in the interests of the bourgeoisie and of free competition. In short, with the communists these measures have sense and reason because they are not conceived as arbitrary measures but as consequences which will necessarily and of themselves ensue from the development of industry, agriculture, trade, and communications, from the development of the class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat which is dependent on these, which will ensue not as definitive measures but as transitory ones, mesures de salut public arising from the transitory struggle. between the classes itself. With Herr Heinzen, they have neither sense nor reason, because they take the form of quite arbitrarily conceived, obtusely bourgeois. The Communists and Karl Heinzen 297. Visions of putting the world to rights, because there is no mention of a connection between these measures and historical development, because Herr Heinzen is not in the least concerned about the material feasibility of his proposals, because it is not his aim to formulate industrial necessities but on the contrary to overturn them by decree. The same Herr Heinzen who is only able to adopt the demands of the Communists after he has so cruelly confused them and transformed them into pure fantasies, that same Herr Heinzen criticizes the Communists for confusing the minds of the uneducated, for chasing fantasies and for failing to keep their feet on the ground of reality. There we have Herr Heinzen in all his activity as an agitator, and we make no bones about our opinion that it brings nothing but harm and discredit upon the whole German Radical Party. A party writer requires quite different qualities from those possessed by Herr Heinzen, who, as we said, is one of the most ignorant men of our century. Herr Heinzen may have the best will in the world, he may be the most steadfast man in his convictions in the whole of Europe. We also know that he is personally a man of honor and has courage and endurance. But all that does not make him a party writer. To be that, one requires more than convictions, goodwill and a stentorian voice. To be that, one requires a little more intelligence, a little more lucidity, a better style and more knowledge than Herr Heinzen possesses and, as long experience has proved, than he is capable of acquiring. Herr Heinzen's flight has faced him with the necessity of becoming a party writer nevertheless. He was compelled to try to form a party of his own among the radicals. Thus he got into a situation he was not equal to, in which through his unsuccessful efforts to meet the demands of the situation he only makes himself ridiculous. He would make the German radicals look equally ridiculous if they left him the pretense that he was representing them, that he was making himself ridiculous in their name. But Herr Heinzen does not represent the German radicals. They have quite other representatives, example Jacobi and others. Herr Heinzen represents no one and is recognized by no one as their representative, apart perhaps from some few German bourgeois who sent him money for the purposes of agitation. But we are mistaken, one class in Germany recognizes him as its representative, adores him and roars its head off for him, outs whole tables of drinkers in the taverns for him, just as, according to Herr Heinzen, the Communists outs the whole literary opposite. 298 Friedrich Engels. This class is the numerous, enlightened, noble-minded and influential class of Commisvoyagers *, and this Herr Heinzen demands that the Communists should recognize him as representative of the radical bourgeoisie and debate with him in that capacity. For the moment, these are reasons enough to justify the polemic the Communists are conducting against Herr Heinzen. In the next issue we shall investigate the criticisms which Herr Heinzen makes of the Communists in number 77 of the paper. If we were not completely convinced that Herr Heinzen is utterly incompetent as a party writer, we would advise him to subject Marx's Mesure de la Philosophie to close study. But as things are, in response to his advice to us to read Froebel's Neue Politik, we can only give him the alternative advice to maintain absolute silence and wait quietly until the fighting starts. We are convinced that Herr Heinzen will prove as good a battalion commander as he is a bad writer. So that Herr Heinzen cannot complain about anonymous attacks, we are signing this article. F. Engels. Second article. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung number 80, October 7, 1847. The Communists this we established in the first article are attacking Heinzen not because he is no communist, but because he is a bad Democratic Party writer. They are attacking him not in their capacity as communists but in their capacity as Democrats. It is purely coincidental that it is precisely the communists who have opened the polemic against him. Even if there were no communists at all in the world, the Democrats would still have to take the field against Heinzen. In this whole controversy it is only a question of, 1. Whether Herr Heinzen as a party writer and agitator is capable of serving German democracy, which we deny, 2. Whether Herr Heinzen's manner of agitation is a correct one, whether it is merely tolerable, which we likewise deny. It is therefore a question neither of communism nor of democracy, but just of Herr Heinzen's person and his personal eccentricities. A commercial traveler's Ed B. J. Frobel, System der Sozialen Politik, Zweit Auflage der Neuen Politik. Th. I2, the first edition entitled Neue Politik appeared under the pen name Junius, ed. The Communists and Karl Heinzen 299. Far from starting feudal quarrels with the Democrats, in the present circumstances, the Communists for the time being rather take the field as Democrats themselves in all practical party matters. In all civilized countries, democracy has as its necessary consequence the political rule of the proletariat, and the political rule of the proletariat is the first condition for all communist measures. As long as democracy has not been achieved, thus long do communists and Democrats fight side by side, thus long are the interests of the Democrats at the same time those of the communists. Until that time, the differences between the two parties are of a purely theoretical nature and can perfectly well be debated on a theoretical level without common action being thereby in any way prejudiced. Indeed, understandings will be possible concerning many measures which are to be carried out in the interests of the previously oppressed classes immediately after democracy has been achieved, e.g. the running of large-scale industry and the railways by the state, the education of all children at state expense, etc. Now to Herr Heinzen. Herr Heinzen declares the communists had begun a quarrel with him, not he with them. The well-known argument of the street porter, then, which we will readily concede to him. He calls his conflict with the communists the absurd split which the communists have provoked in the camp of the German radicals. He says that as long as 3 years ago he had been concerned to prevent the approaching split as far as his powers and circumstances might permit. These fruitless exertions were followed, he says, by attacks on him by the communists. Herr Heinzen, as everyone perfectly well knows, was not yet in the radical camp 3 years ago. At that time Herr Heinzen was progressive within the law and liberal. A split with him was therefore by no means a split in the camp of the radicals. Herr Heinzen met some communists here in Brussels at the beginning of 1845. Far from attacking Herr Heinzen for his ostensible political radicalism, they rather took the greatest trouble to bring the then liberal Herr Heinzen over to just this radicalism. But in vain. Herr Heinzen only became a Democrat in Switzerland. I later became more and more convinced of the need for a vigorous struggle against the communists, in other words, of the need for an absurd split in the radical camp. We ask the German Democrats whether someone who contradicts himself so absurdly is fitted to be a party writer? But who are the communists by whom Herr Heinzen claims he was attacked? The above innuendos and particularly the ensuing 300 Friedrich Engels reproaches against the communists show who it was clearly. The communists, we read, were outshouting the whole camp of the literary opposition, confusing the minds of the uneducated, decrying even the most radical men in the most uninhibited manner. They were intent on paralysing the political struggle as far as possible. Indeed, they were finally positively allying themselves, even with reaction. Furthermore, they often descended, obviously as a result of their doctrine, to base and false intrigues in practical life. Out of the fog and vagueness of these criticisms looms an easily recognizable figure, that of the literary hack, Herr Karl Grun. 3 years ago Herr Grun had some personal dealings with Herr Heinzen, whereupon Herr Grun attacked Herr Heinzen in the Trierskzeitung. Herr Grun attempted to outshout the whole camp of the literary opposition. Herr Grun strove to paralyze the political struggle as far as possible, etc. But since when has Herr Grun been a representative of communism? If he thrust himself on the communists 3 years ago, he has never been recognized as a communist. He has never openly declared himself to be a communist, and more than a year ago he thought it proper to inveigh against the communists. Moreover, even at that time, for Herr Heinzen's benefit, Marx repudiated Herr Grun, just as he later publicly showed him up in his true colors at the first opportunity. 3. Concerning Herr Heinzen's final base and false insinuation about the communists, one incident which occurred between Herr Grun and Herr Heinzen, and nothing more, lies behind this. This incident concerns the two gentlemen in question and not the communists at all. We are not even so exactly acquainted with this incident as to be able to pass judgment on it. But let us assume Herr Heinzen is in the right. If he then, after Marx and other communists have repudiated his adversary, after it has been shown beyond all doubt that his adversary was never a communist, if Herr Heinzen then still presents the incident as a necessary consequence of communist doctrine, it is monstrously perfidious of him. And furthermore, if in his above reproaches Herr Heinzen has in mind persons other than Herr Grun, he can only mean those true socialists whose admittedly reactionary theories have long ago been repudiated by the communists. All members of this now completely. The reference is apparently to the declaration against Karl Grun, see this vol. UME, pages 72 to 74, and Chapter 4 of Volume 2 of the German Ideology, published in August-September 1847 in the journal Das Westfälische Dampfboot as an article under the title Karl Grun, Die soziale Bewegung in Frankreich und Belgien, Darmstadt, 1845, or the Historiography of True Socialism. Ed. The Communists and Karl Heinzen 301. Dissolved movement who are capable of learning anything have come over to the communists and are now themselves attacking true socialism wherever it still shows itself. Herr Heinzen is thus again speaking with his customary crass ignorance when he once more disinters these superannuated visions in order to lay them at the communists' door. Whilst Herr Heinzen here reproaches the true socialists, whom he confuses with the communists, he subsequently makes the same nonsensical criticisms of the communists as the true socialists did. He thus has not even the right to attack the true socialists, he belongs, in one respect, to them himself. And whilst the communists were writing sharp attacks on these socialists, the same Herr Heinzen was sitting in Zurich being initiated by Herr Ruge into those fragments of true socialism which had found a niche for themselves in the latter's confused brain. Herr Ruge had indeed found a pupil worthy of him. But what of the real communists then? Herr Heinzen speaks of honorable exceptions and talented men, of whom he foresees that they will reject communist solidarity. The communists have already rejected solidarity with the writings and actions of the true socialists. Of all the above reproaches, not a single one applies to the communists, unless it be the conclusion of the whole passage, which reads as follows. The communists, in the arrogance of their imagined superiority, laugh to scorn everything which is indispensable for forming the basis of an association of honorable people. Herr Heinzen appears to be alluding here to the fact that communists have made fun of his sternly moral demeanor, and one mocked all those sacred and sublime ideas, virtue, justice, morality, etc., which Herr Heinzen imagines form the basis of all society. We accept this reproach. The communists will not allow the moral indignation of that honorable man Herr Heinzen to prevent them from mocking these eternal verities. The communists, moreover, maintain that these eternal verities are by no means the basis, but on the contrary the product, of the society in which they feature. If, incidentally, Herr Heinzen foresaw that the communists would reject solidarity with those people, he takes it into his head to associate with them what is the point of all his absurd reproaches and lying insinuations. If Herr Heinzen only knows the communists from hearsay, as almost appears to be the case, if he knows so little who they are that he demands they should designate themselves more closely, and so to speak introduce themselves to him, what brazenness is this he exhibits in polemicizing against them. 302 Friedrich Engels. A designation of those, who, actually represent communism or manifest it in its pure form would, probably have to exclude completely the vast majority of those who base themselves upon communism and are used for it, and it would hardly be the people from the Trierskzeitung alone who would protest against the assertion of such a claim. And a few lines later. Those who are really communists now must be allowed the consistency and honesty, what a decent Philistine speaks here, of coming forward and openly professing their doctrine and declaring their dissociation from those who are not communists. They are under the moral obligation, how typical of the Philistine these expressions are, not to maintain unscrupulously the confusion which is created in the minds of 1,000 suffering, uneducated minds by the impossibility, dreamt of or falsely advertised as a possibility, of finding a way, based on real conditions, to implement that doctrine. It is the duty, the Philistine again, of the real communists either completely to clarify things for all their unenlightened adherents and to lead them to a definite goal, or else to detach themselves from them and not to use them. If Herr Ruge had produced these last three periods, he could have been well pleased. Entirely matching the Philistine demands is the Philistine confusion of thought, which is concerned only with the matter and not with the form, and for that very reason says the exact opposite of what it wants to say. Herr Heinzen demands that the real communists should detach themselves from the merely seeming ones. They should put an end to the confusion which, that is what he wants to say, arises from the mixing up of two different trends. But as soon as the two words communists and confusion collide in his mind, confusion arises there too. Herr Heinzen loses the thread, his constantly reiterated formula, that the communists in general are confusing the minds of the uneducated, trips him up. He forgets the real communists and the unreal communists. He stumbles with farcical clumsiness over a host of impossibilities dreamt of or falsely advertised as possibilities, and finally falls flat on his face on the solid ground of real conditions, where he regains his faculty of reflection. Now he is reminded that he meant to talk about something quite different, that it was not a question of whether this or that was possible. He returns to his theme, but is still so dazed that he does not even cross out that magnificent sentence in which he executed the somersault just described. So much for the style. Regarding the matter, we repeat that, honest German that he is, Herr Heinzen comes too late with his demands, and that the communists repudiated those true socialists long ago. But then we see here once again that the application of sly insinuations is by no means irreconcilable with the character of a decent Philistine. For Herr Heinzen gives it clearly enough to be. The Communists and Karl Heinzen 303. Understood that the communist writers are only using the communist workers. He says in almost as many words that if these writers were to come forward openly with their intentions, the vast majority of those who are being used for communism would be excluded completely. He regards the communist writers as prophets, priests, or preachers who possess a secret wisdom of their own but deny it to the uneducated in order to keep them on leading strings. All his decent Philistine demands that things be clarified for the unenlightened and that these persons must not be used, obviously proceed from the assumption that the literary representatives of communism have an interest in keeping the workers in the dark, as though they were, merely using them, just as the Illuminati 127 wished to use the common people in the last century. This insipid idea also causes Herr Heinzen to burst forth with always inopportune talk about confusion in the minds of the uneducated, and compels him, as a penalty for not speaking his mind plainly, to perform stylistic somersaults. We merely take note of these insinuations, we do not take issue with them. We leave it to the communist workers to pass judgment on them themselves. At last, after all these preliminaries, diversions, appeals, insinuations, and somersaults by Herr Heinzen, we come to his theoretical attacks on and reflections about the communists. Herr Heinzen discerns the core of the communist doctrine simply in the abolition of private property, including that earned through labor, and in the principle of the communal utilization of the earth's riches which follows inescapably from that abolition. Herr Heinzen imagines communism is a certain doctrine which proceeds from a definite theoretical principle as its core and draws further conclusions from that. Herr Heinzen is very much mistaken. Communism is not a doctrine but a movement, it proceeds not from principles but from facts. The communists do not base themselves on this or that philosophy as their point of departure but on the whole course of previous history and specifically its actual results in the civilized countries at the present time. Communism has followed from large-scale industry and its consequences, from the establishment of the world market, of the concomitant uninhibited competition, from the ever more violent and more universal trade crises, which have already become full-fledged crises of the world market, from the creation of the proletariat and the concentration of capital, from the ensuing class struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie. Communism, insofar as it is a theory, is the theoretical expression of 304 Friedrich Engels. The position of the proletariat in this struggle and the theoretical summation of the conditions for the liberation. Of the proletariat. Herr Heinzen will now no doubt realize that in assessing communism he has to do rather more than discern its course simply in the abolition of private property, that he would do better to undertake certain studies in political economy than to gabble wildly about the abolition of private property, that he cannot know the first thing about the consequences of the abolition of private property if he does not also know its conditions. However, in this respect, Herr Heinzen labors under such gross ignorance that he even says the communal utilization of the earth's riches, another fine expression, is the consequence of the abolition of private property. Precisely the contrary is the case. Because large-scale industry, the development of machinery, communications, and world trade are assuming such gigantic proportions that their exploitation by individual capitalists is becoming daily more impossible, because the mounting crises of the world market are the most striking proof of this, because the productive forces and the means of exchange which characterize the present mode of production and exchange are daily becoming increasingly more than individual exchange and private property can manage, because, in a word, the moment is approaching when communal management of industry, of agriculture, and of exchange will become a material necessity for industry, agriculture and exchange themselves. For this reason private property will be abolished. So when Herr Heinzen forcibly separates the abolition of private property, which is of course the condition for the liberation of the proletariat, from the conditions that attach to it, when he considers it quite out of all connection with the real world simply as an ivory tower fantasy, it becomes a pure cliché about which he can only talk platitudinous nonsense. This he does as follows. By its above-mentioned casting off of all private property, communism necessarily also abolishes individual existence. So Herr Heinzen is reproaching us for wanting to turn people into Siamese twins. The consequence of this is once more, the incorporation of each individual into a perhaps communally organized barracks, economy. Would the reader kindly note that this is avowedly only the consequence of Herr Heinzen's own absurd remarks about individual existence. By these means communism destroys individuality, independence, freedom. The same old twaddle as we had from the true socialists and the bourgeoisie. As though there was any individuality to be destroyed in the individuals whom the division of labor has today turned against their will into cobblers, factory workers, bourgeois, lawyers, peasants, in other words, into slaves of a particular form of labor and of the mores, way of life, prejudices and blinkered attitudes, etc., that go with that form of labor. It sacrifices the individual person with its necessary attribute or basis, that or is marvelous, of earned private property to the phantom of the community or the communists and Karl Heinzen 305. Society, is sterner here as well, whereas the community cannot and should not, be the aim but only the means for each individual person. Herr Heinzen attaches particular importance to earned private property and in so doing once again proves his crass unfamiliarity with the matter on which he is speaking. Herr Heinzen's Philistine justice, which allows to each man what he has earned, is unfortunately frustrated by large-scale industry. As long as large-scale industry is not so far advanced that it frees itself completely from the fetters of private property, thus long does it permit no other distribution of its products than that at present occurring, thus long will the capitalist pocket his profit and the worker increasingly know by practice just what a minimum wage is. Proudhon attempted to develop a system for earned property which would relate it to existing conditions, and, we all know, he failed spectacularly. Herr Heinzen, it is true, will never risk a similar experiment, for in order to do so he would need to study, and he will not do that. But let the example of Proudhon teach him to expose his earned property less to public scrutiny. And if Herr Heinzen reproaches the communists for chasing fantasies and failing to keep their feet on the ground of reality, to whom does this reproach properly apply? Herr Heinzen goes on to say a number of other things which we need not enter into. We merely observe that his sentences get worse and worse the further he proceeds. The clumsiness of his language, which can never find the right word, would of itself suffice to discredit any party which acknowledged him as its literary representative. The solidity of his conviction constantly makes him say something quite different from what he intends to say. Thus each of his sentences contains a twofold nonsense, firstly the nonsense he intends to say, and secondly the one he doesn't intend to say but nevertheless says. We gave an example of it above. It only remains for us to observe that Herr Heinzen repeats his old superstition about the power of the princes when he says that the power which must be overthrown and which is none other than the power of the state, is and always has been the progenitor and preserver of all injustice, and that his aim is to establish a state really based on justice, and within this fantasy structure, to undertake all those social reforms which have emerged in the course of events in general, as correct in theory and possible in practice. His intentions are as good as his style is bad, and that is the fate of the well-meaning in this bad world. 306 Friedrich Engels. From seduction by the zeitgeist. Nature nurtured sans-culotte. Dancing badly, but yet bearing good intentions in a bosom rough. Void of talent, yet a character. 3. Our articles will fill Herr Heinzen with all the righteous indignation of an outraged honest Philistine, but for all that he is not going to give up either his style of writing or his discreditable and ineffectual manner of agitation. We found his threat to string us up on the nearest lamp-post when the day for action and decision comes most entertaining. In short, the communists must cooperate with the German radicals and desire to do so. But they reserve the right to attack any writer who discredits the entire party. This, and no other, was our intention in attacking Heinzen. Brussels, October 3, 1847 _L. Engels. N.B. We have just received a pamphlet written by a worker, Der Heinzenskstadt, ein Kritik von Stefan, Bern, Ratzer. If Herr Heinzen wrote half so well as this worker, he might be well satisfied. From this pamphlet Herr Heinzen can see clearly enough, amongst other things, why the workers want nothing to do with his peasant republic. We also observe that this pamphlet is the first written by a worker which does not adopt a moral attitude but attempts to trace the political struggles of the present back to the struggle of the various classes of society with one another. The commercial crisis in England, the Chartist movement, Ireland 128. The commercial crisis to which England finds itself exposed at the moment is, indeed, more severe than any of the preceding crises. Neither in 1837 nor in 1842 was the depression as universal as at the present time. All the branches of England's vast industry have been paralysed at the peak of its development. Everywhere there is stagnation, everywhere one sees nothing but workers thrown out on the streets. It goes without saying that such a state of affairs gives rise to extreme unrest among the workers who, exploited by the industrialists during the period of commercial prosperity, now find themselves dismissed en masse and abandoned to their fate. Consequently, meetings of discontented workers are rapidly increasing. The Northern Star, the organ of the Chartist workers, uses more than 7 of its large columns to report on meetings held in the past week. 3. The list of meetings announced for the present week fills another 3 columns. The same newspaper mentions a brochure published by a worker, Mr. John Noakes, B., in which the author makes an open and direct attack on the right of the aristocracy to own its lands. English soil, he says, is the property of the people, from whom our aristocrats seized it either by force or by trickery. The people must see that their inalienable right to property prevails. The proceeds of the land should be public property and used in the interest of the public. Perhaps I shall be told that these are revolutionary remarks. A reports on the Chartist meetings in the Northern Star number 521, October 16, 1847 ed. B. John Noakes, The Right of the Aristocracy to the Soil, Considered. The report on its publication appeared in the Northern Star number 522, October 23, 1847 ed. 308 Friedrich Engels. Revolutionary or not, it is of no concern. If the people cannot obtain that which they need in a law, they must get it without law. It will not seem surprising that in these circumstances the Chartists should have recourse to most unusual measures. Their leader, the famous Feargus O'Connor, has just announced that he is shortly to leave for Scotland, where he will call meetings in all the towns and collect signatures for the national petition for the People's Charter, which will be sent to the next Parliament. At the same time, he announced that before the opening of Parliament, the Chartist press is to be increased by the addition of a daily newspaper, The Democrat. 129. It will be recalled that at the last elections Mr. Harney, editor-in-chief of the Northern Star, was put forward as the Chartist candidate for Tiverton, a borough which is represented in Parliament by Lord Palmerston, the Foreign Secretary. Mr. Harney, who won on the show of hands, decided to retire when Lord Palmerston demanded a poll. 130. Now something has happened which shows how the feelings of the inhabitants of Tiverton differ from those of the small number of parliamentary electors. There was a vacancy to fill on the borough council. The municipal electors, a far more numerous class than that of the parliamentary electors, gave the vacant seat to Mr. Roucliffe, the person who had proposed Mr. Harney at the elections. Moreover, the Chartists are preparing all over England for the municipal elections which will take place throughout the country at the beginning of November. But let us turn now to England's greatest manufacturing district, Lancashire, a part of the country which has suffered under the burden of industrial stagnation more than any other. The situation in Lancashire is alarming in the highest degree. Most of the factories have already stopped work entirely, and those which are still operating employ their workers for only 2 or at the most 3 days a week. But this is still not all. The industrialists of Ashton, a very important town for the cotton industry, have announced to their workers that in a week's time they are going to reduce wages by 10%. This news, which is causing alarm among the workers, is spreading across the country. A few days later a meeting of workers' delegates from all over the county was held in Manchester. This meeting resolved to send a deputation to the owners to induce them not to carry out the threatened reduction and, if this deputation achieved no results, to announce a strike of all workers employed in the Lancashire cotton industry. This strike, together with the strike of the Birmingham iron workers and miners which has already the commercial crisis in England 309 started, would not fail to assume the same alarming dimensions which signaled the last general strike, that of 1842. 131. It could quite well become even more menacing for the government. In the meantime starving Ireland is writhing in the most terrible convulsions. The workhouses are overflowing with beggars, the ruined property owners are refusing to pay the poor tax, and the hungry people gather in their thousands to ransack the barns and cattle sheds of the farmers and even of the Catholic priests, who were still sacred to them a short time ago. It looks as though the Irish will not die of hunger as calmly next winter as they did last winter. Irish immigration to England is getting more alarming each day. It is estimated that an average of 50,000 Irish arrive each year. The number so far this year is already over 220,000. In September, 345 were arriving daily and in October this figure increased to 511. This means that the competition between the workers will become stronger, and it would not be at all surprising if the present crisis caused such an uproar that it compelled the government to grant reforms of a most important nature. Written on October 23, 1847, printed according to the newspaper first published in La Reforme, October 26, 1847, translated from the French. Friedrich Engels. The Masters and the Workers in England 132. To the worker editors of L'Atelier. Gentlemen, I have just read in your October issue an article entitled, Les Maîtres et les Ouvriers en Angleterre. This article mentions a meeting reported by La Presse of so-called delegates of workers employed in the Lancashire cotton industry, a meeting which took place on August 29 last in Manchester. The resolutions passed at this meeting were such as to prove to La Presse that there is perfect harmony between capital and labor in England. You did quite well, gentlemen, to reserve your judgment on the authenticity of a report which a newspaper of the French bourgeoisie has published, based on newspapers of the English bourgeoisie. The report is accurate, It is true, the resolutions were adopted just as La Presa gives them. There is only one small statement lacking in accuracy, but it is precisely this small inaccuracy that is the crux of the matter. The meeting which La Presa describes was not a meeting of workers, but a meeting of foremen. Gentlemen, I spent 2 years in the heart of Lancashire itself, and these 2 years were spent among the workers. I saw them both at their public meetings and in their small committees. I knew their leaders and their speakers, and I think I can assure you that in no other country in the world will you find men more sincerely devoted to democratic principles or more firmly resolved to cast off the yoke of the capitalist exploiters, under which they find themselves suffering at present, than these Lancashire cotton factory workers. How, gentlemen, could these same workers whom I have seen with my own eyes throw several dozen factory owners off a meeting hall platform, whom I have seen, their eyes glinting and fists raised, cast the masters and the workers in England 311 terror into the ranks of the bourgeois gathered on this platform? How, I repeat, could these same workers today pass a vote of thanks to their masters because the latter were kind enough to prefer a reduction in working hours to a reduction in wages? But let us take a slightly closer look at the matter. Does not the reduction in work mean precisely the same thing for the worker as a reduction in wages? Evidently it does. In both cases the worker's position deteriorates to an equal extent. There was therefore no possible reason for the workers to thank their masters for having preferred the first method of reducing the worker's income to the second. However, gentlemen, if you study the English newspapers for late August, you will see that the cotton manufacturers had good reason to prefer a reduction in working hours to one in wages. At that time the price of raw cotton was rising. The same issue of the London Globe which reports the meeting in question 3 also says that the Liverpool speculators were going to take over the cotton market to produce an artificial rise in price. What do the Manchester manufacturers do in such cases? They send their foremen to meetings and make them pass resolutions like those which La Presa communicated to you. This is a tried and tested device which is used each time the speculators try to raise the price of cotton. It is a warning to the speculators to be careful not to attempt to raise the price too high, for in that case the manufacturers would reduce consumption and in so doing, inevitably produce a drop in price. So the meeting which gives La Presa grounds for so much rejoicing and acclamation is nothing but one of those foremen's assemblies which do not fool anyone in England. In order to give you further proof of the extent to which this meeting was the exclusive work of the capitalists, it should suffice to tell you that the only newspaper to which the resolutions were sent, the newspaper from which all the other newspapers borrowed them, was the Manchester Guardian, the organ of the manufacturers. The Democratic Workers' paper, the Northern Star, also gives them, but adds that it has taken them from this capitalist newspaper, a damning observation in the eyes of the workers. Be yours, etc. Written about October 25, 1847, printed according to the journal, first published in the journal translated from the French L'Atelier No. 2, November 1847. Karl Marx. Moralizing Criticism and Critical Morality 133. A Contribution to German Cultural History. Contra Karl Heinzen. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 86, October 28, 1847. Shortly before and during the period of the Reformation there developed amongst the Germans a type of literature whose very name is striking: Grobian literature. In our own day we are approaching an era of revolution analogous to that of the 16th century. Small wonder that among the Germans Grobian literature is emerging once more. Interest in historical development easily overcomes the aesthetic revulsion which this kind of writing provokes even in a person of quite unrefined taste, and which it provoked back in the 15th and 16th centuries. Flat, bombastic, bragging, thrasonical, putting on a great show of rude vigor in attack, yet hysterically sensitive to the same quality in others, brandishing the sword with enormous waste of energy, lifting it high in the air only to let it fall down flat, constantly preaching morality and constantly offending against it, sentiment and turpitude most absurdly conjoined, concerned only with the point at issue, yet always missing the point, using with equal arrogance petty bourgeois scholarly Semi-erudition against popular wisdom, and so-called sound common sense against science, discharging itself in ungovernable breadth with a certain complacent levity, clothing a Philistine message in a plebeian form, wrestling with the literary language to give it, so to speak, a purely corporeal character, willingly pointing at the writer's body in the background, which is itching in every fiber to give a few exhibitions of its strength, to display its broad shoulders and publicly to stretch its limbs. Proclaiming a healthy mind in a healthy body, unconsciously infected by the 16th century's most abstruse controversies and by its fever of the body, enthralled to dogmatic, narrow thinking and at the same time appealing to petty practice in the face. Moralizing criticism and critical morality 313. Of all real thought, raging against reaction, reacting against progress, incapable of making the opponent seem ridiculous, but ridiculously abusing him through the whole gamut of tones, Solomon and Markalf, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, a visionary and a Philistine in one person, a loutish form of indignation, a form of indignant loutishness, and suspended like an enveloping cloud over it all, the self-satisfied Philistine's consciousness of his own virtue. Such was the Grobian literature of the 16th century. If our memory does not deceive us, the German folk anecdote has set up a lyrical monument to it in the song of Hineck, Der Starknecht. To Herr Heinzen belongs the credit of being one of the recreators of Grobian literature and in this field one of the German swallows heralding the coming springtime of the nations. Heinzen's manifesto against the communists in number 84 of the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung has been our most immediate instigation in studying that degenerate variety of literature whose historically interesting aspect for Germany we have indicated. We shall describe the literary species represented by Herr Heinzen on the basis of his manifesto, exactly as literary historians characterize the writers of the 16th century from the surviving writings of the 16th century, for instance the Goose Preacher. 3. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung number 87, October 31, 1847 *. Byron. Hide thy head, Achilles, here comes Hector in arms. King. Hector was but a Trojan in respect of this. Boyet. But is this Hector? Dumain. I think Hector was not so clean-timbered. Byron. This cannot be Hector. Dumain. He's a god or a painter, for he makes faces, but that Herr Heinzen is Hector, of that there is no doubt. I have long been visited, he confesses to us, by a premonition that I would fall by the hand of a communist Achilles. Now that I have been attacked by other sites, the danger thus averted makes me bold once more, etc. Only a Hector can have a premonition that he will fall by the hand of an Achilles. Or did Herr Heinzen derive his picture of Achilles and their sights not from Homer but from Schlegel's translation of Shakespeare? If that is so, he assigns to himself the part of Ajax. Let us look at Shakespeare's Ajax. Ajax. I will beat thee into handsomeness. Their sights. I shall sooner rail thee into wit, but thy horse will sooner con an oration than thou learn a prayer without book. Thou canst strike, canst thou? A red murrain o' thy jade's tricks. Ajax. Toadstool, learn me the proclamation. Their sights. Thou art proclaimed a fool, I think. Ajax. You horse and cur. Their sights. Do. Ajax. Thou stool for a witch. Their sights. I, do, thou scurvy valiant ass. Thou art here but to thrash Trojans, and thou art bought and sold among those of any wit, like a barbarian slave. A great deal of your wit too lies in your sinews, or else there be liars. Their sights. A wonder. Achilles. What? Their sights. Ajax goes up and down the field, asking for himself. Achilles. How so? Their sights. He must fight singly tomorrow, and is so prophetically proud of an heroical cudgeling that he raves in saying nothing. Achilles. How can that be? Their sights. Why, he stalks up and down like a peacock, astride and astand, ruminates like a hostess that hath no arithmetic but her brain to set down her reckoning, bites his lip with a politic regard, as who would say there were wit in this head, and twould out. I had rather be a tick in a sheep than such a valiant ignorance asterisk. Whichever character mask Herr Heinzen now appears wearing, Hector or Ajax, scarcely has he entered the arena when he proclaims to the spectators in a mighty voice that his adversary has not dealt him the coup de grace. With all the composure and epic breadth of an ancient Homeric hero, he expounds the reasons for his escape. I owe my escape, he tells us, to an error on nature's part. Nature has not fitted me for my adversary's level. He towers over him, the taller by 2 heads, and that is why the 2 swinging blows of his little executioner could not reach his literary neck. Herr Engels, it is stressed most emphatically and repeatedly, Herr Engels is little, a little executioner, a little person. He then says, with one of those turns of phrase such as we only come across in the old heroic lays, or in the puppet play of the giant Goliath and the small David, if you were hanging that high from a lamp. Shakespeare, Troilus and Cressida Act 2, Scene 1 and Act 3, Scene 3. Moralizing criticism and critical morality 315. Post nobody would ever find you again. That is the giant's humor, at once whimsical and spine-chilling. It is not just his neck, but his whole nature, his whole body for which Herr Heinzen thus finds literary application. He has put his little adversary beside him in order to set off his own physical perfection in fitting contrast. The deformed dwarf carries an executioner's axe under his tiny arm, perhaps one of those little guillotines which were given to children as toys in 1794. He, the terrible warrior on the other hand, wields no other weapon in his furious playful arrogance than the birch rod, of which, he informs us, he has long made use to chastise the naughtiness of those bad boys, the communists. The giant is content to confront his insect-sized foe as a pedagogue, instead of crushing the rash little fellow underfoot. He is content to speak to him as the children's friend, to teach him a lesson in morality and reprimand him with the utmost severity for vicious wickedness, especially lying, silly, puerile lying, insolence, his boyish tone, lack of respect and other shortcomings of youth. And if in the process the schoolmasterly warrior's rod sometimes swishes cruelly about the pupil's ears, if from time to time overvigorous language interrupts his moral sentences and even partially destroys their effect, one should not for a moment forget that a warrior cannot impart moral instruction in the same way as ordinary schoolmasters, for example a Quintus Fixian, and that nature comes in again by the window if one chases her out of the door. One should furthermore reflect that what would repel us as obscenity from the mouth of an elf like Engels, has for ear and heart the splendid resonance of nature herself when it comes from the mouth of a colossus like Heinzen. And are we to measure the language of heroes by the restricted linguistic standards of the common citizen? No more so than we should think Homer descends to the level of, for instance, Grobian literature, when he calls one of his favorite heroes, Ajax, as stiff-necked as an ass. The giant's intentions were honest when he showed the communists his birch rod in number 77 of the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung. And the little wretch for whose opinion he did not even ask several times he expresses his warrior-like astonishment at the incomprehensible audacity of the pygmy repaid him so unkindly. It was not intended as a piece of advice, he complains. Herr Engels wants to kill me, he wants to murder me, the wicked man. And what of his own part? As when he faced the Prussian government, here too he had enthusiastically begun a battle, in an article by Heinzen published as a statement in the polemic column ed. 316 Karl Marx, which he bore peace proposals, a heart of humane reconciliation between the opposing forces of the age, beneath his warlike coat. But, enthusiasm was doused with the acid-sharp water of malice. Isgrim, showing his rage and fury, stretched out his paws and came at him with wide gaping jaws and with powerful leaping. Reineck, lighter than he, escaped his raging opponent, and then hastily wetted his coarse-haired tail brush with his acid-sharp water and trailed it through dust to load it with sand grains. Isgrim thought, now he had him at bay. but sly Reineck struck him over the eyes with his tail, preventing him seeing and hearing. He had used such a stratagem often, many a creature had to his cost felt the noxious force of his acid-sharp water. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 90, November 11, 1847. I have been a Republican, Herr Engels, as long as I have concerned myself with politics, and my convictions have not been turning about, they have been without wavering and fickleness, unlike what has gone on in the heads of so many communists. It is true I have only just become a revolutionary. It is part of the communists' tactics that, aware of their own incorrigibility, they criticize their adversaries as soon as they correct themselves. Herr Heinzen never became a Republican, he has been one since his political birth. On his side, therefore, immutability, the immobility of a final state, consistency. On the side of his adversaries, wavering, fickleness, turning about. Herr Heinzen has not always been a revolutionary, he has become one. Now, of course, the turning about is on Herr Heinzen's side, but then the immoral character of turning about has been turned about too, it is now known as correcting themselves. On the communist side, on the other hand, immutability has lost its character of high morality. What has become of it? Incorrigibility. Remaining constant or turning about, both are moral, both are immoral, moral on the side of the Philistine, immoral on the side of his adversary. For the art of the Philistine as critic consists in calling out rouge et noir at the right time, the right word at the right time. Asterisk Karl Heinzen, Einsteckbrief. Ibid. Goethe, Reineck Fuchs Canto 12. Heinzen's Manifesto, Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 84. Ibid. A red and black, as at the gaming table, was given in the errata in the November 18 issue instead of the original Wahlunde Good and Bad ed. Moralising Criticism and Critical Morality 317. Ignorance is generally considered a fault. We are accustomed to regard it as a negative quantity. Let us observe how the magic wand of the Philistine as critic converts a minus quantity of intelligence into a plus quantity of morality. Herr Heinzen reports amongst other things that he is still just as ignorant of philosophy as in 1844. Hegel's language he has continued to find indigestible. So much for the facts of the matter. Now for the moral processing of them. Because Herr Heinzen has always found Hegel's language indigestible, he has not, like Engels and others, succumbed to the immoral arrogance of ever priding himself on that same Hegelian language, any more than, by all accounts so far, Westphalian peasants pride themselves on the Sanskrit language. However, true moral behavior consists in avoiding the motivation for immoral behavior, and how can one better secure oneself against immoral priding oneself on a language than by taking good care not to understand that language? Herr Heinzen, who knows nothing of philosophy, has for that reason, as he thinks, not attended the philosopher's school either. His school was sound common sense and the fullness of life. At the same time, he exclaims with the modest pride of the just, "This has preserved me from the danger of denying my school." There is no more proven remedy for the moral danger of denying one's school than not going to school. Any development, whatever its substance may be, can be represented as a series of different stages of development that are connected in such a way that one forms the negation of the other. If, for example, a people develops from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy, it negates its former political being. In no sphere can one undergo a development without negating one's previous mode of existence. Negating translated into the language of morality means, denying. Denying. With this catchword the Philistine as critic can condemn any development without understanding it, he can solemnly set up his undevelopable undevelopment beside it as moral immaculateness. Thus the religious fantasy of the nations has by and large stigmatized history, by transposing the age of innocence, the golden age, into prehistory, into the time when no historical development at all took place, and hence no negating and no denying. Thus in noisy eras of revolution, in times of strong, passionate negation and denial, as in the 18th century, there emerge honest, Well-meaning men. 318 Karl Marx. Well-bred, respectable satyrs like Gessner, who oppose the undevelopable state of the idols to the corruption of history. It should nevertheless be observed to the credit of these idle poets, who were also critical moralists and moralizing critics of a kind, that they conscientiously waver as to who should be accorded the palm of morality, the shepherd or the sheep. But let us leave our worthy Philistine undisturbed to pasture on his own diligence. Let us follow him to where he fancies he attacks the heart of the matter. Throughout we shall find the same method. I cannot help it if Herr Engels and other communists are too blind to realize that power also controls property and that injustice in property relations is only maintained by power. I call any man a fool and a coward who bears the bourgeois malice on account of his acquisition of money and lets a king be on account of his acquisition of power. Asterisk. Power also controls property. Property, at all events, is also a kind of power. Economists call capital, for instance, power over the labor of others. We are therefore faced with two kinds of power, on the one hand the power of property, in other words, of the property owners, on the other hand political power, the power of the state. Power also controls property means, property does not control the political power but rather it is harassed by it, for example by arbitrary taxes, by confiscations, by privileges, by the disruptive interference of the bureaucracy in industry and trade and the like. In other words, the bourgeoisie has not yet taken political shape as a class. The power of the state is not yet its own power. In countries where the bourgeoisie has already conquered political power and political rule is none other than the rule, not of the individual bourgeois over his workers, but of the bourgeois class over the whole of society, Herr Heinzen's dictum has lost its meaning. The propertyless of course remain untouched by political rule insofar as it directly affects property. Whilst, therefore, Herr Heinzen fancied he was expressing a truth as eternal as it was original, he has only expressed the fact that the German bourgeoisie must conquer political power. In other words, he says what Engels says, but unconsciously, honestly thinking he is saying the opposite. He is only expressing, with some emotion, a transient relationship between the German bourgeoisie and the German state power as an eternal truth, and thereby showing how to make a solid core out of a movement. Asterisk Heinzen's Manifesto, number 84 of the Die Ausgabe Zeitung. Moralizing Criticism and Critical Morality 319. Injustice in property relations, continues Herr Heinzen, is only maintained by power. Either Herr Heinzen here understands injustice in property relations as the above-mentioned pressure to which the absolute monarchy still subjects the bourgeoisie even in its most sacred interests, in which case he is only repeating what has just been said, or he understands injustice in property relations as the economic conditions of the workers, in which case his pronouncement has the following meaning: the present bourgeois property relations are maintained by the state power which the bourgeoisie has organized for the protection of its property relations. The proletariat must therefore overthrow the political power where it is already in the hands of the bourgeoisie. It must itself become a power, in the first place a revolutionary power. Again, Herr Heinzen is unconsciously saying the same thing as Engels is saying, but again in the steadfast conviction that he is saying the opposite. What he says he does not mean, and what he means he does not say. Incidentally, if the bourgeoisie is politically, that is, by its state power, maintaining injustice in property relations, it is not creating it. The injustice in property relations which is determined by the modern division of labor, the modern form of exchange, competition, concentration, etc., by no means arises from the political rule of the bourgeois class, but vice versa. The political rule of the bourgeois class arises from these modern relations of production which bourgeois economists proclaim to be necessary and eternal laws. If therefore the proletariat overthrows the political rule of the bourgeoisie, its victory will only be temporary, only an element in the service of the bourgeois revolution itself, as in the year 1794, as long as in the course of history, in its movement, the material conditions have not yet been created which make necessary the abolition of the bourgeois mode of production and therefore also the definitive overthrow of the political rule of the bourgeoisie. The terror in France could thus by its mighty hammer blows only serve to spirit away, as it were, the ruins of feudalism from French soil. The timidly considerate bourgeoisie would not have accomplished this task in decades. The bloody action of the people thus only prepared the way for it. In the same way, the overthrow of the absolute monarchy would be merely temporary if the economic conditions for the rule of the bourgeois class had not yet become ripe. Men build a new world for themselves, not from the treasures of this earth, as Grobian superstition imagines, but from the historical achievements. 320 Karl Marx. Of their declining world. In the course of their development they first have to produce the material conditions of a Nawa society itself, and no exertion of mind or will can free them from this fate. It is characteristic of the whole Grobianism of sound common sense, which feeds upon the fullness of life and does not stunt its natural faculties with any philosophical or other studies, that where it succeeds in seeing differences, it does not see unity, and that where it sees unity, it does not see differences. If it propounds differentiated determinants, they at once become fossilised in its hands, and it can see only the most reprehensible sophistry when these wooden concepts are knocked together so that they take fire. When Herr Heinzen, for instance, says that money and power, property and rule, the acquisition of money and the acquisition of power are not the same, he is committing a tautology inherent in the mere words themselves, and this merely verbal differentiation he considers an heroic deed which with all the faculties of a clairvoyant he brings into play against the communists, who are so blind as not to stop in their tracks at this childlike first perception. How acquisition of money turns into acquisition of power, how property turns into political rule, in other words, how instead of the rigid difference to which Herr Heinzen gives the force of dogma, there are rather effective relations between the two forces up to the point where they merge. Of this he may swiftly convince himself by observing how the serfs bought their freedom, how the communes 136 bought their municipal rights, how the townspeople on the one hand, by trade and industry, attracted the money out of the pockets of the feudal lords and vaporized their landed property into bills of exchange, and on the other hand helped the absolute monarchy to its victory over the thus undermined feudal magnates, and bought privileges from it, how they later themselves exploited the financial crises of the absolute monarchy itself, etc., etc., how the most absolute monarchies become dependent on the stock exchange barons through the system of state debts, a product of modern industry and modern trade. How in international relations between peoples, industrial monopoly turns directly into political rule, as for instance, the princes of the Holy Alliance in the German War of Liberation were merely the hired mercenaries of England, 137 etc., etc. This self-important Grobianism of sound common sense, however, by fixing such distinctions as between acquisition of money. The word new was given in the errata in the November 18 issue instead of the original more developed. Ed. Moralizing Criticism and Critical Morality 321. An acquisition of power in the form of eternal truths whose nature is acknowledged by all to be such and such, in the form of unshakable dogmas, creates for itself the desired position for pouring out its moral indignation about the blindness, foolishness, or wickedness of the opponents of such articles of faith, an act of self-indulgence which in its blustering expectorations inevitably yields up a mess of rhetoric in which float a few meager, bony truths. Herr Heinzen will live to see the power of property even in Prussia achieve a mariage force 3 with political power. Let us hear what he says next. You are trying to make social questions the central concern of our age, and you fail to see that there is no more important social question than that of monarchy or republic. Asterisk. A moment ago, Herr Heinzen saw only the distinction between the power of money and political power, now he sees only the unity of the political question and the social question. Of course he continues to see the ridiculous blindness and cowardly ignominy of his antagonists. The political relationships of men are of course also social, societal relationships, like all relations between men and men. All questions that concern the relations of men with each other are therefore also social questions. With this view, which belongs in a catechism for 8-year-old children, this Grobian naivete believes it has not only said something but has affected the balance in the conflicts of modern times. It so happens that the social questions which have been dealt with in our own day increase in importance in proportion as we leave behind us the realm of absolute monarchy. Socialism and communism did not emanate from Germany but from England, France, and North America. The first manifestation of a truly active communist party is contained within the bourgeois revolution, at the moment when the constitutional monarchy is eliminated. The most consistent republicans, in England the Levellers, 138 in France Babeuf, Bonarade, etc., were the first to proclaim these social questions. The Babeuf conspiracy, by Babeuf's friend and party comrade Bonarade, shows how these republicans derived from the movement of Heinzen's Manifesto, number 84 of the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung. Die Forced Marriage ed. BPH. Bonarade, Conspiration pour l'égalité de Babeuf ed. 322 Karl Marx. History. The realization that the disposal of the social question of rule by princes and republic did not mean that even a single social question has been solved in the interests of the proletariat. The question of property as it has been raised in our own day is quite unrecognizable even formulated as a question in the form Heinzen gives it, whether it is just that one man should possess everything and another man nothing, whether the individual should be permitted to possess anything at all, and similar simplistic questions of conscience and clichés about justice. The question of property assumes different forms according to the different levels of development of industry in general and according to its particular level of development in the different countries. For the Galician peasant, for instance, the question of property is reduced to the transformation of feudal landed property into small bourgeois land ownership. For him it has the same meaning as it had for the French peasant before 1789, the English agricultural day laborer on the other hand has no relationship with the landowner at all. He merely has a relationship with the tenant farmer, in other words, with the industrial capitalist who is practicing agriculture in factory fashion. This industrial capitalist in turn, who pays the landowner a rent, has on the other hand a direct relationship with the landowner. The abolition of landed property is thus the most important question of property as it exists for the English industrial bourgeoisie, and their struggle against the Corn Laws 139 had no other significance. The abolition of capital on the other hand is the question of property as it affects the English agricultural day laborer just as much as the English factory worker. In the English as well as the French Revolution, the question of property presented itself in such a way that it was a matter of asserting free competition and of abolishing all feudal property relations, such as landed estates, guilds, monopolies, etc., which had been transformed into fetters for the industry which had developed from the 16th to the 18th century. In our own day, finally, the significance of the question of property consists in it being a matter of eliminating the conflicts which have arisen from large-scale industry, the development of the world market and free competition. The question of property, depending on the different levels of development of industry, has always been the vital question for a particular class. In the 17th and 18th centuries, when the point at issue was the abolition of feudal property relations, the question of property was the vital question for the bourgeois class. In the Moralising Criticism and Critical Morality 323. 19th century, when it is a matter of abolishing bourgeois property relations, the question of property is a vital question for the working class. The question of property, which in our own day is a question of world historical significance, has thus a meaning only in modern bourgeois society. The more advanced this society is, in other words, the further the bourgeoisie has developed economically in a country and therefore the more state power has assumed a bourgeois character, the more glaringly does the social question obtrude itself, in France more glaringly than in Germany, in England more glaringly than in France, in a constitutional monarchy more glaringly than in an absolute monarchy, in a republic more glaringly than in a constitutional monarchy. Thus, For example, the conflicts of the credit system, speculation, etc., are nowhere more acute than in North America. Nowhere, either, does social inequality obtrude itself more harshly than in the eastern states of North America, because nowhere is it less disguised by political inequality. If pauperism has not yet developed there as much as in England, this is explained by economic circumstances which it is not our task to elucidate further here. Meanwhile, pauperism is making the most gratifying progress. In this country, where there are no privileged orders, where all classes of society have equal rights, the difficulty however lies in the existence of classes, and where our population is far from pressing on the means of subsistence, it is indeed alarming to find the increase of pauperism progressing with such rapidity. Report by Mr. Meredith to the Pennsylvania Congress. It is proved that pauperism in Massachusetts has increased by 3/5 within 25 years. From Niles' Register, Niles being an American 3. One of the most famous North American political economists, Thomas Cooper, who is also a radical, proposes, 1. To prohibit those without property from marrying. 2. To abolish universal suffrage, for, he exclaims, society was instituted for the protection of property. What reasonable claim can they have, who by eternal economic laws will eternally be without property of their own, to legislate on the property of others? What common motive and common interest is there between these two classes of inhabitants? Either the working class is not revolutionary, in which case it represents the interests of the employers, on whom their livelihood depends. At the last election in New England, the master manufacturers, to ensure votes for themselves, had the candidates' names printed on calico, and each of their workers wore such a piece of calico on their trouser fronts. A Niles Weekly Register ed. ILISL 6. 324 Karl Marx. Or the working class becomes revolutionary, as a consequence of communal living together, etc., and then the political power of the country will sooner or later fall into its hands, and no property will be safe any more under the system. Asterisk. Just as in England the workers form a political party under the name of the Chartists, so do the workers in North America under the name of the National Reformers 142, and their bat cry is not at all rule of the princes or the republic, but rule of the working class or the rule of the bourgeois class. Since therefore it is precisely in modern bourgeois society with its corresponding forms of state, the constitutional or republican representative state, that the question of property has become the most important social question. It is very much the narrow need of the German bourgeois that interjects, the question of the monarchy is the most important social question of the time. It is in a very similar way that Dr. List, in the foreword to his National Economy *, expresses his so naive irritation that pauperism and not protective tariffs should have been misconstrued as the most important social question of our time. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 92, November 18, 1847. The carat distinction between money and power was at the same time a personal distinction between die two combatants. The lit one appears as a kind of cutpurse who only takes on enemies who have money. The daring muscle man by contrast fights with the mighty of this earth. Indasso la corazza, el elmo in testa, and, he mutters, and incidentally, you are better off than I. But best off of all are the mighty of the earth, who visibly heave a sigh of relief whilst Herr Heinzen lashes out at his pupil. Like all communists, you have now lost the capacity to recognize the connection between politics and social conditions. Politics and social conditions in general. In the rule of the prince she now provides his pupil with a tangible application. The princes, or the rule of the princes, he tells us, are the chief authors of all poverty and distress. Where the rule of the princes is eliminated, this kind of explanation is of course eliminated too, and the slave economy, which caused the downfall of the republics of antiquity, the slave economy, which will provoke the most fearful conflicts in the southern states of republican North America *, the slave economy can exclaim, like John Falstaff, if reasons were as plenty as blackberries. 3. And in the first place, who or what has created the princes or the rule of the princes. Once upon a time, the people had to place the most eminent personalities at their head to conduct general affairs. Later, this position became hereditary within families, etc. And eventually the stupidity and depravity of men tolerated this abuse for centuries. If one were to summon a congress of all the most primitive would-be politicians in Europe, they would be able to give no other answer. And if one were to open all Herr Heinzen's works, they would provide no other answer. Doughty sound common sense believes it explains the rule of princes by declaring itself opposed to it. The difficulty, from the standpoint of this norm of common sense, would, however, seem to consist in explaining how the opponent of sound common sense and of the moral dignity of man was born and how he dragged out his remarkably tenacious life for centuries. Nothing is simpler. The centuries did without sound common sense and the moral dignity of man. In other words, the sense and morality of centuries were in accordance with the rule of the princes instead of contradicting it. And it is precisely the sense and morality of past centuries which today's sound common sense does not understand. It does not understand it, but despises it. It takes refuge from history in morality, and now it can allow free rein to the whole armory of its moral indignation. In the same way as political sound common sense here explains the origin and continued existence of the rule of the princes as the work of unreason, in the same way does religious sound common sense explain heresy and unbelief as works of the devil. In the same *cf on this topic the memoirs of Jefferson, who was one of the group of founders of the American Republic and was twice president. A Shakespeare, Henry IV, Part 1, Act 2, Scene 4 ed. 12 326 Karl Marx. Way, irreligious sound common sense explains religion as the work of the devils, the priests. However, once Herr Heinzen has by means of moral platitudes proved the origin of the rule of the princes, the connection between the rule of the princes and social conditions follows quite naturally from this. Listen. An individual man takes possession of the state for himself, sacrifices a whole nation, more or less, not just materially, but morally too, to his own person and its entourage, institutes within it a scale of humiliation by degrees, classifies it variously into estates like so many fat and lean cattle, and basically just for the benefit of his own individual person makes each member of the state society officially the enemy of the other. Herr Heinzen sees the princes at the peak of the social structure in Germany. He does not for a moment doubt that they have created its social foundation and are recreating it each day. What simpler explanation could there be for the connection between the monarchy and social conditions, whose official political expression it is, than by having the princes create this connection? What is the connection between the representative assemblies and modern bourgeois society which they represent? They created it. The political deity with its apparatus and gradations has thus created the secular world, whose most sacred object it is. In the same way the religious deity will have created earthly conditions, which are fantastically and in deified form reflected in it. The Grobianism which retails such homespun wisdom with appropriate sentiment cannot of course fail to be equally astonished and morally outraged at the opponent who toils to demonstrate to it that the apple did not create the apple tree. Modern histories have demonstrated that absolute monarchy appears in those transitional periods when the old feudal estates are in decline and the medieval estate of burghers is evolving into the modern bourgeois class, without one of the contending parties having as yet finally disposed of the other. The elements on which absolute monarchy is based are thus by no means its own product, they rather form its social prerequisite, whose historical origins are too well known to be repeated here. The fact that absolute monarchy took shape later in Germany and is persisting longer, is explained solely by the stunted pattern of development of the German bourgeois class. The answers to the puzzles presented by this pattern of development are to be found in the history of trade and industry. The decline of the Philistine German free cities, the destruction of the knightly estate, the defeat of the peasants 143 the resulting. Heinzen's Manifesto, LOCCIT. Moralizing Criticism and Critical Morality 327. Territorial sovereignty of the princes. The decay of German industry and German trade, which were founded entirely on medieval conditions, at the very moment when the modern world market is opening up and large-scale manufacturing is arising, the depopulation and the barbaric conditions which the 30 Years' War 144 had left behind, the character of the national branches of industry which are now arising again as of the small linen industry to which patriarchal conditions and relations correspond. The nature of exported goods which for the most part derived from agriculture, and which therefore went almost exclusively to increase the material sources of wealth of the rural aristocracy and therefore its relative power vis-a-vis the townspeople. Germany's lowly position in the world market in general, as a result of which the subsidies paid by foreigners to the princes became a chief source of the national income. The dependence of the townspeople upon the court consequent upon this, etc., etc., all these relationships, within which the structure of German society and a political organization in keeping with it were taking shape, become, in the eyes of sound commonsensical Grobianism, just a few pithy utterances, whose pith however consists in the statement that the rule of the princes in Germany has created German society and is recreating it each day. The optical illusion, which enables sound common sense to discern the spring head of German society in the rule of the princes instead of the spring head of the rule of the princes in German society, is easily explained. It perceives at first glance, and it always considers its first glance to be particularly perceptive, that the German princes are preserving and maintaining control over the old social conditions in Germany with which their political existence stands and falls, and that they react violently against the elements of decomposition. Equally, it sees on the other hand the elements of decomposition fighting against the power of the princes. The 5 sound senses thus unanimously testify that the rule of the princes is the basis of the old society, of its gradations, its prejudices and its contradictions. When looked at more closely, these appearances however only refute the crude opinion of which they are the innocent occasion. The violently reactionary role played by the rule of the princes only proves that in the pores of the old society a new society has taken shape, which furthermore cannot but feel the political shell, the natural covering of the old society, as an unnatural fetter and blow it sky high. The more primitive these new elements of social decomposition, the more conservative will even the most. 328 Karl Marx. Vigorous reaction by the old political power appear. The more advanced these new elements of social decomposition, the more reactionary will even the most harmless attempt at conservation by the old political power appear. The reaction of the rule of the princes, instead of proving that it creates the old society, proves rather that its day is over as soon as the material conditions of the old society have become obsolete. Its reaction is at the same time the reaction of the old society, which is still the official society and therefore also still in official possession of power or in possession of official power. Once society's material conditions of existence have developed so far that the transformation of its official political form has become a vital necessity for it, the whole physiognomy of the old political power is transformed. Thus absolute monarchy now attempts, not to centralize, which was its actual progressive function, but to decentralize. Born from the defeat of the feudal estates and having the most active share in their destruction itself, it now seeks to retain at least the semblance of feudal distinctions. Formerly encouraging trade and industry and thereby at the same time the rise of the bourgeois class, as necessary conditions both for national strength and for its own glory, absolute monarchy now everywhere hampers trade and industry, which have become increasingly dangerous weapons in the hands of an already powerful bourgeoisie. From the town, the birthplace of its rise to power, it turns its alarmed and by now dull glance to the countryside, which is fertile with the corpses of its old powerful opponents. But by the connection between politics and social conditions, Herr Heinzen actually understands only the connection between the rule of the princes in Germany and the distress and misery in Germany. The monarchy, like every other form of state, is a direct burden on the working class on the material side only in the form of taxes. Taxes are the existence of the state expressed in economic terms. Civil servants and priests, soldiers and ballet dancers, schoolmasters and police constables, Greek museums and Gothic steeples, civil list and services list. The common seed within which all these fabulous beings slumber in embryo is taxation. And what reasoning citizen would not have referred the starving people to taxes, to the ill-gotten gains of the princes, as the source of its misery? The German princes and Germany's distress. In other words, taxes on which the princes gorge themselves and which the people pay with their sweat and blood. Moralizing criticism and critical morality 329. What inexhaustible material for speechifying saviors of mankind. The monarchy is the cause of great expenditure. No doubt. Just consider the North American national budget and compare what our 38 petty fatherlands have to pay in order to be governed and disciplined. It is not the communists who answer the thunderous outbursts of such self-important demagogy, no, it is the bourgeois economists such as Ricardo, Sr., etc., in just 2 words. The economic existence of the state is taxes. The economic existence of the worker is wages. To be ascertained, the relationship between taxes and wages. Competition necessarily reduces the average wage to the minimum, that is to say, to a wage which permits the workers penuriously to eke out their lives and the lives of their race. Taxes form a part of this minimum, for the political calling of the workers consists precisely in paying taxes. If all taxes which bear on the working class were abolished root and branch, the necessary consequence would be the reduction of wages by the whole amount of taxes which today goes into them. Either the employer's profit would rise as a direct consequence by the same quantity, or else no more than an alteration in the form of tax collecting would have taken place. Instead of the present system, whereby the capitalist also advances, as part of the wage, the taxes which the worker has to pay, he the capitalist would no longer pay them in this roundabout way, but directly to the state. If in North America wages are higher than in Europe, this is by no means the consequence of lower taxes there. It is the consequence of the territorial, commercial, and industrial situation there. The demand for workers in relation to the supply of workers is significantly greater than in Europe. And any novice knows the truth of this already from Adam Smith. For the bourgeoisie, on the other hand, both the way in which taxes are distributed and levied, and the use to which they are put, are a vital question, both on account of its influence on trade and industry and because taxes are the golden cord with which to strangle the absolute monarchy. Having provided such profound insights into the connection between politics and social conditions and between class relations and the power of the state, Herr Heinzen cries out in triumph. The narrow-minded communist view, which only treats people in terms of classes and incites them against one another according to their craft, is something I must confess I have been innocent of in my revolutionary propaganda, because I make allowance for the possibility that humanity is not always determined by class or the size of one's purse. 330 Karl Marx. Grobianist common sense transforms the distinction between classes into the distinction between the size of purses and class contradictions into craft bickering. The size of one's purse is a purely quantitative distinction whereby any two individuals of the same class may be incited against one another at will. That the medieval guilds opposed each other according to their craft is common knowledge. But it is equally common knowledge that modern class distinctions are by no means based upon craft, but rather that the division of labor brings about very different modes of work within the same class. And this, his own narrow-minded view, derived entirely from his very own fullness of life and his very own sound common sense, is what Herr Heinzen humorously calls a narrow-minded communist view. But let us for a moment assume that Herr Heinzen knows what he is talking about, that he is therefore not talking about the distinction between the size of purses and craft bickering. It is perfectly possible that what individual persons do is not always determined by the class to which they belong, although this is no more crucial to the class struggle than an aristocrat going over to the tiers état was crucial to the French Revolution. And then these aristocrats at least joined a specific class, the revolutionary class, the bourgeoisie. But for Herr Heinzen all classes melt away before the solemn concept of humanity. However, if Herr Heinzen believes that whole classes which are based on economic conditions independent of their own will and are forced into the most virulent contradiction by these conditions, can by means of the quality of humanity, which attaches to all men, shed their real relationships, how easy must it be for one particular prince to rise by the power of humanity above his princely condition, above his princely craft? Why then does he resent it when Engels discerns a good Emperor Joseph behind his revolutionary phrases? But if on the one hand Herr Heinzen obliterates all differences, by addressing himself vaguely to the humanity of the Germans, which would oblige him to include the princes in his exhortations too, on the other hand he nevertheless finds himself compelled to acknowledge the existence of one difference amidst German humanity, for without a difference there can be no contradiction, and without a contradiction there can be no material for political sermonizing. So Herr Heinzen divides German humanity into princes and subjects. The perception and expression of this contradiction is on his part an exhibition of moral strength, a proof of personal daring. Moralizing criticism and critical morality 331. Political understanding, outraged human feeling, serious-minded perspicacity and laudable bravery. And it would be a sign of intellectual blindness, of a policeman's mentality, to point out that there are privileged and unprivileged subjects, that the former by no means see humiliating gradations in the political hierarchy, but an elevating, upward line, that finally amongst the subjects whose subjection is considered a fetter, it is however considered a fetter in very different ways. Along come the narrow-minded communists now and see not only the political difference between prince and subject but also the social difference between classes. Whereas Herr Heinzen's moral greatness a moment before consisted in perceiving and expressing the difference, his greatness now consists rather in overlooking it, averting his eyes from it and hushing it up. Expression of the contradiction ceases to be the language of revolution and becomes the language of reaction and the malicious incitement of brothers, united in their humanity, against one another. It is common knowledge that shortly after the July Revolution, the victorious bourgeoisie, in the September laws, made the incitement of the various classes of the nation against each other a serious political offense, probably for reasons of humanity too, with penalties of imprisonment, fines, etc. 145. It is also common knowledge that the English bourgeois journals know no better way of denouncing the Chartist leaders and Chartist writers than by accusing them of inciting the various classes of the nation against each other. It is even common knowledge that German writers are lying in deep dungeons for this incitement of the various classes of the nation against each other. Is not Herr Heinzen now speaking the language of the French September laws, of the English bourgeois papers and the Prussian criminal code? Not a bit of it. The well-meaning Herr Heinzen fears only that the communists were seeking to ensure the princes a revolutionary fontanelle. 146. Thus the Belgian liberals assure us that the radicals have a secret understanding with the Catholics, the French liberals assure us that the Democrats have an understanding with the Legitimists, the English free traders assure us that the Chartists have an understanding with the Tories. And the liberal Herr Heinzen assures us that the communists have an understanding with the princes. Germany, as I already made clear in the Deutsche Französisch. 332. Karl Marx. Jahrbucher, 3 has its own Christian Germanic brand of bad luck. Its bourgeoisie has got so very far behind the times that it is beginning its struggle against absolute monarchy and seeking to create the foundation for its own political power at the moment when in all advanced countries the bourgeoisie is already engaged in the most violent struggle with the working class and when its political illusions are already antiquated in the European mind. In this country, where the political wretchedness of the absolute monarchy still persists with its whole appendage of run-down, semi-feudal estates and relationships, there also already partially exist, on the other hand, as a consequence of industrial development and Germany's dependence on the world market, the modern contradictions between bourgeoisie and working class and the struggle that results from them. Examples are the workers' uprisings in Silesia and Bohemia. 147. The German bourgeoisie therefore already finds itself in conflict with the proletariat even before being politically constituted as a class. The struggle between the subjects has broken out even before princes and aristocracy have been chased out of the country, all the songs sung at Hambeck 148 notwithstanding. Herr Heinzen can think of no other explanation for these contradictory circumstances, which of course are also reflected in German literature, except by laying them on his opponents' consciences and interpreting them as a consequence of the counter-revolutionary activity of the communists. The German workers meanwhile know very well that the absolute monarchy does not waver for a moment, nor can it do so, in greeting them, in the service of the bourgeoisie, with cannonballs and whiplashes. Why, then, should they prefer the brutal harassment of the absolute government with its semi-feudal retinue to direct bourgeois rule? The workers know very well that it is not just politically that the bourgeoisie will have to make broader concessions to them than the absolute monarchy, but that in serving the interests of its trade and industry it will create, willy-nilly, the conditions for the uniting of the working class, and the uniting of the workers is the first requirement for their victory. The workers know that the abolition of bourgeois property relations is not brought about by preserving those of feudalism. They know that the revolutionary movement of the bourgeoisie against the feudal estates and the absolute monarchy can only accelerate their own revolutionary movement. They know that their own struggle against the bourgeois. A C.K. Marx, Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law. Introduction, Present Edition, Volume 3, pages 175-87, ed. Moralizing Criticism and Critical Morality 333. SIE can only dawn with the day when the bourgeoisie is victorious. Despite all this, they do not share Herr Heinzen's bourgeois illusions. They can and must accept the bourgeois revolution's a precondition for the workers' revolution. However, they cannot for a moment regard it as their ultimate goal. That the workers really react in this way has been magnificently exemplified by the English Chartists in the most recent anti-Corn Law League movement. Not for a moment did they believe the lies and inventions of the bourgeois radicals, not for a moment did they abandon the struggle against them, but quite consciously helped their enemies to victory over the Tories, and on the day after the abolition of the Corn Laws they were facing each other at the hustings, no longer Tories and Free Traders, but Free Traders and Chartists. And they won seats in Parliament, in opposition to these bourgeois radicals. 149 No more than Herr Heinzen understands the workers does he understand the bourgeois liberals, for all that he is unconsciously working in their service. He thinks it is necessary to repeat, where they are concerned, the old warnings against the easygoing ways and submissiveness of the Germans. He, the Philistine, takes in absolute earnest the obsequious expressions that were served up by a Camphausen or a Hansemann. The bourgeois gentleman would smile at such naivete. They know better where the shoe pinches. They are aware that in revolutions the rabble gets insolent and lays hands on things. The bourgeois gentlemen therefore seek as far as possible to make the change from absolute to bourgeois monarchy without a revolution, in an amicable fashion. But the absolute monarchy in Prussia, as earlier in England and France, will not let itself be amicably changed into a bourgeois monarchy. It will not abdicate amicably. The prince's hands are tied both by their personal prejudices and by a whole bureaucracy of officials, soldiers, and clerics, integral parts of absolute monarchy, who are far from willing to exchange their ruling position for a subservient one in respect of the bourgeoisie. Then the feudal estates also hold back. For them it is a question of life or death, in other words, of property or expropriation. It is clear that the absolute monarch, for all the servile homage of the bourgeoisie, sees his true interest on the side of these estates. The siren songs of a Camphausen or a Hansemann will no more convince Frederick William IV, therefore, than the honeyed language of a Lally-Tollendal, a Mounier, a Malouet, or a Mirabeau could talk a Louis XVI into casting in his lot with the bourgeoisie rather than with the feudal lords and remnants of the absolute monarchy. 334 Karl Marx. But Herr Heinzen is concerned neither with the bourgeoisie nor with the proletariat in Germany. His party is the party of men, in other words, of worthy and generous-minded dreamers who advocate bourgeois interests in the guise of human ends, without however clearly understanding the connection between the idealistic phrase and its real substance. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 94, November 25, 1847. To this party, the party of men, or to humanity resident in Germany, the founder of states Karl Heinzen offers the best republic he himself has hatched, the federal republic with social institutions. Rousseau once designed a best political world for the Poles, 3 as did Mably for the Corsicans. 150 The great citizen of Geneva has found an even greater successor. I am contented, what modesty, to claim that just as I can assemble a flower only from petals, so also I can assemble a republic only from republican elements. Asterisk. A man who knows how to assemble a flower from petals, even though it were only a daisy, cannot fail in the construction of the best republic, let the wicked world think of it what it will. Despite all slanderous tongues, the valiant founder of states takes as a model the charters of republican North America. Whatever seems offensive to him, he paints out with his Grobian brush. Thus he brings about an amended edition in Usum Delphini, in other words for the use and edification of German man. And having thus outlined the features of the republic, that is, of a specific republic, he hoists his little disrespectful pupil up into the air by his communist ears and dashes him down with the question whether he too could create a world, and indeed a best world. And he does not desist from hoisting the little one up into the air by his communist ears until he has banged his nose against the gigantic picture of the new world, the best republic. For with his very own hands he has hung a colossal picture of the world, devised by himself, on the highest peak of the Swiss Alps. Heinzen's Manifesto, Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 84. A. J. J. Rousseau, Considerations sur le Gouvernement de Poland, et sur sa Reformation. Progetti ed. For the use of the Dauphin. These words were used in the second half of the 17th century to mark the addition of Latin works intended for the heir to the French throne, from which offensive material had been removed. Ed. Moralizing Criticism and Critical Morality 335. Caucatum non est pictum, asterisk hisses the voice of the impenitent little snake. And horrified, the republican Ajax drops the communist their sights to the ground and out of his shaggy bosom heaves the terrible words. You are carrying absurdity to extremes, Herr Engels. And really, Herr Engels, do you not believe that the American federal system is the best political form which the art of politics has yet devised? You shake your little head? What? You deny absolutely that the American federal system has been devised by the art of politics? And that best political forms of society exist in abstracto? That's going a bit too far. You are at the same time so devoid of shame and conscience as to suggest to us that the honest German who wishes his faithful fatherland to enjoy the benefits of the North American Constitution embellished and improved at that he resembles that idiotic merchant who copied his rich competitor's accounts and then imagined that having possession of this copy, he had also taken possession of the coveted wealth. And you threaten us with the executioner's axe under your little arm, with the miniature guillotine which you were given as a toy in 1794? Barbaroux, you mumble, and other persons of impressive height and girth, were shortened by a full head in those days when we used to play guillotine because they happened to proclaim the American federal system to be the best political form. 151 And such will be the fate of all other Goliaths, to whom it occurs in any democratic revolution in Europe and especially in Germany, which is still quite feudally fragmented, to wish to put the American federal system in place of the one indivisible republic and its levelling centralization. But good God! The men of the Comite de Salad Public 152 and those bloodhounds of Jacobins behind them were monsters, and Heinzen's best republic has been devised by the statecraft of heretofore as the best political form for men, for good men, for human humans. Really? You are carrying absurdity to the extreme, Herr Engels. And what is more, this Herculean founder of states does not copy the North American Federal Republic in every detail. He adorns it with social institutions, he will regulate property relations according to rational principles, and the 7 great measures with which he disposed of the evils of the old bourgeois society are: to should is not to paint. Ed. 336 Karl Marx. By no means wretched, insubstantial garbage begged at the doors of abominable modern socialist and communist soup kitchens. It is to the Incas and Camp's books for children 153 that the great Karl Heinzen owes his recipes for the humanization of society, just as he owes the latter profound slogan not to the Pomeranian philosopher Ruge but rather to some Peruvian grown old in wisdom. And Herr Engels describes all this as arbitrarily concocted Philistine dreams of world improvement. We live of course in an age when the better people are increasingly passing away and the best are not even understood at all. Take, for instance, any well-meaning citizen and ask his honest opinion as to what is wrong with present property relations. And the decent fellow will put his index finger to the tip of his nose, twice draw deep and pensive breath and then express his humble view that it is a shame that many people have nothing, not even the barest necessities, and that others, to the detriment not only of propertyless wretches but also of honest citizens, are with aristocratic brazenness accumulating millions. Aurea mediocritas. Golden mediocrity. The honest member of the middle class will exclaim. It is just a matter of avoiding extremes. What rational political constitution would be compatible with these extremes, these oh so abominable extremes? And now take a look at Heinzen's Federal Republic with social institutions and its 7 measures for the humanization of society. We find that each citizen is assured a minimum of wealth below which he cannot fall, and a maximum of wealth is prescribed which he may not exceed. Has not Herr Heinzen solved all the difficulties, then, by reiterating in the form of state decrees the pious desire of all good citizens that no person should have too little and none, indeed, too much, and simply by so doing made it reality? And in the same manner, which is as simple as it is splendid, Herr Heinzen has resolved all economic conflicts. He has regulated property according to the rational principles corresponding to an honest bourgeois equity. And please do not object that the rational rules of property are precisely the economic laws on whose cold-blooded inevitability all well-meaning measures will necessarily founder, though they be recommended by Incas and Camp's books for children and cherished by the stoutest patriots. How unfair to bring economic considerations into play against a man who, unlike some people, does not boast of studies in political economy, but has from modesty managed so far in all his works. Moralizing Criticism and Critical Morality 337. Rather to preserve the virginal appearance of still having before him his first study of political economy. It must be accounted very much to the credit of the man's primitive level of education that with solemn countenance he serves up to his little communist foe all the considerations which already in 1842 had penetrated to the German fullness of life through the channels of the Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung, 154, such as those concerning acquired property, personal freedom and individuality and the like. It really does show how low the communist writers have fallen that they seek out opponents who are schooled in economics and philosophy, but on the other hand provide no answer to the unpresuming fancies of Grobianists' sound common sense, to which they would first have to teach the elements of the economic relations in existing bourgeois society, in order to be able subsequently to enter into debate with it. Since private property, for instance, is not a simple relation or even an abstract concept, a principle, but consists in the totality of the bourgeois relations of production, for it is not a question of subordinate or extinct but of existing bourgeois private property, since all these bourgeois relations of production are class relations, an insight which any novice must have acquired from his Adam Smith or Ricardo. A change in, or even the abolition of, these relations can only follow from a change in these classes and their relationships with each other, and a change in the relationship of classes is a historical change, a product of social activity as a whole, in a word, the product of a specific historical movement. The writer may very well serve a movement of history as its mouthpiece, but he cannot of course create it. For example, in order to explain the elimination of feudal property relations, modern historians have had to describe how the bourgeoisie evolved to the point where it had developed its conditions of life sufficiently to be able to eliminate all the feudal estates and its own feudal mode of existence, and hence also feudal production relations, which were the economic foundation of these feudal estates. The elimination of feudal property relations and the foundation of modern bourgeois society were thus by no means the product of a particular doctrine based upon and elaborated from a specific principle as its core. It was much more the case that the principles and theories put forward by the writers of the bourgeoisie during its struggle against feudalism were nothing but the theoretical expression of a series of real events. Indeed, one can see that the extent to which this expression was more or less utopian, dogmatic, or doctrinaire corresponded exactly to the degree of advancement of the phase of real historical development. 338 Karl Marx. And in this respect Engels was rash enough to talk to his terrible opponent, the Herculean founder of states, about communism, insofar as it is theory, as the theoretical expression of a movement. But, expostulates the mighty man in honest indignation, my purpose was to urge the practical consequences, to get the representatives of communism to acknowledge those consequences, that is, those absurd consequences which, for a man who has only fantastic conceptions of bourgeois private property, are necessarily linked with its abolition. He thus wanted to compel Engels to defend the whole absurdity which according to Herr Heinzen's worthy scheme he would have dug up. And Friedrich Engels has so bitterly disappointed the honest Eisgrim that he no longer finds in communism itself even a core to bite on, and thus asks himself in wonderment how this phenomenon is to be served up, so that it can be eaten. And in vain the honest fellow seeks to calm himself with ingenious turns of phrase, for example, by asking whether a historical movement is a movement of the emotions, etc., and even conjures up the spirit of the great Ruge to interpret this riddle of nature for him. After what has happened, the disappointed man exclaims, "My heart is beating in a Siberian fashion, after what has happened I smell only treachery and dream of malice." Asterisk. And really he explains the affair to himself finally by saying that Engels denies his school, beats a retreat that is as cowardly as it is ridiculous, compromises the whole human race just so as to save his own person from being compromised, denies the party or deserts it at the crucial moment, and a host of similar moralizing outbursts of fury. Likewise Engels' distinctions between true socialism and communism, between the utopian communist systems and critical communism are all nothing but treachery and malice. Indeed nothing but Jesuitical afterthought distinctions, because they appear not to have been put at least so far to Herr Heinzen, nor to have been blown his way by the tempest of the fullness of life. And how ingeniously Herr Heinzen manages to interpret these contradictions to himself, insofar as they have found literary expression. Then there is Weitling, who is cleverer than you, and yet can certainly be considered a communist. Asterisk Karl Heinzen, Steckbrief. Moralizing Criticism and Critical Morality 339. Or else. What if Herr Grun claimed to be a communist and were to expel Herr Engels? Arrived at this point, it goes without saying, the honest fellow, who could not emancipate himself to the extent of considering loyalty and faith, outmoded though they might be, to be superfluous amongst rational beings, serves up the most absurd lies, for example, that Engels also intended to write about a social movement in Belgium and France. But Karl Grun had forestalled him. And then he had been unable to find a publisher for his boring repetition and other such fabrications Herr Heinzen has derived as conclusions from a certain principle. That moralizing criticism has turned out to be so wretched is due to its nature and is by no means to be regarded as a personal shortcoming of the Telamonian Ajax. For all his stupidities and baseness, this Saint Grobian has the moral satisfaction of being stupid and base with conviction, and thus being a fellow with some stuffing in him. Whatever the facts may do, which even the great Karl Heinzen allows to run their course unimpeded. He proclaims, thrice beating his honest bosom, meanwhile, bear my principle unflinchingly about with me and do not ditch it when a person asks me about it. Heinrich Lzi of Reuss-Schleiz-Ebersdorf has also been parading his principle some 20 years now. N.B. We would recommend Stefan S.A. Kritik, der Heinzenskstadt, to the readers of the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung. The author has of course only used Herr Heinzen as a peg. He could just as well have seized upon any other literary nonentity in Germany to confront the reasoning and grumbling petty bourgeois with the viewpoint of the really revolutionary worker. Herr Heinzen knows of no other way of answering Stefan than by first of all asserting that what he has written is rubbish, so much for objective criticism. As he does not know Stefan personally, he resorts simply to calling him names like gamin and commis voyageur. But he has not yet blackened his opponent enough, he finally turns him into a policeman. One can see incidentally how just this last accusation is, since the French police. A Stefan born ed. B. gutter snipe and commercial traveler ed. 340 Karl Marx. Presumably in league with Herr Heinzen, have confiscated 100 copies of Stefan's pamphlet. Having given the worker Stefan a practical moral lesson as described above, he apostrophizes him in the following ingenuous terms. For my own part, gladly though I would have engaged in discussions with the worker, I fail to see in insolence a fit substitute for competence. 3. The German workers will feel elated at the prospect of the Democrat Karl Heinzen engaging in discussions with them as soon as they approach the great man with due modesty. Herr Heinzen is seeking to conceal his incompetence concerning Herr Stefan by the insolence of his outburst. K.M. Written at the end of October 1847, printed according to the newspaper. First published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in full in English for the Zeitung NOS 86, 87, 90,92 and 94, first time October 28 and 31, November 11, 18 and 25, 1847. A.K. Heinzen, ein Repräsentant der Kommunisten. Ed. Friedrich Engels. Principles of Communism 155. Question 1. What is communism? Answer. Communism is the doctrine of the conditions for the emancipation of the proletariat. Question 2. What is the proletariat? Answer. The proletariat is that class of society which procures its means of livelihood entirely and solely from the sale of its labor. 156 And not from the profit derived from any capital, whose will and woe, whose life and death, whose whole existence depend on the demand for labor, hence, on the alternation of times of good and bad business, on the fluctuations resulting from unbridled competition. The proletariat, or class of proletarians, is, in a word, the working class of the 19th century. Question 3. Then there have not always been proletarians? Answer. No. Poor folk and working classes have always existed. 157 And the working classes have for the most part been poor. But such workers who live under the conditions just stated, that is, proletarians, have not always existed, any more than competition has always been free and unbridled. Question 4. How did the proletariat arise? Answer. The proletariat arose as a result of the Industrial Revolution which took place in England in the latter half of the last century and which has repeated itself since then in all the civilized countries of the world. This Industrial Revolution was brought about by the invention of the steam engine, of various spinning machines, of the power loom, and of a great number of other mechanical devices. These machines, which were very expensive and, consequently, could only be purchased by big capitalists, changed the entire 342 Friedrich Engels hitherto existing mode of production and supplanted the former workers because machines produced cheaper and better commodities than could the workers with their imperfect spinning wheels and hand looms. Thus, these machines delivered industry entirely into the hands of the big capitalists and rendered the workers' scanty property, tools, looms, etc., quite worthless, so that the capitalists soon had their hands on everything and the workers were left with nothing. In this way the factory system was introduced into the manufacture of clothing materials. Once the impetus had been given to the introduction of machinery and the factory system, this system was soon applied to all the other branches of industry, notably the calico and book printing trades, pottery and hardware industry. There was more and more division of labor among the individual workers, so that the worker who formerly had made a whole article now produced only a part of it. This division of labor made it possible to supply products more speedily and therefore more cheaply. It reduced the activity of each worker to a very simple, constantly repeated mechanical operation, which could be performed not only just as well but even much better by a machine. In this way, all these branches of industry came one after another under the domination of steam power, machinery, and the factory system, just like spinning and weaving. but they thus fell at the same time completely into the hands of the big capitalists, and here too the workers were deprived of the last shred of independence. Gradually, in addition to actual manufacture, the handicrafts likewise fell increasingly under the domination of the factory system, for here also the big capitalists more and more supplanted the small craftsmen by the establishment of large workshops, in which many savings on costs can be made and there can be a very high division of labor. Thus we have now reached the point when in the civilized countries almost all branches of labor are carried on under the factory system, and in almost all branches handicraft and manufacture have been ousted by large-scale industry. As a result, the former middle classes, especially the smaller master handicraftsmen, have been increasingly ruined, the former position of the workers has been completely changed, and two new classes which are gradually swallowing up all other classes have come into being, namely, the class of big capitalists who already now in all civilized countries almost exclusively own all the means of subsistence and the raw materials and instruments, machinery, factories, etc., needed for the production of these means of subsistence. This class is the bourgeois class or the bourgeoisie. Principles of Communism 343. 2. The class of the completely propertyless, who are compelled therefore to sell their labor to the bourgeois in order to obtain the necessary means of subsistence in exchange. This class is called the class of the proletarians or the proletariat. Question 5. Under what conditions does the sale of the labor of the proletarians to the bourgeois take place? Answer. Labor is a commodity like any other and its price is determined by the same laws as that of any other commodity. The price of a commodity under the domination of large-scale industry or of free competition, which, as we shall see, comes to the same thing, is on the average always equal to the cost of production of that commodity. The price of labor is, therefore, likewise equal to the cost of production of labor. The cost of production of labor consists precisely of the amount of the means of subsistence required for the worker to maintain himself in a condition in which he is capable of working and to prevent the working class from dying out. Therefore, the worker will not receive for his labor any more than is necessary for that purpose. The price of labor, or wages, will be the lowest, the minimum required for subsistence. Since business is now worse, now better, the worker will receive now more, now less, just as the factory owner receives now more, now less for his commodity. But just as on the average between good times and bad the factory owner receives for his commodity neither more nor less than the cost of its production, so also the worker will on the average receive neither more nor less than this minimum. This economic law of wages will come to be more stringently applied the more all branches of labor are taken over by large-scale industry. Question 6. What working classes existed before the Industrial Revolution? Answer. Depending on the different stages of the development of society, the working classes lived in different conditions and stood in different relations to the possessing and ruling classes. In ancient times the working people were the slaves of their owners, just as they still are in many backward countries and even in the southern part of the United States. In the Middle Ages they were the serfs of the landowning nobility, just as they still are in Hungary, Poland, and Russia. In the Middle Ages and up to the Industrial Revolution there were in the towns also journeymen in the service of petty bourgeois craftsmen, and with the development of manufacture there gradually emerged manufactory workers, who were already employed by the bigger capitalists. Question 7. In what way does the proletarian differ from the slave? Answer. The slave is sold once and for all, the proletarian has to sell. 344 Friedrich Engels. Himself by the day and by the hour. Being the property of one master, the individual slave has, since it is in the interest of this master, a guaranteed subsistence, however wretched it may be. The individual proletarian, the property, so to speak, of the whole bourgeois class, whose labor is only bought from him when somebody needs it, has no guaranteed subsistence. This subsistence is guaranteed only to the proletarian class as a whole. The slave stands outside competition, the proletarian stands within it and feels all its fluctuations. The slave is accounted a thing, not a member of civil society, the proletarian is recognized as a person, as a member of civil society. Thus, the slave may have a better subsistence than the proletarian, but the proletarian belongs to a higher stage of development of society and himself stands at a higher stage than the slave. The slave frees himself by abolishing, among all the private property relationships, only the relationship of slavery, and thereby only then himself becomes a proletarian. The proletarian can free himself only by abolishing private property in general. Question 8. In what way does the proletarian differ from the serf? Answer. The serf has the possession and use of an instrument of production, a piece of land, in return for handing over a portion of the yield or for the performance of work. The proletarian works with instruments of production belonging to another person for the benefit of this other person in return for receiving a portion of the yield. The serf gives, to the proletarian is given. The serf has a guaranteed subsistence, the proletarian has not. The serf stands outside competition, the proletarian stands within it. The serf frees himself either by running away to the town and there becoming a handicraftsman, or by giving his landlord money instead of labor and products and becoming a free tenant, or by driving out his feudal lord and himself becoming a proprietor, in short, by entering in one way or another into the possessing class and competition. The proletarian frees himself by doing away with competition, private property, and all class distinctions. Question 9. In what way does the proletarian differ from the handicraftsman? P3. Question 10. In what way does the proletarian differ from the manufactory worker? Answer. The manufactory worker of the 16th to the 18th centuries almost everywhere still owned an instrument of production, his loom, the family spinning wheels, and a little plot of half a page is left blank by Engels in the manuscript. The answer is in the draft of a communist confession of faith. See this volume, p. 101, ed. Principles of Communism 345. Land which he cultivated in his leisure hours. The proletarian has none of these things. The manufactory worker lives almost always in the country and in more or less patriarchal relations with his landlord or his employer. The proletarian lives mostly in large towns, and stands to his employer in a purely money relationship. The manufactory worker is torn up from his patriarchal relations by large-scale industry, loses the property he still has, and thereby only then himself becomes a proletarian. Question 11. What were the immediate results of the Industrial Revolution and the division of society into bourgeois and proletarians? Answer. Firstly, owing to the continual cheapening of the price of industrial products as a result of machine labor, the old system of manufacture or industry founded upon manual labor was completely destroyed in all countries of the world. All semi-barbarian countries, which until now had been more or less outside historical development and whose industry had until now been based on manufacture, were thus forcibly torn out of their isolation. They bought the cheaper commodities of the English and let their own manufactory workers go to ruin. Thus countries that for thousands of years had made no progress, for example India, were revolutionized through and through, and even China is now marching towards a revolution. It has reached the point that a new machine invented today in England throws millions of workers in China out of work within a year. Large-scale industry has thus brought all the peoples of the earth into relationship with one another, thrown all the small local markets into the world market, prepared the way everywhere for civilization and progress, and brought it about that everything that happens in the civilized countries must have its repercussions on all other countries. So if now in England or France the workers liberate themselves, this must lead to revolutions in all other countries, which sooner or later will also bring about the liberation of the workers in those countries. Secondly, wherever large-scale industry replaced manufacture, the Industrial Revolution developed the bourgeoisie, its wealth, and its power, to the highest degree and made it the first class in the land. The result was that wherever this happened, the bourgeoisie obtained political power and ousted the hitherto ruling classes, the aristocracy, the guild burghers, and the absolute monarchy representing both. The bourgeoisie annihilated the power of the aristocracy, the nobility, by abolishing entails or the ban on the sale of landed property, and all privileges of the nobility. It destroyed the power of the guild burghers by abolishing all guilds and craft privileges. In 346 Friedrich Engels' place of both it put free competition, that is, a state of society in which everyone has the right to engage in any branch of industry he likes, and where nothing can hinder him in carrying it on except lack of the necessary capital. The introduction of free competition is therefore the public declaration that henceforward the members of society are only unequal in so far as their capital is unequal, that capital has become the decisive power and therefore the capitalists, the bourgeois, have become the first class in society. But free competition is necessary for the beginning of large-scale industry since it is the only state of society in which large-scale industry can grow. The bourgeoisie having thus annihilated the social power of the nobility and the guild burghers, annihilated their political power as well. Having become the first class in society, the bourgeoisie proclaimed itself also the first class in the political sphere. It did this by establishing the representative system, which rests upon bourgeois equality before the law and the legal recognition of free competition, and which in European countries was introduced in the form of constitutional monarchy. Under these constitutional monarchies those only are electors who possess a certain amount of capital, that is to say, the bourgeois. These bourgeois electors elect the deputies, and these bourgeois deputies, by means of the right to refuse taxes, elect a bourgeois government. Thirdly, the Industrial Revolution built up the proletariat in the same measure in which it built up the bourgeoisie. In the same proportion in which the bourgeois became wealthier, the proletarians became more numerous. For since proletarians can only be employed by capital and since capital only increases when it employs labor, the growth of the proletariat keeps exact pace with the growth of capital. At the same time it concentrates the bourgeois as well as the proletarians in large cities, in which industry can most profitably be carried on, and through this throwing together of great masses in one place it makes the proletarians conscious of their power. Further, the more it develops, the more machines are invented which displace manual labor, the more large-scale industry, as we already said, depresses wages to their minimum, and thereby makes the condition of the proletariat more and more unbearable. Thus, through the growing discontent of the proletariat, on the one hand, and through its growing power, on the other, the Industrial Revolution prepares a social revolution by the proletariat. Question 12. What were the further results of the Industrial Revolution? Answer. In the steam engine and the other machines large-scale industry created the means of increasing industrial production in a. Principles of Communism 347. Short time and at slight expense to an unlimited extent. With this facility of production the free competition necessarily resulting from large-scale industry very soon assumed an extremely intense character, numbers of capitalists launched into industry, and very soon more was being produced than could be used. The result was that the goods manufactured could not be sold, and a so-called trade crisis ensued. Factories had to stand idle, factory owners went bankrupt, and the workers lost their bread. Everywhere there was the greatest misery. After a while the surplus products were sold, the factories started working again, wages went up, and gradually business was more brisk than ever. But before long too many commodities were again produced, another crisis ensued, and ran the same course as the previous one. Thus since the beginning of this century the state of industry has continually fluctuated between periods of prosperity and periods of crisis, and almost regularly every 5 to 7 years a similar crisis has occurred, 158, and every time it has entailed the greatest misery for the workers, general revolutionary ferment, and the greatest danger to the entire existing system. Question 13. What conclusions can be drawn from these regularly recurring trade crises? Answer. Firstly, that although in the initial stages of its development large-scale industry itself created free competition, it has now nevertheless outgrown free competition, that competition and in general the carrying on of industrial production by individuals have become a fetter upon large-scale industry which it must and will break, that large-scale industry, so long as it is conducted on its present basis, can only survive through a general confusion repeating itself every 7 years. which each time threatens all civilization, not merely plunging the proletarians into misery but also ruining a great number of bourgeois, therefore that either large-scale industry itself must be given up, which is utterly impossible, or that it absolutely necessitates a completely new organization of society, in which industrial production is no longer directed by individual factory owners, competing one against the other, but by the whole of society according to a fixed plan and according to the needs of all. Secondly, that large-scale industry and the unlimited expansion of production which it makes possible can bring into being a social order in which so much of all the necessities of life will be produced that every member of society will thereby be enabled to develop and exercise all his powers and abilities in perfect freedom. Thus, precisely that quality of large-scale industry which in present society 348 Friedrich Engels produces all misery and all trade crises is the very quality which under a different social organization will destroy that same misery and these disastrous fluctuations. Thus it is most clearly proved, 1. That from now on all these ills are to be attributed only to the social order which no longer corresponds to the existing conditions, 2. That the means are available to abolish these ills completely through a new social order. Question 14. What kind of new social order will this have to be? Answer, above all, it will have to take the running of industry and all branches of production in general out of the hands of separate individuals competing with each other and instead will have to ensure that all these branches of production are run by society as a whole, i.e., for the social good, according to a social plan and with the participation of all members of society. It will therefore do away with competition and replace it by association. Since the running of industry by individuals had private ownership as its necessary consequence and since competition is nothing but the manner in which industry is run by individual private owners, private ownership cannot be separated from the individual running of industry and competition. Hence, private ownership will also have to be abolished, and in its stead there will be common use of all the instruments of production and the distribution of all products by common agreement, or the so-called community of property. The abolition of private ownership is indeed the most succinct and characteristic summary of the transformation of the entire social system necessarily following from the development of industry, and it is therefore rightly put forward by the communists as their main demand. Question 15. The abolition of private property was therefore not possible earlier? Answer, no. Every change in the social order, every revolution in property relations, has been the necessary result of the creation of new productive forces which would no longer conform to the old property relations. Private property itself arose in this way. For private property has not always existed, but when towards the end of the Middle Ages a new mode of production appeared in the form of manufacture which could not be subordinated to the then existing feudal and guild property, manufacture, having outgrown the old property relations, created a new form of ownership, private ownership. For manufacture and the first stage of development of large-scale industry, no other form of ownership was possible than private ownership and no other order of society than that founded. Principles of Communism 349. Upon private ownership. So long as it is not possible to produce so much that not only is there enough for all, but also a surplus for the increase of social capital and for the further development of the productive forces, so long must there always be a ruling class disposing of the productive forces of society, and a poor, oppressed class. How these classes are composed will depend upon the stage of development of production. In the Middle Ages, which were dependent upon agriculture, we find the lord and the serf. The towns of the later Middle Ages show us the master guildsman and the journeyman and day laborer. The 17th century has the manufacturer and the manufactory worker, the 19th century the big factory owner and the proletarian. It is obvious that hitherto the productive forces had not yet been so far developed that enough could be produced for all or to make private property a fetter, a barrier, to these productive forces. Now, however, when the development of large-scale industry has, firstly, created capital and productive forces on a scale hitherto unheard of and the means are available to increase these productive forces in a short time to an infinite extent, when, secondly, These productive forces are concentrated in the hands of a few bourgeois whilst the great mass of the people are more and more becoming proletarians, and their condition more wretched and unendurable in the same measure in which the riches of the bourgeois increase, when, thirdly, these powerful productive forces that can easily be increased have so enormously outgrown private property and the bourgeois that at every moment they provoke the most violent disturbances in the social order. Only now has the abolition of private property become not only possible but even absolutely necessary. Question 16. Will it be possible to bring about the abolition of private property by peaceful methods? Answer. It is to be desired that this could happen, and communists certainly would be the last to resist it. The communists know only too well that all conspiracies are not only futile but even harmful. They know only too well that revolutions are not made deliberately and arbitrarily, but that everywhere and at all times they have been the necessary outcome of circumstances entirely independent of the will and the leadership of particular parties and entire classes. But they also see that the development of the proletariat is in nearly every civilized country forcibly suppressed, and that thus the opponents of the communists are working with all their might towards a revolution. Should the oppressed proletariat in the end be goaded into a revolution, we communists will then defend. 350 Friedrich Engels. The cause of the proletarians by deed just as well as we do now by word. Question 17. Will it be possible to abolish private property at one stroke? Answer, no, such a thing would be just as impossible as at one stroke to increase the existing productive forces to the degree necessary for instituting community of property. Hence, the proletarian revolution, which in all probability is impending, will transform existing society only gradually, and be able to abolish private property only when the necessary quantity of the means of production has been created. Question 18. What will be the course of this revolution? Answer, in the first place it will inaugurate a democratic constitution and thereby, directly or indirectly, the political rule of the proletariat. Directly in England, where the proletariat already constitutes the majority of the people. Indirectly in France and in Germany, where the majority of the people consists not only of proletarians but also of small peasants and urban petty bourgeois, who are only now being proletarianist and in all their political interests are becoming more and more dependent on the proletariat and therefore soon will have to conform to the demands of the proletariat. This will perhaps involve a second fight, but one that can end only in the victory of the proletariat. Democracy would be quite useless to the proletariat if it were not immediately used as a means of carrying through further measures directly attacking private ownership and securing the means of subsistence of the proletariat. Chief among these measures, already made necessary by the existing conditions, are the following: 1. Limitation of private ownership by means of progressive taxation, high inheritance taxes, abolition of inheritance by collateral lines, brothers, nephews, etc., compulsory loans, and so forth. 2. Gradual expropriation of landed proprietors, factory owners, railway and shipping magnates, partly through competition on the part of state industry and partly directly through compensation in assignations. 3. Confiscation of the property of all emigrants and rebels against the majority of the people. 4. Organization of the labor or employment of the proletarians on national estates, in national factories and workshops, thereby putting an end to competition among the workers themselves and compelling the factory owners, as long as they still exist, to pay the same increased wages as the state. Principles of Communism 351. 5. Equal liability to work for all members of society until complete abolition of private ownership. Formation of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. 6. Centralization of the credit and banking systems in the hands of the state by means of a national bank with state capital and the suppression of all private banks and bankers. 7. Increase of national factories, workshops, railways, and ships, cultivation of all uncultivated land and improvement of land already cultivated in the same proportion in which the capital and workers at the disposal of the nation increase. 8. Education of all children, as soon as they are old enough to do without the first maternal care, in national institutions and at the expense of the nation. Education combined with production. 9. The erection of large palaces on national estates as common dwellings for communities of citizens engaged in industry as well as agriculture, and combining the advantages of both urban and rural life without the one-sidedness and disadvantages of either. 10. The demolition of all insanitary and badly built dwellings and town districts. 11. Equal right of inheritance to be enjoyed by illegitimate and legitimate children. 12. Concentration of all means of transport in the hands of the nation. Of course, all these measures cannot be carried out at once. But one will always lead on to the other. Once the first radical onslaught upon private ownership has been made, the proletariat will see itself compelled to go always further, to concentrate all capital, all agriculture, all industry, all transport, and all exchange more and more in the hands of the state. All these measures work towards such results, and they will become realizable and will develop their centralizing consequences in the same proportion in which the productive forces of the country will be multiplied by the labor of the proletariat. Finally, when all capital, all production, and all exchange are concentrated in the hands of the nation, private ownership will automatically have ceased to exist, money will have become superfluous, and production will have so increased and men will be so much changed that the last forms of the old social relations will also be able to fall away. Question 19. Will it be possible for this revolution to take place in one country alone? Answer: no. Large-scale industry, already by creating the world market, has so linked up all the peoples of the earth, and especially the civilized peoples, that each people is dependent on what happens. 352. Friedrich Engels. To another. Further, in all civilized countries large-scale industry has so leveled social development that in all these countries the bourgeoisie and the proletariat have become the two decisive classes of society and the struggle between them the main struggle of the day. The communist revolution will therefore be no merely national one, it will be a revolution taking place simultaneously in all civilized countries, that is, at least in England, America, France, and Germany. 159. In each of these countries it will develop more quickly or more slowly according to whether the country has a more developed industry, more wealth, and a more considerable mass of productive forces. It will therefore be slowest and most difficult to carry out in Germany, quickest and easiest in England. It will also have an important effect upon the other countries of the world, and will completely change and greatly accelerate their previous manner of development. It is a worldwide revolution and will therefore be worldwide in scope. Question 20. What will be the consequences of the final abolition of private ownership? Answer: above all, through society's taking out of the hands of the private capitalists the use of all the productive forces and means of communication as well as the exchange and distribution of products and managing them according to a plan corresponding to the means available and the needs of the whole of society, all the evil consequences of the present running of large-scale industry will be done away with. There will be an end of crises, the extended production, which under the present system of society means overproduction and is such a great cause of misery, will then not even be adequate and will have to be expanded much further. Instead of creating misery, overproduction beyond the immediate needs of society will mean the satisfaction of the needs of all, create new needs and at the same time the means to satisfy them. It will be the condition and the cause of new advances, and it will achieve these advances without thereby, as always hitherto, bringing the order of society into confusion. Once liberated from the pressure of private ownership, large-scale industry will develop on a scale that will make its present level of development seem as paltry as seems the manufacturing system compared with the large-scale industry of our time. This development of industry will provide society with a sufficient quantity of products to satisfy the needs of all. Similarly, agriculture, which is also hindered by the pressure of private ownership and the parceling of land from introducing the improvements already available and scientific advancements, will be given a quite new impulse, and place at society's disposal an Principles of Communism 353. Ample quantity of products. Thus society will produce enough products to be able so to arrange distribution that the needs of all its members will be satisfied. the division of society into various antagonistic classes will thereby become superfluous. Not only will it become superfluous, it is even incompatible with the new social order. Classes came into existence through the division of labor, and the division of labor in its hitherto existing form will entirely disappear. For in order to bring industrial and agricultural production to the level described, mechanical and chemical aids alone are not enough. The abilities of the people who set these aids in motion must also be developed to a corresponding degree. Just as in the last century the peasants and the manufactory workers changed their entire way of life, and themselves became quite different people when they were drawn into large-scale industry, so also will the common management of production by the whole of society and the resulting new development of production require and also produce quite different people. The common management of production cannot be effected by people as they are today, each one being assigned to a single branch of production, shackled to it, exploited by it, each having developed only one of his abilities at the cost of all the others and knowing only one branch, or only a branch of the total production. Even present-day industry finds less and less use for such people. Industry carried on in common and according to plan by the whole of society presupposes moreover people of all-round development, capable of surveying the entire system of production. Thus the division of labor making one man a peasant, another a shoemaker, a third a factory worker, a fourth a stock jobber, which has already been undermined by machines, will completely disappear. Education will enable young people quickly to go through the whole system of production. It will enable them to pass from one branch of industry to another according to the needs of society or their own inclinations. It will therefore free them from that one-sidedness which the present division of labor stamps on each one of them. Thus the communist organization of society will give its members the chance of an all-round exercise of abilities that have received all-round development. With this, the various classes will necessarily disappear. Thus the communist organization of society is, on the one hand, incompatible with the existence of classes and, on the other, the very establishment of this society furnishes the means to do away with these class differences. It follows from this that the antagonism between town and country will likewise disappear. The carrying on of agriculture and industrial production by the same people, instead of by two different classes, is 354 Friedrich Engels. Already for purely material reasons an essential condition of communist association. The scattering of the agricultural population over the countryside, along with the crowding of the industrial population into the big towns, is a state which corresponds only to an undeveloped stage of agriculture and industry, an obstacle to all further development which is already now making itself very keenly felt. The general association of all members of society for the common and planned exploitation of the productive forces, the expansion of production to a degree where it will satisfy the needs of all, the termination of the condition where the needs of some are satisfied at the expense of others, the complete annihilation of classes and their antagonisms, the all-round development of the abilities of all the members of society through doing away with the hitherto existing division of labor, through industrial education, through change of activity, through the participation of all in the enjoyments provided by all, through the merging of town and country. Such are the main results of the abolition of private property. Question 21. What influence will the communist order of society have upon the family? Answer. It will make the relation between the sexes a purely private relation which concerns only the persons involved, and in which society has no call to interfere. It is able to do this because it abolishes private property and educates children communally, thus destroying the twin foundation of hitherto existing marriage, the dependence through private property of the wife upon the husband and of the children upon the parents. Here also is the answer to the outcry of moralizing Philistines against the communist community of women. Community of women is a relationship that belongs altogether to bourgeois society and is completely realized today in prostitution. But prostitution is rooted in private property and falls with it. Thus, instead of introducing the community of women, communist organization puts an end to it. Question 22. What will be the attitude of the communist organization towards existing nationalities? Remains 3. Question 23. What will be its attitude towards existing religions? Remains 0. Apparently this means that the answer remains the same as to question 21 of the draft of a Communist Confession of Faith. See this volume, p. 103 ed. BC. Answer to question 22 of the draft of a Communist Confession of Faith. This volume, p. 103 ed. Principles of Communism 355. Question 24, in what way do communists differ from socialists? Answer, the so-called socialists fall into 3 groups. The first group consists of adherents of feudal and patriarchal society which has been or is still being daily destroyed by large-scale industry, world trade, and the bourgeois society they have both brought into existence. From the ills of present-day society, this group draws the conclusion that feudal and patriarchal society should be restored because it was free from these ills. Directly or deviously, all its proposals make for this goal. Despite all its professions of sympathy and its bewailing the misery of the proletariat, this group of reactionary socialists will be strongly opposed by the communists, because 1. It is striving after something utterly impossible, 2. It seeks to establish the rule of the aristocracy, the guild masters, and the manufacturers, with their retinue of absolute or feudal monarchs, officials, soldiers, and priests, a society which was indeed free from the vices of present society, but brought at least as many other evils in its train and did not even hold out the prospect of the emancipation of the oppressed workers through a communist organization. 3. It always gives away its real intentions every time the proletariat becomes revolutionary and communist, when it immediately allies itself with the bourgeoisie against the proletarians. The second group consists of adherents of present society in whom the evils inseparable from it have awakened fears for its survival. They therefore endeavor to preserve present society but to remove the evils bound up with it. With this end in view, some of them propose measures of mere charity, and others grandiose systems of reform which, under the pretext of reorganizing society, would retain the foundations of present society, and thus present society itself. These bourgeois socialists will also have to be continuously fought by the communists, since they work for the enemies of the communists and defend the society which it is the communists aim to destroy. Finally, the third group consists of democratic socialists, who in the same way as the communists desire part of the measures listed in question, not, however, as a means of transition to communism but as measures sufficient to abolish the misery of present society and to cause its evils to disappear. These democratic socialists are either proletarians who are not yet sufficiently enlightened regarding the conditions of the emancipation of their class, or they are. The manuscript has a blank space here. See answer to question 18 ed. J 1826. 356 Friedrich Engels. Members of the petty bourgeoisie, a class which, until the winning of democracy and the realization of the socialist measures following upon it, has in many respects the same interest as the proletariat. At moments of action the communists will, therefore, have to reach an understanding with these democratic socialists, and in general for the time being pursue as much as possible a common policy with them, insofar as these democratic socialists do not enter the service of the ruling bourgeoisie and attack the communists. It is obvious that this common action does not exclude the discussion of differences with them. Question 25. What is the attitude of the communists towards the other political parties of our day? Answer. This attitude differs from country to country. In England, France, and Belgium, where the bourgeoisie rules, the communists still have for the time being a common interest with the various democratic parties, which is all the greater the more in the socialist measures they are now everywhere advocating the Democrats approach the aims of the communists, that is, the more clearly and definitely they uphold the interests of the proletariat and the more they rely on the proletariat. In England, for instance, the Chartists, who are all workers, are incalculably nearer to the communists than are the democratic petty bourgeois or so-called radicals. In America, where a democratic constitution has been introduced, the communists must make common cause with the party that will turn this constitution against the bourgeoisie and use it in the interest of the proletariat, that is, with the national agrarian reformers. 160 in Switzerland. The radicals, although still a very mixed party, are yet the only people with whom the communists can have anything to do, and, further, among these radicals those in the cantons of Vaud and of Geneva are the most advanced. Finally, in Germany the decisive struggle between the bourgeoisie and the absolute monarchy is still to come. Since, however, the communists cannot count on the decisive struggle between themselves and the bourgeoisie until the bourgeoisie rules, it is in the interests of the communists to help bring the bourgeoisie to power as soon as possible in order as soon as possible to overthrow them again. The communists must therefore always take the side of the liberal bourgeois against the governments, but they must ever be on their guard against sharing the self-deceptions of the bourgeois or believing their false assurances about the benefits which the victory of the bourgeoisie will bring to the proletariat. The only advantages which the victory of the bourgeoisie will provide for the communists. Principles of Communism 357 will be 1. Various concessions which make easier for the communists the defense, discussion, and spreading of their principles and thus the unification of the proletariat into a closely knit, militant and organized class, and 2. The certainty that from the day when the absolute governments fall, comes the turn for the fight between bourgeois and proletarians. From that day onwards the party policy of the communists will be the same as in the countries where the bourgeoisie already rules. Written at the end of October 1847, printed according to the manuscript first published separately in 1914. Friedrich Engels. The Agrarian Program of the Chartists 161. About 2 years ago the Chartist workers founded an association with the object of buying land and dividing it among its members into small holdings. 162. It was hoped in this way to diminish the excessive competition between factory workers themselves, by keeping from the labor market some of these workers to form a quite new and essentially democratic class of small peasants. This project, whose author is none other than Fergus O'Connor himself, has had such success that the Chartist Land Company already numbers from 2 to 300,000 members, 3. That it disposes of social funds of £60,000, £1.5 million francs, and that its receipts, announced in the Northern Star, exceed £2,500 per week. In fact, the company, of which I propose to give you later a more detailed account, has grown to such a size that it is already disquieting the landed aristocracy, for it is evident that this movement, if it continues to grow at the same rate as up to now, will end by becoming transformed into a national agitation for taking possession of the nation's land by the people. The bourgeoisie does not find this company to its taste either. It sees it as a lever in the hands of the people which will allow the latter to free themselves without needing the help of the middle class. It is particularly the small bourgeoisie, more or less liberal, which looks askance at the land company because it already finds the Chartists much more independent of its support than before the founding of the association. Moreover, these same radicals, unable to explain the Northern Star number 524, November 6, 1847 consists of a vast number of members instead of already numbers from 2 to 300,000 members. Ed. The Agrarian Program of the Chartists 359. Indifference which the people show them and which is the inevitable consequence of their own lukewarm attitude, insist on attacking Mr. O'Connor continually as the sole obstacle to a reunion of the Chartist and Radical parties. It was therefore enough that the land company should be the work of O'Connor to draw upon it all the hatred of the more or less radical bourgeois. At first they ignored it. When the conspiracy of silence could no longer be maintained, they tried to prove that the company was so organized as to end inevitably in the most scandalous bankruptcy. Finally, when these means did not prevent the company from prospering, they returned to the tactic that for 10 years they had constantly used, always without the least success, against Mr. O'Connor. They sought to cast suspicions upon his character, to throw doubts on his disinterestedness, to destroy the right he claimed to call himself the incorruptible and unpaid administrator for the workers. When, therefore, some time ago, Mr. O'Connor published his annual report, 36 more or less radical papers, which appear to have had a clandestine meeting, joined in attacking him. These papers were the Weekly Dispatch, the Globe, the Nonconformist, the Manchester Examiner, Lloyd's Weekly Newspaper and the Nottingham Mercury. They accused Mr. O'Connor of the most shameless thefts and misappropriations, which they sought to prove or to make probable by the figures of the report itself. Far from being satisfied with that, they pried into the private life of the celebrated agitator. A mountain of accusations, each graver than the other, was heaped on him, and his adversaries could well believe that he would be overwhelmed by it. But O'Connor, who for 10 years has not ceased to fight the so-called radical press, did not flinch under these calumnies. He published in the Northern Star of the 23rd of this month a reply to the 6 papers. This reply, a polemical masterpiece which recalls the best pamphlets of William Cobbett, refutes one accusation after another and, in its turn taking the offensive, launches against the 6 editors very severe attacks, full of superb disdain. This was enough completely to justify O'Connor in the people's eyes. The Northern Star of the 30th of this month contains the votes of complete confidence in O'Connor passed at public meetings of Chartists in more than 50 localities. But O'Connor wanted to give his adversaries the opportunity to attack him in front of the people. He invited them to maintain their charges at public. A.F. O'Connor, to the members of the National Land Company and O'Connor, F. Esq. Treasurer, in account with the National Land Company. Ed. B. F. O'Connor, to the editors of the Nottingham Mercury, the Nonconformist, the Dispatch, the Globe, the Manchester Examiner and Lloyd's Trash. Ed. 360 Friedrich Engels. Meetings at Manchester and Nottingham. Not one of them turned up. At Manchester, O'Connor spoke for 4 hours before more than 10,000 men, who applauded him thunderously and unanimously confirmed their confidence in him. The crowd was so great that, besides the great meeting where O'Connor defended himself personally, it was necessary to hold another meeting in the public square, where 10 to 15,000 other people, who were not able to enter the indoor meeting, were harangued by several other speakers. When the meetings had ended, O'Connor declared that he would receive the contributions and subscriptions of the members of the Land Company, and the sum paid to him that evening exceeded 25,000 francs. At Nottingham, where O'Connor on the next day drew one of the greatest meetings which had ever taken place there, the same popular enthusiasm was caused by his speech. This was at least the 100th time that Mr. O'Connor has triumphed in this brilliant way over the calumnies of the bourgeois press. Imperturbable amidst all these attacks, the indefatigable patriot continues his work, and the unanimous confidence of the English people is the best proof of his courage, his energy, his incorruptibility. Written on October 30, 1847, printed according to the text in La Réforme, first published in La Réforme, November 1, 1847, and translated from the French the Northern Star No. 524, November 6, 1847. Friedrich Engels. The Chartist banquet in connection with the elections of 1847. In a letter of the day before yesterday I was concerned to defend the Chartists and their leader Fergus O'Connor against the attacks of the radical bourgeois press. 3. Today, to my great satisfaction, I can tell you something which confirms what I suggested about the spirit of the two parties. You will judge for yourselves to whom French democracy ought to give its sympathy, to the Chartists, sincere Democrats without ulterior motives, or to the radical bourgeois who so carefully avoid using the words People's Charter, universal suffrage, and limit themselves to proclaiming that they are partisans of complete suffrage. 164. Last month a banquet took place in London to celebrate the triumph of democratic opinion at the last elections. 18 radical members of Parliament were invited, but since the Chartists had initiated the banquet all these gentlemen defaulted, with the exception of O'Connor. The radicals, as we see, are behaving in a way which makes it quite predictable how they will honor their pledges made at the last elections. One dispensed with their presence the more readily as they had sent one of their worthy representatives, Dr. Epps, a timid man and a petty reformer, conciliatory towards everybody except the active and energetic men of our opinions, a philanthropic bourgeois who burns, he says, to free the people, but who does not want the people to free themselves without him, in fact, a worthy partisan of bourgeois radicalism. Dr. Epps proposed a first toast to the sovereignty of the people. See previous article ed. 362 Friedrich Engels. But so generally lukewarm apart from a few slightly livelier passages that several times it aroused murmurs among the assembly. I do not think, he said, that the sovereignty of the people can be obtained through a revolution. The French fought 3 days 65, they have been cheated out of national sovereignty. Nor do I think that it can be obtained by long speeches. Those who speak least do most. I do not like men who make a lot of noise. Big words do not make big deeds. These indirect sallies against the Chartists were received with numerous marks of disapproval. It could not be otherwise, above all when Dr. Epps added, "The bourgeoisie has been slandered among the workers, as if the bourgeoisie was not the very class which alone can obtain political rights for the workers. No. 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 Is it not the bourgeois who are the electors? And is it not only the electors who can give the vote to those who do not have it? Is there anyone among you who would not become a bourgeois if he could? Ah! If the workers would give up their pots and their pipes, they would have money to support their political agitation, they could do much to contribute towards their freedom, etc., etc." Such is the language of the men who reject O'Connor and the Chartists. The speakers who succeeded Dr. Epps energetically rebutted the strange doctrines of the radical doctor, amid much applause by the assembly. Mr. McGrath, member of the Executive Committee of the Chartist Association, 166, recalled that the people ought not to have confidence in the bourgeoisie, that they had to win their own rights by themselves, it was not proper to the dignity of the people to beg for what really belonged to them. Mr. Jones reminded the assembly that the bourgeoisie had always forgotten the people, and now that the bourgeoisie sees the growth of democracy, he said, it wants to use it to overthrow the landed aristocracy, and crush the Democrats as soon as it has attained its objective. Mr. O'Connor, replying still more directly to Dr. Epps, asked him who had crushed the country with an enormous debt, if it were not die bourgeoisie. Who had deprived the workers of their political and social rights if not the bourgeoisie? Who had, that very evening, refused to respond to the people's invitation, if it were not the 17 honorable bourgeois to whom the Democrats had so unfortunately given their votes? No, no, capital never represents labor. The lion and the lamb would lie down together before capitalists and workers were united by interests and feelings. Mr. Harney, editor of the Northern Star, gave the last toast, our democratic brethren throughout the world. May their present struggle for the Chartist banquet in connection with the elections of 1847-363. Liberty and equality be crowned with success. Kings, aristocrats, priests, and capitalists of all countries, he said, are allied together. May democrats of all lands follow the same example. Everywhere democracy marches forward. In France, banquet follows banquet in favor of electoral reform, and the movement is developing on such a scale that it must lead to a happy result. Let us hope that the masses, this time, will profit from this agitation, that the reform won by the French will be worth more than what we won in 1831. 167 There can be no true reform as long as sovereignty does not wholly belong to the nation. There is no national sovereignty as long as the principles of the Constitution of 1793-168 are not a reality. Mr. Harney then gave a picture of the progress of democracy in Germany, Italy, and Switzerland, and ended by disavowing, for his part, in the most energetic terms, the strange doctrines of Dr. Epps about the rights of the bourgeoisie. Written on November 1, 1847, printed according to the newspaper first published in La Reforme, translated from the French November 6, 1847. Published in English for the first time. Friedrich Engels. The Manifesto of M. de Lamartine. You recently published this curious piece of workmanship. 169 It consists of two very distinct parts, political measures and social measures. Now the political measures are, one and all, taken from the Constitution of 1791, 170 with almost no alteration, that is, they are the return to the demands of the middle classes in the beginning of the Revolution. At that time the whole of the middle classes, including even the smaller tradesmen, were invested with political power, while at present the participation in it is restrained to the large capitalists. What, then, is the meaning of the political measures proposed by M. de Lamartine? To give the government into the hands of the inferior bourgeoisie, but under the semblance of giving it to the whole people, this, and nothing else, is the meaning of his universal suffrage, with his double system of elections. And his social measures? Why, they are either things which presuppose that a successful revolution has already given the political power to the people, such as gratuitous education for all, or measures of pure charity, that is, measures to soften down the revolutionary energies of the proletarians, or mere high-sounding words without any practical meaning, such as extinction of mendicity by order in council, abolition of public distress by law, a ministry of the people's life, etc. They are, therefore, either totally useless to the people, or calculated to benefit them in such a degree only as will assure some sort of public tranquility, or they are mere empty promises, which no man can keep, and in these two last cases they are worse than useless. In short, M. de Lamartine proves himself, both under a social and a political point of view, the faithful representative of the small tradesman, the inferior bourgeoisie, and one who shares in the illusion particular to this class, that he represents the working. The Manifesto of M. de Lamartine 365. People. And, in the end, he is foolish enough to address himself to the government with the demand of their support for his measures. Why, the present government of the great capitalists will do anything but that. The reform, therefore, is perfectly right in attacking, though with a deal of goodwill, and recognizing his good intentions, the practicability both of his measures, and his mode of setting about having them carried. 3. Certainly, says the reform, these are high words, revealing a mighty heart, a spirit sympathizing with the cause of right. The fraternal feeling is panting visibly under the cloak of words, and our poets and philosophers will be excited by them into enthusiasm similar to that produced upon Periclean Greece by the sentence of Plato. But we have not now anything to do with Pericles, we live under the reign of Messrs. Rothschild, Fulcheron, and Duchatel, that is under the triple incarnation of money, blockheaded fear, and police. We have for a government, profits, privilege, and the municipal guard. Now, hopes M. de Lamartine that the League of Consolidated Interests, that the Sonderbund of dollars, place, and monopoly, will surrender and lay down arms at his appeal to national sovereignty and social fraternity? Why, for good as for evil, all things in this world are connected, one keeps up the other, nothing is isolated, and that is the reason why the most generous program of the deputy for McConk will pass like perfumed zephyrs of summer, will die like empty trumpet sounds, as long as they shall bear the mother stain of all monopoly, feudal violation of right and of equality. And this league of the privileged classes is particularly closely united at this very moment, when the governmental system is the prey of convulsive fear. As to the institutions he proposes, the official country and its leaders call such things the sweetmeats of philosophy. Messrs. Duchatel and Guizot will laugh at them, and if the deputy for Macon does not look out elsewhere for arms and soldiers to defend his ideas, he will pass all his life at making fine words and no progress. And if he addresses himself to the million instead of the government, we tell him that he follows a false route, and never will win over to his system of graduated election, poor rate, and philanthropic charity, neither the revolution, nor thinking men, nor the people. The principles, indeed, of social and political regeneration have been found 50 years ago. Universal suffrage, direct election, paid representation, these are the essential conditions of political sovereignty. Equality, liberty, fraternity, these are the principles which ought to rule all social institutions. Now, the poor rate is far from being based upon fraternity, whilst at the same time it is an insolent and very impotent denial of equality. What we want is not English middle-class expediency, but quite a new system of social economy, to realize the right and satisfy the wants of all. A few days after appeared the second manifesto of M. de Lamartine upon the foreign policy of France. In this he maintains that the peace system followed by the French government after 1830, was the only convenient mode of action. He covers by pompous. There follows a free translation of extracts from an article by Louis Blanc. Analyzing Lamartine's Déclaration de Principes. Ed.b. The allusion is to the Swiss Sonderbund, a separatist union of 7 Catholic cantons. Ed. See Lamartine. Ed. 366. Friedrich Engels sentences the infamous manner in which the French government first excited Italy and other countries to rebellion, and afterwards abandoned them to their fate. Here is the forcible reply of the Reform * to this Buttermilk Manifesto. M. de Lamartine sacrifices the legitimate and only instrument of freeing us, the holy war of principle, to a theory of peace which will be a mere weakness, a lie, and even an act of treason, as long as the relations from people to people are based upon the policy of diplomatists, and the egotism of governments. No doubt, peace is the ultimate necessity of civilization, but what is peace with Nicholas of Russia? The disemboweler of whole nations, the hangman who nails infants to the gallows, who carries on a deadly war against even hope and recollection, who drowns in her tears and her blood a great, a glorious country. For mankind, for civilization, for France herself, peace with this madman of a Jack Ketch is cowardice. For justice, for right, for the revolution, it is a crime. What is peace with Metternich, who hires hosts of assassins, who confiscates for the benefit of crowned epilepsy, the liberties of nations? What is peace with all those little Caesars of Europe, ruined debauchees or villainous bigots who reign, today for the Jesuits, tomorrow for the courtesan? What is peace with the aristocratic and money-mongering English government, which tyrannizes the seas, which kills liberty in Portugal, which squeezes money even out of the rags of its people? Peace with these Jews, these poison-mongers, we repeat it, is, for a country in revolution, cowardice, shame, crime, moral desertion, bankruptcy not only of interest, but of right and honor. The other Paris papers have equally expressed their dissent from M. de Lamartine's program in different respects. 171 He continues, however, illustrating its principles in his paper, The Bien Public of Macon. We shall in a few months be enabled to judge what effect his new move will make upon the Chamber of Deputies. Written at the beginning, reprinted from the newspaper of November 1847, first published in the Northern Star No. 525, November 13, 1847, with an editorial note. From our Paris correspondent. A programme de M. Lamartine. Ed. B. Ferdinand L. ed. Friedrich Engels. The Civil War in Switzerland. 172. At last the ceaseless bombast about the cradle of freedom, about the grandsons of William Tell and Winkelried, about the heroic victors of Sempach and Murden 178 is being brought to an end. At last it has been revealed that the cradle of freedom is nothing but the center of barbarism and the nursery of Jesuits, that the grandsons of Tell and Winkelried can only be brought to reason by cannon balls, and that the heroism at Sempach and Murden was nothing but the desperation of brutal and bigoted mountain tribes, obstinately resisting civilization and progress. It is really very fortunate that European democracy is finally getting rid of this T/R Swiss, Puritan, and reactionary ballast. As long as the Democrats concentrated on the virtue, the happiness, and the patriarchal simplicity of these Alpine shepherds, they themselves still appeared in a reactionary light. Now that they are supporting the struggle of civilized, industrial, modern democratic Switzerland against the crude, Christian Germanic democracy of the primitive, cattle-breeding cantons, they represent progress everywhere. Now the last reactionary glimmer disappears. Now they show that they are learning to understand the meaning of democracy in the 19th century. There are two regions in Europe where old Christian Germanic barbarism has retained its most primitive form, almost down to acorn-eating Norway and the High Alps, especially Switzerland. 174 Both Norway and T/R Switzerland still provide us with genuine examples of that breed of men who once beat the Romans to death in good Westphalian style with clubs and flails in the Teutoburg forest. 175 Both Norway and L/R Switzerland are democratically organized. But there are many varieties of democracy and 368 Friedrich Engels. It is very necessary that the democrats of the civilized countries should at last decline responsibility for the Norwegian and L/R Swiss forms of democracy. The democratic movement in all civilized countries is, in the last analysis, striving for the political domination of the proletariat. It therefore presupposes that a proletariat exists, that a ruling bourgeoisie exists, that an industry exists which gives birth to the proletariat and which has brought the bourgeoisie to power. There is nothing of all this either in Norway or in L/R Switzerland. In Norway, we have the very famous peasant regiment, Bonderegiment, in L/R Switzerland a number of rough shepherds who, despite their democratic constitution, are ruled by a few big landowners, Aveberg, etc., in patriarchal fashion. A bourgeoisie only exists in exceptional cases in Norway, and not at all in Switzerland. The proletariat is practically non-existent. The democracy prevailing in civilized countries, modern democracy, has thus nothing whatever in common with Norwegian or L/R Swiss democracy. It does not wish to bring about the Norwegian and L/R Swiss state of affairs but something absolutely different. Let us nevertheless look a little closer at this primitive Germanic democracy and deal first with L/R Switzerland, which is what above all concerns us here. Is there a German Philistine who does not rave about William Tell, the liberator of his fatherland, a schoolmaster who does not celebrate Morgarten, Sempic, and Murden along with Marathon, Plataea and Salamis 176, a hysterical old maid who does not go into raptures over the strong-legged calves and sturdy thighs of the chaste Alpine youths? The glory of L/R Swiss valor, freedom, skill, and strength has been endlessly praised in verse and prose from Egidius Studi to Johannes von Müller, from Florian to Schiller. The Carbines and canons of the 12 cantons now provide a commentary on these enthusiastic panegyrics. The L/R Swiss have drawn attention to themselves twice during the course of history. The first time, when they freed themselves gloriously from Austrian tyranny, the second at the present time, when they march off to fight in God's name for the Jesuits and the fatherland. On closer examination, the glorious liberation from the talons of the Austrian eagle does not look at all good. The House of Austria was progressive just once in the whole of its career. This was at the beginning of its existence when it allied itself with the urban petty bourgeoisie against the nobility, and sought to found a German monarchy. It was progressive in the most Philistine of ways, but it was. The Civil War in Switzerland 369. Progressive nonetheless. And who opposed it most resolutely? The L/R Swiss. The struggle of the LV Swiss against Austria, the glorious oath on the Grudley, 177 Tell's heroic shot, the eternally memorable victory at Morgarten, all this was the struggle of stubborn shepherds against the onward march of historical development, the struggle of obstinate, rooted local interests against the interests of the whole nation, the struggle of crude ignorance against enlightenment, of barbarism against civilization. They won their victory over the civilization of the time, and as a punishment they were excluded from all further civilization. As if this were not enough, these simple, stiff-necked shepherds were soon punished in a quite different way. They escaped the domination of the Austrian nobility only to come under the yoke of the petty bourgeois of Zurich, Lucerne, Bern, and Basel. These had already noted that the L/R Swiss were just as strong and as stupid as their oxen. They agreed to join the Swiss Confederation and stayed peacefully at home behind their counters while the thick-headed Alpine shepherds fought out all their battles with the nobility and the princes for them. This is what happened at Sempic, Granson, Murden and Nancy. 178 In return, these people were allowed to arrange their internal affairs as they wished, and so they remained in blissful ignorance of how they were being exploited by their dear fellow Confederationists. Since then nothing much has been heard of them. They busied themselves in all piety and propriety with milking the cows, with cheese-making, chastity and yodeling. From time to time they had folk assemblies at which they divided into hornmen, clawmen, and other animal-like groups, and these gatherings never ended without a hearty, Christian Germanic fight. They were poor but pure in heart, stupid but pious and well-pleasing to the Lord, brutal but broad-shouldered and had little brain but plenty of brawn. From time to time there were too many of them, and then the young men went off on their travels, i.e., enlisted in foreign armies where they displayed the most steadfast loyalty to the flag no matter what happened. One can only say of the Swiss that they let themselves be killed most conscientiously for their pay. The greatest boast of these burly L/R Swiss was that from time immemorial they had never deviated by a hair's breadth from the customs of their forefathers, that they had retained the simple, chaste, upright, and virtuous customs of their fathers unsullied throughout the centuries. And this is true. Every attempt at civilization was defeated by the granite walls of their mountains and of their heads. From the days when Winkelried's first ancestor led his 370 Friedrich Engels cow, with the inevitable little pastoral bell round its neck, onto the virgin pastures of the Weierwaldstätter Lake, up to the present day, when the latest descendant of Winkelried has his gun blessed by the priest, all houses have been built in the same way, all cows milked in the same way, all pigtails plaited in the same way, all cheeses prepared according to the same recipe, all children made in the same way. Here, in the mountains, is paradise, here the fall of man has not yet come to pass. And should some innocent alpine lad happen to find his way to the great outside world and allow himself to be tempted for a moment by the seductions of the big cities, by the artificial charms of a decadent civilization, by the vices of sinful countries, which have no mountains and where corn thrives, his innocence is so deep-rooted that he can never quite succumb. A sound strikes his ear, just two of those notes of the alpine cowherd's call that sound like a dog's howling, and he falls on his knees, weeping and overwhelmed with remorse, and at once tears himself from the arms of seduction and will not rest until he lies at the feet of his old father. Father, I have sinned against my ancient mountains and in thy sight, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. 3. In recent times 2 invasions against these artless customs and primitive power have been attempted. The first was by the French in 1798. But these French, who spread a little civilization everywhere else, failed with these Swiss. No trace of their presence has remained, they were unable to eliminate one single jot of the old customs and virtues. The second invasion took place about 20 years later and did at least bear a little fruit. This was the invasion of English travellers, of London lords and squires and the hordes of chandlers, soap manufacturers, grocers and bone merchants who followed them. This invasion at least ended the old hospitality and transformed the honest inhabitants of the Alpine huts, who previously hardly knew what money was, into the most mean and rascally swindlers anywhere to be found. But this advance made no impact at all on the old simple customs. This not so very virtuous chicanery fitted in perfectly with the patriarchal virtues of chastity, skill, probity, and loyalty. Even their piety suffered no injury, the priests were delighted to give them absolution for all the deceptions practiced on British heretics. But it now looks as if all this moral purity is about to be thoroughly stirred up. It is to be hoped that the punitive detachments will do. A Luke 15:21, paraphrased, ed. In the original the words lords and squires are in English ed. The Civil War in Switzerland 371. Their best to finish off all the probity, primitive power, and simplicity. Then moan, you Philistines. For there will be no more poor but contented shepherds whose carefree peace of mind you might wish for yourselves on Sundays after you have made your cut out of selling coffee made of chicory and tea made of sloe leaves during the other 6 days of the week. Then weep, you schoolmasters, for there will be an end to your hopes for a new Sempake marathon and other classical feats. Then mourn, you hysterical virgins over 30, for those 6-inch leg calves, the thought of which solaced your solitary dreams, will soon be gone the Antinous-like beauty of the powerful Swiss peasant lads, gone the firm thighs and tight trousers which attract you so irresistibly to the Alps. Then sigh, tender and anemic boarding school misses, who when reading Schiller's works delighted in the chaste but oh so powerful love of the agile chamois hunters, for all your fond illusions are lost and now there is nothing left for you but to read the works of Henrik Steffens and fall for the frigid Norwegians. But no more of that. The L/R Swiss must be fought with weapons quite different from mere ridicule. Democracy has to settle accounts with them about matters quite different from their patriarchal virtues. Who defended the Bastille on July 14, 1789 against the people who were storming it? Who shot down the workers of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine with grape shot and rifle bullets from behind safe walls? L/R Swiss from the Sonderbund, grandsons of Tell, Stauffacher and Winkelried. Who defended the traitor Louis XVI on August 10, 1792 from the just wrath of the people, in the Louvre and the Tuileries, L/R Swiss from the Sonderbund. Who suppressed the Neapolitan Revolution of 1798 with the help of Nelson, L/R Swiss from the Sonderbund. Who re-established the absolute monarchy in Naples with the help of Austrians in 1823, L/R Swiss from the Sonderbund. Who fought to the last on July 29, 1830, again for a treacherous King III and again shot Paris workers down from the windows and colonnades of the Louvre, L/R Swiss from the Sonderbund. Who suppressed the insurrections in Romagna in 1830 and 1831, again along with the Austrians, with a brutality which achieved world notoriety, L/R Swiss from the Sonderbund. In short, who holds the Italians down, to this day, forcing them to bow to the oppressive domination of their aristocrats, princes and a Charles X ed. 372 Friedrich Engels. Priests, who was Austria's right hand in Italy, who enables the bloodhound Ferdinand of Naples to keep a tight rein on his anguish-stricken people to this very moment, who has been acting as his executioners to this day carrying out the mass shootings he orders. Always, again and again, L/R Swiss from the Sonderbund, again and again, the grandsons of Tell, Stauffacher and Winkelried. In one word, wherever and whenever a revolutionary movement broke out in France either directly or indirectly advantageous to democracy, it was always T/R Swiss mercenaries who fought it to the last, with the utmost resolution. And especially in Italy these Swiss mercenaries were always the most devoted servants and handy men of Austria. A just punishment for the glorious liberation of Switzerland from the talons of the two-headed eagle. One should not think that these mercenaries were the refuse of their country, or that they were disavowed by their fellow countrymen. Have not the people of Lucerne had a statue hewn out of the rock at their city gates by the pious Icelander Thorvaldsen, depicting a huge lion, bleeding from an arrow wound, covering the Bourbon fleur-de-lis with his paw, faithful unto death, in memory of the Swiss who died at the Louvre on August 10, 1792? This is the way Sonderbund honors the venal loyalty of its sons. It lives by the trade in human beings and glorifies it. Can the English, French and German Democrats have had anything in common with this kind of democracy? Through its industry, its commerce, and its political institutions, the bourgeoisie is already working everywhere to drag the small, self-contained localities which only live for themselves out of their isolation, to bring them into contact with one another, to merge their interests, to expand their local horizons, to destroy their local habits, strivings and ways of thinking, and to build up a great nation with common interests, customs, and ideas out of the many hitherto mutually independent localities and provinces. The bourgeoisie is already carrying out considerable centralization. The proletariat, far from suffering any disadvantage from this, will as a result rather be in a position to unite, to feel itself a class, to acquire a proper political point of view within the democracy, and finally to conquer the bourgeoisie. The democratic proletariat not only needs the kind of centralization begun by the bourgeoisie but will have to extend it very much further. During the short time when the proletariat was at the helm of state in the French Revolution, during the rule of the Mountain Party, it used all means including grape shot and the guillotine to effect centralization. When the democratic proletariat, the civil war in Switzerland 373, again comes to power, it will not only have to centralize every country separately but will have to centralize all civilized countries together as soon as possible. L/R Switzerland, on the other hand, has never done anything but obstruct centralization. With really brutish obstinacy it has insisted on its isolation from the whole outside world, on its local customs, habits, prejudices, narrow-mindedness and seclusion. It has stood still in the center of Europe at the level of its original barbarism, while all other nations, even the other Swiss, have gone forward. It stands pat on cantonal sovereignty with all the obduracy of the crude primitive Germans, that is, on the right to be eternally stupid, bigoted, brutal, narrow-minded, recalcitrant, and venal if it so wishes, whether its neighbors like it or not. If their own brutish situation comes under discussion, they no longer recognize such things as majorities, agreements, or obligations. But in the 19th century it is no longer possible for two parts of one and the same country to exist side by side without any mutual intercourse and influence. The radical cantons affect the Sonderbund affects the radical cantons, where, too, very crude elements still exist here and there. The radical cantons are, therefore, interested in getting the Sonderbund to abandon its bigotry, narrow-mindedness, and obduracy, and if it won't, then its self-will must be broken by force, and this is what is happening at this moment. The civil war which has now broken out can only help the cause of democracy. Even though there is still a great deal of primitive Germanic crudity to be found in the radical cantons, even though a peasant, or a bourgeois regiment, or a mixture of both is concealed behind their democracy, even though the most civilized cantons still lag behind the development of European civilization and really modern elements only rise to the top slowly here and there, this is no great help to the Sonderbund. It is necessary, urgently necessary, that this last bastion of brutal, primitive Germanism, of barbarism, bigotry, patriarchal simplicity and moral purity, of immobility, of loyalty unto death to the highest bidder, should at last be destroyed. The more energetically the Swiss Diet sets to work and the more violently it shakes up this old nest of priests, the more claim it will have on the support of all really resolute Democrats and the more it will prove that it understands its position. But of course the five great powers are there and the radicals themselves are afraid. As far as the Sonderbund is concerned, it is significant that the true sons of William Tell have to beg the House of Austria, Switzerland's hereditary foe, for help just when Austria is baser. 374 Friedrich Engels. Viler, meaner, and more hateful than ever. This is yet another part of the punishment for the glorious liberation of Switzerland from the talons of the two-headed eagle and the much boasting that went with it. And for the cup of punishment to be filled to the brim, Austria itself has to be in such a pass that it could not give William Tell's sons any help whatever. Written about November 10, 1847, printed according to the newspaper, first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the First Zeitung number 91, November 14, 1847. Time. Friedrich Engels. The Reform Movement in France. When, during the last session of the Legislative Chambers, M. de Girardin had brought to light those numerous and scandalous facts of corruption which he thought would overthrow the government, when, after all, the government had maintained themselves against the storm, when the celebrated 225-3 declared themselves satisfied as to the innocence of the ministry, all seemed to be over, and the parliamentary opposition, towards the close of the session, fell back into the same impotency and lethargy which they had manifested at the beginning. But all was not over. Though Messrs. Rothschild, Falkiron, and Co. were satisfied, the people were not, nor was a large portion of the middle classes. The majority of the French bourgeoisie, especially those of the second and third rank, could not but see that the present class of electors became more and more the obedient servants of a small number of bankers, stock jobbers, railway speculators, large manufacturers, landed and mining proprietors, whose interest was the only interest cared for by the government. They saw that there was no hope for them ever to regain the position in the chambers which, since 1830, they had been losing more and more every day, unless they extended the suffrage. They knew that electoral and parliamentary reform was a dangerous experiment for them to try, but what could they do? Seeing that the haute finance, the lords of Paris Exchange, bought up the government and both the chambers, seeing their own interests openly trampled upon, they were obliged either to submit patiently, and await humbly and the majority in the Chamber of Deputies supporting the Guizot government. Ed. 376 Friedrich Engels. Quietly the day when the encroachments of the ruling money lords would make them bankrupts, or to risk parliamentary reform. They preferred the latter. The opposition, of all shades, therefore, united, some 4 months ago, in getting up a demonstration in favor of electoral reform. A public dinner was arranged and took place in July, at the Château Rouge ballrooms, at Paris. All fractions of reformers were represented, and the assembly was rather mixed, but the Democrats, having been the most active, evidently predominated. They had made it a condition of their assistance, that the king's 3 health should not be drunk, but be replaced by a toast in favor of the sovereignty of the people, the committee knowing well that in the most democratic town of France they could not get up a decent demonstration without the Democrats, were obliged to comply. If I recollect rightly, you gave, at the time, a full account of the banquet, 179, which was in every respect more like a demonstration of the strength, both in number and intellect, of democracy at Paris, than anything else. The Journal des Débats failed not to raise a terrible outcry about this banquet. What? No toast to the king? And this toast not omitted by negligence, by want of a sense of propriety, no, this omission put as a condition for their support by part of the getters-up? Why, what pretty company this calm and peaceful M. Duverger d'Oron, this moral force, monarchical M. Odillenbert have got into? Why, this is not mere republicanism, this is revolutionism, physical forcism, socialism, utopianism, anarchism and communism. Ah, but, gentlemen, we know you, we have had samples of your bloody deeds, we have proofs of what you are contending for. 50 years ago, gentlemen, you called yourselves the Club of the Jacobins low ls0. Next day's National replied to the fierce and furious vituperation of the furiously moderate paper by a host of quotations from Louis Philippe's private journal, written in 1790 and 1791, where every day's note of the then citizen Égalité Jr. commenced with the words, "Today I was at the Jacobins, today I took the liberty of saying a few words at the Jacobins which were warmly applauded, today I was called to the office of doorkeeper at the Jacobins, etc." See. The Central Committee of the Opposition had invited their friends in the country to imitate the example given by the metropolis, in a Louis Philippe ed. Be the name which Duke of Orleans, Louis Philippe's father, took during the French Revolution ed. See Journal du Duc de Chartres in Le National, August 12, 1847 ed. The Reform Movement in France 377. Getting up everywhere similar banquets in favor of reform. This was done accordingly, and a great number of reform dinners were held in almost all parts of France. But not everywhere the same union of all fractions of reformers could be made to prevail. In a great number of the smaller towns the middle-class liberals were strong enough to carry the king's health being drunk, by which the Democrats were excluded. In other localities they tried to make it pass in the shape of a toast, the constitutional king, and the sovereignty of the people. This being not yet sufficient to the Democrats, they went on shuffling, and replaced the constitutional king by the constitutional institutions, among which royalty, of course, was tacitly comprised. The great question now agitated among the provincial liberals is, whether they are to give up even this, and to resign all attempts at carrying the king's health in whatever shape or disguise it be, or whether they are to separate openly from the Democrats, who, in that case, would get up separate and competing banquets. For the Democratic Party insist upon the original agreement, that the king be not mixed up at all with the affair, and if in one case the National has been wavering a little, the party of the Reform stand firmly on the side of republicanism. In all the large towns the liberals have been forced to give way, and if in the localities of lesser importance they have carried the king's health, it is because such banquets cost a great deal of money, and, therefore, the people are naturally excluded from them. On the occasion of the banquet of Bar-le-Duc, the Reform says, "Whoever would take such demonstration as a sample of the state of public opinion in France, would be very much mistaken indeed. They are got up by the middle classes only, and the people are entirely shut out from them. This agitation, if it be confined to the limits of the Bar-le-Duc banquet, will vanish like all bourgeois movements, like the free trade movement, which after a few hollow speeches died away very soon. 3. The first large banquet, after that of Paris, was held at Strasbourg, in the beginning of September. It was rather a democratic one, and a working man, at the close of it, proposed a toast to the organization of labor, which term, in France, expresses that which in England the National Association of United Trades 181 are trying to carry out, viz. The freeing of labor from the oppression of capital by carrying on manufacturing, agricultural, and other purposes, for the account, either of the associated working men themselves, or of the people at large, under a democratic government. Then came the banquets of Bar-le-Duc, a bourgeois demonstration, finished by the mayor proposing the health of the constitutional. Banquet de Bar-le-Duc. Ed. 378 Friedrich Engels. King, very constitutional, indeed, of Colmar, Reims, and Meaux, all of them entirely dominated by the bourgeoisie, who, in those secondary towns, always have it all their own way. But the banquet of St. Quentin, again, was more or less democratic, and that of Orleans, in the last days of September, was, from beginning to end, a thoroughly democratic meeting. Judge of it by the toast to the working classes, responded to by M. Marie, one of the most celebrated barristers of Paris, and a Democrat. He commenced his speech in the following terms. To the working men, to those men, always neglected and forgotten, but always faithful to the interests of their country, always ready to die for its cause, be it in defending their native land against foreign aggression, be it in guarding our institutions, when menaced by inward foes. To those, from whom we demanded the days of July, 182 and who gave them to us, terrible in their actions, generous in their triumph, resplendent with courage, probity, and disinterestedness. 3. And concluded the toast in these words: liberty, equality, fraternity. It is characteristic that the Orleans banquet was the only one at which we find it stated that covers were reserved for the representatives of the working people. The banquets of Coulommiers, Melun, and Cassin, again, were mere bourgeoisie gatherings. The left-center, the middle-class liberals of the Constitutional and Siècle, amused themselves in listening to the speeches of M.M. Barrot, Beaumont, Droindelhuis, and such like retailers of reform. At Cassin, the Democrats openly declared against the demonstration, because the king's health was insisted upon. The same narrow spirit prevailed at the banquet of La Charite, on the Loire. In return, the reform dinner of Chartres was thoroughly democratic. No toast to the king, toasts for electoral and parliamentary reform upon the largest base, for Poland and Italy, for the organization of labor. This week banquets will take place at Lille, Valenciennes, Avesnes, and throughout the department of the North generally. Those of Lille and Valenciennes, at least, will probably take a decidedly democratic turn. In the south of France, at Lyons, and in the west, other demonstrations are preparing. The reform movement is far from being near to its close. You see from this account that, from its very beginning, the reform movement of 1847 has been marked by a struggle betwixt the liberals and the Democrats, that while the liberals carried their ends in all the smaller localities, the Democrats were the stronger in. A quoted from the article Banquet Reformiste du Département du Loire. Ed. The Reform Movement in France 379. All large towns, in Paris, Strasbourg, Orleans, Chartres, and even in one smaller town, in St. Quentin, that the liberals were very anxious of having the support of the Democrats, that they shuffled and made concessions, while the Democrats never retracted an iota of the condition under which they were ready to give their support, and that wherever the Democrats assisted, they had it all their own way. Thus, after all, the whole movement has been turned to the profit of democracy, for all those banquets which excited public attention in some degree, were, one and all, democratic. The reform movement was seconded by the departmental councils, who met in September, and who are entirely composed by bourgeois. The councils of the departments of the Côte d'Or, of Finistère, of the Aisne, the Moselle, the Haute-Rhône, the Oise, the Vosges, the North, and others, demanded, more or less, extensive reforms, all of them, of course, confined to the limits of bourgeois liberalism. But what, will you ask, are the reforms demanded? There are as many different systems of reform, as there are shades of liberals and radicals. The least thing asked for, is the extension of the suffrage, to what is called the capacities, or what you, in England, would call the learned professions, even if they do not pay the 200 francs of direct taxes, which make, at present, a man a voter. Then the liberals have some other propositions, more or less in common with the radicals. These are first, the extension of the incompatibilities, or the declaring of certain government offices to be incompatible with the functions of a representative. The government have, at present, more than 150 of their subordinate employees in the deputies, all of which may, at any moment, be cashiered, and are, therefore, entirely dependent upon the ministry. Second, the enlargement of some electoral districts, some of which are composed of less than 150 voters, who are, therefore, entirely ruled through the influence of the government upon their local and personal interests. Third, the electing of all deputies of a department in a full meeting of all the electors, assembled at its principal town, by which means local interests are intended to be more or less submerged in the common interests of the whole department, and thus render nugatory the corruption and influence of the government. Then, there are proposals for lowering the amount of the voting qualification in different degrees. The most radical of these propositions is that of the National, the paper of the Republican small tradesmen, for extending the suffrage to all men belonging to 380 Friedrich Engels. The National Guard. This would give the vote to the entire class of small tradesmen and shopkeepers, and extend the suffrage in the same degree as the Reform Bill has done in England, but the consequences of such a measure would, in France, be much more important. The small bourgeoisie in this country are so much oppressed and squeezed by the large capitalists, that they would be obliged to have recourse to direct aggressive measures against the money lords, as soon as they get the suffrage. As I said in an article I sent you some months ago, they would be carried further and further, even against their own consent. They would be forced either to give up the positions already won, or to form an open alliance with the working classes, and that would, sooner or later, lead to the Republic. 3. They know this in some measure. Most of them support universal suffrage, and so does the National, which goes for the above measure only, as far as it is considered as a preliminary step in the road of reform. Of all Parisian daily papers, there is, however, but one which will not be satisfied with anything less than universal suffrage, and which, by the term Republic, understands not merely political reforms, which will, after all, leave the working classes as miserable as before, but social reforms, and very definite ones too. This paper is the Reform. The reform movement is, however, not to be considered as the totality of the agitation now going on in France. Far from it. At all these banquets, be they liberal or democratic, the middle classes were predominating. That of Orleans was the only one in which working men took part. The movement of the working people is going on, side by side, with these banquets, silently, underground, almost invisible, for everyone who does not take the trouble of looking after it. But it is going on more lively than ever. The government know this very well. They have given their permission to all these middle-class banquets, but when the typographic working men of Paris, in September, asked for the permission to hold their annual banquet, which, up to the present time, they had held every year, and which was in no manner of a political character, it was refused to them. The government are so afraid of the working people, that they do not allow them the slightest liberty. They are afraid, because the people have entirely given up all attempts at insurrection and rioting. The government desire a riot, they provoke it by every means. The police throw out small bombshells filled with incendiary papers, which, by the explosion of the shell, are spread all over the streets. A trades affair in the Rue Honor was profited by. See this volume, p. 219/ed. The Reform Movement in France 381. To make the most brutal attacks upon the people, in order to provoke them to riot and violence. 183 tens of thousands assembled every evening during a fortnight, they were treated in the most infamous manner, they were on the very brink of repelling force by force, but they held out and no pretext for more gagging laws are to be forced from them. And think, what a tacit understanding, what a common feeling of what was to be done, at the moment, must have prevailed, what an effort it must have cost to the people of Paris, to submit to such infamous treatment rather than try a hopeless insurrection. What an enormous progress this forbearance proves in those very same working men of Paris, who seldom went into the streets, without battering to pieces everything before them, who are accustomed to insurrection, and who go into a revolution just as gaily as they go to the wine shop. But if you would draw from this the conclusion that the revolutionary ardor of the people is decreasing, you would be quite mistaken. On the contrary, the necessity of a revolution, and a revolution more thoroughgoing, more radical by far than the first one, is deeper than ever felt by the working people here. But they know from the experience of 1830, that mere fighting will not do, that the enemy once beaten, they must establish measures that will guarantee the stability of their conquest, that will destroy not only the political, but the social power of capital, that will guarantee their social welfare, along with their political strength. And, therefore, they very quietly await their opportunity, but, in the meantime, earnestly apply themselves to the study of those questions of social economy, the solution of which will show what measures alone can establish, upon a firm basis, the welfare of all. Within a month or two, 6,000 copies of M. Louis Blanc's work on the organization of labor, 3 have been sold in the workshops of Paris, and you must consider, that 5 editions of this book had been published before. They read likewise a number of other works upon these questions, they meet in small numbers of from 10 to 20, and discuss the different plans propounded therein. They talk not much of revolution, this being a thing admitting of no doubt, a subject upon which they one and all agree, and when the moment will have arrived, at which a collision between the people and the government will be inevitable, down they will be in the streets and squares at a moment's notice, tearing up the pavement, laying omnibuses, carts and coaches, across the streets, barricading every alley, making every narrow lane a fortress, and advancing, in spite of all resistance, from the Bastille to the Tuileries. 184. And then, I fear. A Louis Blanc, Organisation du Travail ed. 382. Friedrich Engels. Most of the reform banquet gentry will hide themselves in the darkest corner of their houses, or be scattered like dead leaves before the popular thunderstorm. Then it will be all over with Messrs. O'Dillenbrot, de Beaumont, and other liberal thunderers, and then the people will judge them quite as severely as they now judge the conservative governments. Written in early November 1847, reprinted from the newspaper first published in the Northern Star No. 526, November 20, 1847, with an editorial note. From our Paris correspondent. Friedrich Engels. The Chartist Movement 1. The opening of the recently elected parliament that counts among its members distinguished representatives of the People's Party 186 could not but produce extraordinary excitement in the ranks of democracy. Everywhere the local Chartist associations are being reorganized. The number of meetings increases and the most diverse ways and means of taking action are being proposed and discussed. The executive of the National Charter Association 187 has just assumed leadership of this movement, outlining in an address to the British Democrats the plan of campaign which the party will follow during the present session. In a few days, we are told, a meeting will be held which in the face of the people dares to call itself the Assembly of the Commons of England. In a few days this assembly, elected by only one class of society, will begin its iniquitous and odious work of strengthening the interests of this class, to the detriment of the people. The people must protest en masse at the very beginning against the exercise of the legislative functions usurped by this assembly. You, Chartists of the United Kingdom, you have the means to do so, it is your duty to use them to advantage. We therefore submit to you a new national petition with the demands of the People's Charter. Cover it with millions of your signatures. Make it possible for us to present it as the expression of the will of the nation, as the solemn protest of the people against every law passed without the consent of the people, as a bill, finally, for the restoration of the sovereignty out of which the nation has been tricked for so many centuries. But the petition by itself will not suffice to meet the needs of the moment. True, we have won a seat in the legislative chamber by electing Mr. O'Connor. The Democratic members will find him to be a vigilant and energetic leader. But O'Connor must be supported by pressure from without, and it is you who should create this pressure from without, this strong and imposing public opinion. Let the sections of our association be reorganized everywhere, let all our former members rejoin our ranks, let meetings be called everywhere, let everywhere the charter be made the issue of the day, let each locality contribute its share to increase our funds. Be active. 384 Friedrich Engels. Give proof of the old energy of the English, and the campaign we are opening will be the most glorious ever undertaken for the victory of democracy. 3. The Fraternal Democrats, 188, a society consisting of Democrats from almost every nation in Europe, has also just joined, openly and unreservedly, in the agitation of the Chartists. They adopted a resolution of the following tenor. Whereas the English people will be unable effectively to support democracy's struggle in other countries until it has won democratic government for itself, and whereas our society, established to succor the militant democracy of every country, is duty-bound to come to the aid of the English Democrats in their effort to obtain an electoral reform on the basis of the Charter, therefore the Fraternal Democrats undertake to support with all their strength the agitation for the People's Charter. B. This fraternal society, which counts among its members the most distinguished Democrats, both English and foreigners residing in London, is daily gaining in importance. It has grown to such proportions that the London Liberals have considered it advisable to set up in opposition to it a bourgeois international League 189 headed by free trade parliamentary celebrities. The sole object of this new association, whose leadership includes Dr. Boring, Col. Thompson and other champions of free trade, is to carry on free trade propaganda abroad under cover of philanthropic and liberal phrases. But it seems that the association will not make much headway. During the 6 months of its existence it has done almost nothing, whereas the Fraternal Democrats have openly come out against any act of oppression, no matter who may attempt to commit it. Hence the Democrats, both English and foreign, in so far as the latter are represented in London, have attached themselves to the Fraternal Democrats, declaring at the same time that they will not allow themselves to be exploited for the benefit of England's free trade manufacturers. Written on November 21, 1847, printed according to the newspaper first published in La Réforme, translated from the French November 22, 1847. The Executive Committee to the Chartists of the United Kingdom, November 18, 1847 ed. B. Resolution of the Fraternal Democrats, November 15, 1847 /ed. Friedrich Engels. Split in the Camp. The Reform and the National. March of Democracy 190. Since my last 3 the banquets of Lille, Avicens, and Valenciennes, have been held. Avicens was merely constitutional, Valenciennes half and half, Lille a decided triumph of democracy over middle-class intrigue. Here are, shortly, The facts concerning this most important meeting, besides the Liberals and the party of the National, the Democrats of the Reform had been invited, and Messrs. Ledru-Rollin and Flocon, editor of the last named paper, had accepted the invitation. M. Dillenbrud, the virtuous middle-class thunderer, was also invited. Everything was ready, the toasts were prepared, when all of a sudden M. Dillenbrud declared he could not assist, nor speak to his toast, parliamentary reform, unless that reform was qualified by adding as a means to ensure the purity and sincerity of the institutions conquered in July 1830. This addition excluded, of course, the Republicans. Great consternation of the committee ensued. Embrud was inflexible. At last it was resolved to submit the decision to the whole meeting. But the meeting very plainly declared they would have no alterations in the program, they would not violate the understanding upon which the Democrats had come to Lille. M. Dillenbrud, along with his tail of liberal deputies and editors, scornfully retired. Messrs. Flocon and Ledru-Rollin were sent for. The banquet took place in spite of the Liberals, and M. Ledru's speech was rapturously applauded. Thus the treacherous plot of the middle-class reformers resulted in a glorious triumph of democracy. M. Dillenbrud had to decamp shamefully and will never dare to show his face again in the democratic city of Lille. His only excuse was, he had understood the see this volume, pages 375-82 ed. 386 Friedrich Engels. Gentlemen of the Reform intended to profit by the Lille banquet to get up a revolution in the very depth of tranquility. A few days after, Embrud got some consolation in the Avicens banquet, a mere family meeting of some middle-class liberals. Here he had the pleasure of toasting the king. But at Valenciennes he was again obliged to pocket his favorite sentiment, dropped so sadly at Lille, no king's health was to be drunk, although the formidable getters-up of revolutions, at the shortest notice, were not at hand. The discomfited thunderer will have to devour his virtuous indignation until another hole-and-corner banquet will allow him to denounce anarchism, physical forcism, and communism, to the astounded grocers and tallow-chandlers of some petty provincial town. The Lille banquet produced extraordinary discussions in the press. The conservative papers shouted triumph at the division in the ranks of the reformers. Old and drowsy Constitutional, and the Siècle, Embrud's own, all of a sudden were seized with the most dreadful convulsions. No, shouted the indignant Siècle to its shopkeeping public, no, we are none of these anarchists, we have nothing in common with these restorers of the reign of terror, with these followers of Marat and Robespierre, we would prefer to their reign of blood the present system, were it even 100 times worse than it is. And quite rightly, for such peaceful grocers and tallow-chandlers the white nightcap is 100 times more fit than the red cap of the Jacobin. At the same time, however, that these papers heaped their vilest and most virulent abuse upon the Reform, they treated the National with the utmost esteem. The National, indeed, has behaved, on this occasion, in a more than doubtful manner. Already at the banquet of Caussin, this paper blamed the conduct of several Democrats who would not assist on account of the king's health being proposed. Now, again, it spoke very coolly of the Lille banquet, and deplored the accident which for a moment troubled the demonstration, while several provincial allies of the National openly attacked the conduct of Messrs. Ledru and Flocon. The Reform now asked of that paper a more explicit declaration. The National declared his article to be quite explicit enough. Then, asked the Reform, what was the deplorable accident at Lille? What is it you deplore? Is it Embrud's or M. Ledru-Rollin's conduct you deplore? Is it Embrud's impudence or his bad luck you deplore? Is it M. Ledru's speech in favor of universal suffrage? Is it the discomfiture of monarchism, the triumph of democracy, you deplore? Do you avow, or not, what your provincial allies say on this occasion? Do you accept the praise? A Louis Philippe ed. Split in the camp the Reform and the National 387. Of the Siècle, or do you take our part of the abuse it heaps upon us? Would you have advised M. Marie, your friend, to submit, if, at Orleans, M. Dillenbrud had made similar pretensions? The National replied, from party motives they would have no controversy with the reform, they were not responsible for articles sent to provincial papers by a friend of theirs. As to the other questions, the past of the National allowed them to pass them unnoticed, and not to trouble themselves with a reply. The reform gave the whole of this reply, with this remark only: our questions remain 3. Democrats now have the documents under their eyes, they may judge for themselves. This they have done. A whole host of radical, and even liberal, papers of France have declared in the most decided terms for the reform. The conduct of the National, indeed, deserves the strongest blame. This paper is getting more and more into the hands of the middle classes. It has of late always deserted the cause of democracy at the decisive moment, it has always preached union with the middle classes, and has on more than one occasion served none but Thiers and Odilon. If the National does not very soon change its conduct, it will cease to be counted as a democratic paper. And in this Lille affair, the National, out of mere personal antipathy against men more radical than itself, has not hesitated to sacrifice the very principles upon which it itself had contracted an alliance with the Liberals in order to get up banquets. After what has passed, the National will never again be able to oppose seriously toasting the king at future banquets. The past of the National is not so very bright as to allow of its answering by silence only the questions of its contemporary. Think only of its defense of the Parisian Bastilles. 191 p.s. The reform banquet of Dijon has come off this week. 1,300 sat down at dinner. The whole affair was thoroughly democratic. No toast to the king, of course. All the speakers belonged to the party of the reform. MM. Louis Blanc, Flocon, Irago, and Ledru-Rollin, were the chief speakers. M. Flocon, editor of the Reform, spoke to the toast of the foreign Democrats, and mentioned the English Chartists in a very honorable manner. Next week I shall give you his speech at full length, as well as a full report of the whole proceedings of this most important meeting. 6. Written at the end of November 1847, reprinted from the newspaper first published in the Northern Star number 528, December 4, 1847. A La Reforme, November 16, 1847 ed. BC. This volume, pages 397 to 401 and 409 to 11 ed. 41 H2b. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. On Poland. Speeches at the International Meeting. Held in London on November 29, 1847 to mark the 17th anniversary of the Polish uprising of 1830. Marx's speech. The unification and brotherhood of nations is a phrase on the lips of all parties today, especially those of bourgeois free traders. A certain kind of brotherhood does of course exist among the bourgeois classes of all nations. It is the brotherhood of the oppressors against the oppressed, of the exploiters against the exploited. Just as, despite the competition and conflicts existing between the members of the bourgeoisie, the bourgeois class of one country is united by brotherly ties against the proletariat of that country, so the bourgeois of all countries, despite their mutual conflicts and competition on the world market, are united by brotherly ties against the proletariat of all countries. For the peoples to be able truly to unite, they must have common interests. And in order that their interests may become common, the existing property relations must be done away with, for these property relations involve the exploitation of some nations by others. The abolition of existing property relations is the concern only of the working class. It alone has also the means for doing this. The victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie is, at the same time, victory over the national and industrial conflicts which today range the peoples of the various countries against one another in hostility and enmity. And so the victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie is at the same time the signal of liberation for all oppressed nations. The old Poland is lost in any case, and we would be the last to wish for its restoration. But it is not only the old Poland that is lost. The old Germany, the old France, the old England, the whole of the old society is lost. But the loss of the old society is no loss for those who have nothing to lose in the old society, and this is the case of the great majority in all countries at the present time. They have rather. On Poland 389. Everything to gain by the downfall of the old society, which is the condition for the establishment of a new society, one no longer based on class antagonisms. Of all countries, England is the one where the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is most highly developed. The victory of the English proletarians over the English bourgeoisie is, therefore, decisive for the victory of all the oppressed over their oppressors. Hence Poland must be liberated not in Poland but in England. So you Chartists must not simply express pious wishes for the liberation of nations. Defeat your own internal enemies and you will then be able to pride yourselves on having defeated the entire old society. Engels' speech. Allow me, dear friends, to speak here today as an exception in my capacity as a German. For we German Democrats have a special interest in the liberation of Poland. It was German princes who derived great advantages from the division of Poland, and it is German soldiers who are still holding down Galicia and Posen. The responsibility for removing this disgrace from our nation rests on us Germans, on us German Democrats above all. A nation cannot become free and at the same time continue to oppress other nations. The liberation of Germany cannot therefore take place without the liberation of Poland from German oppression. And because of this, Poland and Germany have a common interest, and because of this, Polish and German Democrats can work together for the liberation of both nations. I also believe that the first decisive blow which will lead to the victory of democracy, to the liberation of all European nations, will be struck by the English Chartists. I have lived in England for a number of years now and openly aligned myself with the Chartist movement during this period. The English Chartists will be the first to rise because it is precisely in England that the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat is the most intense. And why is it the most intense? Because in England, as a result of modern industry, of the introduction of machinery, all oppressed classes are being merged together into a single great class with common interests, the class of the proletariat, because as a consequence, on the opposite side all classes of oppressors have likewise been united into a single class, the bourgeoisie. The struggle has thus been simplified, and so it will be possible to decide it by one single heavy blow. Isn't this so? The aristocracy no longer has any power in 14 * 390 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. England, the bourgeoisie alone rules, and it has taken the aristocracy in tow. But the whole great mass of the people stands opposed to the bourgeoisie, united in a formidable phalanx, whose victory over the ruling capitalists draws nearer and nearer. And you have to thank machinery for this elimination of opposed interests which previously divided the different sections of workers, for this leveling of the living standards of all workers. Without machinery no Chartism, and although machinery may temporarily worsen your position, it is nevertheless machinery that makes our victory possible. But not only in England, in all other countries it has had the same effect on the workers. In Belgium, in America, in France, in Germany it has evened out the position of all workers and daily continues to do so more and more. In all these countries the workers now have the same interest, which is the overthrow of the class that oppresses them, the bourgeoisie. This leveling of living standards, this identification of the party interests of the workers of all nations is the result of machinery, and so machinery is an enormous historical advance. What follows from this for us? Because the condition of the workers of all countries is the same, because their interests are the same, their enemies the same, they must also fight together, they must oppose the brotherhood of the bourgeoisie of all nations with the brotherhood of the workers of all nations. First published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, printed according to the newspaper Zeitung number 98, December 9, 1847, published in English for the first time. Friedrich Engels. The anniversary of the Polish Revolution OF 1830-193. Dear citizen, I arrived yesterday evening just in time to attend the public meeting called to celebrate the anniversary of the Polish Revolution of 1830. I have been present at many similar celebrations, but I have never seen such general enthusiasm, Such perfect and cordial agreement between men of all nations. The chairmanship was given to Mr. Arnott, an English workman. The first speech was by Mr. Ernest Jones, editor of the Northern Star, who, while speaking against the behavior of the Polish aristocracy during the insurrection of 1830, gave much praise to the efforts made by Poland to escape from the yoke of her oppressors. His brilliant and powerful speech was loudly applauded. After him, M. Michelot gave a speech in French. Mr. Schapper from Germany followed him. He told the meeting that the Brussels Democratic Association had delegated to London Mr. Marx, German Democrat, and one of its vice presidents, to establish relations of correspondence between the Brussels Society and the London Society of Fraternal Democrats, 194, and also to prepare for a democratic congress of the different European nations. Mr. Marx was received with prolonged applause, when he came forward to address the assembly. In a speech in German, translated by Mr. Schapper, Mr. Marx declared that England would give the signal for the deliverance of Poland. Poland, he said, would be free only when the civilized nations of Western Europe had one democracy. Now, of all the democracies of Europe, the strongest and most numerous was that of England, organized throughout the whole country. It was in England that the antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie was most developed, that the decisive struggle between these two classes, 392 Friedrich Engels, became more and more inevitable. It was therefore in England that in all probability the fight would begin, which would end with the universal triumph of democracy and which would also break the Polish yoke. The success of other European democrats depended on the victory of the English Chartists, therefore Poland would be saved by England. Mr. Harney, chief editor of the Northern Star, followed by thanking the Democrats of Brussels for having immediately approached the Democrats of London, taking no account of the advances made to them by the bourgeoisie of the London International League, 1905, a society founded by the free traders in order to exploit foreign democrats in the interests of free trade and to compete with the Society of Fraternal Democrats, which was almost exclusively composed of workers. Mr. Engels, from Paris, a German Democrat, then declared that Germany had a special interest in the freedom of Poland because the German governments exercised their despotism over a part of Poland. German democracy ought to have at heart the ending of this tyranny which shamed Germany. Mr. Tedesco, from Liege, in a vigorous speech, thanked the Polish fighters of 1830 for having loudly proclaimed the principle of insurrection. His speech, translated by Mr. Schapper, was warmly applauded. After some remarks by Mr. Charles Keene, Colonel Oberski replied for Poland. Mr. Wilson, an English workman who by his vigorous opposition recently almost brought about the break-up of a meeting of the International League, was the last to address the assembly. On the proposal of Messrs. Harney and Engels, 3 cheers were given for the 3 great European democratic newspapers, the Reform, the Northern Star, and the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung. On the proposal of Mr. Schapper, 3 groans were given for the 3 anti-democratic papers, the Journal des Débats, the Times, and the Augsburg Zeitung. 3. The meeting ended with the singing of the Marseillaise, in which everybody joined, standing and with hats off. Written on November 30, 1847, printed according to the newspaper first published in La Réforme, translated from the French December 5, 1847. Published in English lore the NRST time. A Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung ed. Friedrich Engels. Reform Banquet at Lille. Speech of M. Ledru-Rollin. In response to the toast to the laborers to their imprescriptible rights to their sacred interests, hitherto unknown to citizens, yes, to the laborers. To their imprescriptible rights to their sacred interests, hitherto unknown. To the unalienable rights of man, proclaimed in principle, by 2 glorious revolutions, but artfully eluded in their application, and successfully re-wrested from the people, and which are now only a glorious, yet bitter remembrance. Political rights to the people, it is said, is madness. How entrust them with them, in their state of incapacity, of ignorance, of moral depravity? To give the people political freedom is a blind and dangerous power, it is revolution, blood, anarchy, chaos. Gentlemen, you know the people, you in this industrial city, at once so wealthy and so poor, believe you this picture to be true? Oh! Doubtless, if we cast our eyes over the pages of certain romance writers, to whom the grand side of things has appeared trivial, vulgar, who have sought for effect in the humorous, the fantastic, the exceptional, the people is it thus? Taking the normal life of our towns, from one point, where criminals escaped from justice, find a refuge, the way of life, the dregs of society, they have said, such are the people. Doubtless such would still be the people, did we put faith in those mercenary writers, who, to terrify the wealthy, cry out against the invasion of the barbarians. Barbarians! They have cast that epithet upon the people, as the most outrageous of insults. Ah! If barbarians always signify men full of simplicity, of strength, of social and youthful energy, those barbarians can alone save our worn-out official world, fast hastening to decay in powerlessness and corruption. No, 1,000 times no, it is not the people. It is not upon the theater of crime and debauchery, that it must be sought for. To be acquainted with it, we must transport ourselves into those manufacturing towns, where the merchant, struggling against unrestricted competition which crushes him, between the tyrannical pressure. A Ledru Rollins speech at the banquet at Lille on November 7, 1847 was translated by Engels according to the report in La Réforme, November 10, 1847 ed. The reference is evidently to the revolutions of 1789–94 and 1830 ed. 394 Friedrich Engels. Of capital and opposition to wages, which eat him up, he is compelled to reduce those wages, in order to avoid bankruptcy and disennure. Ah! Believe not that the people, in their spirit of justice, always accuse the masters as the cause of that cruel necessity. Know they not that our industry fails for want of outlet, that we have seen the greatest number of the markets of the world closed against us, and that our commerce has perished, where our flag has been trampled underfoot? Well, in the midst of those vicissitudes, of those fluctuations, of this crisis of wages, what befalls the workman? The labor of the father, no longer sufficing to procure bread for the family, the daughter prostitutes herself for food, the child must go to aid the formidable machine, and exhaust his unevolved strength, and by the side of those beauteous fabrics, the product of our industry, the eye wanders over rickety boys, faded girls, worn-out men, bent under the pressure of premature labor. And, nevertheless, of that physically decayed population, those who have escaped enervation, sickness, who have attained their proper height, will go forth to do battle for their country nobly, to encounter death beneath her banner. Such are the people of the towns, sociable, good, patient in the midst of those daily evils, doing more, deriving from within themselves the light of knowledge, dealt out to them with such a niggardly hand, reading, sometimes composing verses upon their sufferings or their prospects, publishing journals, which enlighten and prepare those formidable problems, respecting the future fate of mankind. It is those people of the towns whom some writers, who only judge by their own flimsy minds, call barbarians. In this slight and rapid sketch, we have only seen the people in their habitual life, their daily struggles, but were one of those unforeseen scourges, in which a fearful inundation sweeps off everything in its destructive course, a terrible fire, or a severe cholera suddenly to arise, who would be foremost in the cause of humanity? Who would forget their families and their wives, upon their lowly couches? Their children, who might die on the morrow? Who would peril life, without counting the cost, and fly when the service was performed, without even leaving their names? The people. Intelligence or devotedness, head or heart, the people are, therefore, worthy to exercise the rights to which they lay claim. And who are better aware of it than the citizens, who by the superhuman efforts of the people, have conquered the twofold tyranny of the nobility and the priesthood? It was to that clergy, to that nobility, as to the states of 1614, that a member of the bourgeoisie once said, "You are elder brothers, you are younger brothers, for we are all brothers forming but one and the same nation." And the clergy and the nobles attempted to make that courageous member of the Third retract, and their minions to scourge him, regarding a plebeian as of a conquered and inferior race. Not only are the people worthy to represent themselves, but if justice is to be rendered, they can only be efficiently represented by themselves. Who, then, in a legislative chamber knows sufficiently, at this present moment, their interests, their wants to dare to defend them? There are many men, gentlemen, who would unite in our principle of reform, for it is now made evident, but they still dread the advance of democracy, yet never has a solemn and decisive movement, in the onward march of humanity, been preceded by more significant auguries. Let us pass rapidly in review those transcendent men of our own age. Towering above all, is one, whose prophetic speech is engraven on every heart. "Before 50 years, said Napoleon, Europe will be Cossack or Republican. It shall not be Cossack, and in this patriotic city exists the right so to say. If doubt could ever have prevailed, it would assuredly not have been in the midst of those whose love of national independence and of the revolution of 1792, transformed each citizen into a hero. Republican, but I pause, gentlemen, the laws of September are in force, and in order to be strong, when armed in a good cause, we must know how to keep within the law. One shall, therefore, only permit myself to choose, as interpreters of my thoughts, a few men, whose very names shed a glory over. Reform Banquet at Lille, speech of M. Ledru-Rollin 395. Their country. He, for example, who has sung the high hymn of legitimacy, and who has achieved renown, in essaying to restore the ancient ruins of the past. Chateaubriand, in his sincerity, has been unable to avoid regarding the approaching future of the world, as tending towards democracy. Béranger, whose patriotic hymns will be eternally repeated by the world hymns, which we, his contemporaries, ought to teach to our children as a prayer, whilst a Waterloo remains to be avenged. Béranger believes in the approaching sovereignty of the people. And Lamartine, sparkling with poetry, with eloquence, has passed by legitimacy, he has traversed the marshes of the plain, in order to approach nearer to us. Though an ardent admirer of the Girondists, yet the noble candour of his mind leads him to draw conclusions favourable to the radicals. There is a something, however, which still divides him from pure democracy. As for myself, I only behold the steps of giants, each day rapidly striding towards us. So much for men of letters, gentlemen, and that unanimous testimony rendered by such illustrations in favour of our party, might suffice for its hopes. But cast your eyes into the domain of science, behold a man who is at the summit of all of whom the two worlds would deprive us Arago. But for an imperious duty he would have been here in the midst of you. He would, much better than I am able, have spoken to you of the rights of the people, he who was the first to advocate their cause in another assembly, where to do so required no small amount of moral courage. Is not, then, Arago entirely for democracy? And in the arts, who with his powerful chisel draws forth, from marble, those men who have best served the people? Who confides to the eternity of bronze those grand revolutionary figures, to bequeath them to the admiration of future ages? David of Angers. Is he not, also, for the cause of the people? Well, when so many illustrious men declare in favor of democracy, or struggle for its attainment, how conclude otherwise than that right and providence combat with us, and for us? Those are the teachings of talented men, but have not the teachings of the people also their manifestations? Look at Poland, heroic Poland, the last pulsations of whose heart still throb for liberty, no longer possessing an army. Each day some martyr consecrates himself to her cause. Italy, she too longs for unity. She emerges from her ruins, which constituted her glory, in order to acquire fresh renown. Mav, she on awakening distrust herself, let her remember Mazzini alone. Switzerland, I feel that I ought well to weigh my words at this solemn moment. We can do one thing, gentlemen, we can unite ourselves for an instant, by recollection, by thought, with those whom we look upon as brothers, in order to pray that victory may be with them, as have hitherto been right and reason. The cause of Switzerland is ours, gentlemen. The radicals there wage war against two things, which are the plague spots of our era: aristocrats and worthless priests. Respect our creeds, but war against those who, under the mask of religion, are the abettors of despotism, and of tyranny. Short-sighted beings, who see not in this double association of genius and of the people, the near advent of a Messiah of equality. Thus then, O people, to whom I would sacrifice all that I possess of devotedness and strength, hope, and believe. Between this period, in which thy ancient faith is extinguished, and in which the new light has not yet been showered upon you, each evening in thy desolate dwelling piously repeat the immortal symbol: liberty, equality, fraternity. Yes, liberty for all, liberty of conscience, liberty of thought, liberty of association, for man cannot become moral without communing with man, and it is in order the better to subjugate him that he is isolated by a system of corruption. They know that a bundle of sticks cannot be broken. Equality likewise for all: equality in presence of civil law, equality in political matters, equality in education, in order that man may have no superior, except in morals or in virtue. Fraternity, inexhaustible source, from whence will spring noble and celebrated institutions, of association, of strength. Then labor will no longer be a right, it will be a duty. Let there be no more. 396 Friedrich Engels. Revenues, except from labor and for labor. Yes, salvation. O great and immortal symbol, thy advent draws nigh. People, may the plaudits bestowed on thy humble interpreter be wafted to thee, and prove at once a consolation and a hope. Compiled and translated into English, reprinted from the newspaper in the first half of December 1847. First published in the Northern Star. Number 530, December 18, 1847, with editorial note. From our Paris correspondent. Friedrich Engels. Reform movement in France. Banquet of Dijon 197. This meeting of the democracy of the Department of the Côte d'Or, was incontestably the most splendid one of the whole series of reform banquets. 1,300 sat down to dinner. There were present deputations from almost all the neighboring towns, and even a Swiss deputation, composed of citizens from Neuchâtel, Geneva, and Lucerne. The character of the meeting is very clearly marked out by the names of the principal speakers: MM. Louis Blanc, Flocon, Ledru-Rollin, Etienne Arago, all of them belonging to the ultra-democratic party, represented by the Reform. We need not say that Louis Philippe was not toasted at this dinner. M. Signard, of Gray, a neighboring town, spoke to the toast the Democrats of Lille, who, at the late banquet of their town, sternly refused to compromise with the sham liberals, and by their energy, union, and intelligence, saved the honor of democracy. 3. M. Etienne Arago, a well-known literary character of Paris, and who but recently brought upon the stage an exceedingly successful comedy, entitled The Aristocracies, then spoke to the sentiment, the development of literature, science, and the fine arts, exposing, in a brilliant speech, the rapid advance literature and science were sure to make under a free and democratic system. At the toast, "The Future Progress of France," the chairman called upon M. Louis Blanc, who was very enthusiastically received by the meeting. He delivered a splendid speech, containing many a here and below speeches are quoted according to the reports on the banquet of Dijon, printed in La Réforme, November 24 and 25, 1847 ed. 398 Friedrich Engels. Just and striking observations on the past development of France, on the conclusions to draw from it with regard to the future, on the particular character impressed indelibly upon the French democratic movement by the Revolution. He was repeatedly and deservedly interrupted by applause. It was a speech quite worthy of the first historical writer France now possesses. There is, however, One point upon which we would make a few observations, which we hope will be taken in the same friendly spirit in which we write them. M. Blanc says we want union in democracy. And no one may deceive himself, we do not think and labor for France only, but for the whole world, because the future of France contains in it the future of mankind. In fact, we are placed in this admirable position, that, without ever ceasing to be national, we are necessarily cosmopolite, and are even more cosmopolite than national. Whoever would call himself a democrat, and be at the same time an Englishman, would give the lie to the history of his own country, for the part which England has always played, has been a struggle of egotism against fraternity. In the same manner, he who is a Frenchman, and would not be a cosmopolite, would give the lie to his country's past, for France never could make predominant any idea, except it was for the benefit of the whole world. Gentlemen, at the time of the Crusades, when Europe went to conquer the grave of Christ, it was France who took the movement under her wing. Afterwards, when the priests would impose upon us the yoke of papist supremacy, the Gallican bishops defended the rights of conscience. And in the last days of the ancient monarchy, who supported young, republican America? France, always France. And what was true of monarchical France, how should it not be true of republican France? Where, in the book of history, do we find anything resembling that admirable, self-sacrificing disinterestedness of the Republic, when, exhausted by the blood she had shed on our frontiers and on the scaffold, she found yet more blood to shed for her Batavian brethren? When beaten or victorious, she enlightens her very enemies by the sparks of her genius. Let Europe send us 16 armies, and we shall send her liberty in return. Now, without intending to deprecate in any manner the heroic efforts of the French Revolution, and the immense gratitude the world owes to the great men of the Republic, we think that the relative position of France and England, with regard to cosmopolitism, is not at all justly delineated in the above sketch. We entirely deny the cosmopolitic 200 character ascribed to France before the Revolution, and the times of Louis XI and Richelieu may serve as proofs. But what is it M. Blanc ascribes to France? That she never could make predominant any idea, except it was to benefit the whole world. Well, we should think M. Louis Blanc could not show us any country in the world which could do otherwise than France is said to have done. Take England, for instance, which M. Blanc places in direct opposition to France. England invented the steam engine, England erected the railway, two things which, we believe, are worth a good many ideas. Well, did England invent them for herself? Reform movement in France, Banquet of Dijon 399. Or for the world? The French glory in spreading civilization everywhere, principally in Algiers. Well, who has spread civilization in America, Asia, Africa, and Australia, but England? 201 Who founded the very republic, in the freeing of which France took some part? England, always England. If France assisted in freeing the American Republic from English tyranny, England freed the Dutch Republic, just 200 years sooner, from Spanish oppression. If France gave, at the end of the last century, a glorious example to the whole world, we cannot silently pass by the fact that England, 150 years sooner, gave that example, 203, and found at that time, not even France prepared to follow. And, as far as ideas are concerned, those very ideas, which the French philosophers of the 18th century, which Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, D'Alembert, and others, did so much to popularize, where had these ideas first been originated, but in England? Let us never forget Milton, the first defender of regicide, Algernon Sidney, Bolingbroke, and Shaftesbury, over their French more brilliant followers. If an Englishman would call himself a democrat, he would give the lie to the history of his own country, says M. Blanc. Well, we consider it as the veriest proof of sterling democracy, that it must give the lie to its country, that it must repudiate all responsibility for a past filled up with misery, tyranny, class oppression, and superstition. Let the French not make an exception to the other democrats, let them not take the responsibility for the doings of their kings and aristocrats of former times. Therefore, what M. Blanc thinks a disadvantage to English Democrats, we think to be a great advantage, that they must repudiate the past, and only look to the future. A Frenchman is necessarily a cosmopolite. Yes, in a world ruled over by French influence, French manners, fashions, ideas, politics. In a world in which every nation has adopted the characteristics of French nationality. But that is exactly what the Democrats of other nations will not like. Quite ready to give up the harshness of their own nationality, they expect the same from the French. They will not be satisfied in the assertion, on the part of the French, that they are cosmopolites, assertion which amounts to the demand urged upon all others to become Frenchmen. Compare Germany. Germany is the fatherland of an immense number of inventions of the printing press, for instance. Germany has produced, and this is recognized upon all hands, a far greater number of generous and cosmopolitic ideas than France and England put together. And Germany, in practice, has always been humiliated, always been deceived in all her hopes. She can tell best. 400 Friedrich Engels. What French cosmopolitism has been. In the same measure as France has to complain, and quite justly, of the treachery of English policy, Germany has experienced a policy quite as treacherous on the part of France, from Louis XI down to Louis Philippe. If we were to apply the measure of M. Louis Blanc, the Germans would be the true cosmopolites, and yet they do not pretend to this. So much upon this point. We wish to establish a discussion upon it, as this will only lead to a mutual understanding, to a firm union of French and English democracy. After M. Blanc, M. Flocon spoke to the toast, "The Democrats of Europe." M. Flocon said, "Look around you, listen to the voices which arise from foreign countries, complaints or menace, sighs or hopes, what tell they? They invoke the principle of the French Revolution, they proclaim in the face of all despotisms, its immortal motto, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. Yes, those very nations, which in the delusions of slavery and ignorance, made an impious war on the Revolution, they now come by thousands to take up its standard, and promise to be most ardent defenders of the glorious principles they did not understand in times past. This striking fact is before the eyes of all the world, and I know nothing more terrible to our enemies, nothing which could more effectually recall to our minds our duty. In England, at the side of the old factions, in the face of the richest and most tyrannical aristocracy of the world, the people are organizing. An immense association, conducted by experienced leaders, enrolls daily thousands of working men, who will undertake to avenge the wrongs of humanity. And the rights of man are not a new watchword in England. At the time of the old civil wars, in the midst of religious fanaticism and political passions, several parties clearly saw the great social truth, when Adam delved and Eve span, where was then the gentleman? That was proclaimed by the Covenanters almost 300 years ago. The same question is again put, and the cotton lords disdain as much to listen to the complaint of the children of toil, as did the landlords in bygone times. Therefore, asking what is right will not suffice, the people must be strong enough to take it, and the English people know this. In Belgium, at this very moment, a society is organizing, uniting Democrats of all nations, a Democratic Congress 206 is being prepared. In Germany, while the princes play the game of granting gracious constitutions, the people prepare themselves for working out their own salvation. The speaker then reviewed briefly the Polish, Italian, and Swiss movements, and closed his speech as follows. Yes, the seed of the revolution is germinating, the soil is fertile, the splendid flower of hope adorns the fields of the future. But the winter has been long, and we ought soon to take to the sickle, to make our harvest. Let us then take up again the work of the revolution, where our fathers left it. Let us make haste, else we shall have to take it up where they commenced. Loud applause. The next toast, the sovereignty of the people, was spoken to by M. Ledru-Rollin, deputy. Reform movement in France, Banquet of Dijon 41. Letters of apology were read from MM. François Arago, Lamennais, Dupont de Ellure, and the meeting separated. This demonstration proves that the provincial Democrats are more and more leaving the party of the National, in order to rally around the party of the Reform. Written in the first half of December 1847, reprinted from the newspaper first published in the Northern Star number 530, December 18, 1847, with an editorial note. From our Paris correspondent. Karl Marx. Remarks. On the article by M. Adolphe Bartels 207. M. Adolphe Bartels claims that public life is finished for him. Indeed, he has withdrawn into private life and does not mean to leave it. He limits himself, each time some public event occurs, to hurling protests and proclaiming loudly that he believes he is his own master, that the movement has been made without him, M. Bartels, and in spite of him, M. Bartels, and that he has the right to refuse it his supreme sanction. It will be agreed that this is just as much a way of participating in public life as any other, and that by all these declarations, proclamations, and protestations the public man hides behind the humble appearance of the private individual. This is the way in which the unappreciated and misunderstood genius reveals himself. M. A. Bartels knows very well that the Democrats of the different nations, in forming a body under the name of a democratic association, have had no other object but to exchange ideas and come to an understanding about the principles which will serve to bring about the union and fraternity of peoples. It goes without saying that, in a society which proposes such a goal for itself, it is the duty of all foreigners to state their opinions frankly, and it is truly ridiculous to call them schoolmasters every time they take the floor to fulfill this duty in the association to which they belong. If M. A. Bartels accuses foreigners of wanting to teach lessons, it is because they refuse to take lessons from him. M. A. Bartels will recall, no doubt, that in the Provisional Committee in which he took part he even proposed to make the Society of German Workers 208 the nucleus of the new society to be founded. I had to reject this proposal, in the name of the German. Remarks on the article by M. Adolphe Bartels 403. Workers. Might it perhaps be that M. A. Bartels meant to lay a trap for us, to contrive the means for a false denunciation? M. Bartels is free to decry our doctrines as filthy and barbarous. He does not criticize, he does not prove, he condemns, and he gives proof of his orthodoxy by condemning in advance what he does not understand. We are more tolerant than M. A. Bartels. We overlook his blue devils, 3 which are quite innocent devils. M. A. Bartels being more theocratic than democratic, it is quite natural that he finds an accomplice in the Journal de Bruxelles. This paper accuses us of wanting to improve the human race. 209 Let it calm down. Fortunately, we Germans are not unaware that since 1640 the Congregatio de Propaganda Fide 10 has had the monopoly in improving the human race. We are too modest and too few to want to compete with the Reverend Fathers in that humanitarian industry. Let them take the trouble to compare the report in the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung with that of the Northern Star, and they will be able to assure themselves that it is only by a mistake that the Northern Star makes me say Chartists, you will be hailed as the saviors of the human race. 2. The Journal de Bruxelles is moved by a more charitable spirit when it reminds us of the example of Anacharsis Cloots mounting the scaffold for having wanted to be more patriotic than the patriots of 1793 and 1794. In this respect the Reverend Fathers are free from all reproach. They have never been more patriotic than the patriots. On the contrary, they have always and everywhere been accused of wanting to be more reactionary than the reactionaries and, what is still worse, of wanting to be more governmental than the national government. When we think of the said experiences which they have just undergone in Switzerland, we are all ready to recognize that the admonitions they address to us so that we should avoid the opposite extreme and similar dangers, are of a generosity worthy of the early Christians. We thank them for this. Written about December 17, 1847, printed according to the newspaper first published in French in the translated from the French Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung number 101, December 19, 1847, published in English for the first time, signed, Karl Marx. A Blue Devil's Delirium Tremens ed. B.C. This volume, pages 388-90 ed. Karl Marx. Lamartine and Communism. Brussels, December 24. Once again the French papers carry a letter from M. de Lamartine. This time it is communism on which this poetic socialist at last gives his candid opinion, having been challenged to do so by Cabet. 212. At the same time Lamartine promises to set forth his views in detail on this important subject in the near future. For the present he contents himself with a few brief, oracular utterances. My opinion of communism, he says, may be summarized in a feeling, namely the following: were God to entrust me with a society of savages to civilize them and make into well-mannered people, the first institution I should give them would be that of property. The fact, continues M. Lamartine, that man appropriates the elements to himself is a law of nature and a precondition of life. Man appropriates the air by breathing, space by striding through it, the land by cultivating it, and even time, by perpetuating himself through his children. Property is the organization of the life principle in the universe. Communism would be the death of labor and of the whole of humanity. Your dream, M. Lamartine finally consoles M. Cabet, is too beautiful for this earth. M. Lamartine is thus an opponent of communism, and what is more, not merely of a communist system. In fact, he enters the lists on behalf of the perpetuity of private property. For his feeling tells him three things: 1. That property civilizes people; 2. That it is the organization of the life principle in the world; and 3. That its opposite, communism, is too beautiful a dream for this bad world. No doubt M. Lamartine feels a better world, in which the life principle is differently organized. In this bad world, however, it just so happens that appropriation is a precondition of life. Lamartine and Communism 405. It is not necessary to analyze M. Lamartine's confused feeling in order to resolve it into its contradictions. We wish only to make one single observation. M. Lamartine believes he has proved the perpetuity of bourgeois property by pointing out that property in general forms the transition from the state of savagery to that of civilization, and by giving us to understand that the process of breathing and the making of children presuppose the right of property just as much as does social private property. M. Lamartine sees no distinction between the epoch of transition from savagery to civilization and our own epoch, any more than between the appropriation of air and the appropriation of the products of society, for both of these are appropriations, forsooth, just as both epochs are epochs of transition. In his detailed polemic against communism, M. Lamartine will no doubt find an opportunity to deduce logically from these general platitudes arising from his feeling a whole series of other, still more general platitudes perhaps. Then we shall likewise find the opportunity to shed light upon his platitudes in greater detail. For the present we shall content ourselves with passing on to our readers the feelings which a monarchist Catholic newspaper opposes to those of M. Lamartine. The Union Monarchique, namely, in yesterday's issue, speaks out against Lamartine's feelings as follows. Here we see how these enlighteners of humanity leave it leaderless. The wretches! They have robbed the poor man of the God who comforted him, they have taken heaven from him, they have left man alone with his want and his wretchedness. And then they come and say, you wish to possess the earth, it is not yours. You wish to enjoy the good things of life, they belong to others. You wish to share in wealth, that is out of the question. Stay poor, stay naked, stay abandoned, die. The Union Monarchique comforts the proletarians with God. The Bien Public, M. Lamartine's paper, comforts them with the life principle. Written on December 24, 1847, printed according to the newspaper. First published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the first Zeitung number 103, December 26, 1847 time. Friedrich Engels. The Reform and the National Trademark. Following the Lille banquet, a controversy developed between the Reform and the National, which has now led to a decisive split between the two papers. The facts are as follows. From the inception of the Reform banquets, the National has attached itself even more openly than before to the dynastic opposition. 214 At the Lille banquet M. de George of the National withdrew together with Odillenbrod. The National expressed its opinion of the Lille banquet in terms that were more than equivocal. Challenged by the Reform to explain itself in more detail, it refused, with the excuse that it did not wish to start polemics with this newspaper. This was no reason at all for failing to comment on facts. To be brief, the Reform did not let the matter drop and eventually attacked M. Garni Pages of the National for a speech in which he denied the existence of classes and deleted the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the general phrase of citoyens français. Now, at last, the National declared that it would defend its friends against a newspaper which casts suspicion on all worthy patriots, such as Carnot, Garni Pages, etc. The National, very soon defeated on every point, could finally hit upon no other expedient than to accuse the Reform of communism. You speak of indefinite strivings, of theories and systems which arise among the people, you censure us for openly attacking these, to put it bluntly, communistic strivings. Very well then, declare yourselves directly, either for or against communism. We declare for all to hear that we have nothing in common with the communists, with these people who deny property, family, and country. When the day of battle comes we shall fight not with, but against these abominable strivings. We have no peace, no tolerance for these odious fantasies, for this absurd and barbarous, savage, system. The Reform and the National 407. Which bestializes man and reduces him to the level of a brute, le reduit à l'état de brute. And you believe the people would be with you? The people would surrender what little property they have earned in the sweat of their brow, their family, their country. You believe that the people would ever allow themselves to be persuaded that it is a matter of indifference whether or not Austria brings us under the yoke of her despotism, whether or not the powers dismember France. 3. To such grounds against communism the National adds its plans for improving the condition of the workers: postal reform, financial reform, luxury taxes, state subsidies, the abolition of the octroys, 215 and free competition. Correcting the ridiculous ideas of communism held by the National is not worth the effort. It is ludicrous, however, that the National is still parading the terrifying fantasy of a constantly threatening invasion by the great powers, and that it still believes that beyond the Rhine and across the Channel there are millions of bayonets pointed against France, and hundreds of thousands of cannons aimed at Paris. The Reform has quite correctly replied to this that in the event of an invasion by the kings it will not be the fortifications which will serve as a rampart, but the peoples themselves. With reference to the article from the National quoted above, the Reform declares, "We are not communistic, and our reason is that communism disregards the laws of production, that it is not concerned with ensuring that enough is produced for the whole of society. But the economic proposals of the communists stand closer to us than those of the National, which accepts the existing bourgeois economics without further ado. We shall defend the communists against the police and the National also in the future, because we acknowledge at least their right of discussion, and because the doctrines that originate from the workers themselves always deserve consideration. We thank the Reform for the energetic way in which it has stood for true democracy as against the National. We thank the Reform for defending communism against it. We willingly acknowledge that the Reform has always defended the communists whenever they have been persecuted by the government. Alone of all the Paris newspapers, the Reform defended the materialistic communists when they were dragged to court by M. Delangle 216. On this same occasion M. Cabet almost conceded that the government was right as against the materialists. We are glad that the Reform, even in the more or less undeveloped forms in which communism has so far appeared, has discovered a kernel of truth to which it stands closer." A quoted from the leading article in La Réforme, December 21, 1847, the reply of this newspaper given below is from the same source ed. 408 Friedrich Engels. Than it does to the representatives of bourgeois economics. On the other hand, we hope to be able to prove to the Reform before long that communism as we defend it is still more closely related to the principles of the Reform than to communism itself as it has hitherto been presented in France, and as it now is being spread, in part, abroad. In its repudiation of the national, furthermore, the Reform only pronouncing the same judgment that the democratic movement in Germany, England, and Belgium, indeed everywhere except in France, has long since passed on it. Written at the end of December 1847, printed according to the newspaper. First published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the first Zeitung number 104, December 30, 1847 time. Friedrich Engels. Louis Blanc's speech at the Dijon banquet 217. The Northern Star in its report of the Dijon banquet criticizes the speech of Louis Blanc in remarks with which we completely concur. The union of the democrats of different nations does not exclude mutual criticism. It is impossible without such criticism. Without criticism there is no understanding and consequently no union. We reproduce the remarks of the Northern Star in order that we too, for our part, may protest against preconceptions and illusions which are in direct and hostile opposition to the trends of modern democracy and which should be abandoned if the union of democrats of different nations is to remain more than an empty phrase. At the Dijon banquet, M. Blanc said, "We want union in democracy. And no one may deceive himself about this. We do not think and labor for France only, but for the whole world, because the future of France contains in it the future of mankind. In fact, we are placed in this admirable position, that, without ever ceasing to be national, we are necessarily cosmopolite, and are even more cosmopolite than national. Whoever would call himself a democrat, and be at the same time an Englishman, would give the lie to the history of his own country, for the part which England has always played in history has been the struggle for egotism against fraternite. In the same manner, he who is a Frenchman, and would not be a cosmopolite, would give the lie to his country's past, for France never could make predominant any idea, except it was for the benefit of the whole world. Gentlemen, at the time of the Crusades, when Europe went to conquer the grave of Christ, it was France who took the movement under her wing. Afterwards, when the priests would impose upon us the yoke of papist supremacy, the Gallican bishops defended the rights of conscience. And in the last days of the ancient monarchy, who supported young, republican America? France, always France. And what was true of monarchical France, how should it not be true of republican France? Where, in the book of history, do we find anything resembling that admirable, self-sacrificing disinterestedness of the French Republic, when, exhausted by the blood she had shed on our frontiers and on the scaffold, she found yet more blood to shed for her? 410 Friedrich Engels. Batavian brethren? When beaten or victorious, she enlightened her very enemies by the sparks of her genius. Let Europe send us 16 armies, and we shall send her liberty in return. The Northern Star says with regard to this. Now, without intending to deprecate in any manner the heroic efforts of the French Revolution, and the immense gratitude the world owes to the great men of the Republic, we think that the relative position of France and England, with regard to cosmopolitism, is not at all justly delineated in the above sketch. We entirely deny the cosmopolitic character ascribed to France before the Revolution, and the times of Louis XI and Richelieu may serve as proofs. But what is it M. Blanc ascribes to France? That she never could make predominant any idea, except it was to benefit the whole world. Well, we should think M. Louis Blanc could not show us any country in the world which could do otherwise than France is said to have done. Take England, for instance, which M. Blanc places in direct opposition to France. England invented the steam engine, England erected the railway, two things which, we believe, are worth a good many ideas. Well, did England invent them for herself, or for the world? The French glory in spreading civilization everywhere, principally in Algiers. Well, who has spread civilization in America, Asia, Africa, and Australia, but England? Who founded the very republic, in the freeing of which France took some part? England, always England. If France assisted in freeing the American Republic from English tyranny, England freed the Dutch Republic, just 200 years sooner, from Spanish oppression. If France gave, At the end of the last century, a glorious example to the whole world, we cannot silently pass by the fact that England, 150 years sooner, gave that example, and found at that time, not even France prepared to follow. And, as far as ideas are concerned, those very ideas, which the French philosophers of the 18th century, which Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, D'Alembert, and others, did so much to popularize, where had these ideas first been originated, but in England? Let us never forget Milton, the first defender of regicide, Algernon Sidney, Bolingbroke, and Shaftesbury, over their French more brilliant followers. If an Englishman would call himself a Democrat, he would give the lie to the history of his own country, says M. Blanc. Well, we consider it as the veriest proof of sterling democracy, that it must give the lie to its country, that it must repudiate all responsibility for a past filled up with misery, tyranny, class oppression, and superstition. Let the French not make an exception. Louis Blanc's speech at the Dijon banquet 411. To the other Democrats, let them not take the responsibility for the doings of their kings and aristocrats of former times. What M. Blanc thinks a disadvantage to English Democrats, we think to be a great advantage, that they must repudiate the past, and only look to the future. A Frenchman is necessarily a cosmopolite, says M. Blanc. Yes, in a world ruled over only by French influence, French manners, fashions, ideas, politics. In a world in which every nation has adopted the characteristics of French nationality. But that is exactly what the Democrats of other nations will not accept. Quite ready to give up the harshness of their own nationality, they expect the same from the French. They will not be satisfied in the assertion, on the part of the French, that they are cosmopolites by the mere fact that they are French, an assertion which amounts to the demand urged upon all others to become Frenchmen. Compare Germany. Germany is the fatherland of an immense number of inventions of the printing press, for instance. Germany has produced, and this is recognized upon all hands, a far greater number of generous and cosmopolitic ideas than France and England put together. And Germany, in practice, has always been humiliated, always been deceived in all her hopes. She can tell best what French cosmopolitism has been. Just as France had to complain of the treachery of English policy, Germany experienced an equally treacherous policy on the part of France, from Louis XI down to Louis Philippe. If we were to apply the measure of M. Louis Blanc, the Germans would be the true cosmopolites. However, the German Democrats are far from having any such pretensions, Written in December 1847, printed according to the newspaper first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the first Zeitung number 104, December 30, 1847. Time. Friedrich Engels. Chartist agitation. Since the opening of Parliament, Chartist agitation has developed enormously. Petitions are being prepared, meetings held, and Chartist agents are traveling everywhere. Besides the great national petition for the People's Charter, which this time, it is hoped, will collect 4 million signatures, 2 other petitions for the Chartist Land Company have just been submitted to the people. The first, edited by O'Connor and published in the Northern Star this week, can be summarized as follows. To the Honourable, the Commons of Great Britain and Ireland in Parliament assembled, gentlemen. We, the undersigned, members of the Chartist Land Company, and all workmen, considering that excessive speculation in the products of our work, the unlimited competition and the continual increase in the mechanical means of production have everywhere closed outlets for our work, that as the mechanical means of production increase, manual labor decreases and workers are sacked, that your recent decision about the temporary suspension of work on the railways will throw thousands of workers out of work, which will flood the labor market and will make the employers again reduce the wages already reduced so many times, that, nevertheless, we shall ask no more than to live from the products of our work, that we reject all poor rates as an insult, serving only to give the capitalists a reserve to throw at any moment on the labor market in order to reduce wages by means of competition between the workers themselves, that while manufacturing industry no longer knows how to employ the masses of proletarians which it has produced, agricultural industry still offers a vast field for our work, for it is sure that by the use of labor the yield of the land of our country can be at least quadrupled, that therefore we have formed a company for purchasing land whereby each may be enabled to earn a livelihood for himself and family without being at the expense of. Chartist Agitation 413. The parish or of individual charity, and without reducing the wages of other workers by competition. In this way we therefore pray you, gentlemen, to pass such a law which releases and affranchises the land company from paying the stamp duties, as well as the duty on bricks, timber, and other building materials, and to pass the bill which will be placed before you to this end. The bill has also been drafted by Feargus O'Connor, who is soon going to present it to Parliament. The second petition demands the return to the people of the uncultivated land that is the property of the parishes. This land, which for 30 years has been sold in blocks to great landowners, ought, as the petition requests, to be divided into small fields to be leased or sold on easy terms of payment to the labourers of this land. This petition was adopted in London at a great meeting where Messrs. Harney and Jones, editors of the Northern Star, supported it in the absence of O'Connor, who was kept in Parliament. It was also adopted at a large meeting in Norwich where Mr. Jones, who is one of the best speakers in England, again gave it his brilliant and irresistible support. The national petition has finally been adopted by a large meeting in London. The principal speakers here were Messrs. Keane, Schapper, German, and Harney. The address by the latter, above all, was marked by its democratic strength. What is our entire political and social system, he said, but a gigantic fraud, erected and maintained for the benefit of idlers and impostors? Behold the Church. The bishops and archbishops appropriate to themselves enormous salaries while leaving the hard-working clergy only a few pounds a year. Millions of pounds, in the shape of tithes, are taken annually from the people. These tithes were originally destined mainly for the upkeep of the churches and the support of the poor. Now there are separate rates for that, and the church sacks all the tithes. I ask, is not such a church an organized imposture? Cheers. Behold our House of Commons, representing not the common people, but the aristocracy and the middle class, and dooming 6/7 of the adult males of this country to political slavery by denying them the right to vote. Is not this House a legalist imposture? Loud cheers. Behold those venerable peers who, whilst the wail of distress is heard through the land, can sit, evening after evening, waiting for the coercion bill coming up from the Commons. Will anyone be good enough to show me the utility of the hospital of incurables? Will anyone attempt to defend this hereditary imposture? Cheers. Of course, the respect I entertain for that blessed specimen of the wisdom of our ancestors, the monarchy, forbids me to speak in other than the most loyal terms of so interesting a sovereign as Queen Victoria, who regularly, once a year, is delivered of a royal speech and a royal baby. Laughter. We have just had the speech, and I see an announcement that in March next we are to have the baby. Her Most Gracious Majesty expresses great concern for her people's sufferings, admires their patience, and a December 20th, 1847 ed. 41 for Friedrich Engels. Promises them another baby, and when it comes to babies, she has never yet promised in vain. Bursts of laughter. Then, there is Prince Albert, a celebrated hatmaker, a capital breeder of pigs, and a distinguished field marshal, and who, for all his services, is paid £30,000 a year. No, citizens, the monarchy is no imposture. Laughter and applause. The speaker, having contrasted with this picture of official society the picture of the people's sufferings, concluded by demanding the adoption of the national petition for the charter. The petition was adopted unanimously. Mr. Duncombe will place it on the table in the House of Commons, when it has toured the country. I shall send you the translation of it as soon as I have obtained a copy. 218. Written at the end of December 1847, printed according to the newspaper. First published in La Réforme, translated from the French December 30th, 1847, published in English for the first time. Karl Marx. Wages 219. A. Explained already. 1. Wages equals price of the commodity. Hence, generally speaking, wages are determined in the same way as prices. Human activity equals commodity. Manifestation of life, life activity, appears as mere means, existence divorced from this activity as purpose. 2. As commodity, wages depend on competition, demand, and supply. 3. The supply itself depends on the cost of production, i.e., on the labor time required for the production of a commodity. 4. Inverse proportion of profits and wages. Opposition of the two classes whose economic existence are profits and wages. 225. Fight for increase or reduction of wages. Workers' associations. 6. Average or normal price of labor. The minimum is valid only for the class of workers, not for the individual. Combinations of workers to maintain wages. 7. Influence on wages of the removal of taxes, protective tariffs, reduction of armies, etc. The minimum is given on average as equals the price of the necessary means of subsistence. B. Additions. I. Atkinson 3. 1. Handloom weavers, working 15 hours per day. 500,000 of them. 221. A. W. Atkinson, Principles of Political Economy ed. B. Marx uses the English word ed. 416. Karl Marx. Their distress. A. An inevitable condition of a species of labor easily learned, and constantly intruded on and superseded by cheaper means of production. A very short cessation of demand, where the competition for work is so great, produces a crisis. Improvements, which, by superseding manual labor more and more, infallibly bring with them in the transition much of temporary suffering. Example of the handloom cotton weavers of the Dhaka district of India, either starved or were thrown back into agricultural labor by the competition of English machinery. Excerpt from the speech of Dr. Bowring in the House of Commons, July 1835, b. This example on the passing from one trade to another to be used in respect of the debate on free trade 222, 2. Something to be said on population theory. 3. Influence of changed and expanded division of labor on the fixing of wages. 2. Carlylic. 1. Not only the quantity of wages 3 is to be considered. They vary in quality, depending on the play of circumstances. 2. The advantage of wages, that from now on necessity, interest, haggling, alone link the worker to the employer. No longer anything patriarchal, as in the Middle Ages. Poor laws, extirpation of vermin, chargeable laborers. 223. 3. The greater part of labor is not skilled labor. 3. 4. The entire theory of Malthus and the economists amounts to saying that it lies with the workers to reduce the demand by not making any children. 3. MCULLOCHD. The wages earned by the laborer are only the common and ordinary rate of profit to the proprietors of the machine called man, thereto des oea sum to replace the wear and tear of the machines, or, which is the same thing, to supply the place of the old and decayed laborers with new ones. FP 319J. F. 3. Marx uses the English word ed. B. Bowring's speech is quoted in W. Atkinson, Principles of Political Economy. Pages 36-38 ed. Cth. Carlyle, Chartism ed. D.J.R.M. Colloque, The Principles of Political Economy ed. E.M. Colloque has here, exclusive of ed. The words to replace, of the machines and new ones are in English in the original ed. T pound LZJ U PUSL A V 57 LV ST_ X First page of Marx's manuscript. Wages. Wages 419. 4 JOHNWADEA. 1. If the object sought be to render an operative a machine, whereby the greatest quantity of work in a given occupation may be extracted from him, no way so effective as division of labor. P 125. 2. A reduction of wages drives the workers either to reduce their spending or to increase their productivity, in factories operated by machines, for instance, and in general, by working longer hours, or, with handicraftsmen, handloom weavers, etc., by working harder in the same hour. But since their wages have been reduced precisely because the demand has slackened, they thereby increase the supply at the unfavorable moment. The consequence is that their wages drop still lower, and then the bourgeois come along and say if the people would only work. 3. Altogether, the general law is that there cannot be two market prices, and that the lower market price prevails, given equal quality. Take 1,000 workers of equal skill, 50 are without work, the price is then determined not by the 950 who are employed but by the 50 who are unemployed. But this law of the market price weighs more heavily on the commodity labor than on other commodities, because the worker cannot lay up his commodity in store but must sell his life activity or, deprived of the means of subsistence, must die. The saleable commodity labor differs from other commodities in particular by its evanescent nature, by the impossibility of accumulating it, and by the fact that the supply cannot be increased or reduced with the same facility as with other products. For the humanity of the capitalists consists in buying as much labor as possible at the cheapest price. Agricultural laborers earn more in summer than in winter, although in winter they need more food, fuel, and warmer clothing. 5. The abolition of Sunday, for example, would be a sheer loss to the workers. The masters seek to reduce wages by leaving them nominally the same but making the workers work a quarter of an hour more, for example, shortening meal times, etc. 6. Wages affected by fashions, the changing seasons, and commercial fluctuations. 224. 7. If the worker, supplanted by the machine, goes into another industry, that is as a rule a worse one. He never gets back into his former position. A. J. Wade, History of the Middle and Working Classes ed. 1,182 ti. 420 Karl Marx. The machine and the division of labor replace dear by cheap labor. One has suggested to the workers, 1. Savings banks, 2. To learn all possible trades, so that when there is a surplus of workers in one industry the same occurs at once in all industries. 8. In times of stagnation, a. Cessation of work, b. Reduction of wages, c. The same wage, but employment for fewer days in the week. 225-9. Concerning the combinations of trade, 3. It is to be remarked, 1. The expenses of the workers, the costs. Invention of machines in consequence of the combinations. Other division of labor. Depression of wages. Displacement of factories to other localities. 2. If they were all to succeed in keeping wages so high that profits were significantly reduced below the average profits of other countries, or so that capital would grow more slowly, the industry of a country would be ruined, and the workers together with the masters even more so. Although a reduction in taxes does not benefit the workers, a rise in taxation, on the other hand, harms them. The good thing in the rise in taxation in countries with a developed bourgeoisie is that the estate of small farmers and proprietors, craftsmen, etc., is thereby ruined and thrown into the working class. Influence of the Irish in England, the Germans in Alsace, on wages. V. Cabbage. Truck system. 26. 6. Andrew U.R. ed. General principle of modern industry, to replace adults by children, skilled workers by unskilled, men by women. Equalization of wages, main feature of modern industry. See pages 34, 35. The words combinations of trade are in English in the original ed. B. The word displacement is in English in the original ed. CCH. Babbage, Trait sur l'économie de machines et de manufactures et d'ailleurs, Philosophie de manufactures, ou économie industrielle ed. Wages 421. 7. Rossi 3. Mr. Rossi thinks. The manufacturer only advances to the worker his share in the product because the latter cannot wait for its sale. This is a speculation which has no direct bearing on the production process. If the worker can maintain himself until the product is sold, he will, as an associate, claim his share in it afterwards. Hence, wages are not a constituent element of the product as are capital and the land. They are a mere accident, a form of our social condition. Wages do not belong to capital. Wages are not a factor indispensable to production. In a different organization of labor they may disappear. See pages 369, 370. VIILCHERBULIEZB. 1. The increase of the productive capital does not necessarily entail an increase of the approvisionment for the workers. Raw materials and machinery can be increased while approvisionment is reduced. The price of labor depends on a. The absolute quantity of the productive capital, b. On the proportions of the various elements of capital, 2 social facts on which the will of the workers cannot exert any influence. 2. It is not so much the absolute consumption of the worker as his relative consumption which makes his position either happy or unhappy. Beyond the necessary consumption, the value of what we enjoy is essentially relative. Pages 103-04, 105, 109. When one speaks of the fall or rise of wages, one must never lose sight of the whole world market or of the position of the workers in the various countries. Egalitarian and other attempts to fix wages justly. The minimum wage itself changes and constantly falls. Example of spirits. 9. Bracy. Savings banks. Triple machine in the hands of despotism and capital. 1. The money flows back into the national bank, which makes profits by lending it back to the capitalists. A. P. Rossi, Cours d'économie politique ed. B. H. Herbules, Riche ou pauvre ed. C. J. F. Bray, Labor's Wrong and Labor's Remedy ed. 422 Karl Marx. 2. The golden chain by which the government holds a large part of the working class. 3. By this means a new weapon is given into the hands of the capitalists as such. Pages 152, 153. Once wages have fallen, they never rise to their previous height, absolute and relative wages. C. I. How does the growth of the productive forces affect wages? 227. Cf. 6, 3a. Machinery, division of labor. Labor is simplified. Its cost of production is reduced. It becomes cheaper. The competition among the workers increases. Passing from one industry to another. On this see Dr. Bowring himself in relation to the handloom cotton weavers in the region of Dhaka in India, in Parliament 1835. The new work into which the worker is flung, is worse than the former, more subordinate. Adult labor replaced by children's, men's by women's, more skilled by less skilled. Either working hours increased or wages reduced. Competition among workers not only in that one sells himself more cheaply than another, but also in that one does the work of two. In general, the growth of the productive forces has the following consequences: a. The position of the worker relative to that of the capitalist worsens, and the value of the things enjoyed is relative. The enjoyments themselves are indeed nothing but social enjoyments, relations, connections. b. The worker becomes an increasingly one-sided productive force which produces as much as possible in as little time as possible. Skilled labor increasingly transformed into simple labor. c. Wages become more and more dependent on the world market and the position of the worker increasingly subject to chance. d. In productive capital the share of machinery and raw materials grows much faster than that of approvisionment. The increase of productive capital is therefore not accompanied by a similar increase of the demand for labor. See this volume, pages 428-34 and pound d. Wages 423. Wages depend, a. On the mass of productive capital as a whole, r. On the proportion of its constituents. The worker has no influence on either. Were it not for the fluctuations of wages, the worker would take no interest at all in the development of civilization, he would remain stationary. In the competition of the workers with the machine, it is to be noted that hand workers, example handloom cotton weavers, suffer even more than machine workers directly employed in the factory. Every development of new productive forces is at the same time a weapon against the workers. All improvements in the means of communication, for example, facilitate the competition of workers in different localities and turn local competition into national, etc. The cheapening of all commodities, which however does not occur in the case of the most immediate means of subsistence, has as a result that the worker wears a collection of rags and his misery displays the colors of civilization. 2. Competition between workers and employers. A. To determine relative wages, it should be noted that $1 for one worker and $1 for one employer do not have the same value. The worker must buy everything worse and dearer. His taller commands neither so many nor such good commodities as that of the employer. The worker must be a spendthrift and buy and sell against all economic principles. We must remark in general that we have in mind here only one aspect, wages themselves. But the exploitation of the worker begins anew as soon as he exchanges the price for his labor back into other commodities. Épicier * pawnbroker, landlord, tout le monde l'exploite encore une fois. HSS, the employer, by commanding the means of employment, commands the means of subsistence of the worker, i.e., the latter's life depends on him, just as the worker himself degrades his life activity to a mere means of existence. Why? The commodity labor has great disadvantages against other commodities. For the capitalist, competition with the workers is a mere question of profit, for the workers it is a question of their existence. Labor is of a more evanescent nature than other commodities. It. A grocer ed. B. Everybody exploits him over again ed. 424 Karl Marx. Cannot be accumulated. The supply cannot be increased or reduced with the same facility as with other commodities. G. Factory regime. Housing legislation. Truck system. 3. Where the employer cheats the worker by raising the price of goods while leaving the nominal wage the same. 3. Competition among the workers themselves. A. By a general economic law there cannot be two market prices. The wages of 1,000 workers of the same skill are determined not by the 950 in employment but by the 50 unemployed. Influence of the Irish on the position of the English workers and of the Germans on the position of the Alsatian workers. B. The workers compete with each other not merely by one offering himself more cheaply than another, but by one doing the work of two. Advantages of the unmarried over the married worker, etc. Competition between workers from villages and towns. 4. Fluctuations of wages. They are occasioned by 1. Changes in fashions. 2. The changing seasons. 3. Fluctuations in trade. In case of a crisis A, the workers will limit their spending, or, to increase their productivity, they will either work longer hours or produce more in the same hour. But since their wages have been reduced because the demand for their product has slackened, they increase the unfavorable proportion of the supply to the demand, and then the bourgeois says, if the people would only work. Their wages drop still lower through their overexertion. SS, in times of crisis. Complete unemployment. Reduction in wages. No change in wages and reduction of the working days. 228 Why? In all crises the following circular movement relates to the workers. The employer cannot employ the workers because he cannot sell his product. He cannot sell his product because he has no buyers. He has no buyers because the workers have nothing to offer in exchange. A Marx uses the English term ed. Wages 425. But their labor, and precisely for that reason they cannot exchange their labor. When it is a question of a rise in wages, it is to be noted that one must always have in mind the world market and the fact that the rise in wages is ineffectual since workers in other countries are put out of work. V. Minimum wage. 1. The daily wage the worker takes home is the profit which his machine, his body, yields to its owner. Included in it is the sum necessary to replace the wear and tear 3 of the machine, or, what is the same thing, to replace old, worn-out workers by new ones. 2. It is inherent in the minimum wage that the abolition of Sunday, for example, would be a sheer loss to the worker. He would have to earn his wages in harder conditions. This is the purpose of the brave philanthropists who zealously argue against the observance of Sabbath. 3. Although the minimum wage is determined on average by the price of the most indispensable provisions, it is nevertheless to be remarked. Firstly, that the minimum is different in different countries, the potato in Ireland, for example. 229. Secondly, not only that. The minimum itself has a historical movement and sinks always further towards the absolutely lowest level. Example of brandy. Distilled first from draff, then from grain, finally from spirits. Towards bringing about the really lowest level of the minimum contribute not only 1, the general development of the working machines, the division of labor, the increase in competition among the workers themselves and its liberation from local fetters, but also 2, the growth of taxation and the greater costliness of the state budget. 4, although, as we have seen, the abolition of a tax does not benefit the worker, he is harmed by the introduction of any new tax so long as the minimum has not yet fallen to its lowest possible expression, and this is the case with all perturbations and difficulties of civil relations. The growth of taxation, incidentally, brings about the ruin of the small farmers, bourgeois, and craftsmen. Example after the War of Liberation. 230. The progress of industry, which brings with it cheaper products and substitutes. Marx uses the English term ed. 426. Karl Marx. 3. This minimum tends to become the same in different countries. 4. When wages have once fallen and later rise again, they never rise, however, to their previous level. In the course of development, there is a double fall in wages, firstly, relative, in proportion to the development of general wealth. Secondly, absolute, since the quantity of commodities which the worker receives in exchange becomes less and less. 5. With the development of large-scale industry, time becomes increasingly the measure of the value of commodities, hence also the measure of wages. Simultaneously, the production of the commodity labor becomes cheaper and costs less and less working time as civilization progresses. The peasant still has free time and can earn something on the side. But big industry, not manufacture, does away with this patriarchal situation. Every moment of the worker's life, of his very existence, thus becomes more and more a matter of haggling. Here add the following sections. 1. Suggestions for the improvement of the worker's position. Malthus, Rossi etc., Proudhon, Whiteling. 2. Workers' associations. 3. Positive significance of wage labor. 6. Suggestions for remedies. 1. One of the most popular suggestions is the system of savings banks. We will say nothing at all of the impossibility for most of the workers to save. The purpose, at least the strictly economic meaning of savings banks, is supposed to be, that by their own foresight and wisdom the workers can equalize the good working times with the bad, i.e., distribute their wages in the cycle through which the industrial movement runs in such a way that they actually never spend more than the minimum wage, that which is indispensable to sustain life. But we have seen that the fluctuations of wages not only revolutionize the worker, but that without the temporary rise of wages above the minimum he would remain excluded from all advances of production, from public wealth, from civilization, hence from all possibility of emancipation. He must therefore turn himself into a bourgeois calculating machine, make thrift into a system, and give misery a stationary, conservative character. Wages 427. In addition, the savings bank system is a triple machine of despotism. A. The savings bank is the golden chain by which the government holds a large part of the working class. By it they not only acquire an interest in the preservation of the existing conditions. Not only does it lead to a split between that portion of the working class which takes part in the savings banks and the portion which does not. The workers themselves thus give into the hands of their enemies the weapons to preserve the existing organization of society which subjugates them. The the money flows back into the national bank, this lends it again to the capitalists and both share in the profits and thus, with the money borrowed from the people at a miserable rate of interest which only by the centralization becomes a mighty industrial lever increase their capital, their direct ruling power over the people. 2. Another suggestion, very popular with the bourgeoisie, is education, especially comprehensive industrial education. A. We shall not draw attention to the trite contradiction which lies in the fact that modern industry replaces compound labor more and more with simple labor which requires no education. We shall not draw attention to the fact that it throws more and more children from the age of 7 upwards behind the machine and turns them into a source of income not only for the bourgeois class but for their own proletarian parents. The factory system frustrates the school laws, example Prussia, nor shall we draw attention to the fact that the education of the mind, if the worker had such an education, has no direct effect at all on his wages, that education is altogether dependent on the conditions of life, and that by moral education the bourgeois understands indoctrination with bourgeois principles, and that, finally, the bourgeois class neither has the means, nor if it had them would it use them, to offer the people a real education. We confine ourselves to stressing a purely economic viewpoint. The true purpose which education has with the philanthropic economists is this: every worker should be trained in as many industries as possible, so that if by the introduction of new machines or by a change in the division of labor he is thrown out of one industry, he can as easily as possible find employment in another. Assuming this to be possible, the consequence would be that if there were a surplus of hands in one industry, this surplus would at once spread to all other industries, and even more than before the reduction of wages in one business would lead directly to a general reduction in wages. 428 Karl Marx. Even as it is, since modern industry simplifies work everywhere and makes it easy to learn, the rise of wages in one industry at once causes an influx of workers into this industry and the reduction of wages will more or less directly assume a general character. We cannot here, of course, consider all the many minor palliatives which are suggested from the bourgeois side. 3. We must, however, turn to a third suggestion, which has had, and continues to have, very significant practical consequences: the Malthusian theory. This entire theory, in so far as we have to consider it here, amounts to the following: a. The level of wages depends on the proportion of the hands which offer themselves to the hands which are required. Wages can rise in two ways. Either when the capital which sets the labor in motion increases so rapidly that the demand for workers increases more rapidly, in quicker progression, than their supply. Or, secondly, when the population is growing so slowly that competition among the workers remains weak although productive capital does not grow rapidly. On one side of this proportion, namely the growth of productive capital, you workers can exert no influence. But you can on the other side. You can reduce the supply of workers, i.e., the competition among them, by making as few children as possible. To reveal the utter stupidity, baseness, and hypocrisy of this doctrine, the following is sufficient. This is to be included in I. How does the growth of the productive forces affect wages? Wages rise when the demand for labor grows. This demand grows when the capital grows which sets the labor in motion, i.e., when the productive capital grows. Here there are two main points to be made. Firstly, a main condition for the rise of wages is the growth of the productive capital, and its most rapid possible growth. The main condition for the worker to be in a passable position is, therefore, to depress his position in relation to the bourgeois class more and more, to increase as much as possible the power of his opponent, capital. That is, he can only be in a passable position provided he creates and reinforces the power which is hostile to him, his own opposite. On this condition of creating this hostile power, the means of Marx later added, pauperism. Ed. Wages 429. Employment flow to him from that power and turn him anew into part of the productive capital and into the lever which increases the latter and hurls it into an accelerated movement of growth. Incidentally, When one has grasped this relationship of capital and labor, all Fourierist and other attempts at mediation appear in their true absurdity. Secondly, having thus explained this crazy relationship, we must add a second, even more important element. Namely, what does it mean, growth of productive capital, and in what conditions does it take place? Growth of capital equals accumulation and concentration of capital. In the same measure in which capital is accumulated and concentrated, it leads to work on a larger scale and hence to a new division of labor which simplifies the work still more, than to the introduction of machinery on a larger scale and to the introduction of new machinery. That means, therefore, that in the measure in which productive capital grows, there grows the competition among the workers because the division of labor is simplified and every branch of labor is open to everybody. Competition also grows among them because in the same measure they have to compete with the machines and are thrown out of work by them. By constantly increasing the scale of operations and because the rate of interest tends to fall more and more through the competition among the capitals offered, the concentration and accumulation of productive capital brings about the following: small industrial enterprises are ruined and cannot stand up to competition with the big ones. Entire sections of the bourgeois class are thrown down into the working class. The competition among the workers is thereof increased by the ruin of the small industrialists, which is fatally linked with the growth of productive capital. And at the same time as the rate of interest falls, small capitalists formerly not participating in industry directly are forced to become industrial, i.e., to supply big industry with further victims. From this side, too, the working class is enlarged and competition among the workers increased. While the growth of the productive forces leads to work on a larger scale, momentary overproduction becomes more and more necessary, the world market more and more extensive, and competition more universal. The crises, therefore, become more and more violent. So the workers are given a sudden encouragement to marry and multiply, they are agglomerated and concentrated in 430 Karl Marx. Large masses, and their wages fluctuate more and more. Every new crisis, therefore, creates directly much bigger competition among the workers. Speaking generally, the growth of the productive forces, with their more rapid means of communication, accelerated circulation, and feverish turnover of capital consists in the fact that in the same time more can be produced, and hence, under the law of competition, more must be produced. That is, production takes place in more and more difficult conditions, and so that competition can be put up with in these conditions, production must take place on an ever-growing scale and capital must be concentrated in fewer and fewer hands. And so that this producing on a larger scale may be fruitful, the division of labor and machinery must be constantly and disproportionately extended. This producing in more and more difficult conditions also extends to the worker as part of capital. He must produce more, in more and more difficult conditions, i.e., for less and less wages and more work, at constantly decreasing production costs. So the minimum itself is constantly being reduced to greater exertions with minimum enjoyment. The disproportion rises geometrically, not arithmetically. 3. The growth of the productive forces therefore leads to increased power of big capital, to the machine called the worker becoming more and more simple, to an increase in direct competition among the workers through greater division of labor and use of machinery, through a positive premium being placed on the production of people, through the competition of the ruined sections of the bourgeois class, etc. We can formulate the matter still more simply. Productive capital consists of three constituent parts: 1. The raw material which is worked up, 2. The machines and materials such as coal, etc., which are necessary to drive the machines, buildings, etc., 3. The part of capital intended for the maintenance of the workers. Given the growth of productive capital, in what proportion do these three constituents stand to each other? The growth of productive capital is linked with its concentration, and with that the fact that it can only be profitable if it is exploited on an ever larger scale. A large part of capital will therefore be transformed directly into instruments of labor and will operate as such, and the more the. This sentence was written by Marx in the margin ed. Wages 431. Productive forces grow, the larger will be this part of capital which is directly transformed into machinery. The growth of machinery and of the division of labor has the consequence that in a shorter time far more can be produced. Hence the store of raw materials must grow in the same proportion. In the course of the growth of the productive capital, the part of capital transformed into raw materials necessarily increases. There is still the third part of capital, that which is intended for the maintenance of the workers, i.e., transformed into wages. In what proportion does the growth of this part of productive capital stand to the two others? The greater division of labor causes a worker to produce as much as 3, 4, or 5 did formerly. Machinery has as a consequence the same proportion on a much larger scale. It further stands to reason that the growth of the parts of productive capital transformed into machinery and raw materials is not accompanied by a similar growth of the part of productive capital intended for wages. In that case, the purpose of the use of machinery and the increased division of labor would, of course, be thwarted. It stands to reason that the part of productive capital intended for wages does not grow in the same measure as the part intended for machinery and raw materials. Moreover, in the same measure in which productive capital grows, i.e., the power of capital as such, in the same measure there increases the disproportion between the capital invested in raw materials and machinery and that spent on wages. That means, therefore, that the part of productive capital intended for wages becomes smaller and smaller in relation to that which acts as machinery and raw material. After the capitalist has put a larger capital into machinery, he is compelled to spend a larger capital on the purchase of raw materials and the fuels required to drive the machines. But if formerly he employed 100 workers, now he will need perhaps only 50. Otherwise he would have perhaps to double the other parts of his capital again, i.e., make the disproportion still greater. He will therefore dismiss 50, or else the 100 must work for the same price as formerly the 50 did. There are, therefore, redundant workers on the market. With improved division of labor, only the capital for raw material will have to be increased. The place of 3 workers will perhaps be taken by 1. But take the most favorable case. Let the capitalist expand his enterprise so that he can not only retain the previous number of his workers and, of course, he does not care a fig about waiting until he can do so, but even increase it. In this case production must have 43 to Karl Marx been enormously expanded for it to be possible to retain the same number of workers or even increase it, and the proportion of workers to the productive forces has relatively become infinitely more a disproportion. Overproduction is thereby accelerated, and in the next crisis more workers than ever are unemployed. It is, therefore, a general law which necessarily arises from the nature of the relation between capital and labor that in the course of the growth of the productive forces the part of productive capital which is transformed into machinery and raw material, i.e., capital as such, increases in disproportion to the part which is intended for wages, i.e., in other words, the workers must share among themselves an ever smaller part of the productive capital in relation to its total mass. Their competition, therefore, becomes more and more violent. In other words, the more productive capital grows, the more, in proportion, the means of employment and the means of subsistence for the workers are reduced, and the more rapidly, in other words, the working population grows in proportion to its means of employment. And this increases in the same measure in which the productive capital as a whole grows. To compensate the above disproportion it must be enlarged in geometrical proportion, and in order afterwards, in a time of crisis, to readjust it, it is enlarged still more. This law, which arises simply from the relation of the worker to capital, and which turns even the condition most favorable for him, the rapid growth of productive capital, into an unfavorable one, the bourgeois have changed from a social law into a law of nature by saying that by a law of nature the population grows more rapidly than the means of employment or the means of subsistence. They fail to understand that the growth of this contradiction is inherent in the growth of productive capital. We shall return to this later. Productive force, in particular the social force of the workers themselves, not paid for, is even directed against them. Why? First, absurdity. We have seen that when productive capital grows, the most favorable case presupposed by the economists when, therefore, the demand for labor increases relatively, it is in the nature of modern industry and in the nature of capital that the means for the employment of workers do not grow in the same proportion, that the same circumstances which make productive capital grow, make the disproportion between the supply of labor and the demand for it grow still more rapidly, in a word, that the growth of the productive wages 433 forces makes grow at the same time the disproportion between the number of workers and the means for their employment. This depends neither on the increase of means of subsistence nor on the increase of the population regarded by itself. It follows necessarily from the nature of large-scale industry and the relationship of labor and capital. If the growth of productive capital progresses only slowly, however, if it remains stationary or even decreases, the number of workers is always too large in proportion to the demand for labor. In both cases, the most favorable and the most unfavorable, it follows from the relationship of labor to capital, from the nature of capital itself, that the supply of labor will always be too great for the demand for labor. d. Leaving aside the nonsense that the entire working class cannot possibly take the decision not to make any children, their condition, on the contrary, makes the sexual instinct their chief pleasure and develops it one-sidedly. After the bourgeoisie has depressed the existence of the workers to a minimum, it wants in addition to limit their acts of reproduction to a minimum. That the bourgeoisie, incidentally, does not and cannot mean these phrases and counsel seriously, is clear from the following. Firstly, by replacing adults with children, modern industry places a veritable premium on the making of children. Secondly, big industry constantly requires a reserve army of unemployed workers for times of overproduction. The main purpose of the bourgeois in relation to the worker is, of course, to have the commodity labor as cheaply as possible, which is only possible when the supply of this commodity is as large as possible in relation to the demand for it, i.e., when the overpopulation is the greatest. Overpopulation is therefore in the interest of the bourgeoisie, and it gives the workers good advice which it knows to be impossible to carry out. Since capital only increases when it employs workers, the increase of capital involves an increase of the proletariat, and, as we have seen, according to the nature of the relation of capital and labor, the increase of the proletariat must proceed relatively even faster. The above theory, however, which is also expressed as a law of nature, that population grows faster than the means of subsistence, is the more welcome to the bourgeois as it silences his conscience, makes hard-heartedness into a moral duty and the 434 Karl Marx consequences of society into the consequences of nature, and finally gives him the opportunity to watch the destruction of the proletariat by starvation as calmly as other natural event without bestirring himself, and, on the other hand, to regard the misery of the proletariat as its own fault and to punish it. To be sure, the proletarian can restrain his natural instinct by reason, and so, by moral supervision, halt the law of nature in its injurious course of development. The poor laws may be regarded as an application of this theory. Extirpation of vermin. Arsenic. Workhouses. 3. Pauperism in general. The treadmill again within civilization. Barbarism reappears, but created in the lap of civilization itself and belonging to it, hence leprous barbarism, barbarism as leprosy of civilization. Workhouses 3. The bastilles of the workers. Separation of man and wife. 4. We will now briefly speak of those who want to improve the condition of the workers by a different way of fixing wages. Proudhon. 5. Finally, among the remarks which philanthropic economists have made on wages, yet another view must be mentioned. Among other economists Rossi, in particular, has expounded the following: the manufacturer only advances to the worker his share in the product because the worker cannot wait for its sale. If the worker could maintain himself until the product was sold, he would, as an associate, afterwards claim his share, as is the case between the actual and the industrial capitalist. That the worker's share has the particular form of wages is an accident, the result of a speculation, of a specific act which takes place alongside the production process and does not form any necessary constituent element of it. Wages are merely an accidental form of our social conditions. They do not necessarily belong to capital. They are not an indispensable factor of production. They can disappear under another organization of society. This whole trick amounts to the following: if the workers possessed enough accumulated labor, i.e., enough capital, not to have to live directly on the sale of their labor, the wage form would end. That is, if all workers were at the same time capitalists, which is to presuppose and preserve capital without the contrast of wage labor without which it cannot exist. Why, nevertheless, the following admission is to be observed: wages are no accidental form of bourgeois production, but the whole of. Marx uses the English word ed. Wages 435. Bourgeois production is a passing historical form of production. All its relationships, capital as well as wages, rent, etc., are transitory and can be abolished at a certain point of development. 7. Workers' associations. An element in the population theory was that it is supposed to lessen the competition among workers. The associations, by contrast, have the purpose of removing it and replacing it by union of workers. The economists are right when they remark against the associations: 1. The costs which they cause the workers are mostly greater than the rise in the gains they want to get. In the long run they cannot withstand the laws of competition. These combinations bring about new machines, a new division of labor, removal from one place of production to another. In consequence of all this, a reduction of wages. 2. If the combinations were to succeed in keeping the price of labor so high in one country that profits fell significantly in relation to the average profit in other countries, or so that capital was held up in its growth, stagnation and recession of industry would be the consequence, and the workers would be ruined together with their masters. For that, as we have seen, is the condition of the worker. His condition deteriorates by leaps and bounds when productive capital grows, and he is ruined from the start when it declines or remains stationary. 3. All these objections of the bourgeois economists are, as we have said, correct, but only correct from their point of view. 231 If in the associations it really were a matter only of what it appears to be, namely the fixing of wages, if the relationship between labor and capital were eternal, these combinations would be wrecked on the necessity of things. But they are the means of uniting the working class, of preparing for the overthrow of the entire old society with its class contradictions. And from this standpoint the workers are right to laugh at the clever bourgeois schoolmasters who reckon up to them what this civil war is costing them in fallen, injured, and financial sacrifices. He who wants to beat his adversary will not discuss with him the costs of the war. And how far the workers are from such mean-spiritedness is proved to the economists by the very fact that the best-paid workers form the most combinations and that the workers spend all they can scrape from their wages on forming. 436 Karl Marx. Political and industrial associations and meeting the costs of this movement. And if in their moments of philanthropy Messrs. The bourgeois and their economists are so gracious as to allow in the minimum wage, that is, in the minimum life, a little tea or rum or sugar and meat, it must by contrast appear to them as shameful as incomprehensible that the workers reckon in this minimum a little of the costs of war against the bourgeoisie, and that out of their revolutionary activity they even make the maximum of their enjoyment of life. 8. Positive aspect of wage labor. Before we conclude, let us draw attention to the positive aspect of wage labor. A. If one says positive aspect of wage labor, one says positive aspect of capital, of large-scale industry, of free competition, of the world market, and I do not need to explain to you in detail how without these production relations neither the means of production, the material means for the emancipation of the proletariat and the foundation of a new society would have been created, nor would the proletariat itself have taken to the unification and development through which it is really capable of revolutionizing the old society and itself. Equalization of wages. SS, let us take wages themselves in the essence of their evil, that my activity becomes a commodity, that I become utterly and absolutely for sale. Firstly, thereby everything patriarchal falls away, since haggling, purchase and sale remain the only connection, and the money relationship the sole relationship between employer and workers. Secondly, the halo of sanctity is entirely gone from all relationships of the old society, since they have dissolved into pure money relationships. Likewise, all so-called higher kinds of labor, intellectual, artistic, etc., have been turned into articles of commerce and have thereby lost their old sanctity. What a great advance it was that the entire regiment of clerics, doctors, lawyers, etc., hence religion, law, etc., ceased to be judged by anything but their commercial value. 3. Thirdly, since labor has become a commodity and as such subject to free competition, one seeks to produce it as cheaply as possible, i.e., at the lowest possible production cost. All physical labor has. Here the manuscript has an insertion, national, class, property relations. Ed. Wages 437. Thereby become infinitely easy and simple for the future organization of society to be put in general form. Thirdly, as the workers realized through the general saleability that everything was separable, dissoluble from itself, they first became free of their subjection to a given relationship. The advantage both over payment in kind and over the way of life prescribed purely by the feudal estate is that the worker can do what he likes with his money. Written at the end of December 1847. First published in Russian in the journal Sozialistiskoye Hozyaistvo, 1924, and in German in the journal Unter dem Banner de Marxismus, 1925. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. Friedrich Engels. The Satisfied Majority Guizot's Scheme. Of Reform. Queer Notions. Of M. Garney Page's Democratic Banquet. At Chalon Speech of M. Ledru-Rollin. A Democratic Congress Speech of M. Flocon. The Reform and the National. The French chambers are now open, and we shall very soon have the pleasure of seeing what effect the reform agitation has had upon the 225 satisfied members of the majority. 3. We shall see whether they will be satisfied, 2. With the manner in which Guizot has exposed France in the Swiss question to the ridicule of all Europe. Why, this fat, corrupting and corrupted stock-jobbing, swindling, blood-sucking, and cowardly majority, are the very men to swallow down even that to say amen to the trick which Palmerston, in return for the Spanish marriages, played on his worthy colleague Guizot 232 to declare that never was France so great, so glorious, so respected, so satisfied as at this very moment. And it is at this very moment that all the papers of Paris, from the debate to the reform, discuss, as openly as can be done under the circumstances, the eventuality consequent upon the death of Louis Philippe. The debates, afraid of seeing the majority split itself up, warns them every day that this inevitable event, whenever it takes place, will be the signal for the general rendezvous of all political parties, that republicanism, communism, anarchism, terrorism, and so forth, will then break from their subterraneous caverns, to spread desolation, horror, and destruction, that France will be lost, liberty, safety, property will be lost, unless the friends of order, M. Guizot and co., of course, keep them down with a strong hand, that this perilous moment may occur any day, and that if M. Guizot is not supported in office, all will be lost. The other papers, the Presse. See this volume, pages 216-17 d. Journal de débats politiques et littéraires ed. The Satisfied Majority 439. The Constitutional, the Siècle, on the contrary, say that quite the reverse will take place, that all the horrors of a bloody revolution will overrun the country, unless the abominable corrupter, Guizot, shall, at the moment of the king's death, have been replaced by their respective political heroes, by M. de Girardin, M. Thiers, or M. Aubrard. The radical papers discuss the question from another point of view, as we shall see by and by. Thus, even the debats agrees indirectly that satisfied France only awaits the proper moment for proving her dissatisfaction, in a manner which the frightened bourgeois imagination of the debats depicts most ludicrously to its terrified reason. This, however, does not matter to the satisfied 225. They have a logic of their own. If the people are satisfied, then there is no reason for a change of system. If they are dissatisfied, why, then, their very dissatisfaction is a reason to stick more to the system, for if only 1 inch was abandoned, there would be a sudden eruption of all the horrors of revolution. Do whatever you like, these bourgeois will always draw the conclusion from it that they are the best rulers of the country. Nevertheless, Guizot will give a small bit of reform. He will add to the electoral list the capacities, that is, all persons possessing a university degree, lawyers, doctors, and other such humbugs. A glorious reform, indeed. But this will suffice to disarm the progressive conservatives, or, as they call themselves now, for, in want of something else to do, they change names every quarter, the conservative opposition. And it will be a ready stroke for M. Thiers, who, while sending his second, M. Duverger d'Oran, on a reform banqueting errand, slyly prepared his reform plan, with which he was to surprise the Chambers, and which was equally the same as the one now to be proposed by his rival, Guizot. There will be a deal of crying, shouting, and noise-making generally in the Chambers, but I hardly think M. Guizot has anything serious to apprehend from his faithful 225. So much for the official world. In the meantime the reform banquets and the polemic between the National and the Reform have continued. The allied oppositions, that is, the left-centre, M. Thiers party, the left, M. Odilon-Barrett's party, and the sensible radicals, the National, had the banquets of Castors, Montpellier, Neubourg, and others. The ultra-democrats, the Reform, had the banquet of Chalon. The chief speaker of the banquets of Montpellier and Neubourg was M. Garny-Pages, brother of the well-known 440 Friedrich Engels. Democrat of that name, 3 deceased a few years ago. But M. Garny-Pages, the younger, is far from being like his brother. He totally lacks that energy, that courage, and never compromising spirit which secured so prominent a position to the deceased leader of French democracy. At Neubourg, M. Garny-Pages, the younger, came out with assertions proving him to be entirely ignorant of the actual state of society, and consequently of the means of improving it. While all modern democracy is based upon the great fact, that modern society is irreparably divided into 2 classes, the bourgeoisie, or possessors of all means of production and all produce, and the proletarians, or possessors of nothing but their labor to live upon, that the latter class is socially and politically oppressed by the former, while the acknowledged tendency of modern democrats in all countries is to make political power pass from the middle classes to the working classes. These latter constituting the immense majority of the people. In the face of all these facts, M. Gamier boldly asserts that the division of the people into middle classes and working classes does in reality not exist, that it is a mischievous invention of M. Guizot's got up to divide the people, that in spite of Guizot he recognizes that all Frenchmen are equal, that they all participate in the same life, and that he recognizes in France none but French citizens low according to M. Garny-Pages. Then, the monopolizing of all instruments of production in the hands of the bourgeoisie, which abandons the proletarians to the tender mercies of the economical law of wages, reducing the share of the working men to the lowest level of food, is an invention of M. Guizot's too. According to him, the whole of that desperate struggle now going on in all civilized countries of the world, between labor and capital, a struggle the different phases of which are marked by coalitions, trades unions, murders, riots, and bloody insurrections, a struggle whose reality is testified by the death of the proletarians shot at Lyons, at Preston, at Langenbelau, at Prague, 233. The struggle has been carried on upon no better grounds than a lying assertion of a French professor. What else do the words of M. Garny-Pages mean but this? Let the capitalists continue to monopolize all powers of production, let the working man continue to live upon the merest pittance, but give him, as a compensation for his suffering, the title of citizen. I.M. pages would under certain circumstances, and with certain restrictions, perhaps, consent to give the people the suffrage, but let them never think of profiting by the gift by passing measures which. Etienne Joseph Louis Garny pages ed. The satisfied majority 441. Would essentially alter the actual mode of production and distribution of wealth, which would, in course of time, give to the entire people the command of the productive powers of the country, and do away with all individual employers. The reform was perfectly right in styling this honorable gentleman a bourgeois radical. The ultra-democrats had, as I said before, only one banquet, but it was a bumper, and worth a dozen of the coalition party. More than 2,000 citizens sat down to dinner at Chalon-sur-Saône. The National had been invited, but very significantly had not come. The men of the Reform, accordingly, had it all their own way. M. Ledru-Rollin, who had been designated by the National as the chief of the ultra-democratic party, here, accepted this position. He explained his position and the position of his party, by relating in a brilliant abstract, the different phases of French democracy since 1789. He then justified himself against the attacks of the National, attacked that paper in turn, and proposed a jury of Democrats to be nominated from all parts of France, one half by either party, to decide between the Reform and the National. And now, he said, after having settled this home affair, would it not be a good thing if the French democracy entered into relation with the other democracies? There is at this moment a great movement going on in Europe amongst all the disinherited, who suffer by heart or by hunger. This is the moment to console them, to strengthen them, and to enter into communion with them. Let us, then, hold a Congress of Democrats of all nations, now, when the Congress of Kings has failed. There is one republic in Europe, which just now has secured in its own territory the ascendancy of democracy. There is Switzerland, a country worthy of seeing the Democrats of all nations upon its free soil. And thus, citizens, let me conclude, by coupling to my toast, to the unity of the French Revolution, that other one, the union of all democracies. This speech excited loud applause, and it merited it. We heartily rejoice in M. Ledru-Rollin's oratorial success at Chalon, but at the same time, must protest against an unguarded expression, which, we are sure, has been said without intention to hurt. M. Ledru-Rollin says, that the moment has arrived for French Democrats to console and to strengthen the suffering working men of other nations. The Democrats of no country, we are sure, want consolation from whomsoever it be. They admire the revolutionary pride of French Democrats, but they take for themselves the right to be quite as proud and independent. The 4 millions of English Chartists certainly are strong enough to do their own work for themselves. Glad as we are to see the French democracy take up with enthusiasm. The reference is to the leading article in La Réforme, December 17, 1847 ed. 442 Friedrich Engels. The idea of a democratic Congress, and an alliance of all democracies, we expect, before all things, a perfect reciprocity and equality. Any alliance, which should not recognize this equality as its foundation, would itself be anti-democratic. We know, however, too well the profoundly democratic sentiments of the men of the Reform to doubt of their perfectly agreeing with us. We only wish them to drop for the interest of our common cause, certain expressions, which far from expressing their real sentiments, are an inheritance from the time when the National alone represented the French democracy. At the same banquet, M. Flocon spoke to the toast "The Rights of Man and of the Citizen." He read the Declaration of Rights of the National Convention, 234, which he declared to be, up to this day, the faithful abstract of true democratic principles. To this, what he called the true French principle, he opposed the present system of moneyocracy, which places man upon a lower level than even cattle, because man is overabundant, and costs more than he gives in nature when his labor is not required. This system, from the country in which it first arose, he called the English system. But lo, he said, While the English principle is introduced into the fatherland of the revolution, the English people themselves strive to throw its yoke off their shoulders, and write upon their banners the glorious motto liberty, equality, fraternity. Thus, by one of those painful turns, of which history offers more than one example, the very nation which first gave truth to the world, fallen back into darkness and ignorance, would soon be obliged to ask from its neighbors the revolutionary traditions which itself could not conserve. Shall it ever come thus far with us? No, never, as long as there are Democrats like you, and meetings like this. No, we never will prop up the worm-eaten frame of those English institutions, which the English themselves will no longer support. No, no. Well then, to your tents, O Israel. Every one of you rally round his standard. Every one for his faith. Here, on our side, democracy with her 25 millions of proletarians to free, whom she greets with the names of citizens, brothers, equal and free men, there the bastard opposition, with her monopolies and aristocracy of capital. They speak of reducing the qualification by 1/2, we proclaim the rights of man and of the citizen. Loud and long continued applause, which ended by the whole meeting singing the chant du départ 2*5. We regret not to have room for giving more of the speeches delivered at this splendid and thoroughly democratic banquet. At last, the reform has forced the National to enter into a polemic. The former journal, in declaring its adhesion to the principles announced by M. Garny Pages, at the Montpellier banquet, in a speech on the French Revolution, at the same time disputed the right of men, like M. Gamier, who had sacrificed the interests of democracy to M. O'Dillenbert and the middle-class opposition, to the satisfied majority 443. Act as the representatives of the principles of the revolution. This, at last, brought out a reply from the National, in which Ledru-Rollin in his turn was attacked. The principal points of accusation against the National were, first, its support of the Bastilles around Paris, by which the inheritance of the revolution was placed under the control of 1,200 pieces of cannon. 236. Second, its silence last year, upon a pamphlet of M. Carnot in which he engaged the Democrats to join the left center and the left, to get them into office as soon as possible, to drop for the moment the Republican principle, and to agitate for an extension of the suffrage within the limits of the Charter. 287. M. Garny Pages, the younger, had about the same time announced similar principles. The pamphlet declared itself to be the expression of the opinion not of an individual, but of a party in the chamber. The reform attacked both M. Garny's speech and M. Carnot's, son of the celebrated member of the Convention and Republican Minister of War pamphlet, and tried to provoke the National to a declarations, but the National remained silent. The reform rightly declared that the policy proposed by both deputies would tend to nothing but to place the Democratic Party wholly under the control of M.M. THIRD, and break it up entirely as a distinct party. Third, the National following up in practice during the reform banquet agitation the policy proposed by M. Carnot. Fourth, its virulent and calumniating attacks upon the Communists, while proposing at the same time no practicable or effective remedy for the misery of the working people. The dispute has been going on for a week at least. At last the National retired from the contest, after having conducted it in a very improper manner. It has been regularly beaten, but, in order to mask its defeat, it finally accepted M. Ledru's proposal of a democratic jury. We can only declare our full adhesion to the part the reform has taken in this affair. It has saved the honor, independence, and the strength of French democracy as a distinct party. It has maintained the principles of the revolution, which were endangered by the course pursued by the National. It has asserted the rights of the working classes in opposition to middle-class encroachments. It has unmasked these bourgeois radicals who would make the people. The reference is to the leading articles in La Réforme, December 15, 17 and 19. 1847 ed. B. L. H. Carnot, Les radicaux et la charte ed. C. Lazare Nicolas Carnot ed. D. The reference is to the leading article in La Réforme, December 20, 1847 ed. 444 Friedrich Engels. Believe that no class oppression exists who will not see the frightful civil war of class against class in modern society and who have nothing but vain words for the working people. The reform, by keeping up this contest, until it has succeeded in forcing its haughty rival to break silence, to waive, to retract, to explain, and at last to withdraw the reform, we say, has well merited of democracy. Written at the beginning, reprinted from the newspaper of January 1848, first published in the Northern Star number 533, January 8, 1848, with an editorial note. From our Paris correspondent. Friedrich Engels. The Coercion Bill for Ireland and the Chartists 238. The Irish Coercion Bill came into force last Wednesday. 3. The Lord Lieutenant was not slow in taking advantage of the despotic powers with which this new law invests him. The Act has been applied all over the counties of Limerick and Tipperary and to several baronies in the counties of Clare, Waterford, Cork, Roscommon, Leitrim, Cavan, Longford and Kings County Kerry. It remains to be seen what the effect of this odious measure will be. In this connection we already have the opinion of the class in whose interests the measure was taken, namely, the Irish landowners. They announce to the world in their organs that the measure will have no effect whatsoever. And in order to achieve this, a whole country is being placed in a state of siege. To achieve this, 9/10 of the Irish representatives have deserted their country. This is a fact. The desertion has been a general one. During the discussion of the bill, the O'Connell family itself became divided. John and Maurice, two of the deceased liberators' 0 sons, remained faithful to their homeland, whereas their cousin, D. Morgan O'Connell, not only voted for the bill, but also spoke in its support on several occasions. There were only 18 members who voted for the outright rejection of the bill, and only 20 supported the amendment put forward by Mr. Wackley, the Chartist member for a borough on the outskirts of London, who demanded that the December 29, 1847 ed. Earl of Clarendon ed. C. Daniel O'Connell ed. Read Brother, A Mistake in Law Reform ed. 446 Friedrich Engels. Coercion Bill should also be accompanied by measures aimed at reducing the causes of the crimes which it was proposed to repress. And among these 18 and 20 voters there were also 4 or 5 English radicals and 2 Irishmen representing English boroughs, meaning that out of the 100 members which Ireland has in Parliament there were only a dozen who put up serious opposition to the bill. This was the first discussion on an important question affecting Ireland which had been held since the death of O'Connell. It was to decide who would take the place of the great agitator in leading Ireland. Up to the opening of Parliament, Mr. John O'Connell had been tacitly acknowledged in Ireland as his father's successor. But it soon became evident after the debate had begun that he was not capable of leading the party and, what is more, that he had found a formidable rival in Feargus O'Connor. This democratic leader, about whom Daniel O'Connell said, "We are happy to make the English Chartists a present of Mr. F. O'Connor," put himself at the head of the Irish party in a single bound. It was he who proposed the outright rejection of the Coercion Bill, it was he who succeeded in rallying all the opposition behind him, it was he who opposed each clause, who held up the voting whenever possible, it was he who in his speeches summed up all the arguments of the opposition against the bill, and finally it was he who for the first time since 1835 reintroduced the motion for repeal of the Union, 240, a motion which none of the Irish members would have put forward. The Irish members accepted this leader with a bad grace. As simple Whigs in their heart of hearts, they fundamentally detest the democratic energy of Mr. O'Connor. He will not allow them to go on using the campaign for repeal as a means for overthrowing the Tories in favour of the Whigs and to forget the very word repeal when the latter come to power. But the Irish members who support repeal cannot possibly do without a leader like O'Connor, and, although they are trying to undermine his growing popularity in Ireland, they are obliged to submit to his leadership in Parliament. When the parliamentary session is over, O'Connor will probably go on a tour of Ireland to revive the agitation for repeal and to found an Irish Chartist party. There can be no doubt that if O'Connor is successful in doing this, he will be the leader of the Irish people in less than 6 months. By uniting the democratic leadership of the three kingdoms in his hands, he will occupy a position which no agitator, not even O'Connell, has held before him. England, Scotland, and Ireland ed. The Coercion Bill for Ireland and the Chartists 447. We will leave it to our readers to judge the importance of this future alliance between the peoples of the two islands. British democracy will advance much more quickly when its ranks are swelled by 2 million brave and ardent Irish, and poverty-stricken Ireland will at last have taken an important step towards her liberation. Written on January 4, 1848, printed according to the newspaper first published in La Réforme, translated from the French January 8, 1848. Friedrich Engels. Feargus O'Connor and the Irish People 241. The first issue of the Northern Sterrier 1848 contains an address to the Irish people by Feargus O'Connor, the well-known leader of the English Chartists and their representative in Parliament. This address deserves to be read from beginning to end and carefully considered by every Democrat, but our restricted space prevents us from reproducing it in full. We would, however, be remiss in our duty if we were to pass it over in silence. The consequences of this forceful appeal to the Irish people will very soon be strongly felt and seen. Feargus O'Connor, himself of Irish descent, a Protestant and for over 10 years a leader and main pillar of the great labour movement in England, must henceforth be regarded as the virtual chief of the Irish Repealers 242 and advocates of reform. His speeches in the House of Commons against the recently published disgraceful Irish Coercion Bill 243 have given him the first claim to this status, and the subsequently continued agitation for the Irish cause shows that Feargus O'Connor is just the man Ireland needs. O'Connor is indeed seriously concerned about the well-being of the millions in Ireland. Repeal the abolition of the Union, that is, the achievement of an independent Irish Parliament, is not an empty word, not a pretext for obtaining posts for himself and his friends and for making profitable private business transactions. In his address he shows the Irish people that Daniel O'Connell, that political juggler, led them by the nose and deceived them for 13 years by means of the word repeal. He shows in its true light the conduct of John O'Connell, who has taken up his father's political heritage and who, like his father, is prepared to sacrifice millions of credulous Irishmen for the sake of. Here and below Engels uses the English term ed. Feargus O'Connor and the Irish People 449. His personal ventures and interests. All O'Connell's speeches at the Dublin Conciliation Hall 244 and all his hypocritical protestations and beautiful phrases will not obliterate the disrepute he has brought upon himself earlier and in particular now in the House of Commons during the debates on the Irish Coercion Bill. The Irish people must and will see how things stand, and then it will kick out the entire gang of so-called repealers, who under cover of this cloak laugh up their sleeves and in their purses, and John O'Connell, the fanatical papist and political rogue, will be kicked out first of all. If this were all the address contained, we should not have especially mentioned it. But it is of much wider importance. For Feargus O'Connor speaks in it not only as an Irishman but also, and primarily, as an English Democrat, as a Chartist. With a lucidity which cannot escape even the most obtuse mind, O'Connor shows that the Irish people must fight with all their might in close association with the English working classes and the Chartists in order to win the 6 points of the People's Charter: annual parliaments, universal suffrage, vote by ballot, abolition of the P-operative qualification for members of Parliament, payment of M.P.S. and the establishment of equal electoral districts. Only after these 6 points are won will the achievement of the repeal have any advantages for Ireland. Furthermore, O'Connor points out that justice for Ireland has already been demanded earlier by the English workers in a petition which received 3.2 million signatures, and that now the English Chartists have again protested against the Irish Coercion Bill in numerous petitions, and that the oppressed classes in England and Ireland must at last fight together and conquer together, or continue to languish under the same oppression and live in the same misery and dependence on the privileged and ruling capitalist class. There can be no doubt that henceforth the mass of the Irish people will unite ever more closely with the English Chartists and will act with them according to a common plan. As a result, the victory of the English Democrats, and hence the liberation of Ireland, will be hastened by many years. That is the significance of O'Connor's address to the Irish people. Written at the beginning, printed according to the newspaper of January 1848. First published in Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 3, January 9, 1848. Karl Marx. Speech on the question of free trade. Delivered to the Democratic Association of Brussels at its public meeting of January 9, 1848. 24:6. Gentlemen, the repeal of the Corn Laws 247 in England is the greatest triumph of free trade in the 19th century. In every country where manufacturers discuss free trade, they have in mind chiefly free trade in corn or raw material generally. To burden foreign corn with protective duties is infamous. It is to speculate on the hunger of the people. Cheap food, high wages, 3. For this alone the English free traders have spent millions, and their enthusiasm has already infected their continental brethren. And, generally speaking, all those who advocate free trade do so in the interests of the working class. 0. But, strange to say, the people for whom cheap food is to be procured at all costs are very ungrateful. Cheap food is as ill reputed in England as is cheap government in France. The people see in these self-sacrificing gentlemen, in Boring, Bright & Co., their worst enemies and the most shameless hypocrites. Everyone knows that in England the struggle between liberals and Democrats takes the name of the struggle between free traders and Chartists. Let us see how the English free traders have proved to the people the good intentions that animate them. In the 1848 French edition these words are repeated in English after the French ed. In the 1848 French edition, here and below, as a rule, the English is used, though the French libre-échangiste also occurs sometimes ed. See in the 1848 French edition the end of this phrase reads, to ease the condition of the working class. Ed. Sur la question du libre-échange. Prononcé. L'Association démocratique de Bruxelles. Dans la séance publique de 9 janvier 1848. Par Charles Marx. I'm prime auxiliary phrase de l'Association démocratique. Messieurs. L'abolition de lois céréales en Angleterre est le plus grand triomphe que le libre-échange ait remporté au 19e siècle. Dans tous les pays où les fabricants parlant de libre-échange ils sont principalement en vous le libre-échange de grains et de matières premières en général. Frapper de droits protecteurs les grains étrangers, c'est infâme, c'est spéculer sur la famine de peuples. First page of a separate edition of Marx's speech on the question of free trade, Brussels, February 1848. 1826. Speech on the question of free trade 453. This is what they said to the factory hands: the duty on corn is a tax upon wages, this tax va pay to the landlords, those medieval aristocrats. If your position is a wretched one, it is so only on account of the high price of the most indispensable articles of food. The workers in turn asked of the manufacturers, how is it that in the course of the last 30 years, while our commerce and manufacture has immensely increased, our wages have fallen far more rapidly, in proportion, than the price of corn has gone up? The tax which you say we pay the landlords is about 3 pence a week per worker. And yet the wages of the handloom weaver fell, between 1815 and 1843, from 28s per week to 5s, and the wages of the power loom weaver, between 1823 and 1843, from 20s per week to 8s. And during the whole of the time that portion of the tax which you say we pay the landlord has never exceeded 3 pence. And, then, in the year 1834, when bread was very cheap and business lively, what did you tell us? You said, "Tf you are poor, it is only because you have too many children, and your marriages are more productive than your labor." These are the very words you spoke to us, and you said about making new poor laws, and building workhouses, those bastilles of the proletariat. To this the manufacturers replied, "You are right, Worthy laborers, it is not the price of corn alone, but competition of the hands among themselves as well, which determines wages. But just bear in mind the circumstance that our soil consists of rocks and sand banks only. You surely do not imagine that corn can be grown in flower pots. If, instead of wasting our labor and capital upon a thoroughly sterile soil, we were to give up agriculture, and devote ourselves exclusively to commerce and manufacture, all Europe would abandon its factories, and England would form one huge factory town, with the whole of the rest of Europe for its agricultural districts. While thus haranguing his own workingmen, the manufacturer is interrogated by the small tradesmen, who exclaim, if we repeal the corn laws, we shall indeed ruin agriculture, but, for all that, we shall not compel other nations to give up their own. The 1848 French edition has here and below industry instead of commerce. And manufacture. Ed. 16. 45 for Karl Marx. Factories, and buy our goods. What will the consequences be? I lose my customers in the country, and the home market is destroyed. The manufacturer turns his back upon the workingman and replies to the shopkeeper as to that, you leave it to us. Once rid of the duty on corn, we shall import cheaper corn from abroad. Then we shall reduce wages at the very time when they are rising in the countries where we get our corn. Thus, in addition to the advantages which we already enjoy, we shall have lower wages, and, with all these advantages, we shall easily force the continent to buy of us. But now the farmers and agricultural laborers join in the discussion. And what, pray, is to become of us? Are we to help in passing a sentence of death upon agriculture, when we get our living by it? Are we to let the soil be torn from beneath our feet? For all answer, the Anti-Corn Law League 248 contented itself with offering prizes for the 3 best essays upon the wholesome influence of the repeal of the corn laws on English agriculture. These prizes were carried off by Messrs. Hope, Morse, and Gregg, whose essays 3 were distributed broadcast throughout the agricultural districts. One of the prize essayists devotes himself to proving that neither the tenant farmer nor the agricultural laborer would lose by the repeal of the corn laws, and that the landlord alone would lose. The English tenant farmer, he exclaims, need not fear repeal, because no other country can produce such good corn so cheaply as England. Thus, even if the price of corn fell, it would not hurt you, because this fall would only affect rent, which would go down, while the profit of capital and the wages of labor remain stationary. The second prize essayist, Mr. Morse, maintains, on the contrary, that the price of corn will rise in consequence of repeal. He is at infinite pains to prove that protective duties have never been able to secure a remunerative price for corn. In support of his assertion, he quotes the fact that, whenever foreign corn has been imported, the price of corn in England has gone up considerably, and that when little corn has been imported the price has fallen extremely. This prize winner forgets that the importation was not the cause of the high price, but that the high price was the cause of the importation. In direct contradiction of his the 3 prize essays on agriculture and the corn law, published by the National Anti-Corn Law League ed. The 1848 French edition has, whose books were circulated in the rural districts in thousands of copies. Ed. Speech on the question of free trade 455. Colleague, he asserts that every rise in the price of corn is profitable to both the tenant farmer and laborer, but does not benefit the landlord. The third prize essayist, Mr. Gregg, who is a large manufacturer and whose work is addressed to the large tenant farmers, could not afford to echo such silly stuff. His language is more scientific. He admits that the corn laws can increase rent only by increasing the price of corn, and that they can raise the price of corn only by inducing the investment of capital upon land of inferior quality, and this is explained quite simply. In proportion as population increases, it inevitably follows, if foreign corn cannot be imported, that less fruitful soil must be placed under cultivation. This involves more expense and the product of the soil is consequently dearer. There being a demand for all the corn thus produced, 3. It will all be sold. The price for all of it will of necessity be determined by the price of the product of the inferior soil. B. The difference between this price and the cost of production upon soil of better quality constitutes the rent paid for the use of the better soil. C. If, therefore, in consequence of the repeal of the corn laws, the price of corn falls, and if, as a matter of course, rent falls along with it, it is because inferior soil will no longer be cultivated. Thus the reduction of rent must inevitably ruin a part of the tenant farmers. These remarks were necessary in order to make Mr. Gregg's language comprehensible. The small farmers, he says, who cannot support themselves by agriculture must take refuge in manufacture. As to the large tenant farmers, they cannot fail to profit by the arrangement. Either the landlord will be obliged to sell them their land very cheap, or leases will be made out for long periods. This will enable tenant farmers to invest more capital in their farms, to use agricultural machinery on a larger scale, and to save manual labor, which will, moreover, be cheaper, on account of the general fall in wages, the immediate consequence of the repeal of the corn laws. Dr. Boring conferred upon all these arguments the consecration of religion, by exclaiming at a public meeting, "Jesus Christ is free trade, and free trade is Jesus Christ." The 1848 French edition does not have the words thus produced. Ed. B. The 1848 French edition has here requiring greater expenses. Ed. C. The 1848 French edition does not have the words paid for the use of the better soil. Ed. 456 Karl Marx. It will be evident that all this cant was not calculated to make cheap bread tasteful to workingmen. Besides, how should the workingmen understand the sudden philanthropy of the manufacturers, the very men still busy fighting against the 10 hours bill, which was to reduce the working day of the mill hands from 12 hours to 10. 249 To give you an idea of the philanthropy of these manufacturers, I would remind you of the factory regulations in force in all their mills. Every manufacturer has for his own private use a regular penal code by means of which fines are inflicted for every voluntary or involuntary offense. For instance, the hand pays so much when he has the misfortune to sit down on a chair, or whisper, or speak, or laugh, if he is a few moments late, if any part of a machine breaks, or if he turns out work of an inferior quality, etc. The fines are always greater than the damage really done by the workman. And to give the working man every opportunity for incurring fines, the factory clock is set forward, and he is given bad material to make into good stuff. An overseer unskillful in multiplying infractions of rules is soon discharged. You see, gentlemen, this private legislation is enacted for the especial purpose of creating such infractions, and infractions are manufactured for the purpose of making money. Thus the manufacturer uses every means of reducing the nominal wage, and even profiting by accidents over which the workers have no control. And these manufacturers are the same philanthropists who have tried to persuade the workers that they were capable of going to immense expense for the sole and express purpose of improving the condition of these same workingmen. On the one hand they nibble at the workers' wages in the pettiest way, by means of factory legislation, and, on the other, they are prepared to make the greatest sacrifices to raise those wages by means of the Anti-Corn Law League. They build great palaces, at immense expense, in which the League takes up its official residence. They send an army of missionaries to all corners of England to preach the gospel of free trade. They print and distribute gratis thousands of pamphlets to enlighten the working man upon his own interests. They spend enormous sums to buy over the press to their side. They organize a vast administrative system for the conduct of the free trade movement, and bestow all. The 1848 French edition does not have the words "the especial purpose of." Ed. The 1848 French edition has here as it were ed. Speech on the question of free trade 457. The wealth of their eloquence upon public meetings. It was at one of these meetings that a working man cried out, "If the landlords were to sell our bones, you manufacturers would be the first to buy them, and to put them through the mill and make flour of them." The English workingmen have appreciated to the fullest extent the significance of the struggle between the lords of the land and of capital. They know very well that the price of bread was to be reduced in order to reduce wages, and that the profit of capital would rise by as much as rent fell. Ricardo, the apostle of the English free traders, the leading economist of our century, entirely agrees with the workers upon this point. In his celebrated work upon political economy 3 he says, "If instead of growing our own corn, we discover a new market from which we can supply ourselves, at a cheaper price, wages will fall and profits rise." The fall in the price of agricultural produce reduces the wages, not only of the laborer employed in cultivating the soil, but also of all those employed in commerce or manufacture. Pages 178 to 79, ENG ed., p. 137. And do not believe, gentlemen, that it is a matter of indifference to the working man whether he receives only 4 francs on account of corn being cheaper, when he had been receiving 5 francs before. Have not his wages always fallen in comparison with profit? And is it not clear that his social position has grown worse as compared with that of the capitalist? Beside which he loses actually. So long as the price of corn was higher and wages were also higher, a small saving in the consumption of bread sufficed to procure him other enjoyments. But as soon as bread is cheap, and wages are therefore low, he can save almost nothing on bread, for the purchase of other articles. The English workingmen have shown the English free traders that they are not the dupes of their illusions or of their lies, and if, in spite of this, the workers have made common cause with the manufacturers against the landlords, it is for the purpose of destroying the last remnant of feudalism, that henceforth they may have only one enemy to deal with. The workers have not miscalculated, for the landlords, in order to revenge themselves upon the manufacturers, have made common cause with the workers to carry the 10 hours bill, which the latter had been vainly. A.D. Ricardo, De Principes de l'Économie Politique et de l'Impôt ed. The 1848 French edition does not have the word English. Ed. 458 Karl Marx. Demanding for 30 years, and which was passed immediately after the repeal of the Corn Laws. When Dr. Boring, at the Congress of Economists, 11 drew from his pocket a long list to show how many head of cattle, how much ham, bacon, poultry, etc., is imported into England, to be consumed as he asserted by the workers, he forgot to state that at the same time the workers of Manchester and other factory towns were thrown out of work by the beginning of the crisis. As a matter of principle in political economy, the figures of a single year must never be taken as the basis for formulating general laws. We must always take the average of from 6 to 7 years, a period during which modern industry passes through the successive phases of prosperity, overproduction, crisis, thus completing the inevitable cycle. Doubtless, if the price of all commodities falls, and this is the necessary consequence of free trade, I can buy far more for a franc than before. And the working man's franc is as good as any other man's. Therefore, free trade must be advantageous to the working man. There is only one little difficulty in this, namely that the workman, before he exchanges his franc for other commodities, has first exchanged his labor for the money of the capitalist. 0. If in this exchange he always received the said franc d while the price of all other commodities fell, he would always be the gainer by such a bargain. The difficulty does not lie in proving that, the price of all commodities falling, more commodities can be bought for the same sum of money. Economists always take the price of labor at the moment of its exchange with other commodities, and altogether ignore the moment at which labor accomplishes its own exchange with capital. When it costs less to set in motion the machinery which produces commodities, then the things necessary for the maintenance of this machine, called workmen, will also cost less. If all commodities are cheaper, labor, which is a commodity too, will also fall in price, and we shall see later that this commodity, labor, will fall far lower in proportion than all other commodities. If the working man still pins his faith to the arguments of the economists, he will find, one fine. See this volume, pages 274 to 78 and pages 282-90 ed. The 1848 French edition has prosperity, overproduction, stagnation, crisis. Ed. The 1848 French edition has for capital instead of for the money of capitalist. Ed. The 1848 French edition has the said franc for the same work. Ed. Speech on the question of free trade 459. Morning, 3 that the franc has dwindled in his pocket, and that he has only 5 sous left. Thereupon the economists will tell you we admit that competition among the workers will certainly not be lessened under free trade, and will very soon bring wages into harmony with the low price of commodities. But, on the other hand, the low price of commodities will increase consumption, the larger consumption will increase production, which will in turn necessitate a larger demand for labor, and this larger demand will be followed by a rise in wages. The whole line of argument amounts to this: free trade increases productive forces. When manufactures keep advancing, when the productive forces, when, in a word, productive capital increases, the demand for the labor, the price of labor, and consequently the rate of wages, rises also. The most favorable condition for the working man is the growth of capital. This must be admitted. When capital remains stationary, commerce and manufacture are not merely stationary but decline, and in this case the workman is the first victim. He goes to the wall before the capitalist. And in the case of the growth of capital, under the circumstances, which, as we have said, are the best for the working man, what will be his lot? He will go to the wall just the same. The growth of capital implies the accumulation and the concentration of capital. This centralization involves a greater division of labor and a greater use of machinery. The greater division of labor destroys the especial skill of the laborer, and by putting in the place of this skilled work labor which any one can perform, it increases competition among the workers. This competition becomes more fierce as the division of labor enables a single man to do the work of 3. Machinery accomplishes the same result on a much larger scale. The accumulation of productive capital forces the industrial capitalist to work with constantly increasing means of production, ruins the small manufacturer, and drives him into the proletariat. Then, the rate of interest falling in proportion as capital accumulates, the little rentiers and retired tradespeople, who can no longer live upon their small incomes, will be forced to look out for some business again, and ultimately to swell the number of proletarians. Finally, the more productive capital grows, the more it is compelled to produce for the 1848 French edition does not have the words "one fine morning." Ed. The 1848 French edition does not have the words "and retired tradespeople." Ed. 460 Karl Marx. Market whose requirements it does not know, the more supply tries to force demand. 3 And consequently crises increase in frequency and in intensity. But every crisis in turn hastens the concentration of capital, adds to the proletariat. Thus, as productive capital grows, competition among the workers grows too, and grows in a far greater proportion. The reward of labor is less for all, and the burden of labor is increased for some at least. In 1829 there were, in Manchester, 1,088 cotton spinners employed in 36 factories. In 1841 there were but 448, and they tended 53,353 more spindles than the 1,088 spinners did in 1829. If manual labor had increased in the same proportion as productive force, the number of spinners ought to have risen to 1,848, improved machinery had, therefore, deprived 1,400 workers of employment. We know beforehand the reply of the economists: the people thus thrown out of work will find other kinds of employment. Dr. Boring did not fail to reproduce this argument at the Congress of Economists. But neither did he fail to refute himself. In 1835, Dr. Boring made a speech in the House of Commons upon the 50,000 handloom weavers of London who have been starving without being able to find that new kind of employment which the free traders hold out to them in the distance. Let us hear the most striking portion of the speech of Mr. Bowring. The misery of the handloom weavers, he says, is the inevitable fate of all kinds of labor which are easily acquired, and which may, at any moment, be replaced by less costly means. As in these cases competition amongst the workpeople is very great, the slightest falling off in demand brings on a crisis. The handloom weavers are, in a certain sense, placed on the borders of human existence. One step further, and that existence becomes impossible. The slightest shock is sufficient to throw them onto the road to ruin. By more and more superseding manual labor, the progress of mechanical science must bring on, during the period of transition, a deal of temporary suffering. National well-being cannot be bought except at the price of some individual evils. The advance of industry is achieved at the expense of those who lag behind, and of all discoveries that of the power loom weighs most heavily upon the handloom weavers. In a great many articles formerly made by hand, the weaver has been placed hors de combat, but he is sure to be beaten in a good many more stuffs that are now made by hand. Further on he says, I hold in my hand a correspondence of the Governor-General with the East India Company. This correspondence is concerning the weavers of the Dhaka district. The Governor says in his letter a few years ago the East India Company received from 6 to 8 million pieces of calico woven upon the looms of. The 1848 French edition has, the more production outstrips consumption, the more supply tries to force demand. Ed. Marx quotes Dr. Bowring according to Principles of Political Economy by W. Atkinson ed. Speech on the Question of Free Trade 461. The country. The demand fell off gradually and was reduced to about 1 million pieces. At this moment it has almost entirely ceased. Moreover, in 1800 North America received from India nearly 800,000 pieces of cotton goods. In 1830 it did not take even 4,000. Finally, in 1800 1 million of pieces were shipped for Portugal. In 1830 Portugal did not receive above 20,000. The reports on the distress of the Indian weavers are terrible. And what is the origin of that distress? The presence on the market of English manufactures, the production of the same article by means of the power loom. A great number of the weavers died of starvation, the remainder has gone over to the other employment, and chiefly to field labor. Not to be able to change employment amounted to a sentence of death. And at this moment the Dhaka district is crammed with English yarns and calicoes. The Dhaka muslin, renowned all over the world for its beauty and firm texture, has also been eclipsed by the competition of English machinery. In the whole history of commerce, it would, perhaps, be difficult to find suffering equal to what these whole classes in India had to submit to. W. Atkinson, pages 36 to 38. Mr. Bowring's speech is the more remarkable because the facts quoted by him are correct, and the phrases with which he seeks to palliate them are characterized by the hypocrisy common to all free trade discourses. He represents the workers as means of production which must be superseded by less expensive means of production, pretends to see in the labor of which he speaks a wholly exceptional kind of labor, and in the machine which has crushed out the weavers an equally exceptional kind of machine. He forgets that there is no kind of manual labor which may not any day share the fate of the handloom weavers. The constant aim and tendency of every improvement of mechanism is indeed to do entirely without the labor of men, or to reduce its price, by superseding the labor of the adult males by that of women and children, or the work of the skilled by that of the unskilled workman. In most of the throstle mills, spinning is now entirely done by girls of 16 years and less. The introduction of the self-acting mule has caused the discharge of most of the adult male spinners, while the children and young persons have been kept on P34, ENG ed. P23. The above words of the most enthusiastic of free traders, Dr. Ure, are calculated to complete the confessions of Dr. Bowring. Mr. Bowring speaks of certain individual evils, and, at the same time, says that these individual evils destroy whole classes. He speaks of the temporary sufferings during a transition period, and does not deny that these temporary evils have implied for the majority the transition from life to death, and for the rest a transition from a better to a worse condition. When he asserts, farther on, that the sufferings of the working class B are inseparable from the progress of your Philosophie de Manufactures, ou Économie Industrielle, THIRD-B. The 1848 French edition has these workers instead of the working class. Ed. 462 Karl Marx. Industry, and are necessary to the prosperity of the nation. He simply says that the prosperity of the bourgeois class presupposes as necessary the suffering of the laboring class. All the comfort which Mr. Boring offers the workers who perish, and, indeed, the whole doctrine of compensation which the free traders propound, amounts to this: you thousands of workers who are perishing, do not despair. You can die with an easy conscience. Your class will not perish. It will always be numerous enough for the capitalist class to decimate it without fear of annihilating it. Besides, how could capital be usefully applied if it did not take care to keep its exploitable material, i.e., the workingman, to be exploited over and over again? But, then, why propound as a problem still to be solved the question, what influence will the adoption of the free trade have upon the condition of the working class? All the laws formulated by the political economists from Quesnay to Ricardo, have been based upon the hypothesis that the trammels which still interfere with commercial freedom have disappeared. These laws are confirmed in proportion as free trade is adopted. The first of these laws is that competition reduces the price of every commodity to the minimum cost of production. Thus the minimum of wages is the natural price of labor. And what is the minimum of wages? Just so much as is required for production of the articles absolutely necessary for the maintenance of the worker, for the continuation, by hook or by crook, of his own existence and that of his class. But do not imagine that the worker receives only this minimum wage, and still less that he always receives it. No, according to this law, the working class will sometimes be more fortunate, will sometimes receive something above the minimum, but this surplus will merely make up for the deficit which they will have received below the minimum in times of industrial depression. That is to say that within a given time which recurs periodically, in other words, in the cycle 3 which commerce and industry describe while passing through the successive phases of prosperity, overproduction, stagnation, and crisis, when reckoning all that the working class has had above and below mere necessaries, we shall see that, after all, they have received neither more nor less than the minimum, i.e., the working class will have maintained itself as a class after enduring any amount of misery and misfortune, and after leaving many corpses upon the industrial battlefield. But what of that? The class will still exist, nay, more, it will have increased. The 1848 French edition has circle instead of cycle. Ed. Speech on the question of free trade 463. But this is not all. The progress of industry creates less and less expensive means of subsistence. Thus spirits have taken the place of beer, cotton that of wool and linen, and potatoes that of bread. Thus, as means are constantly being found for the maintenance of labor on cheaper and more wretched food, the minimum of wages is constantly sinking. If these wages began by letting the man work to live, they end by forcing him to live the life of a machine. His existence has no other value than that of a simple productive force, and the capitalist treats him accordingly. This law of the commodity labor, of the minimum of wages, will be confirmed in proportion as the supposition of the economists, free trade, becomes an actual fact. Thus, of two things one, either we must reject all political economy based upon the assumption of free trade, or we must admit that under this same free trade the whole severity of the economic laws will fall upon the workers. To sum up, what is free trade under the present conditions of society? Freedom of capital. When you have torn down the few national barriers which still restrict the free development of capital, you will merely have given it complete freedom of action. So long as you let the relation of wages labor to capital exist, no matter how favorable the conditions under which you accomplish the exchange of commodities, there will always be a class which exploits and a class which is exploited. It is really difficult to understand the presumption of the free traders who imagine that the more advantageous application of capital will abolish the antagonism between industrial capitalists and wage workers. On the contrary, the only result will be that the antagonism of these two classes will stand out more clearly. Let us assume for a moment that there are no more corn laws or national and municipal import duties. 6. That in a word all the accidental circumstances which today the working man may look upon as a cause of his miserable condition have vanished, and we shall have removed so many curtains that hide from his eyes his true enemy. He will see that capital released from all trammels will make him no less a slave than capital trammeled by import duties. Gentlemen, do not be deluded by the abstract word freedom. Whose freedom? Not the freedom of one individual in relation to another, but freedom of capital to crush the worker. The 1848 French edition has advance instead of free development. Ed. The 1848 French edition has no more customs, no more town dues, octroi. Ed. 464 Karl Marx. Why should you desire farther to sanction unlimited competition with this idea of freedom, when the idea of freedom itself is only the product of a social condition based upon free competition? We have shown what sort of fraternity free trade begets between the different classes of one and the same nation. The fraternity which free trade would establish between the nations of the earth would not be more real. To call cosmopolitan exploitation universal brotherhood is an idea that could only be engendered in the brain of the bourgeoisie. Every one of the destructive phenomena to which unlimited competition gives rise within any one nation is reproduced in more gigantic proportions in the market of the world. We need not pause any longer upon free trade sophisms on this subject, which are worth just as much as the arguments of our prize essayists Messrs. Hope, Morse, and Gregg. For instance, we are told that free trade would create an international division of labor, and thereby give to each country those branches of production most in harmony with its natural advantages. You believe perhaps, gentlemen, that the production of coffee and sugar is the natural destiny of the West Indies. 2 centuries ago, nature, which does not trouble itself about commerce, had planted neither sugar-cane nor coffee trees there. And it may be that in less than half a century you will find there neither coffee nor sugar, for the East Indies, by means of cheaper production, have already successfully broken down this so-called natural destiny of the West Indies. And the West Indies, with their natural wealth, are as heavy a burden for England as the weavers of Dhaka, who also were destined from the beginning of time to weave by hand. One other circumstance must not be forgotten, namely that, just as everything has become a monopoly, there are also nowadays some branches of industry which prevail over all others, and secure to the nations which especially foster them the command of the market of the world. Thus in the commerce of the world cotton alone has much greater commercial importance than all the other raw materials used in the manufacture of clothing. It is truly ridiculous for the free traders to refer to the few specialties in each branch of industry, throwing them into the balance against the product used in everyday consumption, and produced most cheaply in those countries in which manufacture is most highly developed. If the free traders cannot understand how one nation can grow rich at the expense of another, we need not wonder, since these same speech on the question of free trade 465 gentlemen also refuse to understand how in the same country one class can enrich itself at the expense of another. Do not imagine, gentlemen, that in criticizing freedom of commerce we have the least intention of defending protection. One may be opposed to constitutionalism without being in favor of absolutism. 2. Moreover, the protective system is nothing but a means of establishing manufacture upon a large scale in any given country, that is to say, of making it dependent upon the market of the world, and from the moment that dependence upon the market of the world is established, there is more or less dependence upon free trade too. Besides this, the protective system helps to develop free competition within a nation. Hence we see that in countries where the bourgeoisie is beginning to make itself felt as a class, in Germany for example, it makes great efforts to obtain protective duties. They serve the bourgeoisie as weapons against feudalism and absolute monarchy, b. as a means for the concentration of its own powers for the realization of free trade within the country. But, generally speaking, the protective system in these days is conservative, while the free trade system works destructively. It breaks up old nationalities and carries antagonism of proletariat and bourgeoisie to the uttermost point. In a word, the free trade system hastens the social revolution. In this revolutionary sense alone, gentlemen, I am in favor of free trade. First published in French as a pamphlet printed according to the American at the beginning of February 1848 edition of 1889, checked with the in Brussels 1848 French edition. Signed, Karl Marx. The 1848 French edition has Ancien Régime instead of Absolutism. Ed. The 1848 French edition has Government instead of Monarchy. Ed. Friedrich Engels. The Chartist Movement. The Fraternal Democrats to the Working Classes of Great Britain and Ireland. The Society of Fraternal Democrats at its last meeting adopted an address to the workers of Great Britain and Ireland. This address, edited by Mr. Harney, of the Northern Star, is published in the latest number of this newspaper. 250. After recalling, in a portrayal as rapid as eloquent, the sufferings of the working class today, this address calls on the workers of the two islands to complete their party organization. On all sides the middle class has laid traps for you. In order to divert you from the People's Charter, the only goal important to you, they spawn all sorts of projects for superficial reforms. But within a few years you have twice had to learn the hard lesson that any scheme of reform emanating from the bourgeoisie must be for you like Dead Sea fruits that tempt the eye, but turn to ashes on the lips. Remember the agitation for the Reform Bill, and that for the repeal of the Corn Laws. Nonetheless, you are asked to support a National League for the Reform of Abuses, an anti-state church association, an anti-bribery society, and societies for the reform of the currency, and the abolition of certain taxes, etc., etc. The one design of the projectors of these schemes is to perfect the already dominant power of the middle class. They all combine to resist your rightful claim to the privileges of citizenship, they are therefore your enemies. Were they desirous, as they profess to be, of promoting your welfare, they would aid you to obtain sovereign power. They well know that if you controlled the legislature, all the reforms they seek and reforms of much greater importance would be forthwith effected. How then can they call themselves your friends, while refusing you the suffrage? Let this great truth be impressed upon every working man, that it is from the hut and the hovel, the garret and the cellar, that must come the regenerators of his order and the social saviors of the human race. Receive with joy and fraternal love every man who, belonging to the privileged orders, shall renounce class distinctions, and ally himself with you, but look to no class above your own for your emancipation. Practically outlawed by the other classes of the state, you must find in your own clear heads, courageous hearts, and powerful arms the means of effecting your regeneration. We must call your serious attention to a wicked and abominable conspiracy against your interests, the conspiracy both by the enemies of all reform, and by many of the middle-class sham reformers. These conspirators seek to revive those national The Chartist movement 467. Eutyches, now all but extinct, which formerly made the working men of these countries the willing butchers of their fellow men of other lands. They desire to inflame the people of these islands with a dread and hatred of the people of France, under the pretext that the French contemplate the invasion and subjugation of England. Working men of Great Britain and Ireland, your country is already invaded and subjugated by enemies within enemies who have reduced you politically and socially to the condition of helots. You will not dislodge these enemies by increasing the physical power of your rulers. We believe that the veritable people of France, the proletarians, have learned by experience that, like yourselves, their enemies are not to be found on any foreign shore, but in their own country. In France, as in England, a triumphant monocracy rules supreme and grinds the sons of labor to the dust. As in England, the people in France fights against this enemy and for the advent of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Even supposing this country were menaced by aggression from without, England would have nothing to apprehend if her people were freemen. It is not armies, navies, or fortresses that constitute the true defense of nations. A nation's best defense consists in a people which is truly free. Let the privileged classes renounce their unjust usurpations and establish political equality and social justice, and England will have nothing to fear against a world in arms. On the contrary, the people of all countries would hail with joy the march of England's power, if that power were arrayed on the side of the liberty and social emancipation of mankind. Working men of Great Britain and Ireland, why should you arm yourselves and fight for the preservation of institutions in the privileges of which you have no share? For the maintenance of laws made not to protect, but to constrain you. For the protection of property which you can regard only as the accumulated plunder of the fruits of your labor? You are deprived of the produce of your industry, and then your poverty is made the pretext for withholding from you your citizens' rights. Subjected to plunder, wrong, and insult by the possessors of property, you are asked to pour out your blood in defense of property. Let the privileged and the property holders fight their own battles. And if they are too weak to do so, let them give the people what belongs to it, let them learn to submit to the popular will. If they do so, the whole nation will form a rampart round these islands which no foreign invader could ever break through. Your great want is political power as the means to effect your social emancipation, and until that political power is yours, let your resolve be, no vote, no musket. Give us the suffrage, or we will not fight. Working men of Great Britain and Ireland, hold in abhorrence the conspirators who would set nation against nation, in the name of that wicked lie, that men of different countries are our natural enemies. Rally round the banner of democracy, with its motto, all men are brothers. Signed on behalf of the Society of Fraternal Democrats, G. Julian Harney, Ernest Jones, Thomas Clark, Charles Keene, Great Britain, / A. Michelot, H. Bernard, France, Karl Schapper, J. Moll, Germany, / Schabelitz, H. Krell, Switzerland, Peter Holm, Lundberg, Scandinavia, Louis Oberski, Poland, C. Pos, P. Bloom, Russia. Written on January 9, 1848. First published in La Reforme. January 10, 1848. Printed according to the newspaper. Translated from the French. Published in English for the first time. Karl Marx. The situation in France. What does the ministry do? Nothing. What does the parliamentary, legal opposition do? Nothing. What can France expect from the present chambers? Nothing. What does M. Guizot want? To remain minister. What do Messrs. Thiers, Moll, and Company want? To become ministers again. What does France gain from this auteuil, often kjemy métier? Nothing. Ministry and opposition are thus condemned to do nothing. Who alone will accomplish the coming French Revolution? The proletariat. What will the bourgeoisie do for this? Nothing. Written about January 16, 1848, printed according to the Deutsche Brusseler Zeitung, first published in the Duskny Brusseler Zeitung No. 5, January 16, 1848, and published in English for the first in La Reforme, January 19, 1848 time. A get out so that I can get in ed. Friedrich Engels. Extraordinary Revelations Abdelkader. Guizot's Foreign Policy. A curious document has just been published and distributed, 3 as if for a New Year's gift to the Chamber of Deputies. It is a statement of facts explaining how a certain M. Petit got the place of a tax collector, receiver particulier, at Corbeil, near Paris, and has been published by M. Petit himself. M. Petit has been forced to this act in consequence of a suit for separation pending between himself and his wife, and in which action it had been alleged that he had bought his place by prostituting his wife to a gentleman intimately connected with M. Guizot. He now declares in his publication, yes, my place was bought, as all places are bought nowadays, but it was bought not with prostitution, but with hard cash only. Then he goes on to detail how he first aspired to the office of a councillor referendary at the Court of Accounts. How the ministry promised him that place, if he only could procure the resignation of one of the councillors, how the minister's secretary intimated to him, which of the councillors would most likely sell their charge, how he then, for 15,000 francs, procured the wished-for resignation, how then he was told he must procure a resignation of a councillor referendary, not of the second, but of the first class, as the government wanted such a one in order to fulfill a promise made by them on their coming into office, how by makeshifts of different sorts, the difference of price of the two resignations was made up, how at last the resignation was procured, how then the ministry wanted not only a resignation like that tendered, but one of a higher. A réponse de Petit, ex-receiver de finances à Corbeil, auxiliary calumnies. Répandus à l'occasion de son procès en séparation. Ed. 470 Friedrich Engels. Degree still, of a master councillor, how this new resignation was also procured by the means of cash down, how finally it was offered to Petit to accept the tax collectorship of Corbeil, rather than the place in the Court of Accounts, how Petit accepted this, how then the different resignations were signed and exchanged against the amounts of money stipulated, and how, 2 days later, the whole of the royal ordinances were published, accepting the resignations, and promoting and naming the several individuals concerned, to the offices stipulated by the transaction. These are the principal facts of the matter. There are some others of less importance, proving how Petit, as soon as he was once hooked by having paid the first sum, was made to pay more and more. But these I pass over. I only mention, that in the publication of Petit all the names are given in full. You will easily imagine what a noise this little pamphlet has made in Paris. All papers are full of it, and the more so, as the Minister of Finance III, to which department the Court of Accounts belongs, under whose direction the above transactions took place, had openly denied anything of the sort ever having occurred, when questioned about it in the chamber by M. Lanoux. M. Lanoux, at the time, declared the sale of places in the above department to be a matter of public notoriety, known to the majority, as well as to the opposition. Known to every one, in short, except, it appeared, to the minister himself. M. Lecave met this by a flat denial. 251 Now the matter has come out in a manner which makes all burking impossible. And yet, although all Paris has been full of it for almost a week past, the government has not opened its mouth. We only repeat the words of M. Dupin the elder, pronounced when M. Lanoux brought the matter forward in the chamber: it was hardly worth while to make a revolution to abolish the venality of places, if this infamous system is suffered to lift up its head again. The next subject occupying the papers is the capture of Abd el-Kader, 252, and the resolution which the government will come to as to his future location. There is no doubt they will confirm and execute the Duc d'Aumale's promise, and send the Emir to Egypt. 253 It is curious that almost all the papers of the opposition, from the national to the constitutional, demanded the breach of that promise. Now, there is no doubt the promise was granted conditionally, and leaving the government free to confirm, or not to confirm it. The refusal of confirmation would not directly imply, as AJPJ Lecave Lapligny ed. Extraordinary Revelations 471. The Sun has it, an infamy. But there is no doubt, either, that a similar act on the part of any other government, particularly the English, would have been treated by those very same papers as the most infamous treason. It is evident, that, it being impossible to replace matters in the same state as they were when Abd el-Kader conditionally surrendered, it would imply a want of generosity of the first order to refuse to him the confirmation of the conditions of surrender. But in such questions these national papers are blind, and would commit the same acts for whose commission they blame others. The only two papers which have spoken in favor of confirming the treaty with Abd el-Kader, are the Presse and the Reform. The first, a monarchical paper, wanted it confirmed, because the government could not give the lie to a son of the king, 3 to a son of France, thus reviving the old title of the princes of royal blood before the revolution. No, said the Reform, the matter is a delicate one, the honor of our country is implied, in such matters we had better be too generous than too narrow, and therefore, confirm the word given, were it even that of a prince. Again, the Reform alone has taken the right view of the matter. Upon the whole it is, in our opinion, very fortunate that the Arabian chief has been taken. The struggle of the Bedouins was a hopeless one, and though the manner in which brutal soldiers, like Bujaud, have carried on the war is highly blamable, the conquest of Algeria is an important and fortunate fact for the progress of civilization. The Pyrrhicides of the barbaresque states, never interfered with by the English government as long as they did not disturb their ships, could not be put down but by the conquest of one of these states. And the conquest of Algeria has already forced the beys of Tunis and Tripoli, and even the Emperor of Morocco, to enter upon the road of civilization. They were obliged to find other employment for their people than piracy, and other means of filling their exchequer than tributes paid to them by the smaller states of Europe. And if we may regret that the liberty of the Bedouins of the desert has been destroyed, we must not forget that these same Bedouins were a nation of robbers whose principal means of living consisted of making excursions either upon each other, or upon the settled villagers, taking what they found, slaughtering all those who resisted, and selling the remaining prisoners as slaves. All these nations of free barbarians look very proud, noble, and glorious at a Duke of Aumale, son of Louis Philippe ed. B. From Articles in La Réforme, January 2, 3 and 5, 1848 ed. Cabd or Rahman ed. 472 Friedrich Engels. Distance, but only come near them and you will find that they, as well as the more civilized nations, are ruled by the lust of gain, and only employ ruder and more cruel means. And after all, the modern bourgeois, with civilization, industry, order, and at least relative enlightenment following him, is preferable to the feudal lord or to the marauding robber, with the barbarian state of society to which they belong. M. Guizot has laid before the Chambers part of the diplomatic correspondence relating to Switzerland and Italy. The first proves again that he has been regularly done by Lord Palmerston, and both prove the intimate alliance France has entered into with Austria. That was the last infamy which as yet had been spared to Louis Philippistic France. The representative of tyranny, of oppression attained by means the most infamous, the country of stability and reaction, the ally of France, as reconstituted by 2 revolutions. Deeper she cannot sink. But this is quite well. The deeper the bourgeoisie brings down this country, the nearer draws the day of reckoning. And it will come, before the bourgeoisie think of it. There is a party they do not take into account, and that party is the noble, the generous, the brave French people. The dispute between the Reform and the National Asterisk has been submitted to a jury selected by both parties. All hostilities are suspended. By the end of this month the decision will be given. May it be as it will, we hope the Reform will continue in the only course which can save the democracy of France. Written in mid-January 1848, reprinted from the newspaper first published in the Northern Star number 535, January 22, 1848, with an editorial note. From our Paris correspondent. See this volume, pages 385 to 87, 406-08 and 438-44 ed. Friedrich Engels. The Chartist movement meeting in support of the national petition. The 4th meeting convened for the adoption of the national petition by the Chartist Council was held in London last Tuesday. 3 Mr. Julian Harney presided. Messrs. Clark and Dixon, of the Chartist Central Committee, B. West, of Macclesfield, Skelton, Keene, and Fussell spoke in turn. But the orators of the evening were Messrs. Harney and Jones. We give extracts of their speeches. 0. Mr. Ernest Jones: we are assembled here to assist in passing a coercion bill against the government, and to produce such a pressure from without, as shall squeeze poor little Lord John Russell into something like a decent and statesmanlike shape. We need this pressure, seeing that of all the parliaments we have had, the present parliament is assuredly the most hostile to working men. A voice, no, no. Someone says no. But I repeat that no class has ever proved as hostile to the working class as the middle class of England. Here, here. It has cast down aristocracy on the left, democracy on the right, and lives on the ruins of both. I do not wish to raise the aristocracy. No. Let the bruised serpent lie, for it would sting the hand that healed it. Under feudalism, the people were fat slaves. Under your rule, Sir Defender of the middle class, they are lean slaves. Loud cheers. Seeing then that we never had a more middle class, and therefore a more hostile parliament, it is time to organize resistance. And the people knows this. We too are increasing our army, the old guards of Chartism are in the field again. We too are enrolling our militia, the starving millions. We too are strengthening our national defenses, courage in our hearts, discipline in our ranks, and unity in our action. Applause, but there are some gentlemen here who are not satisfied with this, and who say that millions of determined, well-organized and well-informed men are insufficient to obtain the charter. These gentlemen tell the people that they must grow rich and then. A January 11, 1848 ed. The reference is to the Executive Committee of the National Charter Association ed. See quoted from the report, The People's Charter Important Public Meeting. Published in the Northern Star ed. 474 Friedrich Engels. They will be free. But I tell you, you must become free and then you will be rich. Applause. Become rich. How? In the workhouse or the jail. Become rich in the dear forests of our nobles. Become rich on 6 shillings, 8 francs, a week. Become rich in the churchyards of famished Ireland. Applause. Go tell it to the unemployed in Manchester, to the 20,000 destitute in Bradford. Go tell it to the Irish tenant, dying by the light of his burning cottage set on fire by his landlord. Go tell it to the beggar at the doors of Grosvenor Square. Go tell him once for all to stay a slave, but do not insult his misery by telling him to become rich. I know you will here point to our glorious Land Company 54 to prove that the people can become rich. But do you imagine that the government will let you go on? This company has succeeded in rescuing 50,000 families from ruin, but rest assured, Parliament will prevent you from forming other companies, unless you obtain political power. Let the Land Company members remember their forefathers, the yeomanry of England, who all owned the land. How did they lose it? Why, by taxation, which ruined them. Now then, gentlemen, make money, it will be wanted for the militia, for the increased army. Make money, it will be wanted for fresh palaces, for new bishops, for new royal babies. Make money, become middle class yourselves, and then, as you know, the middle class will no longer fear you. Make money and this impossible task will be your only salvation. Not one word about our triumph at Nottingham, of our organization, of our national petition and our national convention, now being prepared. No, my friends, above all we need the vote. And you, men of London, you have it more in your power to obtain it than your brothers in the rest of England. Our gallant men of the north are a long way off, their voices will not be heard, for there are hundreds of miles and plenty of barracks between those petitioners and Parliament. But you, men of London, can go in person and knock at the doors of St. Stephen's, 255 knock till your privileged debtors give you back, trembling, what they have owed you for centuries. So knock, and go on knocking until justice has been done. Thunderous applause. Mr. Julian Harney, we are here to adopt a petition to Parliament. But we are not asking for mercy or pity. Even were we so degraded as to do such a thing, we know that we have nothing to expect from the pity of our oppressors. It was not by crying misericordia that our forefathers rescued themselves from the yoke of the traitor Charles I. It was not by begging for mercure that the Americans broke their chains. It was not by crying misericordia that the French people overthrew the tyranny of feudalism, priestcraft and monarchy. Great cheering. No, it would be vain for us to implore capital for mercy. All our petitions would achieve nothing if they were not followed by other measures. First, we do not ask for pity, we ask for justice. We demand it, not only by the petition, but also by our agitation and our organization, which is already beginning to terrify the parliamentary middle class. Continue to agitate, then, for when you cease, your petitions are only empty words. Truly, the prize is worth the struggle. Behold this mighty empire, built up by the strong arms and cemented by the blood of your fathers, this empire of 160 million inhabitants, covering the sixth part of the habitable globe, this empire on which the sun never sets. 0. How is it that you, owners and conquerors of millions of miles of this? A here and below the French equivalents were inserted by Engels ed. An allusion to O'Connor's election to Parliament ed. A phrase used by contemporaries of King of Spain and German Emperor Charles V about his domains where the sun never sets. Ed. The Chartist Movement 475. Fair earth, do not possess a foot of land. That millions of the heirs of this magnificent empire are dying of hunger, that thousands have no shelter from the wintry blast. The natural and manufactured riches of every clime are produced in the limits of the British Empire. Our manufactures are the wonder and envy of the whole world. For skill, industry, and heroism our artisans, laborers and sailors are celebrated everywhere. All the elements of greatness and happiness abound, in spite of which you are crushed by misery. This empire is rightfully the property not of an idle, a scheming privileged few, but of the entire people. Is such a prize not worth struggling for? The charter is the means by which you will win it. Cheers. When, therefore, the usurpers ask you to arm in defense of the country, refuse until you have your fair share of its advantages. If you armed yourselves, what would be your fate? Remember the poor soldier who was recently shot in India for insubordination. This is your share. Compare it with the share of the Duke of Wellington, who got from the treasury a sum of £2.5 million, 60 million francs. So much for the aristocrats. Well, then. If the aristocracy fears the loss of its broad acres, let it fight for the protection of those acres. If the church fears the confiscation of its immense revenues, let the parsons and bishops arm themselves. If the Jews and jobbers of Change Alley fear the swamping of their funds, let them fight to protect their plunder. If the shopocracy fear the seizure of their tills and their ledgers, let them arm and fight to protect their property. But you, men of the people, overworked and ill-paid sons of toil, houseless and shivering serfs of privilege, you who have neither lands, nor revenues, nor rent, nor tithes, nor public funds, nor shares, nor profits, nor usury, nor votes, to whom the throne affords no protection and the law no security, fight for something else, or fight not at all. Great cheering. If you must fight, fight for yourselves. Renewed cheering. When lords and priests and bourgeois ask you to fight, let your answer be, no vote, no musket. Knaves and fools are now rushing into print with talk of national defense. There is only one defense, that of the Chartists, the land for the people, every man a home, every man a vote, and every man a musket. Thunderous applause. Written on January 17 and 18, 1848, printed according to the newspaper first published in La Réforme, translated from the French January 19, 1848, published in English for the first time. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Manifesto of the Communist Party 257. Written in December 1847 to January 1848, printed according to the text of the first published as a separate edition English edition of 1888, checked with in London in February 1848 the German editions of 1848, 1872, 1883 and 1890. HFFER. $UniAMEAEFT at Karadritsi. Schroffenchi I Karat T im Februar I 848. Proletarier aller Sand Perimnigt. UI. I. Bonbon. Copyright Ebrutfeet Ber Office Ber Su Bun Carat WCFDFFDMFF for all Cipher von Dollar. FFI. George L. G. Lee. 46, Liverpool Street, Bishopsdod. AIE. Cover of THE First GERMAN 23-page edition of THE Manifesto of the Communist Party. A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism. All the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise this spectre, Pope and Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police spies. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic by its opponents in power? Where the opposition that has not hurled back the branding reproach of communism, against the more advanced opposition parties, as well as against its reactionary adversaries? Two things result from this fact. Communism is already acknowledged by all European powers to be itself a power. 2. It is high time that communists should openly, in the face of the whole world, publish their views, their aims, their tendencies, and meet this nursery tale of the spectre of communism with a manifesto of the party itself. To this end, communists of various nationalities have assembled in London, and sketched the following manifesto, to be published in the English, French, German, Italian, Flemish and Danish languages. I. Bourgeois and proletarians *. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. In the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society into various orders, a manifold. By bourgeoisie is meant the class of modern capitalists, owners of the means of social production and employers of wage labor. By proletariat, the class of modern wage laborers who, having no means of production of their own, are reduced to selling their labor power in order to live. Note by Engels to the English edition of 1888. That is, all written history. In 1847, the prehistory of society, the social organization existing previous to recorded history, was all but unknown. Since then, Haxthausen discovered common ownership of land in Russia, Maurer proved it to be the social foundation from which all Teutonic races started in history, and by village communities were found to be, or to have been the primitive form of society everywhere from India to Ireland. The inner organization of this primitive communistic society was laid bare, in its typical form, by Morgan's crowning discovery of the true nature of the gens and its relation to the tribe. With the dissolution of these primeval communities, society begins to be differentiated into separate and finally antagonistic classes. I have attempted to retrace this process of dissolution in Der Ursprung der Family, De Privatisierungsthums und des Staats, 2nd edition, Stuttgart, 1886. Note by Engels to the English edition of 1888, and less the last sentence to the German edition of 1890. Guildmaster, that is, a full member of a guild, a master within, not a head of a guild. Note by Engels to the English edition of 1888. Cover of the 1848 30-page edition of the Manifesto of the Communist Party. Manifesto of the Communist Party 485. Gradation of social rank. In ancient Rome we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves, in the Middle Ages, feudal lords, vassals, guildmasters, journeymen, apprentices, 3 serfs, in almost all of these classes, again, subordinate gradations. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature, it has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. From the serfs of the Middle Ages sprang the chartered burghers of the earliest towns. From these burgesses the first elements of the bourgeoisie were developed. The discovery of America, the rounding of the Cape, opened up fresh ground for the rising bourgeoisie. The East Indian and Chinese markets, the colonization of America, trade with the colonies, the increase in the means of exchange and in commodities generally, gave to commerce, to navigation, to industry, an impulse never before known, and thereby, to the revolutionary element in the tottering feudal society, a rapid development. The feudal system of industry, under which industrial production was monopolized by closed guilds, now no longer sufficed for the growing wants of the new markets. The manufacturing system took its place. The guild masters were pushed on one side by the manufacturing middle class, division of labor between the different corporate guilds vanished in the face of division of labor in each single workshop. Meantime the markets kept ever growing, the demand ever rising. Even manufacture no longer sufficed. Thereupon, steam and machinery revolutionized industrial production. The place of manufacture was taken by the giant, modern industry, the place of the industrial middle class, by industrial millionaires, the leaders of whole industrial armies, the modern bourgeois. The German editions of 1848, 1872, 1883 and 1890 have journeymen. Gesellen, instead of journeymen, apprentices. Ed. In the German editions the beginning of the phrase is, the former feudal, or guild, organization of industry. Ed. The German editions have here and below middle estate, middle stand, instead of middle class. Ed. 17 asterisk. 486 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Modern industry has established the world market, for which the discovery of America paved the way. This market has given an immense development to commerce, to navigation, to communication by land. This development has, in its turn, reacted on the extension of industry, and in proportion as industry, commerce, navigation, railways extended, in the same proportion the bourgeoisie developed, increased its capital, and pushed into the background every class handed down from the Middle Ages. We see, therefore, how the modern bourgeoisie is itself the product of a long course of development, of a series of revolutions in the modes of production and of exchange. Each step in the development of the bourgeoisie was accompanied by a corresponding political advance of that class. Be an oppressed class C under the sway of the feudal nobility, an armed and self-governing association in the medieval commune *, here independent urban republic, as in Italy and Germany, their taxable third estate of the monarchy, as in France, afterwards, in the period of manufacture proper, serving either the semi-feudal or the absolute monarchy as a counterpoise against the nobility, and, in fact, cornerstone of the great monarchies in general, the bourgeoisie has at last, since the establishment of modern industry and of the world market, conquered for itself, in the modern representative state, exclusive political sway. The executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, historically, has played a most revolutionary part. The bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has pitilessly torn. Commune was the name taken, in France, by the nascent towns even before they had conquered from their feudal lords and masters local self-government and political rights as the third estate. Generally speaking, for the economical development of the bourgeoisie, England is here taken as the typical country, for its political development, France. Note by Engels to the English edition of 1888. This was the name given their urban communities by the townsmen of Italy and France, after they had purchased or wrested their initial rights of self-government from their feudal lords. Note by Engels to the German edition of 1890. The German editions have here and below large scale instead of modern.ed. B. The words of that class were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. C. The German editions have estate instead of class.ed. The words medieval, as in Italy and Germany, as in France, were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. E. The German editions have estate instead of semi-feudal.ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 487. Asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment. It has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervour, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculation. It has resolved personal worth into exchange value, and in place of the numberless infeasible chartered freedoms, has set up that single, unconscionable freedom, free trade. In one word, for exploitation, veiled by religious and political illusions, it has substituted naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. The bourgeoisie has stripped of its halo every occupation hitherto honored and looked up to with reverent awe. It has converted the physician, the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science, into its paid wage laborers. The bourgeoisie has torn away from the family its sentimental veil, and has reduced the family relation to a mere money relation. The bourgeoisie has disclosed how it came to pass that the brutal display of vigor in the Middle Ages, which reactionists so much admire, found its fitting complement in the most slothful indolence. It has been the first to show what man's activity can bring about. It has accomplished wonders far surpassing Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. It has conducted expeditions that put in the shade all former exoduses of nations and crusades. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. Conservation of the old modes of production in unaltered form, was, on the contrary, the first condition of existence for all earlier industrial classes. Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast-frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away, all new-formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses, his real conditions of life, and his relations with his kind. The need of a constantly expanding market for its products chases the bourgeoisie over the whole surface of the globe. It must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere. 488 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. The bourgeoisie has through its exploitation of the world market given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. To the great chagrin of reactionists, it has drawn from under the feet of industry the national ground on which it stood. All old established national industries have been destroyed or are daily being destroyed. They are dislodged by new industries, whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material, but raw material drawn from the remotest zones, industries whose products are consumed, not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe. In place of the old wants, satisfied by the productions of the country, we find new wants, requiring for their satisfaction the products of distant lands and climes. In place of the old local and national seclusion and self-sufficiency, we have intercourse in every direction, universal interdependence of nations. And as in material, so also in intellectual production. The intellectual creations of individual nations become common property. National one-sidedness and narrow-mindedness become more and more impossible, and from the numerous national and local literatures, there arises a world literature. The bourgeoisie, by the rapid improvement of all instruments of production, by the immensely facilitated means of communication, draws all, even the most barbarian, nations into civilization. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls, with which it forces the barbarians' intensely obstinate hatred of foreigners to capitulate. It compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, i.e., to become bourgeois themselves. In one word, it creates a world after its own image. The bourgeoisie has subjected the country to the rule of the towns. It has created enormous cities, has greatly increased the urban population as compared with the rural, and has thus rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. Just as it has made the country dependent on the towns, so it has made barbarian and semi-barbarian countries dependent on the civilized ones, nations of peasants on nations of bourgeois, the East on the West. The bourgeoisie keeps more and more doing away with the scattered state of the population, of the means of production, and of property. It has agglomerated population, centralized means of production, and has concentrated property in a few hands. The necessary consequence of this was political centralization. Independent. Manifesto of the Communist Party 489. Dent, or but loosely connected provinces with separate interests, laws, governments, and systems of taxation, became lumped together into one nation, with one government, one code of laws, one national class interest, one frontier, and one customs tariff. The bourgeoisie, during its rule of scarce 100 years, has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. Subjection of nature's forces to man, machinery, application of chemistry to industry and agriculture, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing of whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground. What earlier century had even a presentiment that such productive forces slumbered in the lap of social labor? We see then, the means of production and of exchange, on whose foundation the bourgeoisie built itself up, were generated in feudal society. At a certain stage in the development of these means of production and of exchange, the conditions under which feudal society produced and exchanged, the feudal organization of agriculture and manufacturing industry, in one word, the feudal relations of property became no longer compatible with the already developed productive forces. 3. They became so many fetters. They had to be burst asunder, they were burst asunder. Into their place stepped free competition, accompanied by a social and political constitution adapted to it, and by the economical and political sway of the bourgeois class. A similar movement is going on before our own eyes. Modern bourgeois society, with its relations of production, of exchange, and of property, a society that has conjured up such gigantic means of production and of exchange, is like the sorcerer, who is no longer able to control the powers of the nether world whom he has called up by his spells. For many a decade past, the history of industry and commerce is but the history of the revolt of modern productive forces against modern conditions of production, against the property relations that are the conditions for the existence of the bourgeoisie and of its rule. It is enough to mention the commercial crises that by their periodical return put on its trial, each time more threateningly, the existence of the entire bourgeois society. In these crises a great part not only of the existing products, but also of the previously created productive forces, are periodically destroyed. In the German editions add, they hindered production instead of developing. Ed. 490 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. These crises there breaks out an epidemic too that, in all earlier epochs, would have seemed an absurdity, the epidemic of overproduction. Society suddenly finds itself put back into a state of momentary barbarism. It appears as if a famine, a universal war of devastation had cut off the supply of every means of subsistence. Industry and commerce seem to be destroyed, and why? Because there is too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, too much commerce. The productive forces at the disposal of society no longer tend to further the development of the conditions of bourgeois property. 0, on the contrary, they have become too powerful for these conditions, by which they are fettered, and so soon as they overcome these fetters, they bring disorder into the whole of bourgeois society, endanger the existence of bourgeois property. The conditions of bourgeois society are too narrow to comprise the wealth created by them. And how does the bourgeoisie get over these crises? On the one hand by enforced destruction of a mass of productive forces, on the other, by the conquest of new markets, and by the more thorough exploitation of the old ones. That is to say, by paving the way for more extensive and more destructive crises, and by diminishing the means whereby crises are prevented. The weapons with which the bourgeoisie felled feudalism to the ground are now turned against the bourgeoisie itself. But not only has the bourgeoisie forged the weapons that bring death to itself, it has also called into existence the men who are to wield those weapons, the modern working class, the proletarians. 0 In proportion as the bourgeoisie, i.e., capital, is developed, in the same proportion is the proletariat, the modern working class, developed, a class of laborers, who live only so long as they find work, and who find work only so long as their labor increases capital. These laborers, who must sell themselves piecemeal, are a commodity, like every other article of commerce, and are consequently exposed to all the vicissitudes of competition, to all the fluctuations of the market. Owing to the extensive use of machinery and to division of labor, the work of the proletarians has lost all individual character, and, consequently, all charm for the workman. He becomes an append. The German editions have, a social epidemic. Ed. The German editions of 1848 have, bourgeois civilization and the conditions of bourgeois property. Ed. See the German editions have, the modern workers, the proletarians. Ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 491. Age of the machine, and it is only the most simple, most monotonous, and most easily acquired knack, that is required of him. Hence, the cost of production of a workman is restricted, almost entirely, to the means of subsistence that he requires for his maintenance, and for the propagation of his race. But the price of a commodity, and therefore also of labor, 258 is equal to its cost of production. In proportion, therefore, as the repulsiveness of the work increases, the wage decreases. Nay more, in proportion as the use of machinery and division of labor increases, in the same proportion the burden of toil also increases, whether by prolongation of the working hours, by increase of the work exacted in a given time, or by increased speed of the machinery, etc. Modern industry has converted the little workshop of the patriarchal master into the great factory of the industrial capitalist. Masses of laborers, crowded into the factory, are organized like soldiers. As privates of the industrial army, they are placed under the command of a perfect hierarchy of officers and sergeants. Not only are they slaves of the bourgeois class, and of the bourgeois state, they are daily and hourly enslaved by the machine, by the overlooker, and, above all, by the individual bourgeois manufacturer himself. The more openly this despotism proclaims gain to be its end and aim, the more petty, the more hateful and the more embittering it is. The less the skill and exertion of strength implied in manual labor, in other words, the more modern industry becomes developed, the more is the labor of men superseded by that of women. 11 Differences of age and sex have no longer any distinctive social validity for the working class. All are instruments of labor, more or less expensive to use, according to their age and sex. No sooner is the exploitation of the laborer by the manufacturer, so far, at an end, and he receives his wages in cash, than he is set upon by the other portions of the bourgeoisie, the landlord, the shopkeeper, the pawnbroker, etc. The lower strata of the middle class, see the small tradespeople, shopkeepers, and retired tradesmen generally, the handicraftsmen and peasants, all these sink gradually into the proletariat, partly. The German editions have, the quantity of labor. Ed. B. The German 23-page edition of 1848 has, of women and children. Ed. C. The German editions have, the former lower strata of the middle estate. Ed. D. The German editions have, en rentiers instead of en retired tradesmen. Generally. Ed. 492 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Because their diminutive capital does not suffice for the scale on which modern industry is carried on, and is swamped in the competition with the large capitalists, partly because their specialized skill is rendered worthless by new methods of production. Thus the proletariat is recruited from all classes of the population. The proletariat goes through various stages of development. With its birth begins its struggle with the bourgeoisie. At first the contest is carried on by individual laborers, then by the workpeople of a factory, then by the operatives of one trade, in one locality, against the individual bourgeois who directly exploits them. They direct their attacks not against the bourgeois conditions of production, but against the instruments of production themselves. 3. They destroy imported wares that compete with their labor, they smash to pieces machinery, they set factories ablaze, they seek to restore by force the vanished status of the workmen of the Middle Ages. At this stage the laborers still form an incoherent 13 mass scattered over the whole country, and broken up by their mutual competition. If anywhere they unite to form more compact bodies, this is not yet the consequence of their own active union, but of the union of the bourgeoisie, which class, in order to attain its own political ends, is compelled to set the whole proletariat in motion, and is moreover yet, for a time, able to do so. At this stage, therefore, the proletarians do not fight their enemies, but the enemies of their enemies, the remnants of absolute monarchy, the landowners, the non-industrial bourgeois, the petty bourgeoisie. Thus the whole historical movement is concentrated in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Every victory so obtained is a victory for the bourgeoisie. But with the development of industry the proletariat not only increases in number, it becomes concentrated in greater masses, its strength grows, and it feels that strength more. The various interests and conditions of life within the ranks of the proletariat are more and more equalized, in proportion as machinery obliterates all distinctions of labor, and nearly everywhere reduces wages to the same low level. The growing competition among the bourgeois, and the resulting commercial crises, make the wages of the workers ever more fluctuating. The unceasing improvement of machinery, ever more rapidly developing, makes their livelihood more and more precarious. The collisions between individual workmen and individu. The German editions have, they direct their attacks not only against the bourgeois conditions of production, they direct them against the instruments of production themselves. Ed. B. This word was inserted in the English edition of 1888 ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 493. Al-bourgeois take more and more the character of collisions between two classes. Thereupon the workers begin to form combinations, trades unions. 3. Against the bourgeois, they club together in order to keep up the rate of wages. They found permanent associations in order to make provision beforehand for these occasional revolts. Here and there the contest breaks out into riots. Now and then the workers are victorious, but only for a time. The real fruit of their battles lies, not in the immediate result, but in the ever-expanding union of the workers. This union is helped on by the improved means of communication that are created by modern industry and that place the workers of different localities in contact with one another. It was just this contact that was needed to centralize the numerous local struggles, all of the same character, into one national struggle between classes. But every class struggle is a political struggle. And that union, to attain which the burghers of the Middle Ages, with their miserable highways, required centuries, the modern proletarians, thanks to railways, achieve in a few years. This organization of the proletarians into a class, and consequently into a political party, is continually being upset again by the competition between the workers themselves. But it ever rises up again, stronger, firmer, mightier. It compels legislative recognition of particular interests of the workers, by taking advantage of the divisions among the bourgeoisie itself. Thus the 10 Hours Bill in England was carried. 259 altogether collisions between the classes of the old society further, in many ways, the course of development of the proletariat. The bourgeoisie finds itself involved in a constant battle. At first with the aristocracy, later on, with those portions of the bourgeoisie itself, whose interests have become antagonistic to the progress of industry, at all times, with the bourgeoisie of foreign countries. In all these battles it sees itself compelled to appeal to the proletariat, to ask for its help, and thus, to drag it into the political arena. The bourgeoisie itself, therefore, supplies the proletariat with its own elements of political and general 13 education, in other words, it furnishes the proletariat with weapons for fighting the bourgeoisie. Further, as we have already seen, entire sections of the ruling classes are, by the advance of industry, precipitated into the proletariat, or are at least threatened in their conditions of existence. The words in parentheses were inserted in the English edition of 1888 ed. The words political and general were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. 494 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. These also supply the proletariat with fresh elements of enlightenment and progress. 2. Finally, in times when the class struggle nears the decisive hour, the process of dissolution going on within the ruling class, in fact within the whole range of old society, assumes such a violent, glaring character, that a small section of the ruling class cuts itself adrift, and joins the revolutionary class, the class that holds the future in its hands. Just as, therefore, at an earlier period, a section of the nobility went over to the bourgeoisie, so now a portion of the bourgeoisie goes over to the proletariat, and in particular, a portion of the bourgeois ideologists, who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. Of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, be the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. Nay more, they are reactionary, for they try to roll back the will of history. If by chance they are revolutionary, they are so only in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat. They thus defend not their present, but their future interests. They desert their own standpoint to place themselves at that of the proletariat. The dangerous class, the social scum, see that passively rotting mass thrown off by the lowest layers of old society may, here and there, be swept into the movement by a proletarian revolution. Its conditions of life, however, prepare it far more for the part of a bribed tool of reactionary intrigue. In the conditions of the proletariat, those of old society at large are already virtually swamped. The proletarian is without property, his relation to his wife and children has no longer anything in common with the bourgeois family relations. Modern industrial labor, modern subjection to capital, the same in England as in France, in America as in Germany, has stripped him of every trace of national character. Law, morality, religion, are to him so many bourgeois. The German editions have elements of education instead of elements of enlightenment and progress. Ed. The German editions have here and below middle estates instead of the lower middle class and the middle class. Ed. The German editions have lumpen proletariat instead of the dangerous class, the social scum. Ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 495. Prejudices, behind which lurk in ambush just as many bourgeois interests. All the preceding classes that got the upper hand, sought to fortify their already acquired status by subjecting society at large to their conditions of appropriation. The proletarians cannot become masters of the productive forces of society, except by abolishing their own previous mode of appropriation, and thereby also every other previous mode of appropriation. They have nothing of their own to secure and to fortify. Their mission is to destroy all previous securities for, and insurances of, individual property. All previous historical three movements were movements of minorities, or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority. in the interest of the immense majority. The proletariat, the lowest stratum of our present society, cannot stir, cannot raise itself up, without the whole superincumbent strata of official society being sprung into the air. Though not in substance, yet in form, the struggle of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie is at first a national struggle. The proletariat of each country must, of course, first of all settle matters with its own bourgeoisie. In depicting the most general phases of the development of the proletariat, we trace the more or less veiled civil war, raging within existing society, up to the point where that war breaks out into open revolution, and where the violent overthrow of the bourgeoisie lays the foundation for the sway of the proletariat. Hitherto, every form of society has been based, as we have already seen, on the antagonism of oppressing and oppressed classes. But in order to oppress a class, certain conditions must be assured to it under which it can, at least, continue its slavish existence. The serf, in the period of serfdom, raised himself to membership in the commune, just as the petty bourgeois, under the yoke of feudal absolutism, managed to develop into a bourgeois. The modern laborer, on the contrary, instead of rising with the progress of industry, sinks deeper and deeper below the conditions of existence of his own class. He becomes a pauper, and pauperism develops more rapidly than population and wealth. And here it becomes evident, that the bourgeoisie is unfit any longer to be the ruling class in society, and to impose its conditions of existence upon society as an overriding law. It is unfit to rule because it is incompetent to assure an existence to its slave within his slavery, because it cannot help. 3. This word was added in the English edition of 1888 ed. 496 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Letting him sink into such a state, that it has to feed him, instead of being fed by him. Society can no longer live under this bourgeoisie, in other words, its existence is no longer compatible with society. The essential condition for the existence, and for the sway of the bourgeois class, is the formation and augmentation of capital. The condition for capital is wage labor. Wage labor rests exclusively on competition between the laborers. The advance of industry, whose involuntary promoter is the bourgeoisie, replaces the isolation of the laborers, due to competition, by their revolutionary combination, due to association. The development of modern industry, therefore, cuts from under its feet the very foundation on which the bourgeoisie produces and appropriates products. What the bourgeoisie, therefore, produces, above all, is its own grave diggers. Its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. The German editions have here, the accumulation of wealth in the hands of individuals. Ed. 2. Proletarians and Communists. In what relation do the Communists stand to the proletarians as a whole? The Communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties. They have no interests separate and apart from those of the proletariat as a whole. They do not set up any sectarian three principles of their own, by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement. The Communists are distinguished from the other working class parties by this only: 1. In the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries, they point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality. 2. In the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie has to pass through, they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. The Communists, therefore, are on the one hand, practically, the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties of every country, that section which pushes forward all others. On the other hand, theoretically, they have over the great mass of the proletariat the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. The German editions have separate instead of sectarian. Ed. The words "the most advanced and" were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. 498 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. The immediate aim of the Communists is the same as that of all the other proletarian parties: formation of the proletariat into a class, overthrow of the bourgeois supremacy, conquest of political power by the proletariat. The theoretical conclusions of the communists are in no way based on ideas or principles that have been invented, or discovered by this or that would-be universal reformer. They merely express, in general terms, actual relations springing from an existing class struggle, from a historical movement going on under our very eyes. The abolition of existing property relations is not at all a distinctive feature of communism. All property relations in the past have continually been subject to historical change consequent upon the change in historical conditions. 3. The French Revolution, for example, abolished feudal property in favor of bourgeois property. The distinguishing feature of communism is not the abolition of property generally, but the abolition of bourgeois property. But modern bourgeois private property is the final and most complete expression of the system of producing and appropriating products, that is based on class antagonisms, on the exploitation of the many by the few. In this sense, the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property. We communists have been reproached with the desire of abolishing the right of personally acquiring property as the fruit of a man's own labor, which property is alleged to be the groundwork of all personal freedom, activity, and independence. Hard-won, self-acquired, self-earned property. Do you mean the property of the petty artisan and of the small peasant, a form of property that preceded the bourgeois form? There is no need to abolish that. The development of industry has to a great extent already destroyed it, and is still destroying it daily. Or do you mean modern bourgeois private property? But does wage labor create any property for the laborer? Not a bit. It creates capital, i.e., that kind of property which exploits wage labor, and which cannot increase except upon condition of begetting a new supply of wage labor for fresh exploitation. In the German editions this phrase reads, all property relations have been subject to constant historical replacement, constant historical change. Ed. The German editions have, the exploitation of the ones by the others. Ed. The German editions have, the property of the petty bourgeois. Ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 499. Property, in its present form, is based on the antagonism of capital and wage labor. Let us examine both sides of this antagonism. To be a capitalist is to have not only a purely personal, but a social status in production. Capital is a collective product, and only by the united action of many members, nay, in the last resort, only by the united action of all members of society, can it be set in motion. Capital is, therefore, not a personal, it is a social power. When, therefore, capital is converted into common property, into the property of all members of society, personal property is not thereby transformed into social property. It is only the social character of the property that is changed. It loses its class character. Let us now take wage labor. The average price of wage labor is the minimum wage, i.e., that quantum of the means of subsistence, which is absolutely requisite to keep the laborer in bare existence as a laborer. What, therefore, the wage laborer appropriates by means of his labor, merely suffices to prolong and reproduce a bare existence. We by no means intend to abolish this personal appropriation of the products of labor, an appropriation that is made for the maintenance and reproduction of human life, and that leaves no surplus wherewith to command the labor of others. All that we want to do away with is the miserable character of this appropriation, under which the laborer lives merely to increase capital, and is allowed to live only in so far as the interest of the ruling class requires it. In bourgeois society, living labor is but a means to increase accumulated labor. In communist society, accumulated labor is but a means to widen, to enrich, to promote the existence of the laborer. In bourgeois society, therefore, the past dominates the present, in communist society, the present dominates the past. In bourgeois society capital is independent and has individuality, while the living person is dependent and has no individuality. And the abolition of this state of things is called by the bourgeois abolition of individuality and freedom. And rightly so. The abolition of bourgeois individuality, bourgeois independence, and bourgeois freedom is undoubtedly aimed at. By freedom is meant, under the present bourgeois conditions of production, free trade, free selling and buying. But if selling and buying disappears, free selling and buying disappears also. This talk about free selling and buying, and all the other brave words of our bourgeoisie about freedom in general, have a meaning, if any, only in contrast with restricted selling and